Chapter 1. EC, an uncharted expanse. Major Crowley. We have detected pirates ahead. A sailor hastily approached the stern of the vessel, saluting respectfully to the man reclining in a deck chair. The man known as Crowley, upon hearing the call, leisurely removed his eye mask, rose from his seat, and stretched with a yawn, his face still clouded with sleep. Which pirates are we talking about? Reporting, Major, it is the warlord of the sea, Dracul Mihawk. Crowley visibly paused at the mention of the name. The world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, had ventured into the East Sea. Could it be that the narrative had begun to unfold? Is he alone? The sailor gazed at the strikingly handsome man with golden short hair before him, marveling at how the Major remained unfazed even upon hearing the title of a warlord. No, he is in pursuit of a band of pirates, belonging to the East Sea's overlord, Commodore Kliick. So, it was true. Crowley stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering whether Kliick had truly been so intimidated by Mihawk's swordsmanship that he fled from the Grand Line all the way to the east. See, it was indeed peculiar a mere sword strike had instigated such a prolonged chase. Crowley stifled a yawn and sauntered toward the bow, gazing out over the vast ocean. Before him, a ghostly vessel drifted upon the waves, pursued closely by a larger ship, and further ahead lay the floating restaurant Baratie. Could it be that the protagonists were so near? A spark of intrigue lit his eyes after spending so long in this world. He was finally receiving news of the main characters. He had been under Zephyr's tutelage at Navy headquarters and remained there post-graduation. Had it not been for this mission, he would not have ventured into the remote East Sea. Yet, it appeared he had indeed come at the right time. Crowley observed the larger ship being relentlessly pursued by the ghostly vessel, a strange glimmer alighting in his gaze. Captain, what should we do? That fellow is still behind us. Captain, the Navy has also arrived. Damn it, the warlords and the Navy are in league together. We are finished. Silence enveloped the pirates, their faces etched with anxiety. They had gone from being the foremost pirate crew in the East Sea to feeling like cornered beasts. Their captain stood at the stern, eyes narrowed as he surveyed Mihawk and the Navy warship bearing down on them. How could he, Kliick, the overlord of the East Sea, meet his demise here, on his own turf? It was preposterous. But what could he do? What options did he have? Kliick, do you desire power? Suddenly, a voice echoed within his mind. Kliick exclaimed, turning in shock. His crew would never dare to utter his name so casually. Whose voice was that? His crew fell into a tense silence, eyes wide with apprehension as they regarded Kliick. Could it be that their captain was losing his sanity under the pressure of this pursuit? Cease your search, Kliick. You cannot perceive me, but I must inquire. Do you wish to survive this day? Do you yearn for power? The final words resonated, each syllable pronounced with deliberate emphasis. Kliick furrowed his brow, captivated by the alluring voice. Could it be the legendary wielder of the devil fruit? What is your proposal? He fixed his gaze intently upon the figure of Hawkeye in the distance, desperate to know what means could possibly defeat that formidable foe and ensure his survival. In a situation that promises certain death, you must be prepared for the inevitable. Surrender your soul to me, and I shall bestow upon you the strength to alter your fate. The voice dripped with a seductive malevolence. How can I trust your words? Cold sweat beaded on Kliick's forehead. The thought of conquering the strongest swordsman in the world was tempting. Yet he was no fool. Such immense power surely demanded a grave sacrifice, his very soul. You have no alternative. The voice turned frigid. It's over. The captain has lost his mind. The crew of the pirate ship gazed at Kliick, who spoke to himself, their faces painted with despair. With their second in command, Akin, unaccounted for, and the captain seemingly deranged, what were they to do? Suddenly, a blade of sword energy shot forth from the Ghostfire vessel, cleaving through the pirate ship in an instant. With a thunderous crack, the ship was split in two, floating helplessly upon the surface of the sea. Some unfortunate pirates were reduced to mere fragments, their remains staining the waters crimson, with even some bits splattering onto Kliick's face, who had narrowly escaped. Wiping the blood and flesh from his visage, Kliick beheld the annihilation of his ship, the culmination of his arduous efforts to assemble his pirate crew, now rendered to naught. Very well. Damn you, Hawkeye Mihawk. His eyes bloodshot, he glared at Hawkeye, who was sheathing his black blade. You're fine. I accept your offer. I surrender my soul to you. Grant me the power. His voice was low and guttural, as if forced from the depths of his throat, a wild madness emanating from him. Deal struck. Remember, all debts must be repaid. At the moment the voice ceased, an overwhelming surge of power enveloped Kliick. A wave of heat surged from his feet to his very mind, flooding him with newfound knowledge. Swordsmanship, the Marine's 6 styles, this was power. Alongside these newfound abilities, he discovered that his strength had magnified. The once burdensome war spear, weighing a ton, now felt as light as a mere chopstick. The armor and weaponry he donned seemed to dissipate entirely. With such newfound might, why should he fear a mere warlord? A glimmer of excitement ignited in Kliick's eyes. He no longer considered himself the sovereign of the East Blue, was now a ruler of the world. With a resounding thud, Kliick propelled himself forward, stepping upon the very air itself, brandishing his war spear as he charged towards Hawkeye, the sheer force creating a sonic boom in its wake. Hawkeye let out a faint sound, drawing forth the pendant knife from his chest to block the oncoming weapon of war. Was that the 6 styles of the Navy? The moonwalk? How had he suddenly transformed into a different person? He had never witnessed this skill in him before. A smirk curled at the corners of Kliick's mouth as he increased the force in his grip. Boom. An explosion erupted at the point where the weapon of war met the knife, and smoke billowed forth. This was his signature weapon, and a triumphant smile spread across his face as he stepped back in the air. Had he truly managed to put the world's greatest swordsman at a disadvantage? The power gained at the cost of his soul was indeed formidable, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that beneath the thick smoke, Hawkeye emerged unscathed, having enveloped himself in armament hockey the moment the explosion occurred. As the smoke cleared, Hawkeye stood up from the small boat, knife held before him. Regardless of what had transpired with Kliick, he held no intention of taking him seriously. This man was unworthy of him. Drawing black blade, Yuru. Dracula, my hawk, meet your demise. Poison gas bomb. Kliick alternated his feet in the air, treading upon the very atmosphere, while the armor on his shoulders activated, launching several missiles toward him. But that was not all. His hands and leg joined in the assault slash of sword energy. Stormfoot. 3 techniques converge upon Hawkeye. Behold, Hawkeye, my hawk, the power I have obtained at the cost of my soul. Kliick's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. Should he vanquish the world's greatest swordsman, his name would echo throughout the world. The throne of the Pirate King would be within his grasp. A frog at the bottom of a well. Hawkeye shook his head, revealing a look of pity in his eyes. Kliick was nothing more than a woeful creature, foolishly attempting to defeat him with power he had obtained from unknown origins. An utterly ludicrous notion. He slightly raised his hand, a layer of darkness enveloping the knife, and struck out against Kliick's attacks with the knife. He unleashed a sword energy that soared skyward, even more colossal than that emitted by Kliick's weapon of war. Boom! The sword energy tore through the poison gas bomb, as well as Kliick's weapon of war and Stormfoot strike. How is this possible? Kliick watched in horror as his attack crumbled under Hawkeye's sword energy, akin to paper. This was the power he had obtained at the cost of his soul. How could it be so fragile? Yet, with no time to react, the knife's sword energy surged forward after dismantling his attacks. There was no escaping. Kliick felt his teeth grind in frustration. Damn it. The power to defeat the world's greatest swordsman was nothing but a lie. Clang. A layer of spiked cloak unfurled from his body, enveloping him entirely. Iron block, with double protection. Come at me, Hawkeye. Kliick's eyes reddened once more. Sizzle, alas. It was still as fragile as paper. The spiked cloak combined with his golden armor and the Navy's iron block could not withstand the sword energy, which sliced through instantly, inflicting a massive wound upon him. Blood gushing forth. Boom. Having lost his power, Kliick plunged into the sea. How could this happen? I traded my soul for this. The ruler of the East Sea, Admiral Kliick, has perished. Hawkeye gazed at the lifeless body before him, shaking his head in resignation. Who had bestowed upon him such misplaced confidence? With a swish, a wisp of gray, smoke-like substance emanated from Kliick's corpse. Alas, Hawkeye lacked the ability to perceive it. Am I truly dead? The gray mist harbored Kliick's consciousness. It turns out that there is indeed a soul after death. But having already relinquished mine, to where shall my soul now drift? He could not control his essence as the gray mist floated through the air, slowly drifting toward the naval vessel behind. How could this be? Is the Navy? No matter how foolish Kliick was, he now comprehended that the entity to whom he had just surrendered his soul was aboard this very naval ship. With a swish, the gray mist gradually merged into the body of a man clad in naval officer attire, his golden hair short and striking. I cannot accept this. Kliick's consciousness writhed in desperate struggle. This Navy had deceived him, promising power to defeat Hawkeye and to break the stalemate. All lies. He cursed the wretched Navy with every foul word he could muster in this lifetime. Regrettably, the perpetrator paid no heed to his outbursts. Thank you for your hospitality, East Sea ruler, remarked Naval Major Crowley, gazing at the vast sea with a smile. Crowley's face brightened at last. He had ensnared another fool. His eyes gleamed as a translucent attribute panel materialized before him, visible only to his eyes. Name: Crowley Rommel. Fruit: Paramecia type gift, fruit unawakened. Combat power: 3500. Skills: 1 intermediate Navy basic swordsmanship, ordinary swordsman level. 2 intermediate Navy 6 styles. Such a rudimentary attribute panel Crowley himself found it utterly unremarkable yet. What could he do? This was the culmination of 2 decades of effort, one must admit. Talent is not something that can be matched solely by hard work. However, as the saying goes, when strength is lacking, one must resort to external aids. Listening to Kliick's incessant chatter in his mind, he could not help but smile knowingly. Yet, he had no desire to converse with a deceased soul. He merely muttered, "What is borrowed must be returned." But there are no second chances here. As the voice in his mind faded, Kliick's soul finally vanished from this world. Although uncertain if realms such as heaven or hell existed, Crowley was certain that even if they did, Kliick would reach neither. With the absorption of the soul, the data on his attribute panel began to shift gradually. Name: Crowley Rommel. Fruit: Paramecia type, gift, fruit unawakened. Combat power: 4000. Skills: 1 intermediate Navy basic, swordsmanship ordinary, swordsman level. 2 intermediate Navy 6 styles. 3 intermediate weapon mastery. It appears that the Sovereign of the East Sea possesses a certain level of strength, as his soul not only endowed him with 500 points of spiritual power, but also granted him a new skill with 4,000 points of spiritual power. He has already reached the prowess of CP9S Rob, Lucha Major Crowley. It seems that the entire crew of the Kliick pirates has been annihilated, remarked a Marine, gazing at Hawkeye's formidable prowess, as if he were effortlessly demolishing his foes. Not to worry, this matter does not concern us. Let us proceed to the Baratie. I find myself quite famished. Crowley waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of indifference. Given the current circumstances, the 7 warlords of the sea and the navy are nearly aligned. Outsiders cannot reproach them for their actions. The most pressing concern now is to reach the Baratie, where the main characters congregate and delectable cuisine awaits. Furthermore, Hawkeye is headed in the same direction, providing an opportunity to witness the initial clash between Zoro and Hawkeye. The Baratie was bustling with patrons, predominantly pirates, yet they dared not cause a ruckus, for the chefs here were once pirates themselves, and the restaurant's owner, Zephyr, was renowned in the Grand Line as Redleg. As Crowley and his contingent of Marines entered the restaurant, an immediate hush fell over the establishment. Although they had seen Marines before, never had they encountered such a multitude. Even Sanji, who had been preparing to reprimand the wasteful Marine Lieutenant Fembuti, halted his actions. Was this a rescue party? Fembuti, adorned with iron rings on his fingers, initially intended to demonstrate his authority to the chef who had dared to speak harshly to him, but upon seeing Crowley in his major's uniform, he instantly wilted. This man was known to him, Major Crowley of the headquarters, adored by all female Marines and the object of envy for the male Marines, yet he dared not act out, as even his rank alone commanded respect. What transpired here? Crowley inquired, stepping between Sanji and Fembuti, his smile radiant as the sunlight. You've come in an opportune moment. He has wasted our restaurant's food. What do you propose we do? Sanji replied, lighting a cigarette with a calm demeanor, unyielding to the higher rank of his adversary. For in his eyes, food superseded all. The Straw Hat crew observed intently, ready to intervene if necessary. Is that so, Fembuti? Crowley, being from the same branch of the Navy, recognized him. Fembuti lowered his gaze to the discarded food, hesitant to speak. He had not forgotten Crowley's reputation within the headquarters. The typically affable and approachable Crowley would transform entirely upon discovering any vile conduct. In ordinary circumstances, he embodied a dove-like demeanor. However, when provoked, he exhibited a hawkish ferocity, earning the admiration of the formidable Admiral Akin. I was wrong, Fembuti admitted, squatting down to hastily gather the food and shove it into his mouth. This was the most prudent course of action. Otherwise, the sunlit demon known as Crowley might enact unspeakable retribution upon him. For these chefs were not mere pirates, and lacked any moral high ground. The crowd gazed in astonishment at Fembuti's actions, pondering the enigmatic nature of this individual whose mere inquiry prompted such a response. From a naval lieutenant, everything is fine. Everyone, please continue your meal, Crowley said with a wave and a smile, signaling that the patrons of Baratie could resume their dining. Captivated by his sunlit smile and handsome visage, Nami from the Straw Hat crew felt a faint blush grace her cheeks as she murmured, I never expected this naval officer to be. Rather dashing, he refrained from further conversation, taking a seat at an empty table beside the Straw Hat crew, his gaze drifting to the window, where a small boat was slowly approaching. Could it be? Zoro followed his line of sight, discovering the very goal he had pursued throughout his life. As the remnants of pirate ships and lifeless bodies drifted alongside Hawkeye, a sea of blood descended, overwhelming the atmosphere with an imposing presence. The entire crew at Baratie was struck with awe. Is this the sheer intimidation of the world's greatest swordsman? Luffy, I must go? Zoro trembled with excitement, his fingers grazing the 3 swords at his waist as he dashed out. The person he had long yearned for was right before him. How could he possibly contain himself? Surely not. How could he dare? That is the warlord of the sea, the world's foremost swordsman. The pirate hunter truly possesses audacity. The onlookers at Baratie erupted once more. This was no jest. To challenge the world's greatest swordsman is the dream of every swordsman. Yet not everyone possesses the courage to draw their sword in the presence of Hawkeye. The other swordsmen at Baratie certainly lacked such boldness. Upon witnessing Zoro's actions, Crocodile and the Straw Hat crew could no longer remain seated. They rose and exited the dining hall, where a battleground had already formed outside, ripe for spectators. However, Crocodile and the Straw Hats had differing intentions. He had no interest in the stark contrast between the two combatants, for he sought something else entirely. As Crocodile stepped outside, he beheld the individual he had been searching for, a frail man adorned with a gray scarf, the last remnant of the Kliick pirates, the demon known as Akin. Due to certain circumstances, he had arrived at Baratie ahead of his crew, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Among the bodies drifting with the remnants of the pirate ship lay that of Akin's captain, the pirate Admiral Kliick, whose condition was utterly ghastly. His chest bore a wound that seemed to cleave him in twain, a gaping hole that pierced through. It was nothing short of a miracle that he still floated upon the waves. Akin gripped his double crutches tightly, having been pursued by Hawkeye previously. He had hoped his captain would evade peril, but now calamity had struck. The entire pirate crew faced annihilation, utterly wiped out. While he could disregard the fate of the crew, he could not forsake the fate of his captain, Kliick. Though a scoundrel, Kliick had shown him great kindness. As Hawkeye approached, Akin's veins bulged with fury. He instinctively moved forward to demand an explanation, regardless of the title of the world's greatest swordsman. With his captain dead, he sought vengeance. But before he could take a step, a hand seized his head from behind and slammed it to the ground, rendering him immobile. I am a Navy officer. I know what you intend to do. Remain silent and watch, Crocodile declared as he released his grip, settling his weight upon Akin, using his formidable strength to pin him down completely. Damn the Navy. Let me go. You are clearly in league with that man. Kliick, Captain. Akin struggled, yet found himself utterly restrained. Be quiet and observe the vast chasm that separates you. Crawley lit a cigarette, his expression grave as he gazed ahead. Akin followed his gaze and saw a green-haired fellow removing a dark green scarf from his arm and tying it around his head. He unsheathed 3 swords from his waist and stood atop the wreckage of a pirate ship, laughing and conversing with Mihawk. Recognizing the disparity, he pondered silently. Mihawk stood up from the small boat and similarly leaped onto the wreckage, exchanging words with the green-haired man before smirking disdainfully. He removed a pendant from his chest, revealing a small dagger. Was he forsaking his grand sword for the sake of a mere dagger? Such arrogance seemed almost offensive. In response, the green-haired man, now infuriated, launched a tempest of attacks with his 3 swords toward Mihawk. Akin admitted that he had never witnessed such ferocity and swordsmanship in the East Blue. The swordsmen he had encountered previously paled in comparison. This green-haired adversary was formidable. He might not secure victory if he faced him. Yet, Mihawk effortlessly parried all attacks with just a dagger. After several exchanges, the green-haired man's swordplay intensified, but no matter his efforts, he could not land a single blow on Mihawk. Mihawk wielded his dagger with the nonchalance of a leisurely stroll, deflecting every strike as if he were merely toying with a child. How could this be? Was the gap so vast? Akin felt a profound sense of defeat rising within him. Observing the duel, he realized that he could not even measure up to the green-haired man, let alone Mihawk. Had he charged in recklessly, he would have been courting death. The Navy saved me? Akin glanced at the Navy officer sitting atop him. Crawley remained serious. His cigarette burned halfway down. It was not only Akin who felt this crushing sense of defeat. Crawley felt it too. He understood that Mihawk was nearing the pinnacle of power in this world, and he himself lacked even the right to glimpse that ceiling. There was much work to be done. As he watched Mihawk easily deflect Zoro's powerful 3,000 worlds before drawing his black sword, Yoru, and striking him, Crawley inhaled deeply and crushed the cigarette but into the floor. Strength must be augmented. Did you see the gap? Akin remained silent, but the grayness on his face betrayed his inner thoughts. As you said, we are allied with Mihawk, so I cannot allow you to seek trouble with him. And even if you did, it would be a death sentence. I recognize your talent. Come, serve under me, and I shall grant you strength, Crawley said with a smile. He almost scoffed at the absurdity of a pirate becoming a Navy officer, but just as he was about to speak, a flood of new information surged into his mind. The training methods of the Navy's 6 styles. This is. Crowley stared intently into his eyes, his voice laced with temptation as he said, "Only power can grant you vengeance, wouldn't you agree?" His abilities, the capacity bestowed by the fruit, were not solely about strength. The knowledge within his mind could also be transmitted. Witnessing the tragic demise of his captain, Kliick, the ferocious swordsmanship of the green-haired man, and the disdainful smile of Hawkeye. All of it drove him into madness, spiraling into despair. Very well. Where are we headed now? Akin stood on the deck of the naval vessel, gazing at Crowley, who lounged comfortably in a sun chair, basking in the sunlight. Do not rush. I must first attend to some matters in the East Blue before returning to headquarters. At that time, I will officially register you. You will be a formal member of the Navy, and your bounty will be revoked, Crowley replied, donning his sunglasses as he observed the cotton-like clouds against the azure sky. So where exactly are we going? He paused. Realizing he had not been particularly invested in the Navy's structure, he merely sought to know their destination. To Coco West Village. What for? Akin inquired. There is a rogue Navy unit there. At this, his tone turned chillingly severe. The sailors present shivered involuntarily at his words, even under the blazing sun. They felt a palpable chill. A rogue Navy unit. The Sunlight Demon, Major Crowley, is enraged. They recalled the disreputable behavior of certain Navy personnel back at headquarters and the horrific punishments they had endured at his hands. For this, Major Crowley had frequently appeared before military courts, each time being rescued by Admiral Akin. The sailors aboard the ship exhibited little reaction to the presence of a pirate brought in by their major. After all, Crowley reigned supreme on this vessel, and they dared not voice any objections. Furthermore, Major Crowley was renowned for his gentleness and amiability, as long as his bottom line was not crossed. They certainly did not wish to invite trouble from someone known as the Sunlight Demon. The distance from Coco West Village to the floating restaurant, Baratie, was not particularly far. However, due to the unfamiliarity with the route, the navigators aboard the ship took a considerable amount of time, half a day, to arrive. As they beheld the island adorned with windmills and orange trees, the sailors felt their spirits lift. Having been under prolonged strain, a scenic island was a rare opportunity for relaxation, and Major Crowley indeed had a kind heart. Yet, upon remembering that the Major had mentioned a rogue Navy unit on the island, their appreciation for the scenery diminished. You all saw it on the way here, right? Crowley inquired, standing at the forefront and addressing the sailors behind him. We did, Major. It was the ship of the 16th Division, and if I recall correctly, their commander is Colonel Mouse. A Marine immediately stood at attention and responded, just now, at the edge of the island, there was a naval vessel. Undoubtedly the ship referred to by the Rear Admiral as belonging to the disreputable Navy. However, there is also a pirate ship, another Marine interjected. At the island's perimeter, there lies a vessel adorned with the ram's head figurehead, bearing the Jolly Roger of the Straw Hat Pirates. My sole objective is to confront the disreputable Navy. Let's go? With a sweeping gesture, he led his men into the village in search of Captain Mouse and his crew. He held a particular disdain for the corrupt Navy, filled with incompetence, greed, and collusion between officials and criminals. If one chooses to be part of the Navy, they must embody the essence of a true Marine. Since you refuse to uphold the honor of a good Navy, then I, Crowley, shall ensure that you do not remain unscathed. Crowley revealed a wicked smile. Bang. Is this truly the work of your Navy? He exclaimed. Aaron and his gang not only commit murder, but also devastate entire towns. They now rule this island, trampling on lives, while you ignore this grave issue, scavenging from a thief. Navy, look into my eyes. Is this the conduct of the Navy? Is this the manner of the world government? The Navy and pirates conspiring together. TSK. What of it? Colonel Rat hoisted the bridge, a sly grin on his face. In his eyes, there was no thought of protecting civilians. Money and status were the very reasons he joined the Navy. I cannot pretend I have not heard this. You scoundrel Navy. A languid voice drifted into the courtyard. Who? Colonel Rat turned his head, bewildered by the audacity of someone daring to insult him. It's me, Colonel. Do you recognize me? Crowley squinted and smiled. Beside him stood Akin, who had been forced into a Navy uniform, with a multitude of Navy officers behind them. Major. Colonel Rat certainly did not recognize Crowley. How could he know a mere Marine from headquarters? However, he did recognize the Navy attire that Crowley donned, which was not worn by ordinary Marines. Go, that girl is injured. Crowley noticed Nami cradling the wounded Nojiko, shot by Colonel Rat, and immediately waved his hand. His crew lacked for neither medical personnel. Navy, get out. Do you think I will still trust you? Nami held Nojiko tightly, her eyes swollen and brimming with tears. The medic knelt down slowly, earnestly saying, "Little girl, please trust us. We are not like those scoundrel Navy." With that, he cast a fierce glare at Colonel Rat beside him. The soldiers on Crawley's ship were valiant and abhorred evil. Hurry, delay any longer, and your dear friend's injuries may become perilous. The medic rummaged through the medical kit anxiously. "Major, please allow me to explain." Colonel Rat's face turned pale. This young man with golden hair was indeed a major, a figure he could not afford to provoke. The sailors behind him also began to panic. What to do? They had committed numerous misdeeds under Colonel Rat. Oppressing the populace had become second nature. Akin, let me see your strength. Incapacitate them all. Crawley remained expressionless, merely casting a sidelong glance at Akin, speaking in a calm tone. He held no sympathy for the sailors behind Rat. Having chosen the wrong master and committed wrongdoings, they must be prepared to face the consequences. As you command, Akin coldly replied, gripping his twin staves, his understanding of Crawley elevating to new heights as he slowly approached the sailors led by Colonel Rat. No. I am your comrade. How can you do this? Even if we are at fault, we ought to. Colonel Mouse raised the gun in his hand, trembling as he aimed it at Akin. I detest being threatened with a gun, Akin murmured, his right hand moving deftly as his iron crutch shattered the pistol into fragments, commencing his ruthless display of prowess. What strength could a frail naval officer, who had spent his days oppressing the populace and colluding with pirates, possibly possess? His subordinates were even less formidable. Within mere moments, they all lay defeated on the ground, groaning in agony. Akin leisurely returned to Crowley's side, observing his countenance. What could one discern about strength from such a display of cruelty? I must admit, I am quite disappointed. If this is your true capability, I see little value in you following me. Crowley donned his sunglasses, exuding an air of frustration. Upon hearing his words, Akin wore a perplexed expression. What on earth? Hadn't it taken him less than a minute to dispatch this pathetic crew? Crowley refrained from further explanation as he approached the groaning Major Mouse, towering over him. Major, I was wrong. It was Aaron who forced my hand. I am innocent. Chuckling softly, Crowley remained indifferent, a sunlit smile gracing his lips. His subordinates, upon witnessing this expression, felt a tightening in their chests and instinctively retreated several steps. Even the medic hastily bandaged Noki and stood at a distance, clutching the medical kit. Nami and Akin exchanged bewildered glances, questioning the unfolding events. Akin, I meant not to incapacitate, but to utterly destroy. Crowley's eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, glinted with a bloodthirsty light as he lifted his foot and forcefully stomped down on Major Mouse's thigh. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed, accompanied by a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The volume resonated throughout the village. Major, I truly regret my actions. Please spare me. If Major Mouse had harbored any semblance of hope before, it had now vanished, reduced to a state of utter despair, tears streaming down his face. Akin, you must heed my words. Crowley tilted his head and flashed another smile towards the astonished Akin, then directed his foot toward the Major's arm. Crack! This time, Major Mouse didn't even have the opportunity to plead for mercy before succumbing to unconsciousness. Do you comprehend? Crowley inquired, his head tilted, a cheerful glint in his eyes as he regarded Akin. Akin, sweating profusely, looked at Crowley's once warm smile, now transformed into a visage of a demon. Brother, who among us was ever a pirate? I've never seen a pirate as ruthless as you. Nami was rendered speechless. Initially, she felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing Akin's brutality towards the Marines. Yet, when this golden-haired Navy officer shattered Major Mouse's leg, she was genuinely astonished. As she witnessed the Major, a mess of tears and snot, begging for mercy, she began to wonder if the situation had escalated too far, feeling an unexpected pang of sympathy for him. To her disbelief, this golden-haired Navy officer was still unsatisfied, proceeding to break one of the Major's arms. Now, she could scarcely differentiate between the good and bad Navy personnel. Upon seeing their commander's plight, Major Mouse's subordinates, disregarding their own injuries, scrambled to their feet, intent on fleeing. They could no longer bear to remain. This Major was no longer human, but a veritable demon. Where do you think you are going? Crowley inquired with a smile, his voice resonating with an unsettling authority that immobilized them as if their feet were nailed to the ground. Major, all of this was instigated by Mouse alone. It has nothing to do with us. We are innocent. We were compelled by circumstance. Please, spare us. Indeed. We dared not defy our commander. Otherwise, how could we survive? They dared not run, their voices low and pleading, genuinely terrified of the methods employed by this major general, which were even more ruthless than those typically witnessed from pirates. Even Nami felt a pang of compassion. These low-ranking sailors were merely trying to earn a living, unable to defy the orders of that scoundrel, Mouse. In this world, one must face the consequences of their actions, standing tall when met with punishment. Akin, do not let me down again, Crowley admonished them, enunciating each word with gravitas. Being an accomplice to evil is a grave transgression indeed. Suddenly, Akin realized that serving in the Navy was perhaps more challenging than being a pirate. At least he had not been subjected to such tormenting tasks before. In the East Blue, in the village of Coco West, at Nami's home, in the backyard orange grove, lay numerous Navy soldiers with severed limbs, their anguished cries echoing like the wails of slaughtered pigs, drawing the attention of the entire village. Upon witnessing this gruesome scene, the villagers were left in utter shock. How cruel could one be? Who dared to inflict such horrors upon Navy men? Was there no justice left? At this moment, Crowley removed his sunglasses, soothing the villagers. It's all right, it's all right. I have dealt with this disgraceful Navy. Rest assured, I will resolve any issues regarding Arlong, and you shall suffer no more. His sunlit smile brought a sense of warmth to the villagers. Was this the justice of the Navy? A palpable feeling of safety enveloped them. However, Nami, upon seeing his smile, felt an even deeper chill. He was indeed a terrifying individual. It was evident that men who smiled with narrowed eyes were monsters. Nami, is that you? We've been searching for you everywhere. Luffy and his companions, drawn by the sounds of distress, arrived. Oh dear, what has happened here? Luffy exclaimed, noticing the carnage around him. And that blonde-haired man is here too. He realized the cries must have come from these Navy men, but if that golden-haired sailor was present, who could have been responsible for this chaos? Crowley furrowed his brow upon hearing Luffy's address. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D, Luffy, Nami, are you in cahoots with him? He inquired deliberately. Of course we are. Luffy interjected loudly, unwilling to let go of the navigator he had so painstakingly recruited. No, she is clearly allied with Arlong. Crowley raised an eyebrow. You Navy scoundrel, what do you know? Nami's voice trembled with indignation. She joined Arlong's crew to save this village. This is common knowledge among all of us. We pretended not to know to avoid becoming a burden to her. Do you have any idea what kind of pain that child has endured to survive? Navy. At this moment, Nami's adoptive father, Mr. Akin, could no longer suppress his rage and roared in response. The villagers, who once regarded Crowley with favor, now glared at him with unrestrained fury. Crowley smiled faintly, having achieved his objective. Is that so, Nami? Luffy lowered the brim of his hat. Why didn't you tell us? What use would that have been? Haven T, I already facilitated your departure from this island. Nami's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Are we not comrades? Luffy bellowed. Very well. If you manage to defeat Arlong and his crew, I shall turn a blind eye to your pirate band, Crowley said slowly, his head bowed. The soldiers behind him wore puzzled expressions. With their rear admiral's strength, dispatching Arlong's gang would be a mere trifle. Why then? Did their rear admiral insist on this inexperienced youth taking charge? Leave it to us, Luffy declared, removing his straw hat and placing it atop Nami's head. He then led Zoro and the others towards Arlong Park, while Crowley and the villagers followed to watch. Let me show you what true power is, Akin. Crowley donned his sunglasses, revealing an ominous grin. The battle soon erupted, and the opulent Arlong Park quickly descended into chaos. Once a member of the Sun Pirates, Arlong found himself overwhelmed by Luffy. It seemed years of neglect had rendered him utterly defenseless. With a bounty of 20 million berries in the weakest East Blue, he truly disgraced the memory of his deceased captain, Fisher Tiger. As Arlong's robust body bore the marks of defeat, he felt a voice echoing in his mind. What a disgrace, Arlong, to be bested by a mere child. The voice unsettled him, causing him to be struck once more by Luffy and sent flying. Look at your current state. Do you still consider yourself a fishman? Once a member of the Sun Pirates, you have brought shame upon yourself. The jeering laughter reverberated in Arlong's mind, agitating his spirit further. Who are you? Arlong roared, the implication of not being worthy of the title fishman igniting his fury. I am a comrade of the rat, and soon you shall be defeated by this little brat before you. Are you willing to accept that? Do you desire power? The Navy? Such foolish dreams. I, Arlong, will never accept the Navy's strength. He struck at Luffy with all his might, venting his pent-up rage. Bang, bang, bang. Alas, blinded by fury, Arlong, who was already no match for Luffy, lost his composure and missed his attacks, succumbing to the relentless barrage of rubber fists. Should you lose here, you shall find yourself imprisoned in the underwater prison once more. Do you wish to be rescued by Jinbei again? To once more gaze upon his condescending eyes? To endure humiliation anew? I can grant you power, the power to defeat this brat before you. You will dominate Coco Village, rule the East Blue, and even triumph over Jinbei, returning to Fishman Island as a hero. Simply offer your soul to me, and I shall bestow upon you strength. Strength. The seductive whispers incessantly echoed in Arlong's mind, akin to the temptation that led Adam and Eve to partake of the forbidden fruit. Rubber. Rubber. Luffy extended his leg like a colossal axe, aiming it towards Arlong. With eyes aflame, Arlong gritted his teeth and declared, "Good. Bestow upon me strength. The contract is established. Bestow and repay in kind." The madness flickered in Crocodile's eyes, concealed beneath his sunglasses. In an instinctive surge, a newfound power erupted within Arlong, propelling him forward as he vanished from sight, leaving Luffy's rubber axe to strike nothing but air. This was the Marine's 6 styles, sorrow. The shock was palpable not only among the Marines behind Crocodile, but even Arlong himself, who was astounded to discover that the so-called strength was indeed the Marine's 6 styles. His face darkened as he grappled with the irony of using the very techniques he despised. Little did he know that the power he had exchanged his soul for was none other than the Marine's 6 styles. Observe the practical application of the Marine's 6 styles. Crocodile intoned expressionlessly to Jinbei. Jinbei glanced up at his indifferent face, realizing that this was the scheme behind it all, to demonstrate what true power entailed. How could he have orchestrated such a thing to provide him with a clearer understanding of the Marine's techniques? Was this person truly a Marine? It seemed this individual possessed the ability to directly bestow strength. Though rage simmered within Arlong, he felt powerless. He could only blame his momentary lapse in judgment for heeding that voice. Yet, his foremost concern remained defeating the young foe before him. Jeppo. Nose pistol. He leapt into the air, extending his neck, his sharp nose gleaming coldly like a spear, targeting Luffy. Observing this scene, Crocodile smirked slightly. Despite his outward reluctance to wield the Marine's 6 styles, he had secretly mastered the moves. What once was a simple finger poke had been transformed into a nose pistol, and his transitions were impressively fluid. Thankfully, Crocodile refrained from imparting his own formidable power of 4,000 points. Otherwise, Luffy might have truly faced defeat. The mere gift of the Marine's 6 styles was a ploy to vex him, to witness whether he would prioritize dignity or life in the face of mortal peril. It appeared that Arlong prioritized his own survival, which was understandable, yet it could never measure up to his captain, the indomitable Fisher Tiger. The contrast was stark. However, Luffy was not one to succumb merely because his opponent had acquired an intermediate level of the Marine's 6 styles. After several rounds of combat, Arlong's performance astonished Crocodile. In a remarkably brief period, he had fused the Marine's techniques with fishman karate, even managing to press Luffy back. This opponent was employing techniques that were decidedly different. Breathing heavily, Luffy regarded him with perplexity, noting that the speed of his attacks bore a resemblance to those of Captain Kuro, yet they were executed with even greater swiftness. However, much like a spoon, there exists a certain rhythm. Within Luffy's heart, a profound realization began to dawn upon him. He gradually discerned the patterns of the shave technique, thus enabling him to confront Arlong with increasing confidence and ease. Crawley gazed at the scene before him, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that the true beneficiary would be Luffy. This experience was undeniably accelerating Luffy's growth. Surely, in the future, Luffy would find it considerably easier to contend with users of the Marine's 6 styles. With a swift motion, Luffy seized the rapidly moving Arlong, once more shattering his reinforced long nose. Bang! Arlong's head collided forcefully with the stone floor, embedding itself deep into the earth. Arlong defeated. Crowley shook his head. The aura of the protagonist is indeed the aura of the protagonist. Even if that fellow Aaron mastered the 6 powers of the Navy, it would be of no avail. As he is still no match for Luffy, he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to drag the defeated fishmen and cast them onto the naval warship. Ladies and gentlemen, the mountains may change, but the rivers shall flow eternally. Crowley stood at the bow of the warship, cupping his fist in salute to the people on the island. Nami watched him with a somewhat complex expression. Perhaps the situation in Kokoyashi village could indeed be transformed, thanks in part to this Navy officer. He had already informed the 16 divisions of the East Blue, ordering the retrieval of those disgraceful Navy members who had lost arms and legs. Corrupt Navy officials are legally deemed no different from pirates. Crowley exhibited a zero-tolerance policy towards such matters. As he distanced himself from Coco West Village, his gaze turned cold, fixating on Aaron, bound to the mast. "How are you, Aaron?" he inquired. "It's you." Aaron, bloodied and battered, struggled to lift his head, recognizing the voice of the Navy officer before him as the very one that had tempted him in his mind. What a charade, these so-called comrades of the rat. "You are truly Navi," Crowley scoffed. Fury ignited within Aaron. He no longer felt shame in having been bested by that impish figure. The true humiliation lay in facing this man, a wave of disgrace washing over him. He had resorted to employing the Navy's tactics to preserve his life, only to ultimately fail and be ridiculed by them. "This is worse than death. Kill me, Navy," he bellowed, his bloodshot eyes wide with despair, longing to escape the world that had become unbearable. "I was thinking the same," Crowley replied, drawing his sword and positioning it against Aaron's throat. "Do not harm our brother Aaron." Two voices cried out in unison. His subordinates, Gio and Kliick, shouted defiantly. "Oh, how intriguing. Why should I not harm your brother Aaron?" Crowley tilted his head, observing the two of them tightly bound. The two fishmen remained silent, glaring at him with a fierce intensity. Had they not been restrained, they would have relished the opportunity to rend Crowley apart. Yet, what could they do? As prisoners, they were powerless. "Do you desire power? The strength to rescue your brother? If only you would relinquish your souls." The voice echoed within their minds. "I am willing," the two murmured, bowing their heads, teeth clenched tightly. For the sake of their brother Aaron, they would do anything. "No, what have you done?" Aaron exclaimed, realizing that Gio and Kliick had also succumbed to the insidious allure of the accursed Navy. The devil's temptation. Crowley shook his head with a smile. Indeed, when one is forced to the brink, even the devil's invitation may be accepted. The contract is established. Gifts must be repaid, since the mid-level skills of the Navy's 6 styles lent to Aaron have yet to be returned. He could only divide his 4,000 combat points into 2 portions to lend to Gio and Kliick. His abilities have reached this limit. The powers of the devil fruit must be developed gradually. After all, he has only recently acquired it. Boom, boom. The two, now infused with explosive strength, instantly broke free from their bindings, raising their fists to strike at Crowley. Bang. Aji's dual crutches blocked their blows as he lifted his head and coldly declared, "Do not act as if I am invisible." Even with their newfound power, Aji regarded them with disdain. He had been practicing the Navy's 6 styles for some time and had mastered the basics. Thus he remained unperturbed by the two fishmen. "You bastard." Aaron bit his lip, crimson blood staining his chest. "With your vile deeds, you shall surely descend into hell. But alas, your soul belongs to me. You shall not have the chance to enter the abyss." Crowley displayed a look of pity, yet his subordinate showed no mercy. With a swift motion, his longsword severed Aaron's head. "Brother Aaron!" The two screamed, their eyes bloodshot with fury. Unfortunately, their wrath was but impotent rage, as they could not breach Aji's defensive line. Swish. A gray mist emerged from Aaron's lifeless body, merging into Crowley's form. Ignoring the meaningless ramblings of Aaron's soul, he chose to absorb it directly. The attribute panel before him shifted once more. Name, Crowley Rommel Fruit. Superhuman Gift Fruit. Awakening Pending. Combat Points. 6,000 Skills. 1. Mid-level Navy Basic Swordsmanship. Ordinary Swordsman Level 2. Mid-level Navy 6 Styles 3. Mid-level Weapon Mastery 4. Mid-level Fishman Karate 5. Underwater breathing. Crowley wore a look of delight. For Aaron's soul had elevated his power level to an impressive 6,000, surpassing even CP9's Lucci. Moreover, it had bestowed upon him 2 remarkable abilities, Fishman Karate, which needed no further explanation, and the vital skill of underwater breathing. Being a devil fruit user, he was acutely aware that falling into the sea would spell his doom. However, with the newfound ability to breathe underwater, he had effectively eradicated that peril. The haul was bountiful. Indeed, this venture was far from a loss. His gaze shifted towards Gio and Kurobi, the 2 dimwits who had unwittingly succumbed to his persuasion and signed a contract ensuring that their souls would belong to him upon their demise. "Akin, eliminate them." "As you command." Akin, resembling an emotionless automaton, swung his dual canes and struck the heads of the 2 fishmen. Bang, bang. Their skulls burst open like overripe watermelons. 2 souls merged with Crowley, and his smile deepened with satisfaction. Name, Crowley Rommel Fruit. Superhuman Series, Paramecia Fruit. Awakening Not Yet Attained. Power Level 8,000 Skills. 1. Intermediate Naval Swordsmanship. Ordinary Swordsman Level 2. Intermediate 6 Powers of the Navy 3. Intermediate Weapon Mastery 4. Advanced Fishman Karate 5. Underwater breathing, the two fishmen had further augmented his power by 2,000, while also elevating the recently acquired fishman karate skill to an advanced level. Clear the deck, Crawley commanded, gesturing for his subordinates to dispose of the 3 deceased fishmen by casting them into the sea. Major, what shall we do with the remaining fishmen? Inquired a sailor. Saluting respectfully. They are of no worth. Eliminate them all. Crawley had no intention of taking prisoners. He lacked the inclination to send criminals to the underwater prison. The most effective way to deal with villains was to eliminate them decisively. The sailors had no objections. They understood that their major belonged to the hawkish faction. Wait. Release this one. He cast a glance at the octopus, Little 8, who was tied in the corner. Upon hearing this, the despair-stricken Little 8 gazed incredulously at Crawley. Why release me? I know you. Your nature is kind. I hope you refrain from such actions in the future. Crawley nodded solemnly. Little 8, overwhelmed with gratitude, bowed deeply in appreciation before leaping into the sea, eager to distance himself from this nightmarish naval vessel. Akin observed Little 8's retreating figure in the water, disdain evident on his face. He had no faith in Crawley's disingenuous words. After spending considerable time with him, he had come to understand Crawley's true nature. Outwardly charming and affable, yet harboring a darkness so profound that it made even the cold-blooded killer within him feel a tinge of apprehension. Crawley did not spare Xiao Ba merely due to his words. Rather, he was aware of the friendship between Xiao Ba and the enigmatic Rayleigh, and thus chose to extend a personal favor to Rayleigh. After all, the future is uncertain, and it is possible that he may someday find himself in need of Rayleigh's assistance. Come, Akin, let us give it a try. He beckoned to Akin, eager to ascertain the extent of his newfound strength after having absorbed so many souls he had lured. All right. Akin nodded, choosing not to elaborate. His willingness to serve Crawley stemmed from his desire to grow stronger, with the ambition of one day challenging Mihawk and avenging his captain, Kliick. Little did he know, Kliick had been entirely betrayed by Crawley. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, using his dual hooks to strike at Crawley's head at an unusual angle. Crack! Crawley's palms were slightly spread apart, and with a gentle lift, his 2 canes seemed utterly incapable of striking down. It was as if an invisible barrier lay between the canes and Crawley's hands, preventing any descent. Crawley smiled gently, his palm exerting a delicate force as he flicked the 2 crutches away. Recalling his fist, he launched a slow yet deliberate punch towards Akin. The fishman karate, a technique of 3,000 tiles, unleashed its power, sending a wave of force through the moisture-laden air towards Akin. Though evasion was possible, Akin chose to withstand the blow, employing his still awkward mastery of the iron block to absorb Crawley's strike. Bang! The seemingly languid punch, however, unleashed its damage by vibrating the moisture in the air, triggering a violent reaction within Akin's own bodily fluids. The explosive force propelled him backward, and before he could even register his astonishment, blood surged from his mouth as he plummeted from the warship into the sea. When he finally surfaced, he found Crawley standing with his hands behind his back, smiling faintly. Your strength has yet to reach a commendable level. What are your thoughts on the devil fruits? Crawley inquired. Many in this world still resist the allure of the devil fruits, fearing the fate of becoming landlocked. It matters not, as long as I grow stronger, Akin replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a sense of bitter reluctance evident in his tone. He had not anticipated such a vast disparity between himself and Crawley, a revelation that further undermined his confidence. How could he possibly challenge Mihawk and avenge his captain under such circumstances? Upon hearing this, Crawley nodded. It seemed imperative to procure a devil fruit for Akin, as it was undeniable that in the realm of pirates, a devil fruit was the most expedient means of enhancing one's power. Lieutenant, a pirate ship has been sighted ahead. A marine rushed over and saluted. Have you confirmed their identity? It is the fierce tiger pirate crew, led by Captain Elvis, with a bounty of 80 million berry. Crawley furrowed his brow. Are there any pirates with such high bounties in the East Sea? We have not yet departed from its waters. Elvis hails from the West Sea, and it is indeed a venture into the Grand Line. I wonder what brings him to the East Sea. Crawley's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he inquired. Is this Elvis a user of a devil fruit? Indeed. Elvis possesses the abilities of a Zoan-type devil fruit, specifically the cat fruit, granting him the form of a tiger. Let us pursue him, he exclaimed as a bold idea took shape in his mind. The tiger pirates had long since spotted the naval vessel. Although the rank of the officers aboard remained unknown, their captain, Elvis, was no fool. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the Grand Line, he was a seasoned pirate, well aware of his own limitations. Years of evasion had instilled in him a calm and composed demeanor. Despite being a Zoan-type user of the cat fruit in its tiger form, he was far from reckless. Now was not the time to engage the Navy. He still had crucial matters to attend to. With a serious expression, Elvis turned to his navigator and asked, "How far are we from our destination?" "Captain, we are nearing it. Approximately half an hour of sailing left," came the reply. "Very well, maintain maximum speed and be vigilant against any attacks from the pursuing Navy." "I need to devise a strategy," Elvis declared, his eyes glinting with fierce determination. Though he was not one to instigate conflict, he was equally not one to shy away from it. Crowley gazed intently at the pirate ship as it hastened its retreat, letting out a cold snort, convinced that such a maneuver would enable their escape. Recently, he had acquired a skill in weapon proficiency, and now seemed the perfect opportunity to put it to the test. With commanding control over the deck-mounted mortar, his eyes gleamed with determination. Armed with this newfound skill, wielding the mortar felt as natural as an extension of his own body. Boom. The weapon proficiency skill encompassed more than mere knowledge of various weapons. It also bestowed unparalleled accuracy in aiming. Crowley even speculated that once this skill reached its zenith, he might very well master the art of observation hockey. The shell soared toward the pirate vessel at breakneck speed, utterly unavoidable due to its cunning angle. Even the helmsman's attempts to evade were futile. Whoosh! A streak of crimson sword aura shot forth from the deck. Boom! The shell erupted in midair. Elvis, brandishing his long sword, squinted slightly. It appeared this warship was no ordinary vessel, as it harbored a marksman of exceptional prowess. Yet, he was not to be underestimated. As a pirate, he understood the value of retribution. He was no exception. Although the ship's mortar lacked the range to strike effectively against the Navy, he possessed the finest weapon of all. Taking a deep breath, Elvis elevated his long sword with a surge of fervor, radiating an aura of crimson light. With a powerful swing, he unleashed a formidable strike, sending forth a dense wave of red sword energy, which surged across the ocean like a ferocious tiger, aiming to rend the warship asunder. Should Elvis's swordsmanship ascend further, his sword energy might materialize into a tangible tiger, propelling his strength to unprecedented heights. This massive wave of sword energy bore down upon the warship like a grinding millstone. His weapon, a heavy sword, was complemented by a fighting style that emphasized sheer strength, instilling in Elvis a profound confidence in his power. A grave expression settled upon Crowley's face by merely assessing the swordsmanship displayed. It was evident that this so-called pirate with an 80 million berry bounty far surpassed his own skills. At that moment, he was filled with a fervent desire to confront the naval officers responsible for issuing such a ludicrous bounty. The strength of this pirate was undoubtedly in the realm of over 100 million. "Akin, join me," Crowley stated with a seriousness that brooked no argument. He was acutely aware of the peril they faced. Should they be struck by that formidable sword energy, they would surely plunge into the depths of the sea. Akin, raising his gaze to inquire, was met with Crowley extending his own sword towards him. In his mind, a surge of information emerged, the fundamentals of naval swordsmanship. To bestow, albeit temporarily. Crowley assumed his stance, the sea breeze billowing his cloak as he unleashed a powerful straight punch. Sharkwave. This was the most formidable technique he had mastered thus far. The force of his punch stirred the moisture in the air, cascading in layers as it surged toward the dense, crimson aura of sword energy. Meanwhile, Akin raised his longsword, harnessing the power that Crowley had just lent him, and executed a crescent moon sword strike. The punch and the sword energy clashed, both converging upon the formidable sword energy that seemed poised to transform into a ferocious tiger. A resounding thud echoed across the sea, sending colossal waves crashing upwards, culminating in a towering column of water. Ultimately, it all dissipated into nothingness, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Elvis, seated on the ground, gasped for breath. That last blow had exerted a significant toll on his body, requiring the full strength of his being. He knew he could not wield such force frequently, or else he would have charged at the warship without hesitation, showing no fear of the Navy. Fortunately, the naval forces aboard that ship did not appear particularly formidable. Though two individuals caught his attention, one a swordsman not as skilled as he, and the other a Navy officer wielding an inexplicable power. With a furrowed brow, he realized that facing two opponents would severely undermine his confidence. "Captain, land ho. We can see the island." The voice of the navigator rang with excitement, and Elvis's expression brightened considerably. Standing at the bow of the ship, he indeed spotted a lush, verdant island, a medium-sized landmass crowned by a towering mountain that pierced the clouds. What island is that? Crawley inquired of his navigator. Sir, that is Golden Island. Golden Island? Is that the one associated with the notorious Golden Pirate, Unanimous? Crawley pondered, his thoughts deepening. Indeed, that band of pirates is likely drawn by the allure of the golden treasure. How foolish to believe in such ethereal legends, the navigator scoffed. Unanimous treasure. The Golden Pirate, Unanimous, had perished long ago, rumored to possess a third of the world's gold, capable of illuminating the night as brightly as day. After his death, the whereabouts of that gold vanished without a trace. Legends held that Unanimous had concealed his treasure in a secret location, giving rise to the myth of the Golden Bounty. Because of this tale, Unanimous' homeland, Golden Island, had become a frequent haunt for pirates. The local inhabitants, beleaguered by the incessant harassment and invasions by pirates, were forced to flee in search of refuge, often cursing the legendary pirate for their plight. If such a treasure existed, it would have long been claimed. How could it possibly remain? Crawley mused, stroking his chin, aware that his knowledge of the narrative revealed the so-called golden treasure to be a ruse. Yet, matters seemed far more intricate than they appeared. Captain, the Navy is in pursuit. The Tiger pirate crew had anchored at the shore of Golden Island, yet the pirate subordinates could still see the naval ships relentlessly chasing them. Fear not. Do they truly believe that Golden Island is so easily breached? Elvis curled his lip disdainfully and remarked that others believed this Golden Island to be merely an ordinary mythical isle. In truth, it was far more complex. If he had not possessed certain information, he would never have forsaken entry into the New World to venture to the weakest East Sea. The pirates here couldn't even withstand a single blow from him, which was profoundly disappointing. Captain, what shall we do about our ship? One subordinate inquired. Let the Navy take it all. They won't survive long anyway. Once I acquire the treasure, there will certainly be a place for me in the New World. As he spoke, Elvis erupted into a maniacal laughter. Follow me. Those Navy scoundrels shall not set foot on the island. He silenced his laughter, his gaze turning icy. Determined, he plunged into the woods. Whalestone sculpture, whalestone sculpture. Elvis murmured to himself, glancing around. Suddenly, he exclaimed, found it. In the southern grove, a vast clearing displayed a stone sculpture of a spouting whale, yet it was surrounded by a group of people, pirates, it seemed. Elvis's countenance darkened. How could there be others who had arrived first? Damn it, why were they inspecting this whale sculpture? Did they know something? He observed as the leading pirate and his gang busily hammered away at the sculpture, and his heart sank. This crew was also privy to the secret. He had thought his discovery was unique. The infamous Golden Pirate, Unanimous, was utterly unreliable. Stop right there. Elvis could no longer contain himself and strode forward, shouting. He figured that with his bounty of 80 million berries, these pirates would afford him some respect. After all, pirates were inherently opportunistic. Fearing the strong while bullying the weak, he felt a surge of confidence. What are you even supposed to be? Came the brusque reply. A hefty red-haired brute evidently oblivious to Elvis's reputation, showing him no courtesy whatsoever. Yet even a mud doll retained some semblance of its origins. Being hunted by the Navy was one thing, but now a stranger dared to speak to him in such a manner? When did the pirates of the East Sea grow so audacious? Who do you think I am? Elvis unsheathed the heavy sword strapped to his back. Having consumed the zoan fruit of the tiger, he had long suppressed his fiery temper, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to contain. It is known that one's character can be influenced by the devil fruit. Who do you think I am? Facing Elvis's imposing demeanor with unwavering resolve, Edarago raised his chin defiantly, directing his nose toward him, and retorted with equal fervor. As tensions escalated, the crew of pirates gathered around their captain, quietly sharing the details of their adversary's identity. The captain of the Golden Dragon Pirates, Edarago, held a bounty of 75 million berries. At last, Elvis comprehended his opponent's identity. He was not merely a local pirate of the East Blue, but had also journeyed from the Grand Line, rendering them kindred spirits in their quest. Now, what piqued his curiosity was the extent of this red-haired savage's knowledge regarding the secret of the golden treasure. Since both sought the same prize, why not consider an alliance? A glint of cunning sparkled in Elvis's eyes as he contemplated assessing this fool's intelligence, ready to eliminate him if necessary. After all, with a bounty of only 75 million berries, he hardly posed a formidable threat. I have no need to ally with a weakling. However, Edarago remained unyielding. Perceiving this seemingly less robust adversary as no match for him, would a pirate condescend to ally with someone weaker? It was always a case of the strong preying upon the weak. Damn it! How dare he show such disrespect? Unable to contain his fury any longer, Elvis drew his heavy sword, launching an attack on Edirago. Who would have thought he would endure such indignity in the East Blue? With a resounding clash, Edirago, donning a pair of golden iron gauntlets, effortlessly caught the heavy sword mid-air with a single hand. Witnessing his weapon halted by a mere hand ignited a furious rage within Elvis. So, it's a contest of strength, is it? Having trained in the art of wielding heavy swords, he could not possibly accept defeat in this domain. His arm muscles swelled as he exerted more force, pressing the black sword downward. The two engaged in a fierce contest, neither willing to yield. Edirago matched him, gripping the sword tightly, the golden nails producing a series of shrill sounds against the blade. With each passing moment, their feet sank into the ground. In unison, their other hands joined the struggle, channeling their full strength into the clash. Curse it! How could this red-haired savage possess greater strength than I? Elvis roared inwardly. Unable to bear the humiliation of being outmatched in power, he would not concede. With a thunderous roar, a primal growl erupted from his throat. He could not afford to lose in strength. In a desperate bid for dignity, the sound of cracking bones resonated as dark yellow fur began to sprout from his body, forming a distinctive black pattern on his forehead, while his teeth morphed into dagger-like fangs. He transformed, growing in size. The cat fruit, tiger form, half-beast transformation. For a user of a Zoan-type devil fruit, to lose in terms of strength was utterly unacceptable. The tiger's claw gripped the black heavy sword, which, amidst its powerful grasp, appeared diminutive. The newly empowered Elvis gradually pressed forward against Edirago, reclaiming his dignity through sheer strength. A smirk curled upon his lips. How could he possibly be outmatched in power? Yet, unbeknownst to him, Edirago's mouth gaped wide, emanating a brilliant azure light, as if absorbing some ethereal substance from the air. With a thunderous roar, Edirago amassed the azure particles in his mouth into a concentrated beam of light, which shot forth directly, striking Elvis's robust form. Boom! Elvis was caught completely off guard and sent hurtling away. Edirago, shaking his slightly aching hand, burst into hearty laughter upon witnessing Elvis's predicament. It was vital to remember that he was not the only devil fruit user present. He, too, bore powers, specifically those of a paramecia type, the soundwave fruit. The status of Zoan-type devil fruit users was notoriously low within the Grand Line, a well-known fact. How could a Zoan user hope to triumph over a paramecia? However, in his beastly form, the resilient Elvis quickly regained his footing, having merely sustained a surface wound from the attack. Yet, his fury was palpable. His dignity was shattered. Just as he was catching his breath and preparing to retaliate, a voice rang out, announcing, "The Navy has arrived." Upon hearing this, Edirago paused, swiftly organizing his crew for a retreat. Even a brute like him understood that confronting the Navy head-on was folly. While he might dispatch one wave, a subsequent one would inevitably follow, and what if it contained a naval officer? He had no desire to meet his end just yet. Peering through the telescope, Elvis saw Crowley and a battalion of Navy personnel disembarking from their ship, treading upon the sandy shore. Damn it! The Navy had already landed. Make way, he bellowed, shoving Edirago aside as he raised his heavy sword high. Initially irked by this audacious display from the stubborn tiger, Edirago was momentarily taken aback by the action. What was he planning? The stone sculpture of the whale was intended to indicate the location of a hidden treasure, as per the map's directions, which pointed to the treasure's resting place at the western mountains. Yet, whether it lay within a cave or at the summit remained uncertain. Moreover, the stone's hardness was exceptional, surpassing even that of iron. Unbeknownst to Edirago, Elvis possessed a different set of intelligence, one that assured him that after triggering the mechanism, this island would be forever sealed from intruders. 1,000-pound sword. Explode. He maintained the posture of a tiger-like half-beast, ensuring that his strength could be maximally unleashed. With a black heavy sword raised high, crimson light clung to it as he brought it down with tremendous force. The air vibrated with a dull resonance, the sheer power prompting doubts as to whether the sword's radiance might shatter. Boom. The heavy sword's strike surprisingly did not obliterate the whale stone sculpture. It merely inflicted several cracks upon its surface. Elvis sighed, acknowledging the prowess of Unanimous. His muscular arms flexed as he hoisted the heavy sword once more, striking down again with great force. Thousand Gene sword. Shatter. Thousand Gene sword. Shatter. Thousand Gene sword. Shatter. After employing the heavy sword technique 3 more times, he finally shattered the whale stone sculpture completely, sending fragments flying, leaving Elvis utterly exhausted. Clearing the debris, he discovered a stone slab beneath, What is this? Edrag stared wide-eyed. For his map contained no record of such a thing. Elvis disregarded him, pressing a tiger claw firmly upon the slab. As his power was released, the slab sank downwards. Clang! The descending slab crumbled into powder. Thunderous sounds of mechanical gears echoed beneath the ground, causing the entire island to tremble slightly. What on earth is happening? Edrag's expression turned grotesque. He detested the feeling of being uninformed. What exactly had this man done? What was transpiring on this island? I am saving us. Elvis cast a disdainful glance at him and replied coolly. With binoculars in hand, the two observed the unknown changes occurring along the coast of Golden Island. Is there truly treasure on Golden Island? Akin raised an eyebrow at Crowley. Perhaps. Crowley furrowed his brow. The inexplicable noise from earlier on the island instilled a sense of foreboding within him. What secrets does this island conceal? Clang, clang, clang. A resounding noise emanated from the edge of the sandy beach, louder than before, accompanied by the whirring of turning gears. Before the naval officers. Gravel surged at the beach's edge near the woods, wind rising to whip up sand and dust. Boom, boom, boom. As the sandstorm swelled, the sound morphed into the clatter of stones. Under the gaze of the onlookers, enormous hands emerged from the beach's edge, hands crafted from rounded stones. What in the world is this? The sheer number of stone hands made Akin curse in disbelief. The stone hands propped up the beach, revealing the full form of their master, a colossal creature composed entirely of round stones, standing over 3 meters tall. Stone giants. A multitude of stone beings emerged from the depths of the earth. Along the shoreline, every half-meter, a stone creature erupted from the ground, advancing slowly towards the naval personnel. It appeared they were not here to offer a warm welcome. Bang! One of the sailors could not restrain himself and fired a shot. Yet it left not a single mark upon the stone figure. This was no ordinary stone. Was it the handiwork of a devil fruit user? Crowley muttered to himself. Swish. Akin sprang into action, brandishing his twin crutches as he aimed to strike at one of the stone being's rounded heads. Clang. The stone emitted a dull thud. Despite pouring all his strength into the blow, he merely dislodged a few fragments from the creature's head, unable to create even a fissure. Akin felt a surge of alarm, evading the stone being's sluggish assault and swiftly retreating. Fortunately, the stone creatures moved at a leisurely pace. Otherwise, escape would have posed a significant challenge. However, despite their slow speed, the sheer number of these stone beings was overwhelming as they advanced in a parallel formation towards the naval forces. When encirclement was complete, annihilation would surely follow. Scatter, Crowley commanded. Akin's earlier strike had provided him insight into the resilience of these stone beings, and he realized that if he devoted his strength, he could certainly destroy several of them. Yet, he feared exhaustion might ensue, complicating matters further. He needed to experiment. If these stone beings were indeed the work of a devil fruit user, they would likely have a fear of seawater. And the ocean lay just behind him. Perhaps it was worth a try. Splash. Crowley dipped his hand into the ocean, savoring the refreshing chill amidst the sweltering heat. A wave of weakness washed over him. His newly acquired ability to breathe underwater merely allowed him to inhale the ocean's air. Yet it did nothing to mitigate the debilitating effects of the seawater on his demonic fruit powers. Nevertheless, these were trifling concerns. He crouched down, submerging his body beneath the surface, raising both hands to shoulder height, palms slightly cupped, as if to grasp the very essence of the seawater. With a mighty surge, he hurled the captured currents from his back. The forceful torrent, illuminated by the sun, formed a miniature rainbow, cascading directly onto the stone beings upon the beach. Crash! The water unleashed a tremendous force, striking the stone figures and toppling 2 of them to the ground. The remaining seawater splashed onto the sand, akin to a gentle rain shower. Yet, the downstone beings swiftly regained their footing, advancing steadily towards the naval forces. Astonishingly, this was not the manifestation of a demonic fruit's prowess. A jolt of realization coursed through Crowley. If it were not the fruit's power, then it must be the might of technology. Were these stone beings mere automatons? The trajectory of technological advancement seemed severely skewed. Bang! Ultimately, the naval forces found themselves cornered at the shoreline, with no retreat in sight. The stone beings displayed their formidable strength, their massive stone fists raised, ready to strike at the Navy. In a state of desperation, the Navy dared not engage directly. They could only plunge into the sea to evade the onslaught. Deprived of their targets, the stone beings ceased their pursuit into the water, instead forming a steadfast barrier along the shore, like loyal sentinels stationed on a small island. Together, They created an impenetrable 3-meter-high wall, effectively sealing off the island of gold. Who would have imagined that pirates were aware of such defenses on Golden Island? This indicated the presence of something significant within. Crowley could not bear to watch the pirates seize the treasure while he remained powerless, unable to intervene. Surrendering without a fight was simply inconceivable. How could he turn the tide? "See, I saved us," Elvis proclaimed triumphantly, lowering his telescope as he addressed Edrago. "Just a few minor naval officers. I can easily handle them." Edrago, unable to fathom Elvis's cautious demeanor, harbored a silent disdain for his cowardly behavior. "It seems you possess quite a bit of knowledge about this island," he remarked, feeling a pang of envy upon realizing that Elvis was aware of the mechanisms concealed beneath the whale sculpture. While his own painstakingly obtained treasure map paled in comparison to this dead tiger. "No, I only know about the whale sculpture. You still need to take me to the actual treasure location." Elvis, upon hearing his words, waved his hand in surprise and replied. Yet a glimmer of shrewdness sparkled in his small eyes. How could he possibly be candid with this fool? After their recent encounter, he realized that the disparity in their strengths was not as significant as he had initially thought. Should a confrontation arise, it would likely result in mutual destruction. Thus, it would be wiser to proceed cautiously, observing whether he could exploit the island's mechanisms to outsmart this individual on their treasure-hunting journey. Edgar, perceiving the obvious flattery in Elvis's words, inwardly scoffed, thinking that this man truly considered him a simpleton. Yet he was equally aware that he, too, harbored secrets regarding his own capabilities. "Very well, let us embark together in search of the treasures of Golden Island." The two exchanged glances and clasped each other's hands, signifying their alliance, while both erupted into laughter, though a fierce glint flickered in their eyes, one that foretold of impending betrayal. The two, each concealing ulterior motives, began to feign camaraderie. In the realm of pirates, deceit was a commonplace affair, and both understood the nature of their alliance. "Brother, does your information specify the location of the treasure on the island?" Elvis, lowering his demeanor, willingly addressed Edgar as brother, primarily due to Edgar's age and his fiery red hair. Indeed, the whale's tail points towards the treasure, specifically that mountain. Edgar, feeling justified, accepted the title and gestured toward the highest peak in the west. "Oh?" Elvis paused momentarily, then, regaining his composure, smiled and inquired, "Is it within a cave or atop the mountain?" Feigning ignorance? "I see through your act." He was more astute than Edgar had anticipated. Nevertheless, he maintained a smiling facade, replying, "We shall discover the answer together." "That would be splendid." Thus, the two cunning captains, each with their own hidden agendas, led their respective crews toward the western heights. You could use seawater to inundate the beach. Their cumbersome bodies would become ensnared in the wet sand, Akin suggested to Crowley while submerged in the ocean, observing the stone figures encircling the island. This was indeed a sound suggestion, as it would allow them to land on the island. However, arriving after the pirates and being constantly hindered by their familiarity with the island's layout was exceedingly frustrating. If action were not taken, even upon reaching the shore, they would remain at a disadvantage. Crowley would never tolerate such indignity. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Crowley's eyes. He had devised a cunning strategy to ensnare the pirates, compelling them to gnash their teeth and swallow their own defeat. He commanded everyone, save for Akin, to return to the warship and await further orders. Turning to the assembled navy, he proclaimed that subordinates incapable of breaching the defenses of the stone giants would be of little use on the island, suggesting they remain aboard to minimize casualties. He then inquired of Akin, "How proficient are you with the moonstep?" "Moderately well," Akin replied candidly. "I can manage to sustain myself in the air for a few minutes." "Very well, we shall employ the moonstep to ascend the island," Crowley stated, gazing at the towering 3-meter stone wall, estimating their chances. Akin nodded, as if he understood Crowley's intentions. With a series of sharp sounds, the two leapt through the air, soaring over the stone giant's barricade and landing once more on Golden Island. However, Akin, still mastering his craft, soon plummeted to the ground. The stone giants, alerted to the presence of intruders, sprang into action, swiftly pursuing the direction of the two. Yet, in comparison to the lumbering movements of the stone giants, the pair moved with remarkable agility. Though the giants were relentless in their pursuit, they could not keep pace with the duo. Once on the island, the two harbored no trepidation toward the clumsy stone giants. Fortified in both offense and defense, they resolved to avoid confrontation, recognizing that victory would yield no significant reward. Crowley swiftly searched for traces of the pirates on Golden Island, apprehensive that there might be something extraordinary triggered by them. After all, even the existence of a rock creature, an anomaly in itself, had emerged. He could scarcely fathom what other traps might lie in wait. There they are. Akin's sharp gaze quickly spotted the band of pirates scaling the western peak. At that moment, they had reached the halfway mark, besieged by a flock of attacking birds. A few unfortunate pirates lost their footing and plummeted from the cliff, meeting a gruesome fate. Crawley felt a pang in his heart. The audacity of these pirates was indeed reckless, as if they were playing with their lives. Catch up to them. His gaze sharpened. For the treasures upon this golden island must not be easily claimed by the pirates. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to his identity as a traverser. Upon swiftly reaching the foot of the mountain, he discovered several mangled corpses, which prompted a shared gasp of disbelief between the two. Truly, the profession of a pirate was not one to be taken lightly. Crawley and Akin swiftly ascended, utilizing the stones to shield their forms, endeavoring to remain undetected by the pirates who were oblivious to their pursuit. Indeed, the pirates were unaware of the two living souls trailing behind, for they had discovered a large cavern at the mountainside and, being ever vigilant, plunged into it, shrewdly sending their subordinates ahead. Amongst most pirates, the concept of camaraderie was virtually non-existent. Subordinates were merely tools. It seemed only natural that those who benefited from their captainess' indulgence would be the first to confront danger. The depth of the cavern appeared extraordinary after several minutes. The pirates had yet to emerge. Crawley and Akin had reached the mountainside and stood before the cave's entrance, gazing into the pitch-black cavern, uncertain of its depths. The two exchanged glances and nodded, stepping inside together. Vision limited, they proceeded cautiously, their experience guiding them as they felt the ground beneath their feet littered with decaying corpses and scattered bones, suggesting that many had perished within these confines. It was to be expected. As a renowned treasure island, Golden Island had undoubtedly been explored by many before, especially such a suspicious cave. After a few minutes, the two gradually discerned their surroundings, observing the pirates ahead igniting torches against the walls for illumination. Otherwise, treasures would remain unseen. The flickering flames illuminated the path, and Crawley noted the peculiar causes of death among the corpses within the cave, most having succumbed to traps. Upon closer inspection of the faint mechanisms etched into the walls, the mystery unraveled. It seemed Golden Sea Pirate Ulan was not one to relinquish his treasures easily, having set numerous traps to deter future seekers, revealing a rather sinister nature. Just as they contemplated advancing further, a cacophony erupted from the depths of the cave, filled with screams and wails. Upon hearing this, Crawley immediately signaled to Akin, and they retreated into the shadows. Suddenly, a swarm of bats erupted from the cave, pursuing the pirates with ferocious intent. Indeed, these were not bloodsuckers but rather flesh-eaters. However, the bats recoiled from the sunlight, ceasing their chase as the pirates fled the cavern, their shrill cries echoing like warnings. Examining the ranks of the pirates, they had suffered significant losses, with nearly half of their number decimated. Ed Largo's countenance darkened, despite his disregard for the lives of his subordinates. The loss of so many was undeniably a setback. It was astonishing how many traps lay hidden within Golden Island. He struck the mountain with a fierce blow, venting the wrath that surged within him. They had yet to uncover anything, and already he had lost half of his subordinates. Beside him, Elvis remained silent. Yet the depths of his eyes sparkled with an unwavering brilliance. In contrast to Ed Largo, his demeanor was far more composed, for he had long anticipated such occurrences and had mentally prepared himself. Carnivorous bats lurked in the crevices, and the undead suddenly appeared. There were still more intriguing challenges ahead, he mused inwardly. Onward, Ed Largo commanded. Having already endured such losses, to retreat now would be utterly imprudent. They could only press on with resolute determination in their quest. Crawley and Akin emerged from the shadows, observing the band of pirates ascending the heights. He murmured to himself, "I never anticipated the existence of another pirate crew." Akin, glancing at the golden-armored figure with a mane of red hair, remarked with a furrowed brow, "That fellow is the Golden Dragon, Idracho. I encountered him while following Captain Kliick on the Grand Line. He possesses formidable strength." The title of Golden Dragon warranted Akin's acknowledgement of his impressive prowess. Crawley narrowed his eyes. Realizing that this world could not be perceived through the lens of his past life, he distinctly remembered that this individual was rather inept. At last, the pirates reached the summit, which, contrary to its seemingly steep facade, revealed itself to be a flat-topped mountain. The summit offered an unobstructed view, devoid of any concealments. Yet it bore no signs of life, not even a blade of grass. In the center stood a stone house, The crew, perplexed, considered that, according to the nature of pirates, they ought to dismantle such a suspicious structure. However, Crawley and Akin, observing from their concealed position, comprehended the situation. The material of the stone house was identical to that of the stone golem, remarkably resilient. It was likely that previous pirates had no desire to expend their efforts on demolishing a sturdy, decrepit dwelling. Idracho cast a glance at the unperturbed Elvis beside him and boldly entered the stone house, skeptical of any dangers lurking within such a dilapidated structure. Following suit, Elvis led his crew of pirates inside, providing Crawley and Akin with the opportunity to conceal themselves behind the stone house. Their current objective was to play the role of the hidden observer, akin to a menace waiting for the cicada. However, mere moments after settling in, Crawley felt something wriggling beneath his foot. Looking down, he was startled to see a skeletal claw exploring his shoe. His heart raced as he instinctively kicked the bony appendage away and retreated. Crack! Once more, he stepped upon another inexplicable object, only to find yet another ghastly white claw. As he surveyed the surroundings, he realized that the flat ground of the summit was teeming with these skeletal claws, writhing and swaying like a forest of bones. The undead had suddenly emerged, though they intended to play the role of the hidden observer. Crawley and his companions found themselves besieged by the onslaught of the undead before the mantis even appeared. What manner of ghastly creatures are these? Crawley could not suppress an exclamation, questioning whether this was truly the world of pirates, as it defied all reason to encounter such specters. It appears these are not mere bones. They resemble stone, Akin said pensively. The skeletal claws continued to emerge from the summit, pressing against the ground as entire skeletal frames surfaced from the earth. Their empty eye sockets lacked any semblance of the soul's fire. Crawley gazed intently, realizing that this was indeed not bone, but stone. It resembled the stone beings, the only distinction being that the skeletal bodies were composed of white stone, presumably designed to serve as a frightful disguise. Damn it, there is no gold on the island of gold, only an abundance of stone. Bang! Crawley struck a stone skeleton with a powerful blow, his expression grave. The hardness of these stone skeletons surpassed even that of stone giants. His attack merely produced minor cracks upon impact, failing to shatter them instantly, which was truly terrifying. Moreover, the speed of the stone skeletons far exceeded that of the stone giants, and while their attack intensity was not particularly formidable, this was the only solace. Suddenly, a stone blade swung menacingly towards Crawley. He barely evaded it, and, upon closer inspection, he discovered that a stone skeleton was wielding a massive stone knife, brandishing it with abandon. Very well, he thought, letting this slide. However, this situation could not continue. The cacophony of the pirates within the stone chamber echoed with shouts and curses, suggesting they would soon emerge. Confronting the pirates under these circumstances would not be prudent. Crawley, grasping Akin with one hand, leaped from the mountain's peak. With a resounding thud, he executed a moonwalk, bringing Akin to rest upon the precipice. Fortunately, the stone skeletons ceased their assault, their commands likely as rigid and unyielding as those of the stone giants. They only targeted humans atop the summit. Yet, the bizarre entities inhabiting this golden island must have been shaped by some malevolent devil fruit user. Could it be the stone fruit? That seemed implausible. The bearer of that fruit was currently under the command of Doflamingo in the New World. Crawley observed the wandering stone skeletons atop the mountain, his expression deep in contemplation. Damn that unanimous. Edrago forcefully kicked open the wooden door of the stone house, sending it flying down the mountain. Inside, they discovered a long-decayed skeleton, still bearing remnants of flesh. Aside from this skeletal remains, all that remained were blood-red inscriptions upon the walls. O seekers of gold who have arrived here, I am unanimous. Once known as the Golden Pirate, now I am but a man awaiting death. All the gold I gathered has been returned to its rightful owners. What I wagered my life for was not gold, but the adventurous journey in pursuit of it. There is no gold left here. Yet there exists a treasure far more precious, deemed worthless by others, but sufficient for me. Please do not disturb this place, where my greatest treasure lies in eternal slumber. Look at this. Is this even human speech? They had expended vast resources and lost numerous subordinates only to obtain these trite, soul-soothing inscriptions on stone walls. Edrago felt an overwhelming urge to confront Unanimous, questioning his worthiness to be called a pirate. Perhaps other pirates might still hold him in esteem, but Edrago certainly would not. In a fit of rage, he kicked the skeleton over, grinding it into dust beneath his foot. This was the fate that befell those who dared to deceive him. The golden dragon Edrago. However, contrary to his expectations, Elvis was rummaging within the stone house, seeking a mechanism that revealed a hidden passage leading underground. Elated, he realized that the inscriptions on the stone walls were merely a deterrent for those lacking resolve. Treasures still awaited discovery. Edrago was the first to descend into the passage, only to find that it led directly to the cave halfway down the mountain, the lair of the carnivorous bats. Thus unfolded the scene where the pirates were pursued by the bats, hastily fleeing from the stone house. Was this punishment for daring to desecrate his remains? Edrago's anger boiled over. Damned unanimous, who had ensnared him in this trap. The carnivorous bats, fearing the light, refrained from pursuing further after claiming a few unfortunate pirates within the stone house. The crew collectively exhaled in relief, narrowly escaping calamity. Yet, awaiting them outside were the restless spirits of this golden island, the stone skeletons still wandering atop the mountain. At this moment, not only was Edlargo bewildered, but even Elvis, well versed in the secrets of Golden Island, found himself at a loss. He had not triggered any of the mechanisms of the undead. How could they possibly emerge? Carnivorous bats lurked in the waste cave, and the undead suddenly materialized above. Elvis had not even had the chance to activate the traps in the dark passage, which made this situation utterly preposterous. In truth, these skeletal figures were not his doing, but were instead triggered by Crawley and Akin, who had been hiding behind the stone house. When someone entered the stone house, while others lay in wait for an ambush, the undead mechanisms would indeed activate. What a ridiculous turn of events! What in the world is happening? Edlargo exclaimed, turning to confront Elvis. To him, it seemed that both the dark passage leading to the cave of carnivorous bats and the current swarm of skeletal figures were the result of this man's machinations. I truly do not know. Elvis replied with a wry smile, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. What matters most now is dealing with these creatures. With a swift motion, a skeletal figure wielding a stone knife eviscerated an unfortunate pirate. Captain, we stand no chance against these fiends. After losing several comrades, the remaining pirates finally grasped the formidable strength of the skeletal warriors, retreating to their captain's side in trepidation. They realized they could not breach the defenses of these stone skeletons. You worthless fools! Edlargo scowled, donning his golden iron gauntlets. Seizing one of the skeletal figures and wielding it as a weapon, sending the surrounding skeletons crashing to the ground. With a resounding thud, he flung the skeletal figure aside, his expression darkening. These abominations were not mere bone, they were stone. The weight he had felt earlier was all wrong. Of course, Elvis thought disdainfully, fully aware of the various tactics employed by Unanimous. He understood the arrangements all too well. The speed and defense of the skeletal figures were not to be underestimated. With a clang, he swung his black greatsword, the dark red blade flickering ominously, finally shattering the skull of one skeletal figure with all his might. However, that singular victory required every ounce of his strength, and still, more skeletal figures continued to emerge from the depths of the mountain, forming a veritable sea of bones. We cannot remain here. We shall all perish, Elvis shouted. They had been surrounded by the skeletal horde upon exiting the stone house, and as the numbers swelled, he feared they might be crushed alive by the onslaught if they did not devise a plan. We must charge forth. Edlargo's face darkened, feeling as though he were trapped between a rock and a hard place, with carnivorous bats within and a sea of skeletons without. I will carve a path. You must stay close behind me, he instructed his dwindling band of followers, casting a glance at Elvis, regretting not having extracted the secrets of Golden Island from him sooner. Now, with such significant losses among his men, recovery seemed all but impossible. You buy me some time. In light of the circumstances, there was nothing left but to continue with the pretense, he said to Elvis. Hiss. Edrago's mouth widened, and a blue substance gradually coalesced, seemingly absorbing some form of energy from the air. Elvis shared this sentiment. The situation had escalated beyond his expectations, and he certainly did not wish to perish here before even obtaining the treasure of Unanimous. Clang. The sound of bones shifting echoed as Elvis' form expanded, his body now cloaked in golden fur, his hands transformed into broad tiger claws, and sharp fangs protruded from his mouth as a black symbol resembling a king slowly formed on his forehead. It was time to unleash his full strength. Elvis' tiger-like eyes radiated ferocity, his hands gripping a massive black sword, a crimson aura soaring around him. 1,000-pound sword. Jodwan. The heavy sword traced a circular arc before him, sending all the stone skeletons hurtling away, with several shattering into fragments. With a furious roar, he charged into the sea of skeletons, his sword swinging relentlessly. The stone skeletons continually collapsing and rising anew. Clang. Stone debris erupted, fragments flying. He dared not pause, for these skeletal foes knew no fatigue. Should they seize the opportunity, they would swarm and devour Elvish whole. Yet, even as he wielded the heavy sword, fatigue would eventually take its toll. As his movement slowed, several skeletal claws tore through his tiger hide, leaving behind crimson gashes. Elvish, get back. Our captain is ready. A subordinate of Adrago shouted. Elvish's gaze sharpened, and he quickly retreated. Boom. The blue energy in Adrago's mouth had fully coalesced, erupting like a laser cannon, a thick beam of blue energy shooting forth. Instantly, a path was carved through the sea of stone skeletons, sending them crashing down the mountainside into rubble. Now's our chance, move. Adrago bellowed, leading the charge up the cliff. Hastily escaping the mountaintop, the remaining crew followed suit, descending the peak. However, the skeletons were alarmingly swift, and a few unfortunate pirate subordinates ultimately fell victim to their grasp. Remaining atop the mountain, tell me again, what fruit does the golden dragon Adrago possess? Crowley, hidden in the shadows, watched Adrago's fervor in astonishment, directing his question towards Akin. Moments ago, he had believed they could not withstand the onslaught, nearly tempted to offer them power. The soundwave fruit, Akin replied, somewhat dazed. This is not the soundwave fruit. It's clearly the laser fruit. Crowley exclaimed, his frustration mounting. How could this pirate world defy all logic? Currently, the pirates could hardly be considered a crowd, with merely a dozen individuals from 2 pirate crews remaining. Adrago's mood was palpable. He had yet to catch sight of the treasure, and his crew was on the brink of total annihilation. What on earth is happening? He grasped Elvis's arm with fervent rage in his eyes. From the very beginning, this man had not uttered a single word of information to him. Damn it. Did he really consider him a fool? If you have the courage, then go ahead and try. At worst, we'll both fall from this mountain. You must understand. I belong to the animal lineage, and I might not perish from the fall, but you, on the other hand. Elvis remained unfazed by his threats, instead responding with a mocking laugh, fully aware that they were precariously climbing a cliff. This fool dared to lay hands on him. It was nothing short of courting death. Gazing down, the mountain loomed at a staggering height of 1,000 meters. Death was an equal fate for them both. Elvis had him firmly in his grip. I've had enough. Let us die together. Adrago shouted in fury, his grip tightening as he attempted to drag Elvis down the mountain with him. At that moment, Elvis finally panicked, cursing the man in his mind for being insane. He had no desire to die. He hastily reassured him, calm down. Stay composed. I'll tell you everything. Is that all it takes? Adrago scoffed, though he was no fool. Damn it, he was being threatened by this man. Elvis's expression darkened as he slowly replied, the treasure is not here. It lies within the abandoned stone fortress on the island. I will take you there, and we shall split the treasure equally. Fine. He chose not to question why the other had followed him here, fully aware that no treasure awaited them. Elvis sighed in relief. First, he needed to stabilize this man. He had initially intended to use the traps on the mountain to eliminate him, but nearly fell victim to them himself. Moreover, this seemingly brutish fellow possessed some cunning. The two reached a verbal agreement once more and began their descent down the mountain, while Crowley and Akin remained hidden in the shadows, biding their time like a cunning hunter. Crowley harbored regrets about ascending the mountain. Surely, waiting at the base would have been more comfortable. Who could have known that this mountain was a trap, ensnaring not only Adrago but them as well? As time passed, the pirates finally managed to descend the mountain, escaping this nightmarish domain. A collective sigh of relief escaped them. They were free from the torment of fear. Yet Crowley and Akin did not descend. They remained concealed on the mountain. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds erupted, sending dust and gravel flying as the ground trembled. The expressions of the pirates shifted. Could it be? More trouble? Towering figures, over 3 meters tall and made of stone, pushed through the trees, stomping heavily as they surrounded them, their massive forms creating an impenetrable barrier, leaving no avenue for escape. Just as they had escaped the wolf's den, they found themselves ensnared in the tiger's lair. Adrago clenched his fists tightly, glaring at Elvis with fury, while Elvis himself was equally bewildered. This shouldn't be happening. Weren't these stone beings meant to repel outsiders? How could they charge into the island? Concealed in the shadows of the mountains, Crowley wore a triumphant smile. Of course, they would not storm the island without reason. This was all his orchestration. He and Akin had tirelessly lured these stone creatures from the coastline to this very spot, intending to unleash this strategy of devouring the enemy. Believe me, I truly had no knowledge of this. Elvis's countenance darkened, nearly dripping with foreboding. These stone beings had clearly been summoned by him to fend off the invading navy. Yet now that they had infiltrated the island, it signified that the navy, The situation was dire and evidently beyond his control. This was not the anticipated outcome. Damn it. Crack, crack, crack. The remaining pirate subordinates could no longer withstand the relentless advance of the stone beings. They raised their firearms, firing bullets in vain, leaving not the slightest mark upon the stone creatures. Boom, boom, boom. Drago unleashed a barrage of azure energy orbs, striking the robust bodies of the stone beings. However, their march remained unperturbed, continuing at a steady pace. His expression fell. The resilience of these stone beings was akin to that of the skeletal golems, impervious to his assaults. It seemed he would truly meet his demise here. With a fierce roar, Elvis expanded in size, transforming once more into his tiger form. Raising his massive black sword high above his head and bringing it crashing down upon a stone creature before him. Thunderous blade. Shatter. Boom. The immense force of his strike reverberated through the air, saturating it with a heavy crimson glow, yet upon striking the stone creature's head, it merely produced a dull thud. Clang. A slight fissure appeared on the creature's head, but the tremendous recoil rendered Elvis nearly unable to grip his heavy sword, his arms aching with strain. How could this be? He was astonished. He had exerted every ounce of his strength, yet he had only managed to create a minor crack in the stone creature's skull. Swish. The stone being raised its rocky fist and struck down upon him with tremendous force. With no time to evade, Elvis braced himself with his sword. Clang. He was sent reeling back, sliding several meters along the ground. Upon inspection, he realized that his formidable black sword had been slightly bent by the stone creature's strike. What terrifying power! Elvis's pupils contracted as a resolution formed within him. Golden Dragon, let us unite our strengths, or we shall surely perish. Aldragos nodded gravely. The recent events had unveiled the grim reality before him. He parted his lips, gathering energy swiftly, and unleashed a beam of blue energy. Elvis hastily followed suit, however. The blue energy beam barely affected the stone giants, merely stalling their movements momentarily. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he hurled his heavy black sword, transforming his form into that of a yellow-furred tiger. With a powerful leap, he soared over the head of the stone giant. Without a backward glance at his comrades, he clutched his sword and sprinted into the depths of the forest. The stone giant, indifferent to Elvis's escape, perhaps deemed it more prudent to remain and confront the 10 or so adversaries rather than pursue a single fleeing figure. Just as he proposed collaboration, his ally had already fled. What a disgrace. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the fierce tiger pirate crew, witnessing their captain's unhesitating abandonment, were engulfed in despair. How could this be? Was the enemy truly so formidable that their captain felt hopeless? Damn it, that scoundrel! Aldragos cursed. For he too wished to vacate the battlefield like Elvis. Yet, his massive frame lacked the agility to leap over 3 meters. Casting a glance at his pirate subordinates, he realized they could barely contend with the stone skeletons, let alone these stone giants. It was evident they were doomed to perish here. Aldragos had relinquished all hope for them. Now, his sole desire was to survive. With a thunderous crash, the stone giants, devoid of any emotion, surrounded the pirates, raising their colossal stone fists to strike them down mercilessly. With no avenue for escape, the pirates could only brace themselves for the onslaught. However, they stood no chance against the stone giants, who easily felled them to the ground, their bodies mangled and bloodied. Aldragos endured a blow from one of the giants. Struggling in a test of strength, yet another stone giant, lacking any sense of honor, ambushed him from behind, shattering his golden armor and scattering the pieces around him. He quickly retreated, unable to assess his back's injuries, and seized one of his subordinates, charging towards the stone giant. He refused to believe that he could truly be cornered here. With a tremendous impact, he pressed his pirate subordinate against the stone giant, applying pressure until the subordinate coughed up blood and fainted, yet the stone giant remained unmoved, impervious to the assault. Cursed fate. A glance revealed that his pirate comrades had already succumbed beneath the fist of the stone giants, leaving him alone, soon to follow in their tragic footsteps and perish in the encirclement of these monstrous beings. He felt a surge of indignation. It was all a trap set by that scoundrel, Elvis, who had lured these creatures here. Otherwise he would not find himself ensnared and tormented. To think, after over a decade of surviving on the seas, evading death at the hands of rivals and the Navy alike, he was to perish at the hands of these abominations. Golden Dragon, do you seek power? A voice suddenly echoed in Aldragos' mind, whispering temptingly. Who? His expression changed dramatically as he shouted, do you crave power? Do you yearn for the strength to escape this place and confront Elvis? If you desire it, I shall grant it to you, provided you offer your soul to me. The voice did not respond to his inquiry, it merely echoed incessantly in his mind. As the stone figures advanced to within mere steps of him, Edlargo's heart raced, recalling Elvis's repugnant, arrogant face. With a grimace and newfound resolve, he declared, "Fine, no matter who you are. Bestow upon me the power you speak of." The pact was sealed, a gift, with the understanding of reciprocity. From the shadows, Crowley revealed a faint smile. For this moment brought him great joy as he directly imparted his intermediate Navy 6 style skills to Edlargo. A shiver coursed through Edlargo's body as he contemplated the information flooding his mind. It was indeed the Navy 6 style. Was that voice the voice of the Navy? But why would the Navy come to his aid? With little time to dwell on these thoughts, the stone figures raised their stone fists, launching an assault upon him. With a powerful push, he leapt into the air, skillfully evading several incoming attacks and narrowly escaping a dire fate. Looking down at the encircling stone figures, Edlargo marveled at the peculiarities of destiny. He had somehow survived. However, his expression darkened. Although employing the Navy 6 style seemed somewhat beneath his dignity, he shrugged it off. After all, it was a matter of survival. Besides, there was that scoundrel Elvis to contend with. The mere thought of Elvis ignited a deep-seated fury within him. The man had orchestrated his entrapment by the stone figures, abandoning his own subordinates and leaving Edlargo to face death alone. How audacious! Recalling Elvis's earlier mention of treasure hidden within the abandoned castle on the island, Edlargo's gaze sharpened as he propelled himself towards that direction through the air. The stone figures, unwavering in their pursuit, followed diligently in Edlargo's wake. At that moment, Crowley and Akin emerged from the shadows of the mountains, watching as the stone figures retreated, both exhaling a sigh of relief. The stone beings on this island were nearly insurmountable, boasting formidable offense and defense. Even Crowley felt utterly powerless against them. Akin turned to Crowley, perplexed. He could not fathom why Crowley would lend the power of the Navy 6 style to the Golden Dragon, when it would have been far simpler to let him perish right there. Why complicate matters? Crowley observed his expression, naturally aware of the thoughts swirling within his mind. However, how could one ever truly fathom his own? He was not a mere murderer. He merely regarded killing as a means to an end. Let us proceed as well, Crowley remarked nonchalantly. Since we have committed to this charade, there is no reason to halt now. As the saying goes, both the yellow bird and the fisherman must endure until the conclusion. Akin nodded in agreement, cautiously trailing behind the stone figure. The throng of stone beings, relentless in their pursuit, seemed to possess an enigmatic programming that rendered them astonishingly effective. As the duo followed the stone figure, they gradually arrived at their destinations, only to find the stone entities standing motionless, as if they had lost power. Yet, they dared not act recklessly. Instead, they peered cautiously from their hiding spot. Before them lay a dilapidated stone fortress, where Edlargo had already clashed with Elvis. The latter was taken aback by the fact that this individual had managed to escape unscathed, momentarily halting his search for traps. I shall grant you one final opportunity to surrender the treasure. A confrontation ignited the flames of animosity. Edlargo clenched his iron gauntlet, barely containing the fury that bubbled within him. Everything is lost. My subordinates have perished, and my pirate crew has effectively disbanded. What more is there to discuss? If I do not unleash a lethal laser blast upon you, it would be an affront to my honor. Dream on. Elvis's ire flared as well. He was not the only one to suffer substantial losses. His own crew had been annihilated, and he had abandoned them. Did Edlargo comprehend the depth of his anguish? Thunderous blade. With no time for further discourse, Elvis brandished his obsidian broadsword, emanating a crimson aura, and swung it toward Edlargo. The latter's gaze hardened as he opened his mouth, unleashing a piercing roar. Roar. The sound resonated like a lion's roar, creating a cataclysmic sonic wave that reverberated through the air. Even Crowley and Akin, hidden in the shadows, instinctively covered their ears. Elvis, at the forefront of this sonic assault, succumbed to a state of disorientation. His sword fell from his grip as he clutched his ears in agony, blood oozing from them, a testament to the rupture of his eardrums. This was the true essence of utilizing the sound fruit. As silence enveloped the scene, Edlargo beheld Elvis, who knelt in torment, desperately shielding his ears. And a malevolent smile crept across his face. In an instant, Edlargo, moving with remarkable swiftness, was upon him, grasping his neck and lifting him off the ground. Speak, now. Edlargo's expression twisted into one of rage, teetering on the brink of hysteria. Coughing, Elvis felt the blood rush to his head as Edlargo tightened his grip. Despite the pressure, he managed a defiant grin, spitting a mixture of blood and saliva onto Edlargo's face. Stop dreaming. The confrontation escalated. as Elvis was lifted in someone's grasp. His figure began to swell dramatically, his skin transforming into a coarse and resilient texture, while yellow hair sprouted all over his body. A dark symbol slowly coalesced upon his forehead. Aldrago initially intended to choke him to death, but found it utterly impossible. Elvis displayed a disdainful smile. In his transformed tiger-human form, his physical attributes surged significantly, and his injuries began to mend rapidly. Such was the unreasonable nature of the Zoan type. With a powerful grip, he seized Aldrago's hand that was clasped around his neck, gradually prying it away. His smile morphing into a menacing grimace as he recalled the swift technique Aldrago had unleashed moments ago, an application of the Marine's 6 powers known as Zoro. Should Aldrago escape, the situation would become dire. Yet, considering Aldrago had managed to elude the stone giants, could it be that he too possessed the Marine's abilities? Perhaps the moonwalk technique allowed him to fly. Could this red-haired savage be a Marine? Elvis pondered, a hint of suspicion lingering in his mind. Boom. Without further ado, the confrontation had escalated beyond words. It was time for action. Aldrago roared with a tremendous sound wave, swinging his fist toward Elvis. Despite Elvis's augmented defenses in his tiger form, the terrifying sound wave still impacted him, forcing him back several paces. Not a cause for concern, he reassured himself. His greatest strength lay in his swordsmanship. He once more seized the heavy black sword from the ground, invigorated by the moment, positioning it behind him in a peculiar stance. Weighty blade. Fierce tiger. The dark red sword energy coalesced, echoing the fierce roar of a raging tiger as it surged toward Aldrago with ferocity. Aldrago, prepared for the onslaught, unleashed a roaring blue energy beam. Soundwave piercer. The blue energy collided with the dark red sword energy that had taken on the essence of a tiger, unleashing a violent fluctuation of energy that stirred the air into a tempest, scattering dust and debris. Ultimately, Elvis's sword energy proved superior. Aldrago, acutely aware of their disparity, had anticipated this moment. As the sword energy approached, he swiftly executed Sara to evade, albeit his trajectory unwittingly directed him towards Elvis. Golden finger lance. He extended his index finger, its golden nail gleaming with a sharp glint. With a swift motion, the powerful finger lance, akin to a bullet, pierced through Elvis's waist, driving deep into his flesh. Damn it! Elvis's eyes glinted with madness. Suppressing the agony, he turned, raising the heavy black sword to strike. Aldrago once more utilized Zoro to evade, taunting him with a mocking grin. Let us die together. Elvis laughed maniacally, charging into the dilapidated castle behind him, the sound of mechanisms whirring filling the air. Rather than be slain by this red-haired savage, he would rather drag him down with him. A mutual demise. Elvis bore a tragic visage. With the resonant clang of mechanisms within the forsaken stone fortress, the entire Golden Island began to tremble. The reverberations of subterranean gears surged skyward, startling all the birds inhabiting the island. At a visible pace, the floor of Golden Island began to collapse, accompanied by the cascading of several towering mountains, producing a thunderous cacophony. Dust and sand swirled into the air as layers of stone emerged from the depths, transforming Golden Island into a rocky enclave. Crowley and Akin had nowhere to conceal themselves, revealing their figures as they gazed vacantly at the transformations occurring on the island. What on earth is this cursed island? The stones on the rocky isle protruded, morphing into the forms of flying insects and beasts. The stone creatures commenced their charge, trampling across the island indiscriminately. Furthermore, the mountain that housed the cave of carnivorous bats collapsed, instantly transforming into a stone dragon that spiraled through the air. Crawley's face turned ashen, and he finally understood why the stony populace dared not approach the forsaken stone fortress. The mechanisms there threatened the very safety of the entire island. What a golden all this is! It is, in truth, a fantastical island of stone. The abandoned fortress, upon the activation of its mechanisms, sank into the depths, leaving only Elvis behind. As he beheld the transformed Golden Island, teeming with animated stone creatures and the massive stone dragon spiraling above, he fell into silence, realizing he had unwittingly unleashed something monumental. What have you done? Edlargo erupted in a torrent of curses, exasperated that his simple quest for treasure had spiraled into such chaos. He had not anticipated this monstrous response aimed at him. In that moment, Elvis too was rendered speechless. He had not foreseen that the mechanism would conjure such a scene. His initial intention was merely to summon a horde of stone skeletons to fend off Edlargo, yet he had not expected. Suddenly, a wave of guilt washed over him. He had hoped to use the mechanism to deter Edlargo while making his escape, but now it seemed they were destined for mutual destruction. You bastard! Ed Largo repeated his expletives, fury igniting in his eyes, yet despair lingered within. Those were Navy men. Eventually, Elvis spotted Crawley and Akin, clad in naval attire, with nowhere left to hide. The memory of Ed Largo's earlier use of the Navy's 6 styles surged to his mind, igniting a blaze of anger. If it is to be so, then let it be so. I shall bring you to ruin. Die together, cursed Navy. He pointed at Ed Largo and Crawley, who stood a short distance away. Us? Navy? Ed Largo questioned, bewildered as he followed Elvis's accusatory gesture, his gaze landing on 2 Navy men standing vacantly upon the barren land. Were there still Navy personnel on the island? And had they concealed themselves from everyone? If the hidden Navy bore ill intentions, they would have long since found themselves in mortal peril. In truth, all the misfortunes they had encountered on the island bore the fingerprints of Crawley and his companions. This was hardly the time for such deliberations. As a stone rhinoceros charged directly at Ed Largo, he swiftly evaded its path, only to discover 2 stone figures waiting at the end of his escape. Elvis too found himself ensnared by the onslaught of the stone creatures, wielding his black heavy sword with great effort, yet the blade began to fracture under the strain. Crawley also pulled Akin along, quickly evading the assaults of the stony creatures as they discerned their direction. He was utterly reluctant to use the lunar step to tread in the air, knowing full well that a serpentine stone dragon circled above. One misstep could lead to being devoured whole. Ed Largo and Crawley, adept in the art of evasion, managed to elude most of the attacks, rendering them relatively safe in the short term. In stark contrast, Elvis was a sitting duck, his clumsy form drawing wave after wave of the rocky beast's onslaught. The mighty sword. The decisive strike. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he swung the heavy sword, his torment palpable. The stones were unforgiving. Each blow required all his might. For otherwise, he could inflict no harm upon these stony foes. How long could he endure this? Elvis gasped for air, his stamina waning. Do you yearn for power? The seductive voice echoed in his mind. Who? He was too exhausted, muscles aching, to entertain jest. Are you willing to perish before the golden dragon? Will you accept death at the hands of these creatures? Do you long to escape this island? Do you crave strength? If you offer your soul, I shall grant you the power you seek. The devilish voice persisted, stirring tumultuous emotions within him. Could such power truly exist? Elvis was not a simple-minded individual. Yet did he have any options left? The voice emerged at the most desperate of times, precisely when he felt utterly hopeless. He found himself bereft of choices. He gazed at Ed Largo and Crawley, narrowly dodging the stony creature's attacks, his eyes reddening with fury. Why should he be the first to perish? He still had vital secrets of treasure yet to uncover. Without these companions, he would have long since discovered the fabled golden treasure of Unanimous and avoided this calamity. Madness drove him to the brink of hysteria. So be it. Grant me strength. He braced himself against the arms of a stone bear as it swung at him, gritting his teeth and growling softly. Contract established. Power bestowed, to be returned in kind. The voice resounded once more, and as the last word faded, an immense force surged from within him, coursing through his limbs, warming his weary and aching muscles. This strength was utterly sublime. Crawley evaded the onslaught, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, with an energy value of 8,000, do not let me down. At that moment, Elvis wielded his black greatsword as if it were a mere twig, unleashing a hearty laugh. With a gentle swing, the stone bear before him shattered into fragments, scattering in all directions. Even he was taken aback by such overwhelming power, staring in a daze at the wreckage of the stone bear, muttering, this strength. That move is definitely usable. Before him loomed colossal stone elephants, stone lions, stone crocodiles, and more, charging towards him in a relentless wave. This time, he chose not to retreat. He raised the black great sword behind him, striking an unusual pose as a crimson sword aura surged forth. Thousand Gene's sword. Fierce tiger. The black sword was swung upward, the dark red sword energy coalescing, and the roar of a tiger echoed through the heavens. The dark red sword energy formed a magnificent tiger in midair, its mouth agape as it unleashed a ferocious roar, leaping forward like a tiger descending from the mountains, charging at the multitude of stone beasts before him. Boom. The rocks exploded, debris flying, as the burst of sword energy elevated Elvis's figure, rendering him a formidable presence. In his Tiger Man form, he resembled the lord of 1,000 tigers, instilling awe in all who beheld him. For a moment, the stone creatures surrounding him were momentarily stunned, hesitant to advance. What on earth has happened to him? Ed Largo observed Elvis's newfound prowess, momentarily bewildered. The Elvis he had previously dominated now appeared as if he had been endowed with extraordinary abilities, stirring feelings of profound imbalance within him. "Bravo, bravo," Crawley exclaimed, genuinely impressed by Elvis's advancement in swordsmanship. The stronger Elvis became, the more delighted Crawley felt. For his soul remained firmly in his possession. He could hardly believe that this fellow could evade death. Elvis, seemingly in a state of berserk fury, wielded his black greatsword with abandon, leaving a trail of shattered stone in his wake, laughing with unrestrained joy. "Ah, this is power. This is the martial world, swift justice and revenge." No longer did he fear the stone beasts, they were merely targets for his might. He remained focused on the purpose for which he had sacrificed his soul, to gain power and slay the golden dragon. His gaze shifted to Edlargo, and he thought, "This one must perish." Edlargo noticed the frenzied gaze directed at him, as if Elvis intended to devour him whole. Initially unfazed, Edlargo's heart raced upon witnessing Elvis's formidable display. He realized that his own meager frame of over 300 pounds would be no match for a single strike from him, reducing him to nothing more than a pile of bones. Elvis raised his sword and charged swiftly in Edlargo's direction, but fate intervened as several stone golems obstructed his path. However, he paid them no heed. Though these golems were slightly more resilient than the other stone creatures, they were but mere clouds in the face of his burgeoning strength. With his power swelling, so too did his confidence. Thousand Jean's sword. Tiger's tail. He hurled the ebony greatsword skyward, the tail of the tiger entwined around it. It was evident that he intended to wield the sword with his tail in place of his hands, a testament to his burgeoning confidence. As the tiger's tail swept through the air, his body leapt into the sky. With a swift turn, the black greatsword carved a semicircle before him, unleashing a torrent of sword energy akin to the swiftness of a tiger, cleaving through several stone giants with a resounding crash. Undoubtedly, with his augmented strength, even wielding the sword with his tail, Elvis could shatter the stone giants into fragments. Debris scattered, yet what remained was of a different nature. Edlargo's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the golden treasures. Gleaming, resplendent gold, the very object of his deepest desires. Who in the world does not know that the golden dragon Edlargo is most fond of gold? Even in his quest for the fabled treasure of the golden sea pirate Unanimous, his aim had always been the legendary hoard of gold that Unanimous once possessed. To discover that the golden treasure lay concealed within the very bodies of the stone giants was utterly unexpected. Elvis gazed at the gold with an impassive expression. Although he was somewhat taken aback to find it hidden within the guardians of the island, his true objective had never been this gold. Rather, it was the other artifacts left behind by Unanimous. "Want it? Come and take it," he taunted, disdainfully placing his foot upon the gold, beckoning Edlargo with a flick of his fingers. Upon witnessing this gesture, Edlargo's countenance shifted back to normal, a frown creasing his brow. The allure of gold was momentarily eclipsed by the stark realization that his very life was now at stake. Suddenly, to the astonishment of all present, the serpentine stone dragon that had been circling overhead sprang into action. It raised its head toward Elvis on the island, its massive form stirring a tempestuous gust of wind as it opened its maw and charged at him. Yet, he did not flinch. Rather, a joyful expression lit his face as he bellowed into the gale. "Come on. Today, I shall slay the dragon." His muscles bulged as he summoned the might of the red sword aura, standing resolute even against the howling wind. Gripping the ebony greatsword tightly, the dark red glow enveloped the blade in crimson. With the force of 1,000 pounds, the tiger devoured the dragon. He unleashed an unprecedented wave of sword energy, transforming once more into a roaring giant tiger, sending forth a series of fierce roars directed at the stone dragon above. This day, he, the fierce tiger, would seize the dragon's head. With a thunderous crash, the tiger ascended to the heavens, aiming to bite down upon the stone dragon's skull, seemingly intent on severing it in one swift motion. The tiger's sword energy did not disappoint Elvis, shattering a tooth of the stone dragon with unrelenting force. And then nothing more followed. How could this be? His figure stood forlorn against the gale. The stone dragon roared, lifting its head to bite down upon Elvis, severing half of his body in a gory display, blood cascading and staining the island. Tiger devours dragon? Ultimately, it was the dragon that consumed the tiger. A gray soul suddenly emerged from Elvis's lifeless body, soaring into Crowley's form without a moment to spare for his incessant ramblings. Crowley seamlessly fused with it, exhilaration coursing through him as he eagerly opened his attribute panel to examine the results. Name: Crowley Rommel Fruit, Paramecia Type Gift Fruit, Awakening Pending, Combat Power, 12,000 Skills, 1. Intermediate Navy Basic Swordsmanship, Ordinary Swordsman Level, 2. Intermediate Navy 6 Styles 3. Intermediate Weapon Mastery 4. Advanced Fishman Karate 5. Underwater Breathing 6. Transformation into a Tiger Man, Cat Fruit, Tiger Form, Non-Upgradable, 7. Advanced 1,000-Pound Sword Technique, Intermediate Swordsman Level. Crawley couldn't help but smile as he surveyed his attribute panel, which had finally improved to a more respectable state. He gazed upward at the stone dragon spiraling majestically in the air, his brow furrowed in concern. Despite having absorbed Elvis's soul, he doubted his ability to contend with this formidable creature. After all, even Elvis, using all his strength, had merely succeeded in shattering one of the dragon's teeth. If he were to slay the dragon, he would need to reclaim another soul, and his gaze shifted towards Ed Largo, who was struggling nearby. Ed Largo was having a hard time dealing with the stone beasts, let alone the even more resilient stone golems. Yet, the allure of the golden treasure was tantalizingly close, igniting a burning desire within him. A daring idea took root in his mind. Once he secured the gold, he could make his escape. After all, with his incredible speed and the ability to traverse the skies with moonwalk, he had no reason to fear fleeing from this cursed isle. Without hesitation, he took off towards the gold. However, the stone dragon, reacting to his movements, twisted its massive body and opened its fearsome jaws to snap at him. It seemed the golden treasure was the trigger for the dragon's wrath, Crawley pondered thoughtfully. Yet Ed Largo remained undeterred. What did the stone dragon matter? If he could just seize the gold, he would use moonwalk and shave to escape the island. Confident that this clumsy dragon could not catch him, the swell of confidence was not limited to the recently deceased Elvis. In a flash, Ed Largo concentrated all his strength into the Navy's 6th technique, shave, rendering him virtually invisible. However, the destination was clear. The ground was strewn with gold. The stone dragon was no fool, and its speed was not to be underestimated. As the air around them began to stir, a fierce wind whipped up, and the dragon's body contracted rapidly, launching its massive head like a nuclear missile towards him. With fangs bared, it peered down from above, and Ed Largo, in his frantic movement, seemed to be offering himself directly to the dragon's jaws. A resounding clang echoed through the air. The stone dragon swallowed gold whole. Along with a multitude of boulders from the island, its head raised high, leaving only a gaping pit in its wake. Edrago stood nearby, his face illuminated with a radiant expression. He had narrowly escaped being devoured by the dragon's maw. Witnessing the dragon's swiftness extinguished the last flicker of hope within him. The notion of snatching treasure from the dragon's jaws had become utterly unrealistic. Preserving his own life took precedence. Though he harbored an inexplicable obsession for gold, his life remained paramount, and without hesitation, Edragos made his choice between gold and survival. Suddenly, a blade pierced through his chest. In disbelief, he gazed downward at the sword that had penetrated his body. He had been ambushed. His strength waned, yet he strained to turn his head back, desperate to glimpse the face of the treacherous assailant. However, the wielder of the sword had no intention of granting him that mercy. The blade twisted within him, obliterating his innards and flesh. "Offer your soul to me." The familiar, seductive voice echoed in his ears. It was him, the devil. Edragos, in bitter resignation, lowered his head and succumbed to the void of breath. Crowley smirked disdainfully as he drew his long sword, meticulously wiping it clean. He reveled in the exquisite sensation of his soul intertwining with his being, causing a delightful tremor to ripple through him. Yet, with formidable foes ahead, he swiftly absorbed and integrated the soul of Edrago, prompting a transformation in his attribute panel once more. Name: Crowley Rommel Fruit. Superhuman type: Gift Fruit. Awakening pending. Power level: 16,000. Skills: 1. Intermediate Marine Basic Swordsmanship. Ordinary Swordsman level: 2. Intermediate Marine 6 Styles 3. Intermediate Weapon Mastery 4. Advanced Fishman Karate 5. Underwater Breathing 6. Transformation into Tiger Man, Cat Fruit, Tiger Form, Non-Upgradable, 7. Advanced 1,000-Pound Sword Technique, Intermediate Swordsman Level, 8. Sonic Energy Attack, Soundwave Fruit, Non-Upgradable. Crawley gazed at his doubled spiritual power after absorbing the souls of 2 individuals, unable to suppress a sense of awe. His current spiritual power was 4 times that of CP9's most gifted talent, Lucci. He had previously estimated that Lucci's strength could be regarded as comparable to that of an ordinary vice admiral within the organization, with the spiritual power of elite vice admirals fluctuating around 8,000. As for the admirals, it was more challenging to gauge. Yet he felt that his spiritual power had reached a level akin to theirs. However, He noticed that the colors of skills 6 and 8 on his attribute panel differed from the others. These two skills were derived from the devil fruit abilities of the two individuals he had previously encountered. What could this signify? Crowley focused his mind, and before him suddenly appeared an option to engage in skill fusion. He pondered, stroking his chin, realizing that skills could indeed be fused. Was this ability exclusive to the powers of the devil fruit? Well, he decided to give it a try. Crowley focused his mind on the affirmative option, and the attributes panel underwent a transformation once more. Name: Crowley Rommel Fruit. Paramecia type: Gift Fruit. Awakening unachieved. Combat power: 16,000 skills. 1. Intermediate Navy Basic Swordsmanship. Ordinary Swordsman Level 2. Intermediate Navy 6 Styles 3. Intermediate Weapon Mastery 4. Advanced Fishman Karate 5. Underwater Breathing 6. Advanced Thousand Gene Sword Technique. Moderate Swordsman Level 7. Transformation into Tiger Demon, accompanied by Sonic Wave Attack. In an instant, two skills merged into one, elevating the transformation from Tiger Man to Tiger Demon, thereby enhancing its prestige. However, the precise implications of skill utilization remained unclear, necessitating experimentation on Crowley's part. Akin stood beside him, observing the fluctuations in his expression. Although unaware of the specifics, it was likely a positive development. Crowley picked up Elvis's black heavy sword. Despite the numerous cracks adorning its surface, its functionality remained intact. He was now poised to experiment with the purported advanced techniques of the Thousand Gene Swordsmanship, employing a formidable power level of 16,000. It was evident that Elvis could not be compared to him. With the black heavy sword raised behind him, he assumed an unusual stance and swung the sword upward from below. A crimson sword aura soared into the heavens, and the mighty roar of a tiger startled even him. The sword energy coalesced into a colossal red tiger, which lifted its head and unleashed a thunderous roar. In comparison to the sword energy tiger conjured by Elvis moments ago, Crowley's sword aura tiger resembled nothing more than a mere cub. With an air of disdain, the red sword tiger glanced at the stone creatures on the island before unleashing another formidable roar. It opened its jaws wide, revealing a mouth full of fangs, and charged towards them. Boom! In an overwhelming display akin to a dimensional strike, nearly one-third of the stone creatures on the island were reduced to dust in an instant, without a single stone fragment flying about. They were obliterated into a powdery substance, scattered by the wind. Akin watched in astonishment, nearly losing his composure at the sheer might of the attack. Initially bewildered as to why Crowley had utilized Elvis's sword techniques, he promptly dismissed his earlier thoughts as the sword aura emerged. Although the techniques appeared identical, the disparity in power was nothing short of astronomical. They were not even in the same league. Crowley gazed upward at the spiraling stone dragon, which remained unresponsive, causing him to shake his head in resignation. This dragon was indeed a miser, indifferent to anything that did not pertain to gold. With no other option, he contemplated attempting to slay the dragon. Yet, if the stone creature lacked any combat awareness, the endeavor would prove rather unexciting. Spotting a stone golem, Crowley lifted his obsidian greatsword high, the crimson aura of his blade surging forth. He realized he had grown fond of this formidable swordsmanship, a raw and unrefined style that shattered all obstacles with sheer might. Such was the allure of power. With a resounding explosion, a radiant crimson light burst forth as he swung the black greatsword downwards like a club, striking directly upon the golem's head. A thunderous crash ensued, sending debris flying, but along with the fragments of stone, shards of black iron also scattered. The obsidian greatsword, bestowed upon him by Elvis, shattered. Crowley stared vacantly at the broken sword in his hand, rendered speechless. Was it merely due to exerting a bit too much force? The heavy black sword, once wielded by Elvis to relentlessly cleave through the hard, stony beasts, had already been marred with cracks. Now, subjected to further mistreatment, it could no longer withstand the strain and had given up the ghost. Gleaming golden coins tumbled to the ground at Crowley's feet, reflecting light that pierced his eyes painfully. The stone dragon, circling above, finally reacted, opening its maw to reveal its sharp fangs, emitting a silent roar. A gold thief. How detestable. The colossal tail of the dragon, infused with its wrath, swung menacingly towards Crowley, who dared not confront it head-on. Though his energy was sufficient, he lacked mastery of the advanced hockey techniques. As a mere mortal, he knew that taking the blow would result in injury, certainly not worth the risk. Iron blocks. Those who relied on iron were doomed to perish early. A lesson etched in his memory from a previous life. Swiftly evading the attack, Crawley cast a sorrowful glance at the black sword in his hand, which he had hoped to use to slay the dragon. Alas, that dream was shattered. Instead, he would attempt to subdue the beast. Transform into the tiger demon. Crawley let out a low growl, his entire body resonating with the sound of cracking bones as he grew to a towering height of over 3 meters. Sharp, menacing claws extended from his hands and feet, while his hair transformed into a deep crimson hue, spreading like wildfire across his form. His skin, dark as iron, was adorned with intricate, tiger-striped patterns of a darker red, and even his eyes morphed into fierce, beastly orbs filled with malice. This was the manifestation of the tiger demon. The transformed giant Crawley lifted his claws, a wicked grin curling upon his lips, basking in the exhilarating sensation of invincibility. Observing the stone dragon roaring defiantly at the sky, he contemptuously flicked his claws. This time, he was truly poised to devour the dragon. The stone dragon, unable to tolerate such provocation, swayed its massive body and charged at the seemingly insignificant human below, its maw brimming with sharp fangs ready to pierce the audacious foe. Boom! A fierce wind swept up clouds of dust as the tiger and dragon locked eyes across the expanse. Akin stood at a distance, fully aware that such a clash was beyond his capacity. Even the slightest graze could spell his doom. The other stone creatures, displaying remarkable awareness, remained stationary, watching their leader engage in battle. Bang! The dragon's massive head struck Crawley, who did not even attempt to evade, engulfing him whole. The ground shattered under the immense impact, rocks exploding into the air, unable to withstand the force. The stone dragon assumed its fangs had pierced Crawley, lifting its head to soar once more. Yet it found itself unable to raise its draconic crown. Sizzle! In the darkness of the immense dragon's maw, Crawley's muscles bulged as he firmly grasped 2 dragon fangs, resolutely suppressing them, with no hope of ascension. With a powerful tug, he wrenched the fangs free, yet this was merely the beginning. He could never allow the stone dragon to soar back into the sky. Embracing the dragon's head, he executed a precise over-the-shoulder throw, crashing the colossal stone dragon onto the island. The dragon's size was roughly 1/3 that of the island, and as it fell, it undoubtedly crushed countless of its fellow creatures beneath it. Seizing the moment, Crawley mounted the stone dragon, his claws raised high. With a flash of lightning, his tiger claws embedded themselves into the dragon's body. Although the stone dragon could not feel pain, it was acutely aware of the audacious human perched upon its back. Was it so easy to ride a dragon? Even if it were merely a false dragon, it possessed its own dignity. Do not underestimate the stone dragon. It began to thrash wildly, its massive form writhing in an effort to dislodge the intruder. Yet, this was futile. Instead, Crawley relentlessly dug into its body with his sharp claws, sending stone chips flying like dust in the air. The stone dragon's material was undoubtedly the hardest Crawley had ever encountered. Even the previous stone golem and skeletal creature paled in comparison. It felt as though the stone was entirely compressed, with not a single gap to be found, utterly impenetrable. Crawley struggled to excavate with his claws. Enhanced by the Navy's 6 styles. Boom! The stone dragon rolled on the ground, intent on shaking off the troublesome rider. Indifferent to the fate of its fellow stone creatures that were crushed beneath its weight, instantly pulverized. Such senseless casualties. The transformation into a tiger demon inflicted no harm. Witnessing this scene, Crawley could not help but click his tongue in disapproval. After decimating half of the stone creatures on the enchanted stone island, the stone dragon finally came to its senses. With a flick of its tail, it soared into the sky, darting through the clouds, as if attempting to dislodge Crawley with its aerial maneuvers. However, as a practitioner of moonwalk, Crawley had long since developed immunity to heights. He continued his excavation on the dragon's body and discovered something intriguing. The stone dragon could only fly above the island, never straying from the magnetic pull of the land beneath it, and lacking wings, it presumably utilized the island's magnetic force to sustain its flight. This suggested that the architect of such a mechanism was truly a monster, if this was indeed the capability of Unanimous' Devil Fruit. It was unfathomable how Unanimous could ever claim the title of Pirate King. Bang! At last. Crawley's claws glowed a fierce red as he struck down with all his might. Crash! The stone shattered, and half of the dragon's body was cleaved away, crashing onto the stone island with a resounding roar, sending plumes of dust and debris that enveloped the entire isle. Crawley, having lost his longsword, could only resort to the method of excavating the dragon. Well, one cannot truly call it slaying the dragon. Rather, it is a form of dismemberment. Yet, This predicament only serves to torment Akin, who stands humbly upon the island, spitting out mouthfuls of dust. Gazing up at the fierce battle between the dragon and the tiger in the sky with a look of utter bewilderment. It is nothing short of demonic. How could a mere insignificant figure like him presume to witness such a grand conflict? If only it were a peaceful affair, it might have been bearable. But the aftershocks of the battle have left him in considerable distress, akin to an undeserved calamity. Crawley elicited a satisfied smile, yet in Akin's eyes, it resembled the grin of a devil. He gazed at the stone dragon, which was suspended mid-air, its body twisted and contorted, and couldn't help but shake his head. This was not a sustainable course of action. With a swift motion, he detached himself from the dragon's form, stepping into the void and locking eyes with the fragmented stone creature. Given that it was severed in half, its weight must have been significantly reduced. With over 10,000 points of spiritual energy at his disposal, he could easily charge forward. With a resounding thud, he propelled himself forcefully into the air, the sound of explosive force echoing around him. Retracting his tiger claw and clenching it into a fist, he readied the formidable strike of the tiger demon. A fist larger than a cooking pot, building upon the foundation of the moon's step and incorporating the shave technique. He had inadvertently ascended to a higher echelon of the Navy's 6 styles. Crawley could lend his strength to others, who in turn could enhance his own, ensuring a mutually beneficial arrangement. His speed was astonishing, transforming him into a veritable cannonball as he teleported towards the dragon's head, fist raised high, radiating a crimson glow akin to a shooting star. With a resounding clang, his glowing fist struck fiercely into the dragon's eye. The stone shattered, and his fist embedded deeply within. The stone dragon felt no pain, only a profound sense of humiliation. It opened its massive maw, intending to devour Crawley, who had dared to intrude upon its eye, hoping to crush him within its jaws. Yet, Crawley's agility rendered him untouchable, despite being within striking distance. He seemed as distant as the horizon. The dragon's enormous teeth could not reach him, and if the stone dragon possessed thoughts, it would undoubtedly be cursing vehemently in its mind. Clang! Crawley maneuvered through the air, his imposing figure akin to a beast, effortlessly weaving between the dragon's fangs. With a powerful punch, he struck the stone dragon's other eye. The dragon's eyes, mere decorations, were of no consequence to him. He felt akin to Neza, reveling in the sheer exhilaration of his actions. He found the dragon's predicament rather pitiable. Its elongated, serpentine body was countered by its short claws, and without its tail. It resorted solely to biting as a means of attack, a rather futile endeavor. Moreover, this stone dragon lacked fire-breathing or cloud-manipulating abilities, rendering it a mere target for Crawley's assaults. However, in the blink of an eye, Crawley retracted his earlier thoughts. The stone dragon twisted its body, evading his strike, and opened its maw to unleash a barrage of stone spikes. These spikes, sharp as arrows, rained down upon him with alarming speed. Each spike was massive, akin to cannonballs. Initially, Crawley relied on his keen eyesight to dodge them, but as the onslaught intensified, he was compelled to adopt a defensive posture using his iron block technique. Transformed into a tiger demon, his muscles, a blend of black iron and red stripes, bulged with strength, glimmering with an indomitable sheen. Closing his vulnerable eyes, he felt the spikes strike him, akin to a gentle drizzle, neither painful nor bothersome. This was illogical. The stone dragon, being of stone, should not possess the ability to spit out stone spikes as a form of magic. After enduring the onslaught, Crawley slowly opened his eyes. Realizing the true nature of the situation, the dragon's once formidable body had been reduced to a third of its original size. It was fighting with its very life. A wave of emotion washed over Crawley, prompting him to grant the stone dragon a swift release, thus preserving its dignity. In truth, he had noticed a ship in the distance gradually approaching their location. With a firm step, Crawley extended his tiger demon claws, slicing off the dragon's 2 horns. The severed horns provoked the stone dragon's fury, and it retaliated with a renewed barrage of stone spikes, its body rapidly diminishing until only its head remained afloat in the air. Yet, the remaining head of the stone dragon emanated an unprecedented sense of threat. Perhaps a premonition from his tiger demon transformation, Crawley sensed that the dragon was preparing for a desperate final strike. Rumbling, the golden island, transformed into a magical stone isle, trembled once more, resonating with a thunderous sound akin to an earthquake. All stones began to levitate, stone creatures, stone humanoids, stone skeletons, and the severed portion of the dragon's body floated in the air, accelerating rapidly towards Crawley. This stone dragon could manipulate the island's magnetic forces. Yet, curiously, it could not detach itself from the island. Not only were all the stones on the island under the magnetic control of the stone dragon, but even Crowley found himself immobilized by the island's magnetic force. As he struggled to free himself from its grip, the stones on the island descended upon him, encasing him layer upon layer until he was completely enveloped in a spherical prison. The immense pressure crushed him at the center of the sphere, making it difficult for him to breathe and causing excruciating pain throughout his body. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words to criticize the stone dragon for its lack of timely action. Such is the nature of the pirate world, an explosive cataclysm. Only the dragon's head, a stone figure, opened its maw wide, its eyes reduced to gaping holes, appearing quite wretched. On the island, having returned to the earth, Akin furrowed his brow as he gazed at the colossal stone sphere in the sky. Had his recently allied leader been sealed away? A crimson light gradually illuminated the interior of the massive stone sphere, seeping through the cracks and casting a fiery glow upon the clouds above, resembling a sunset ablaze. This crimson hue also bathed the stone dragon's head before the sphere, the twilight of the great dragon. The red light intensified, shifting from a pale crimson to a deep red, then to a dark crimson, as energy waves emanated continuously from within the sphere, causing it to tremble. Boom! A tremendous column of red energy erupted from the sphere, gradually morphing into the shape of a colossal dragon. As the red dragon emerged, the sphere lost its magnetic hold and began to disperse, revealing a figure akin to a monstrous beast. Granting him time to gather strength proved to be an act of sheer folly. Crowley managed to smile, gesturing with his fingers as the red dragon spiraled upward, unleashing a powerful roar and altering its course towards the stone dragon's head. Bang! The stone dragon's head disintegrated into ash in an instant. Was this the true essence of a great dragon? Crowley shook his head. Why is the golden dragon Edrago referred to as the golden dragon? It is because he possesses a soundwave energy attack that requires an extensive charge time, taking the form of a dragon, thus earning him the moniker of the golden dragon by the outside world. This technique has been further enhanced through the modification by the tiger demon, rendering it even more formidable. Whoosh! Amidst the ashes of the stone dragon's head, only one object remained intact under the assault of the red dragon. Quick-witted and agile, Crowley swiftly grasped it in his hand. As he opened his palm and focused his gaze, he discovered a black butterfly lying perfectly within his grasp. Crowley reverted from his formidable tiger demon form, landing upon the barren ground. He rolled his shoulders, acutely aware of the immense strain that transformation had imposed upon his body. Now, he felt mentally fatigued, his muscles languid and weak, requiring a considerable period to recuperate. The once lush golden island had transformed into a desolate wasteland. One might easily mistake it for a site ravaged by nuclear devastation. The recent technique employed by the stone dragon, the earth-exploding star, had sent Crowley crashing into the sea, leaving the island utterly devoid of stones, littered instead with gray debris. Beyond the rubble lay gold, securely sealed within the mighty stone guardian that protected the island. Its formidable texture made it nearly impossible for an ordinary individual to breach, and the stone dragon had only manipulated the stones with magnetic force, leaving the gold untouched on the island. Under the sun's brilliance, the island shimmered with a dazzling golden hue, strikingly eye-catching. Akin, disheveled and dusty, scurried to Crowley's side, his expression somewhat radiant. In this battle, he had contributed nothing, and he was uncertain of his purpose on the island. Aside from witnessing Crowley's immense power, he felt he had gained little. Yet, one could argue that observing such high-level combat had indeed been beneficial for him. Crowley held the black butterfly in his hand, raising it to the sunlight to observe it intently. "What is this?" Akin inquired, glancing over. "I have no idea." "It emerged from the head of a stone dragon and is likely related to Unanimous," Crowley replied, gently caressing the butterfly's wings. The texture was not reminiscent of a true butterfly. Even a butterfly specimen would lack such hardness, its substance exceeding that of the stone dragon itself. Otherwise, the red dragon could not have failed to destroy it. This may be what Elvis has been searching for, the true treasure of Unanimous. He is not like that gold-hungry Adrigar. The wings of the black butterfly shimmered with a faint, ethereal blue glow, appearing extraordinarily beautiful in the sunlight. However, Crowley discerned something unusual within. The patterns on the wings were so minuscule they resembled two intricate maps. If these are indeed maps, then the locations they depict must represent Unanimous' genuine heritage. He felt a surge of excitement. Akin, perceiving an unsettling smile on Crowley's face, quietly distanced himself. What shall we do with this gold? Of course, we transport it to the ship. It's my payment for labor, Crowley replied curtly. Confiscate it. That's utterly impossible. Shall we both carry it? Are you out of your mind? There are too many people on the ship idling about. It's time for some action. He found himself reluctant to converse further with Akin, who had transformed from a cool, aloof rogue into a rather foolish character. Regardless, the gold would not sprout legs and flee while left on the island. Crowley and Akin made their way towards the coastline where the naval ship was anchored, only to discover another vessel stationed nearby. A silver-haired man, cigar in mouth, stood silently on the shore, watching the two approach with an expressionless demeanor. Crowley, what brings you to the East Sea? The silver-haired man, now Colonel Smog stationed at Log Town, asked with evident displeasure. Crowley regarded him with a hint of annoyance, curling his lips slightly. Do you think I desired to come to this wretched East Sea? It is merely a task assigned by my superiors. Their relationship was familiar. They had been classmates under Zephyr's tutelage, though it had been over a year since their last encounter. Before Smoker could pose a question, Dasky, standing behind him, eagerly leaned forward, shielding her eyes as she intently gazed at Crowley's face. You are indeed the renowned Rear Admiral Crowley of the Navy headquarters. It is truly a pleasure to meet you in person, she exclaimed, her surprise evident. You are quite handsome, she silently added in her thoughts. She had long heard of Crowley's reputation among the female soldiers at the Navy headquarters and had always wished to meet the man who bore such an esteemed title. Curious about the charm that endeared him to all the women in the Navy. Of course, the moniker Sunshine Devil had been bestowed upon him by the male sailors. Dasky, Smoker's capable assistant. I must say, it is indeed a pleasure to meet you as well, Crowley replied with a gentle smile, extending his hand. His well-timed smile further accentuated his handsome features, fair yet undeniably masculine, truly the embodiment of the Navy's sunshine. It's a pleasure to meet you, Dasky said, blushing as she shook his hand. Now what brings you to the East Sea? Smoker exhaled a plume of smoke, observing the faux cordiality between them with slight displeasure. Regarding your situation, the headquarters wishes for you to return, Crowley raised an eyebrow. Recalling how Smoker had been sent to the weakest East Sea for his rebellious nature and defiance, the headquarters now regretted that decision, recognizing the potential of this natural-born talent. Smoker scoffed. Those old geezers at headquarters think they can summon me at will, as if I have no will of my own. I will leave when the time is right. He said this with a hint of petulance, then turned to survey the desolate Golden Island, frowning. What brings you to this island? I recall it was not always like this. Golden Island, known for being a frequent gathering spot for East Sea pirates, had once been vibrant with life. Now, it appeared barren. The once prominent peaks vanished, as if struck by a calamity. Looking for treasure, Crowley replied nonchalantly. Have you found any? Smoker scrutinized him, suspecting that whatever transpired on this island was somehow connected to Crowley. Yet, he could not fathom how, after a year apart, Crowley had grown powerful enough to transform the island into its current state. Indeed, seeing the expression of skepticism etched across his face, Crowley was instantly displeased. He promptly gestured to the Marines aboard his ship, summoning them to disembark and transport the gold from the island's center to the vessel. Not only Smoker but even the Marines who heard his command wore expressions of doubt. They were aware that their superior had just engaged in a skirmish with several pirates on the island, yet due to the deliberate concealment of the latter events, they had not witnessed his transformation into the Tiger Demon or the fierce battle with the Stone Dragon. While they had observed the remarkable alterations upon Golden Island, they remained skeptical of the gold's existence. Nevertheless, the orders of their commander were absolute, and they set off together towards the island's core. Upon their return, each group of Marines bore a substantial chunk of gold, dozens of pieces in total, gleaming with a purity of color and texture of extraordinary worth. The sight of the gold in their hands startled both Smoker and Tashiji. Initially thinking Crowley was jesting, they were taken aback to find the reality so. These numerous large bars of gold must be worth at least several billion berries. How did you acquire this? Smoker inquired, removing the cigar from his lips, feeling a dryness upon them. With such a fortune at hand, it was unlikely this man would hand it over. Just a trip to the East Blue to relay a message, and he had amassed such wealth. This was his territory, and a sense of imbalance stirred within him. Golden Island. Golden Island, the treasure of unanimous. While you falter, I prevail, Crowley declared with unabashed confidence. All right. Smoker averted his gaze, for he held little interest in wealth. He then slowly probed, but surely, was it necessary for you to make the journey just to inform me of this news? The transponder snail is not merely ornamental. The headquarters believes we share a good rapport, hence they sent me to persuade you in person. However, indeed, I have another task, though that I cannot disclose, Crawley replied, a smirk playing upon his lips, shrouded in mystery. Observing Smoker's discomfort brought Crawley immense satisfaction. For this was a small measure of retribution against the man who had once bullied him during their time at the Navy Academy, leveraging his natural abilities. Wait, I do not concern myself with your tasks, but what of him? Smoker gestured towards Akin, who stood beside Crawley. As a formidable subordinate of the East Blue Sovereign, Smoker was well acquainted with the notorious Akin, recognizing him instantly despite the naval uniform he now donned. Once a pirate, now my subordinate. What's the issue? I shall inform headquarters. So you need not worry, Crawley retorted. A pirate is a pirate. One can change their surroundings, yet their nature remains unchanged, Smoker remarked. Akin remained unfazed by the comment, merely shrugging in resignation while meeting Crawley's gaze. He had never intended to join the Navy. His allegiance lay solely with Crawley, who had promised him the power of vengeance. Crawley shook his head helplessly, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, you haven't changed a bit. Inwardly, he derided the youthful fervor of the pirates. Let's head to Logtown first. Having arrived in the East Blue, how could we not visit the birthplace of the Pirate King? He patted Smoker on the shoulder and then boarded his warship with Akin. Upon returning to the vessel, Crawley's initial act was to take his sword and slice a substantial block of gold into several portions, distributing them among his subordinates. After all, one must offer a token of goodwill to one's own men. Otherwise, who would choose to follow him in the future? The sailors gazed at the sizable chunks of gold in their hands, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Having done little more than transport the gold, they were rewarded so generously. Their commander truly embodied the warmth of the Navy's sun. They could not help but feel a swell of gratitude, vowing silently to follow Major Crawley for the rest of their lives. Seeing this, Smoker and Tashigi also boarded the ship. Their journey was prompted by reports of the Golden Dragon, Itarago, and his crew being sighted at Golden Island, necessitating a patrol. However, upon reaching the island, everything seemed transformed, and the Golden Dragon pirates were nowhere to be found. With Crawley present, he surmised that all would be resolved. Smoker held great confidence in his colleague. During their training under Zephyr, aside from Smoker's natural advantage that secured him the top spot, Crawley had consistently been the runner-up, excelling in martial arts and frequently receiving praise from their mentor. Logtown was not far, and thanks to the speed of the Navy's ship, they reached their destination within a few hours. As they disembarked, one of Smoker's subordinates rushed over to report the latest developments in Logtown. Colonel, the bamboo sword pirates have arrived in Logtown. Before Smoker could respond, Tashigi exclaimed, is the captain the one wielding the famed sword, Yatu? As a fervent aficionado of renowned blades, she could not tolerate such a weapon being wielded by nefarious hands. To her, it was nothing short of sacrilege. Crawley smirked. He happened to be in need of a sword. Hearing his subordinate's words, Smoker's expression grew solemn. Ever since he had taken up his post as the station colonel in Logtown, the influx of East Blue pirates into the Grand Line had significantly diminished. He would not allow a pirate crew wielding a renowned sword to escape into the Grand Line. After clarifying the direction, he and Tashigi hurried off, while Crawley, having given instructions to his men, pursued them alongside Akin. They could not afford to miss out on such an opportunity. Upon locating their quarry, they found the bamboo sword pirates boisterously drinking in a tavern. Their captain, possessing the famed sword Yatu, was currently raising his cup high, engaging in grandiloquent discourse. Perhaps under the influence of alcohol, he boasted shamelessly, that mad dog of the Navy, Smoker? I'm not afraid of him. Let him come. I shall cleave him in two with a single stroke. Outside the door, Smoker heard the commotion and awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth. It was not the first time he had been labeled the mad dog of the Navy, yet in the presence of his dear friend, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Just as he was about to unholster his weapon and kick the door open to teach the audacious pirate a lesson, Crawley intervened with a grin, suggesting, let my newly recruited subordinate take a shot at it first. It will also serve to demonstrate my discerning eye. With a wave of his hand, Akin, wearing a cold expression, pushed the door open and stepped inside. Having followed Crawley for several days without much to do, he was itching for action, especially given his notorious reputation as the Demon Man. Known for his violent temperament, it was high time to unleash some of that pin-up fury. As Akin entered the tavern, the boisterous conversations abruptly ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the room. Compared to the relatively unknown bounty hunter, Moriazong, whose bounty was still modest, the name of Demon Man Akin carried far more weight. Once the right-hand man of the East Blue Overlord, Kliick, Akin's reputation was thunderous. However, what astonished the patrons even more than his arrival was the naval uniform he donned. The demon man Akin had become a member of the Navy following Kliick's demise. With both hands gripping his cane, Akin ignored the startled gazes of those around him and approached Moriazong, coldly commanding, "Repeat what you just said." Moriazong, still seemingly under the influence, drunkenly lifted his head to meet Akin's gaze. "Are you sent by the mad dog?" he mumbled. Without further ado, Akin shifted the direction of his cane, the iron ball at its end swinging violently toward Moriazong's head. Having witnessed the devastating prowess of the 1,000-pound sword technique employed by Elvis and Crowley, the impact on him was formidable. Clang! A long sword, dark green with bamboo patterns, intercepted the blow, and Moriazong smirked, reminding Akin that he was no ordinary pirate. What kind of pirate would brazenly drink in a tavern in Lobetown? "Who do you think I am, a fence-sitting traitor to the Navy? Watch me wield my sword." However, before he could finish his thought, Moriazong sensed an immense force pressing against him from the opposite side. How is this possible? Such overwhelming strength. Boom. Overpowered. He was swiftly knocked to the ground by Akin. One cane pressed firmly against his neck, while the other was raised high, poised to strike his skull, leaving the onlookers envisioning a gruesome scene of brain matter splattering. Just then, a languid voice drifted in from outside the tavern. "Akin, come out and fight. Don't break the boss's things." The crowd contemplated scoffing at the audacity of whoever dared to instruct the brutal demon man Akin, deeming it utter folly. Yet, to their astonishment, upon hearing that voice, Akin relaxed his stance, casting a cold gaze upon Moriazong as he declared, "Let's take this outside." Without a backward glance, he exited the tavern. "It seemed this fellow was rather obedient to your commands." Smog observed his movements and couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed. One ought to consider the caliber of the subordinates." Crowley proudly lifted his head. The patrons of the tavern erupted in astonishment. As the members of the Bamboo Sword Pirates hurriedly assisted their captain, their faces pale, murmuring, "Captain, perhaps we should discreetly retreat." Just moments ago, their captain had been defeated in a mere exchange. Had it not been for that voice outside, Sun Yaozong would have become a headless corpse by now. Sun Yaozong forcefully shook off his subordinate's grasp, fully sober now. Hearing the chatter within the tavern, his face flushed with a mix of red and white. And he snapped at his crew, "What nonsense are you spouting? Am I not his match? I was merely careless. Watch how I behead him when I step outside." With that, he brandished his famed blade, Iju, and kicked open the tavern door. Upon exiting, he noticed 3 individuals clad in naval attire standing nearby, one of whom, a golden-haired Marine, regarded him with a faint smile. It must have been his voice that he heard earlier. The white-haired one was the notorious mad dog of the Navy. Once he dealt with this pirate traitor, he would surely take your life, Sun Yaozong signaled with a gesture across his throat. Crowley observed his movements and couldn't help but chuckle silently at Smoker, realizing he was merely a young lad. Sun Yaozong appeared mature. Yet he was a freshly adult with lofty ambitions. "You disgrace of a pirate, I was careless before, but now your fate is sealed," he declared disdainfully, glancing at Akin, who wielded dual crutches. With the renowned sword, Iju, raised before him, he advanced toward Akin, descending with a powerful strike. The blade gleamed eerily as it sliced downwards. Clang! Akin remained unfazed, effortlessly raising his crutches to parry the attack. It seemed that for someone who had not yet mastered the art of cutting iron, overcoming Akin would prove challenging. Akin shifted his weight and executed the Navy's Rokushiki technique, shave, vanishing from sight. With a swift reappearance, the iron sphere of his crutch lunged towards Sun Yaozong's nape. Clang! Yet, he appeared prepared, deftly maneuvering his long sword to deflect the blow, though the force of Akin compelled him to retreat hastily. Observing Akin's futile assault, Sun Yaozong chuckled softly, gradually uttering a name, Tianxian, the title of his earlier sword technique. "You have indeed imparted the Navy's secrets to that fellow," Smoker remarked, furrowing his brow at Crowley upon witnessing Akin's use of the Rokushiki shave. In his mind, a pirate remained a pirate. Their temporary allegiance was not to be trusted. It was evident that he was displeased with Crowley for divulging the Navy's closely guarded techniques to someone who was once a pirate. "Come now. How many out there are unfamiliar with the Navy's Rokushiki?" Crowley retorted dismissively, scoffing at the notion that the secrets were still relevant. "That fellow employs the North Star one-sword style." Dasky, adjusting her glasses, observed Sun Yaozong's swordplay intently, speaking slowly. "Is swordsmanship truly so rare?" Crowley inquired. "Indeed. The North Star one-sword style is quite an ancient technique. with its sole dojo located in the Grand Line. How could this Sun Yaozong have acquired it? She pondered, fixing her gaze on Sun Yaozong's figure. Puzzled as to why he would turn to piracy in the East Sea if he had trained at the dojo in the Grand Line. Perhaps a relative was once a disciple of that dojo. Crowley inadvertently revealed the truth. In fact, Sun Yaozong had diligently practiced the North Star one-sword style under his father's tutelage from a young age. Now of age, he intended to carry forth this martial legacy, only to be thwarted at the entrance of the Grand Line. How could Akin, who had nearly mastered the Navy's Rokushiki, be countered by Sun Yaozong? Regardless of how intricate the swordsmanship, lacking power rendered it futile, and moreover, Sun Yaozong's technique was still unrefined. His left arm had already been shattered by Akin, and he bore numerous wounds. As he sensed his strength waning, teetering on the brink of death at Akin's hands, he found himself utterly forsaken, with his subordinates long gone. Sun Yaozong, do you yearn for power? Do you yearn to vanquish the treacherous pirate before you, as well as the rabid dogs of the Navy, to attain your freedom and embark upon the Grand Line? Are you willing to perish here, or be ensnared in a prison cell? I can bestow upon you great power, provided you surrender your soul to me. The seductive voice echoed within his mind, assaulting his senses. Moria quickly regained clarity, gradually focusing on the man before him, who was relentlessly attacking. Clad in a gray bandana and navy attire, he appeared disconcertingly out of place, yet this man was intent on taking his life. Moria glanced at the dark green blade in his hand, adorned with a bamboo pattern, a treasured gift from his father during his coming-of-age ceremony. A symbol of hope that he could carve out his own destiny. I demand power. Stepping back, Moria wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze wild, and proclaimed emphatically. Upon hearing his declaration, Akin covertly cast a glance at Crowley beside him, realizing that this was complicating matters for him. He hesitated to attack, halting his movement and standing still, observing Moria. Crowley maintained a faint smile on his face, yet his heart stirred. The contract was established. To give is to lend, and to return is to repay. The immense power was too much for Sun Yaozong's frail physique to withstand. Should he directly lend him all his spiritual energy, it might cause him to explode. Considering Sun Yaozong's age, Crowley decided on a middle ground, lending him 3,000 units of spiritual energy. Power surged from his body, a sensation of pure bliss enveloping him. This was the essence of strength. His own injuries began to heal gradually, and with this, defeat was no longer an option. With his left arm broken, Sun Yaozong resolutely wielded his sword with his right hand. As he was a one-sword style practitioner, the impact was minimal. Instead, he focused his gaze on Akin, revealing a cruel and twisted expression. For daring to break his left arm, he could not forgive him. Today, he would use this newfound strength to reduce this man to a mere stick. With a flick of his long sword, he launched himself toward Akin. Leaping high into the air, his famed blade shimmering with cold light, the sword intent rising, slash. Frostfall. Akin did not retreat. He kicked back with his legs, positioning his dual crutches before him, and leaped forward to meet the attack head-on. Let me see how much power you have gained. Bang! The dual crutches clashed with the long sword. A whirlwind of air erupted, sparks flying. Akin's expression changed as he was unexpectedly driven back. Seizing the moment, Sun Yaozong advanced again, swinging his sword in an onslaught. It was then that the true power of the northern blade style was revealed. Wielded with an artistry that left Akin bewildered as he struggled to discern the trajectory of the strikes, yet he dared not confront them head-on. For each of Sun Yaozong's blows was exceedingly sharp. Strangely, Sun Yaozong seemed to have transformed entirely. Kliick watched his rapid swordplay, unable to suppress her curiosity. Perhaps he has attained enlightenment, Crowley remarked noncommittally. Akin, relying on the Navy's 6 styles to swiftly evade, found Sun Yaozong's sword speed escalating, dazzling and frenzied, evoking a sense of dread within him. Damn it, this guy has gone mad. There was no choice but to succumb to madness, to gain power and defeat you. I have already offered my soul to the devil. Sun Yaozong shrieked, his long sword taking on a bizarre and enchanting angle as it danced through the air, thrusting toward Akin. Cherry Blossom. Dance of the Spirit. The swordplay, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, carved mesmerizing patterns in the void, and Sun Yaozong, in a trance, executed this move for the first time. Swoosh. Akin's clothing tore apart, revealing his gaunt torso, marred with several wounds. His speed was insufficient, allowing Sun Yaozong to seize the opportunity. Crowley, your subordinate is nearing his end, Smoker remarked as he lit a cigar. Though he harbored disdain for this former pirate, he could not deny the bond of friendship with his comrade's subordinate. Crowley nonchalantly waved his hand, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Akin's prowess extends far beyond this. With a flicker of thought, he activated his abilities once more. A voice resonated within Akin's mind. Grant, temporarily borrow. An immense surge of power coursed through his limbs, augmenting his strength by more than a third. Yet, this was sufficient. Casting a resentful glance at Crowley, he mused. Is it truly amusing to orchestrate your own little performance? Nevertheless, he understood Crowley's intentions. This fellow coveted his sword, discarding his left-hand cane. He gripped his right-hand staff with newfound seriousness. With a swift motion, he propelled himself into the air as if treading on nothingness. In a flash, he raised his staff high, swinging it towards Mori Yozang. The impact was explosive. The iron ball atop the staff glimmered with a faint crimson hue. Mori Yozang, overconfident from the power he wielded, had let his guard down, believing he could easily parry the blow with his renowned sword, Yutaki. To his astonishment, Akin's strength had dramatically increased, forcing his long sword aside. With a resounding crack, the last image that flashed before Mori Yozang's eyes was that of the iron ball. His head shattered like a watermelon, he was no more. As Akin felt his soul reintegrate, his energy surged once again. And he acquired a new skill known as the mid-tier of the Northern Star One-Blade style. Crowley beamed with satisfaction. Not solely for his own gain, but also for Akin's triumph, Akin had just executed the final move of the Thousand Gene Sword technique. It appeared that this lad was also adept at pilfering techniques. Dasky covered her mouth and turned away, having served in the Navy for so long. She could not bear to witness such a scene. Akin silently handed the famed sword Yutaki to Crowley. Smoker cast a glance at him, offering a subtle commendation. You performed admirably. Initially, the clash between Akin and Mori Yozang had captivated the residents of Rog Town. But now they dispersed in haste, not merely due to the grisly sight of Mori Yozang's remains, but because something more thrilling was unfolding elsewhere. The onlookers, ever eager for excitement, rushed towards the commotion. A pirate had ascended the gallows. The crowd surged, voices raised in fervor. The gallows of Rog Town were singular, infamous for having once executed the Pirate King, Roger. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, signaling a change in the atmosphere. The four were swept along with the throng to the gallows where two figures stood. A boy clad in a straw hat lay beneath the boot of a jester, a blade poised at his throat. It was none other than Luffy and Buggy. Crowley, blending into the crowd, regarded the ominous clouds above with a pensive expression. Buggy, with a twisted grin as he stood on Luffy's head, sneered, Straw Hat Brat, your time has come. Any last words? Luffy, initially pouting, lifted his chin defiantly and bellowed. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. The crowd below erupted in astonishment, reminiscent of the scene when Pirate King Roger was executed. Buggy's lips curled into a sneer. Even at such a moment, he still uttered such audacious foolishness. He raised the large blade in his hand, declaring, Then you shall die. At that moment, Zoro and Sanji arrived, albeit too late, as the crowd parted. Confronted with impending death, Luffy wore a smile, saying, Everyone, I'm sorry, I must die. He actually smiled. Smoker murmured to himself. Crowley raised the corners of his mouth, gazing at the ominous sky. Would that man truly allow his child to perish here? Buggy brandished his large sword, and a flash illuminated the dark clouds above. Thunder roared. A tremendous bolt of lightning struck down from the stormy heavens, fortuitously hitting the execution platform. In an instant, Buggy was charred by the electric surge, and the platform erupted into flames, collapsing. The very platform that had once executed the Pirate King, Roger, had fallen. Luffy, having narrowly escaped disaster, pressed his straw hat firmly onto his head and burst into laughter, exclaiming that he had come out unscathed and had thus gained an advantage. At that moment, rain began to pour, and the wind started to gently sway. Smoker waved his hand. He had already devised a plan. Initially, he intended for the Marines to open fire and eliminate all the pirates present once the Straw Hat Kid was executed. However, he did not anticipate that the Straw Hat Kid would escape by such means. Fortune had smiled upon him. Yet, he could not allow the Straw Hat Kid to venture forth into the Grand Line. With a swift motion of his hand, all the Marines in Logtown surged forth from the shadows, surrounding Luffy and his companions. Crowley stepped aside with Akin, refraining from participating in their capture operation, believing that fulfilling his duties was also Smoker's hope. Smoker did not immediately rush towards Luffy. Instead, he approached Crowley and earnestly inquired, Have you ever witnessed a pirate laughing on the execution platform? Indeed, just a moment ago, Crowley replied foolishly. Upon hearing this, Smoker's expression grew more serious as he exclaimed, Stop feigning ignorance. Pirate King Roger laughed at his execution. The Straw Hat Brat's smile is identical to Roger's. That does not necessarily imply anything. Crawley retracted his smile. However, due to the heavy rain, the explosives aboard the Straw Hat's ship had all become ineffective. Given the wind's direction, it appeared to be favorable for the Straw Hat's journey. Was this merely coincidental? It seemed as though the heavens were intent on aiding his survival. Smoker, now resembling a superstitious oracle, was particularly sensitive to such matters as he had witnessed Pirate King Roger's execution in his youth. Well, that's simply because he had a good father, Crawley inadvertently blurted out. Smoker was momentarily at a loss for words. Instead of pondering these matters, it would be more prudent to pursue the Straw Hats, as they had already breached their encirclement. If they delayed any longer, everyone would be aboard the ship, after all. You are the White Hunter, Smoker. He observed the trio from the protagonist group desperately fleeing and remarked, in a world where he exists. How could Luffy so easily become the Pirate King? Perhaps he could. After all, he is a Navy officer and harbors no ambitions for the Pirate King's throne. The storm intensified, and Smoker's expression grew increasingly grave. This was his territory. White Gale. With a swift motion, his arms transformed, white smoke billowed, enveloping the area and quickly shrouding Buggy and his crew still within the Navy's encirclement. I have no time to concern myself with you scoundrels. Mounted on his fruit-powered motorcycle, Smoker surged towards the direction of the fleeing Straw Hats. Dashki intercepted Zoro, engaging him in a dignified duel. Meanwhile, Smoker, benefiting from the speed of his motorcycle and his familiarity with the terrain, reached the port ahead of the Straw Hats. Luffy instructed Sanji to depart first and face Smoker in a one-on-one confrontation. However, due to Smoker's Logia fruit abilities, Luffy was soon overpowered and pinned to the ground. Observing Luffy's struggling visage, Smoker shook his head, realizing he had overestimated this individual by comparing him to Pirate King Roger. A bounty of 30 million. It seemed his fate had come to an end. With a sigh, Smoker placed his hand behind him, preparing to draw the seastone handcuffs for the final blow. Is that so? That remains to be seen. Behind him, another hand grasped Smoker's arm, obstructing his movements. Turning his head, Smoker beheld a man clad in a dark green cloak, adorned with crimson markings, who regarded him with a mischievous smile. You are. A cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The revolutionary, Dragon. The government has long sought your head, and yet you dare to show yourself. The most notorious fugitive in the world appeared in the weakest East Blue, leaving Smoker bewildered by the rationale. Dragon cast a glance at the figure of Luffy pinned beneath Smoker and chuckled, the world awaits our answer. Suddenly, a violent gale surged forth, whipping through every street and conjuring a tempest that swept both Smoker and Luffy away. In an instant, all structures save for the houses were obliterated, including the cannons stationed at the port by the Navy. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy utilized his abilities to return to the pirate ship, escaping with his crew. Why? Why help that man? Smoker bit down on his cigar, glaring fiercely at Dragon. What reason could possibly justify preventing a man from setting sail? Dragon observed the receding silhouette of the Going Merry and smiled. What reason could deter the Navy from capturing a pirate? Dragon, he is your son, isn't he? Crowley emerged from another street, gazing up at Dragon from his elevated position. So the Straw Hat lad has a good father. Thus, it was you who rescued him from the gallows. Smoker's expression darkened. The smile vanished from Dragon's face. This Navy officer was aware of their connection? Since your son has fled, you shall remain in his stead. Crowley's grin faded gradually, rain cascading down his face, lightning illuminating his visage with a touch of menace. The Navy officers present felt a tightening in their chests. Major Crowley had declared war on the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the world's most wanted criminal. In this rogue town? How utterly insane. Smoker was equally taken aback. After a year apart, how had Crowley become so formidable? He struggled to find a suitable descriptor. Initially, he had intended to ignore Dragon, considering that the world government had pursued him fruitlessly for years. Confronting him would merely invite death. Yet, Crowley had boldly issued a declaration of war. Evacuate the residence. Yet, with his comrades already voicing this directive, he could hardly dissuade them. After all, they were the Navy. Dragon's expression was enigmatic. Did these two Navy leaders intend to confront him? It had been years since anyone dared to strike at him. Was the Navy now so emboldened? Boom. With no further ado, Crowley brandished the newly acquired blade, a bamboo, and, stepping lightly, lunged at Dragon. Frostfall. The condensed sword energy erupted forth. It is important to note that he is a swordsman of considerable repute, wielding the Northern Star Blade technique, which is simply incomparable to Sun Yao. The raindrops, caught in the chilling sword aura, began to crystallize into ice. As the dragon shifted its form, Crowley swiftly severed a corner of his dark green cloak. With one hand transformed into a claw, the dragon lunged towards Crowley. Clang! In a flash, Crowley's sword met the oncoming attack, effectively blocking the dragon's claw, which was suffused with a dark, armed Haki. The dragon, intending to overwhelm with sheer strength, was astonished to discover that his opponent's power was not inferior in the slightest. How could this be possible? How young could he be? Crowley raised his sword, the renowned blade shimmering with crimson light as he switched his sword technique, unleashing an explosive force in an instant. The impact resonated. A tremendous power transferred from the long sword to the dragon, who helplessly clawed at the sword with both hands. This young man possesses an abnormal strength. Could he be a Zoan-type devil fruit user? With a movement of his powerful arms, the dragon attempted to fling the long sword away. But to his astonishment, a cloud of white smoke enveloped him from behind, constricting around his form. It was Smoker. Smoker would never allow his friend to confront the world's most notorious criminal alone. Though somewhat dishonorable, they were determined to join forces against the dragon. The 10 hands moved, the sea stone at the top gleaming ominously as it lunged towards the dragon. Given his previous display of hurricane-like prowess, it was evident that the dragon was indeed a devil fruit user. Yet, as the dragon shifted his body, he effortlessly broke free from the white smoke's grasp, freeing one hand to strike back against Smoker's attack. Dragon Claw Fist. The sound echoed. In an instant, the clawed hand shattered Smoker's 10 hands, along with the sea stone affixed to them. Damn, the Busashoka Haki. Smoker's expression changed as he beheld the inky black hand, able to disregard the sea stone's debilitating effects. He couldn't help but exclaim. Although Busashoka Haki is prevalent in the New World, he regrettably had not mastered it. Otherwise, he would not have had to rely on sea stone atop his weapons. Sensing the dragon's hand reaching for his head, Smoker instantaneously transformed into white smoke, hoping to evade the assault. Snap! To his surprise, the dragon's other ink black hand seized his arm, preventing his escape. Whoosh! Just as Smoker was on the brink of perishing at the dragon's hands, Crowley erupted with a formidable aura from behind, raising his long sword to strike at the dragon. The dragon's expression shifted. He abandoned his assault on Smoker and dodged aside. An instinctive premonition warned him that had he dared to kill Smoker, that very sword behind him would spell his doom. Yet, this should not be. He was a Logia user, and that Marine could not possibly have mastered Busashoka Haki. Boom. The colossal crimson sword energy obliterated the building beneath the dragon's position, leaving a vast crater in its wake. Smoker, having transformed into white smoke, took refuge nearby. Observing Crowley's assault, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. What in the world has his friend experienced in just a year? Dragon, why are you dodging? Crowley remarked with a subtle smile, raindrops dripping from his soaked hair onto his forehead. The Marines observing from the shadows shared a common thought, the smile of a devil. So, it turns out you are the man referred to as the Navy's Sun Dragon gazed at Crowley's fair visage, marveling at the revelation that this newspaper-praised paragon of the Navy was, in fact, an extraordinary master. The insignia of a rear admiral hardly reflected his formidable prowess. The fellow's strength was akin to that of a vice admiral. Dragon was astonished in his heart, realizing that the Navy had produced yet another exceptional individual, intensifying the pressure on their revolutionary army. It was not merely his strength that stirred unease within Dragon, but the unnerving truth that Crowley was astonishingly youthful. Possessing such power at such a tender age posed a significant threat to the future of the revolutionary army. In that moment, the thought of eliminating Crowley to stifle his growth crossed Dragon's mind. Do you wish to kill me? Crowley's smile remained unchanged, as if he had discerned Dragon's innermost thoughts. Smoker stepped aside, looking up at the tense standoff between the two, understanding that this confrontation was beyond his capacity to engage. Retreating was the greatest assistance he could offer his friend. However, a surge of frustration welled up within him. Why? Why was it that Crowley, a fellow graduate with consistently superior results, had ascended to such heights while he languished leisurely in the East Blue? Indeed, could he no longer afford to remain in the East Blue? It was time to test his limits. Dragon's expression turned cold as he spread his arms wide. And in an instant, a tempest swept through Lode Town, scattering debris and lifting structures into the air, coalescing into a hurricane as the storm intensified. Boom. The ferocious whirlwind surged toward Crowley, yet he stood his ground, drawing his long sword behind him, his body adopting a semi-crouched stance. A crimson aura began to rise, and the renowned blade, Yitek, trembled violently, seemingly unable to bear the weight of his immense power. Thousand-kind sword, tiger demon. As the swirling tempest drew ever closer, the words seemed to be forced through Crowley's clenched teeth, the overwhelming force causing his own body to quiver. Boom! He swung his sword, and the sound that erupted was no longer merely the slicing of air, but rather the roar of a tiger. Through his understanding of transforming into the tiger demon, Crowley had elevated the thousand-kind sword technique to a new echelon. The dark red sword energy surged skyward, coalescing into a colossal red tiger demon, its muscles bulging, claws sharp as blades, and eyes that inspired terror. The tiger demon, formed of sword energy, seemed to manifest in truth, unleashing a thunderous roar toward Logtown. Upon witnessing this, Dragon furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected prowess of his opponent's swordsmanship. He swung his arms once more, amplifying his abilities. The furious tornado swirled with sharp, green wind blades, each spinning rapidly like tangible jade, causing the air to hiss ominously. The tiger demon raised its enormous, razor-sharp claws, and the explosive sword energy erupted forth, hurtling directly toward the whirling wind blades within the tempest. Boom! The clash of their techniques reverberated with such intensity that it seemed to suppress even the thunder above, causing raindrops to remain suspended in the air. A tremendous surge of energy erupted, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere, toppling buildings in its wake. Fortunately, Smoker had taken the precaution of evacuating the crowd, or countless lives would have been lost. Observing from the shadows, the Navy, under Smoker's transformed expression, retreated from the epicenter of the disturbance. This was no ordinary battle for onlookers. The fierce winds flapped Crocodile's Navy cloak rhythmically, and the anticipated counteraction of their techniques was realized. Dragon, the formidable leader of the Revolutionary Army, was not an easy adversary to contend with. With a swift movement akin to teleportation, Crocodile brandished his renowned blade, Yatu, and appeared before Dragon. His swordplay was agile. This time, he wielded a light sword technique. Sakura, Dance of the Divine. The most potent sword technique known to Mori was unleashed with casual grace. As the sword energy crystallized into pink cherry blossoms that drifted through the tempest, creating an enchanting spectacle amidst the torrential rain. The swift swordplay unleashed hundreds of sword energies in mere moments, each blossom representing a condensed ray of sword intent, gracefully dancing against the wind. Dragon's gaze sharpened. Although Crocodile's swordsmanship was indeed splendid, it revealed numerous flaws before his observation haki. With hands poised like dragon claws, he plucked the cherry blossom sword energies from the air, shattering them effortlessly as if performing a delicate act akin to Dayu burying flowers. Dragon's hook claw. After evading the last few attacks of the cherry blossom sword energies, he executed a reverse claw strike aimed at Crocodile's chin. Bang! The assault was thwarted. Dragon's hand could advance no further, as if an invisible force obstructed his claw. Upon closer inspection, Crocodile's palm was raised, mere centimeters separating it from Dragon's claw, yet unable to penetrate that intangible barrier. Fishman karate. Dragon's expression froze. Within the Revolutionary Army, there was a master of fishman karate, and he was all too familiar with such techniques. That invisible barrier was composed of the unseen moisture suspended in the air. In this tempestuous weather, employing fishman karate was not merely a matter of 1+1. Thus, the thought crossed Dragon's mind. Was my ability truly of assistance to him? After all, the tumultuous change in weather was entirely instigated by his own powers. Clang! In Crowley's hand, a colossal sphere of water coalesced, instantaneously hurtling towards the dragon. A tremendous splash ensued. Boom! The water sphere pierced through the dragon's corporeal form. With a thunderous roar, the dragon transformed into an intangible gust, dispersing through the air, only to reconstitute itself several meters away from Crowley. He was a wielder of the wind fruit, a natural type ability. The dragon's gaze towards Crowley grew increasingly solemn. The prowess of this young man, known as the Navy's son, was profoundly elusive. At such a tender age, he had already mastered an array of techniques, 2 distinctly different sword styles, alongside the martial arts of the fishmen. Crowley's mastery of fishman karate is now on par with that of the revolutionary fishman karate instructors. Crowley displayed an expression of regret. His armament haki had only just awakened and could not yet be infused into the water sphere, resulting in him passing through the dragon's form. Haki is a depletable resource, and he dared not use it recklessly, for if he exhausted it prematurely, he would no longer pose a threat to the dragon. He needed to apply his armament haki with precision to strike the dragon effectively. With his abilities now revealed, the dragon no longer concealed its true strength, showcasing the might of the world's foremost criminal. Who could rival the swiftness of the wind? Crawley, who had yet to master observation haki, could not perceive the dragon transforming into the wind. Even if he could, he would be utterly incapable of matching its speed. Boom. Crawley was hurled into the building by Long's dragon claw fist, coughing up blood as he struggled to rise. At that moment, his garments were tattered, and his body bore numerous wounds, all a result of Long's wind blade. Were it not for the enhancements to his physique granted by the tiger demon, he would surely have succumbed to such injuries. Smoker, who had been observing from the sidelines, transformed into smoke and rushed over, supporting Crawley with a look of deep concern. "Crawley, can you still hold on?" he inquired, his gaze shifting warily towards Long, who lurked beneath his dark green cloak, ready to intervene should the situation escalate. The thought of losing his friend before his eyes was unbearable. "Major," Long began, "indeed, I once harbored intentions to kill you, but I have since reconsidered. This era is teeming with talent. Must I extinguish every potential in its infancy? Our mission is to overthrow the world and start anew, and it requires a spirit of tolerance." Hearing this, Smoker let out a sigh of relief, his perception of Long shifting significantly. Yet Crawley, with a sudden chuckle, pushed Smoker away, fixing a serious gaze upon Long. "Do you think I have lost?" Long met his eyes, offering no definitive answer. "Smoker, step aside." "I have my trump card," Crawley said, wiping the blood from his lips and discarding his sword onto the ground. It was crucial to note that his greatest strength did not reside in swordsmanship. Initially intent on stopping Crawley, Smoker observed the determination in his friend's eyes and quietly retreated. It seemed that Crawley was not merely acting out of anger. He genuinely possessed a hidden strategy. The question remained, however, what other cards did he hold close to his chest? Long shook his head as he regarded Crawley. He acknowledged that this naval officer was indeed a genius. Yet he remained too young. Reaching this level was likely his limit. At Crawley's age, Long doubted he had even achieved half of his current strength. Crawley kept his lips tightly pressed together, yet a series of low growls emanated from the depths of his throat. With a violent rip, the navy uniform that clung to him burst apart, and a cacophony of cracking bones echoed from within. His muscles, a dark hue interspersed with crimson tiger stripes, swelled dramatically, transforming his hands into colossal tiger paws, sharp claws emerging with a chilling glint. Crawley's stature surged past 3 meters, his beastly eyes radiating an enthralling light. He had transformed into a tiger demon. Was it truly a Zoan-type devil fruit? As he beheld the metamorphosis of the colossal beast, Long's expression shifted considerably. Smoker, too, was taken aback. His close friend was a devil fruit user, concealed until now. But what kind of animal was this? A tiger? It seemed somewhat atypical. With a resounding roar, the tiger demon unleashed a sonic wave that reverberated through the air, causing it to tremble slightly. With a powerful push from his hind legs, he left a deep crater in his wake, and Crawley raised his massive paw to strike at Long. He paid no heed to the jade-like wind blades swirling around Long. As the tiger demon, his hide was tough, his regenerative capabilities formidable, and his pain sensitivity diminished. Akin to an awakened Zoan user, he was unyielding and ready for battle. Tiger Demon Claw. Combining the ferocity of the Navy's 6 powers with a single, devastating strike aimed at Long, the latter braced himself, adopting a stable stance. With his right hand morphed into a claw, he countered Crawley's onslaught. Dragon's Claw. The clash was monumental. The air between them erupted with a tearing sound, echoing with pain groans. Despite exerting every ounce of strength, Long was pushed back several meters by the surging power of Crawley, leaving deep imprints on the stony ground. Astonishingly, red welts appeared on his hand. Crawley's Tiger Demon Claw had barely breached the armor of his Busashoka haki, leaving shallow but significant wounds. What manner of Zoan fruit was this? Could it be a mythical Zoan? A thought flickered in Long's mind. It was futile to engage in a brute force contest. As a wind mage, he need not transform into a warrior to brawl with Crawley. Given that Crawley had displayed no signs of Kinbunchika haki earlier and had been left disheveled from his attacks, he decided to strike once more. In an instant, Long transformed into an intangible wind, merging with the tempest around him. The jade wind blades coiled around his hand, gradually forming into emerald dragon claws. The wind blades cascaded down, leaving superficial marks on Crawley's tiger demon skin, but he was too preoccupied to notice, unable to perceive Long's position. Wind Dragon Claw. The assault approached from the side. Long's demeanor remained calm, and without Kinbunchika haki, Crawley could not discern his presence, becoming nothing more than a passive target. Surprisingly, Crawley seemed to anticipate Long's direction, and with a strike radiating crimson light, his tiger demon claw surged forward. Tiger demon explosion. Boom. The dragon's claw, crystallized with the elements of wind, shattered dramatically, and along with it, a dragon spewing blood from its nostrils was sent hurtling backward. In the instant the dragon was propelled away, it transformed into a gust of wind, returning to its human form at the original location. At this moment, he was wiping the blood from his nose, casting an unpleasant gaze towards Crawley, pondering how this young man had anticipated the direction of his attack. Crawley intended to bestow upon him a faint smile, yet due to his transformation into the fearsome tiger demon beast, that expression appeared exceedingly menacing. The recent strike had utilized the remnants of his already scant Busashoka haki, although it was merely a thin layer. It sufficed to obliterate the dragon's wind claw and strike at his true form. As for how he discerned the trajectory of the attack, it was through the sonic waves inherent to the tiger demon. The dragon, being a natural type ability user, was impervious to sonic attacks. However, the waves dispersed in the vicinity acted as a rudimentary form of Kinbunshika haki, significantly enhancing his perception. By deliberately allowing the dragon's wind blade attack to land, Crawley was poised for this very moment. Kid, I no longer wish to continue this battle. If you withstand my final strike, we shall be even. The dragon's cloak had been damaged during their earlier confrontation, and now his head emerged from beneath the hood, subjected to the relentless downpour. Crawley nodded noncommittally, opening his hands as he braced himself for this so-called final move. On the rooftop, Long stood with arms outstretched, as the tempest intensified, thunder rumbling ominously. In that moment, he seemed to embody the master of the elements, the fierce wind swirling around him, coalescing into a vibrant emerald hue. This verdant green was the very essence of the wind element materializing. Crawley's gaze turned serious as he widened his jaws, beginning to voraciously absorb the energy from the surrounding air. With the sweeping motions of the dragon's arms, a verdant dragon emerged from the dark clouds above, gracefully traversing the lightning-lit sky, seemingly relishing the baptism of thunder. A resounding boom echoed as lightning illuminated the heavens. The fierce wind swept through the area, uprooting all structures and sending them soaring into the distance. Wind Dragon. The dragon extended a finger towards the sky, and with that gesture, the Emerald Wind Dragon, previously concealed within the storm clouds, finally revealed its true form, enveloped in crackling lightning and radiating brilliance. Its abilities had reached a level of mastery that allowed it to harness electricity through the wind. The Wind Dragon roared, emitting a sharp, slicing sound as it charged toward Crawley, who had now absorbed sufficient energy and unleashed a thunderous roar that shattered the torrential rain, causing every glass pane in Rogtown to splinter. A crimson light erupted from his mouth, taking the shape of a dragon, though differing subtly from before. This red dragon appeared more solid, with its most striking feature being its foreclaws resembling those of a tiger demon. The sound of sonic explosions and dragon roars filled the air as the red dragon bellowed once more, suppressing even the thunder above, rendering the world eerily silent. The Wind Dragon and the Red Dragon bared their formidable fangs, ferociously clashing in the skies. Wind blades raged, and the air was rent with sonic booms. Meanwhile, Smoker, who had initially been a mere spectator, silently regretted that not only were his subordinates unworthy to witness this battle, but if he were not a Logia-type devil fruit user, he too would lack the qualifications to participate. Any collateral damage could spell doom for someone of his caliber. With a final, thunderous crash, the dark clouds dispersed. The heavy rain ceased, and the thunder faded, allowing sunlight to pierce through. This time, it was a stalemate. The dragon sighed, tearing off his water-drenched cloak and casting it aside, looking at Crawley, who still resembled a colossal beast, and said with resignation, "Major, as you wished, you have not lost." With that, he transformed into a gentle breeze and departed from Rogtown. Crawley gazed in the direction of his opponent, once again breaking into a smile. He was acutely aware that his adversary was holding back, yet he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. After all, the other party was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, a figure standing at the pinnacle of this world. He had yet to master the 3 types of haki, leaving ample room for personal growth. In the future, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Smoker, with a look of astonishment, approached him. As he observed Crawley gradually revert from his monstrous transformation, he couldn't help but place a hand on his shoulder, chuckling, "Well done, you lad." To his surprise, as Smoker delivered this friendly pat, Crawley collapsed into his embrace, utterly exhausted from overexertion. When Crawley finally regained consciousness, it was already noon the following day. The remarkable recovery abilities bestowed upon him by the tiger demon prevented him from languishing in slumber for an extended period. Upon awakening, he was taken aback to find that the one tending to him in the room was none other than Akin. The once aloof assassin had now taken on the role of a caretaker. Crowley rose from his bed, instantly feeling invigorated. Engaging in a bout seemed rather appealing. And as he gazed at the sunlight streaming through the window, he opened his attribute panel. Name: Crowley Rommel Fruit. Superhuman type. Unawakened power level. 16,000 skills. 1. Intermediate naval swordsmanship 2. Advanced Thousand Gene sword technique 3. Intermediate North Star 1 blade style 4. High-level naval 6 styles 5. Intermediate weapon proficiency 6. Advanced fishman karate 7. Underwater breathing 8. Low-level armament hockey 9. Tiger demon transformation. With sonic attack, several of his skills had reached new heights, leading Crowley to ponder that in this world, combat was indeed the most effective means of enhancing one's strength. His stomach growled with a low rumble, accompanied by sharp pangs, having gone a day without food. The towering figure was undeniably famished. He asked Akin to retrieve his prized sword, Iju, and they exited the room, making their way to the streets of Rogue Town. The town bore the scars of a recent battle, suffering significant damage with half of its structures in ruins. Currently, Smoker was leading the Navy in restoration efforts, maintaining the narrative of having dealt with a formidable pirate, carefully omitting any mention of Crowley. Crowley, feeling somewhat embarrassed, lingered at the Rogue Town naval base for a meal before having Akin transport 2 large gold ingots from his ship as compensation for Rogue Town. Have you fully recovered? Smoker inquired, observing Crowley, who had just consumed his fill. Pretty much, more or less. No significant issues, Crowley replied, patting his chest. Noting that the external wounds had largely healed, akin to the remarkable recovery speed of a Zoan-type devil fruit user, truly extraordinary. When did you consume a devil fruit? I recall you mentioning during our school days that you aspired to acquire a Logia-type fruit. Why have you opted for a Zoan-type? Smoker asked, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. Generally, individuals would associate his transformation into a tiger as a manifestation of a Zoan-type devil fruit ability. I ate it 6 months ago. Logia fruits are exceedingly rare. I made do with what I could find, and I find it quite satisfactory, Crowley replied with a chuckle, brushing off the question. It's best not to use the tiger transformation casually from now on, primarily because it's difficult to explain. Next, are you set to embark on your secret mission? Indeed. Remaining in the East Blue is rather dull. Aren't you planning to leave? Crowley nodded, turning his gaze toward him. Once I have settled matters in Rogue Town, I will venture into the Grand Line. Smoker lit a cigar, exhaling wisps of smoke. He was determined to pursue the Straw Hat Kid, after all. The audacious laughter of that individual on the execution platform had left a lasting impression on him. And the fact that he had infiltrated the Grand Line from his ranks was utterly intolerable. Crowley engaged in further discussion with Smoker regarding training matters before embarking on the warship with Akin, leaving Rogue Town behind and setting sail for the Grand Line. He glanced back at Smoker at the port, waving his hand, hoping that his presence would inspire a significant enhancement in Smoker's strength, preventing him from becoming a future embarrassment of the Logia type. Which direction shall we head, Major? The navigator inquired eagerly as the warship glided effortlessly across the red line. Arriving at the Grand Line, let us proceed towards Alabasta, Crowley replied, squinting his eyes. He surmised that at this moment, the Straw Hat crew was likely encountering Princess Vivi of Alabasta, embarking on their mission to rescue the nation. Therefore, he thought it prudent to join the fray. Fulfilling his own task, while observing whether Crocodile could withstand the temptations of the devil, the warship sailed steadily towards Alabasta, and during moments of ennui, Crowley could only train Akin on the deck, satisfying his yearning for strength. Report, Major. A vessel is approaching, shouted the lookout. Crowley paused his explanation of the thousand sword technique, turning his gaze toward the horizon, where he spotted a large ship adorned with the visage of a foolish hippopotamus, steadily making its way towards the warship. Is that a pirate ship? Akin inquired, halting his training to peer in the same direction. Crowley nodded silently, noting the pirate flag that indeed fluttered above. Yet, he could not fathom the audacity of pirates on the Grand Line, daring to confront the Navy directly. After all, this vessel was a formidable warship, which left him in a state of perplexity. Major, that is the White Iron pirate crew, remarked a nearby sailor, who had discerned the emblem of the flag. The White Iron pirate crew? Who is their captain? Crowley inquired, the name vaguely resonating in his memory, though he could not quite place it. Reporting, Major. The White Iron pirate crew currently has no bounties on their heads. The sailor hesitated before finally responding, a hint of awkwardness in his voice. A pirate crew without a bounty, surviving on the Grand Line, is indeed a rarity. Observing that the pirate ship appeared unprepared for an assault, Crowley instructed his crew to refrain from using the loudspeaker to question them. He was curious to see what trickery the other party intended to employ. As the ships drew closer, a figure at the bow excitedly waved a greeting. Upon closer inspection, Crowley finally recognized the individual. There stood a rotund man of grotesque appearance, featuring an oversized mouth and a metallic chin, the former king of Drum Kingdom, Wapol. However, Crowley remained puzzled as to why he, now a pirate, would dare to approach the Navy. Navy, please, save us. I am the former king of Drum Kingdom, forced into piracy. I implore you to believe me. Wapol's eyes glistened with tears as he scrutinized the Navy's response, his voice breaking in desperation. This was not his first plea for assistance, but due to his previous misdeeds in Drum Kingdom, no one in the Navy was willing to help him reclaim his throne. If not for Crowley's knowledge of the original storyline, he might have been deceived by Wapol's performance. Just as he contemplated ending Wapol's life with a single stroke, a bold idea crossed his mind. Thus, with a warm smile, Crowley inquired, "Are you truly a king? If so, I may assist you." Hooked. Both men silently acknowledged this unspoken understanding. "You were saying your kingdom was attacked by pirates?" Crowley feigned curiosity. "Yes. A formidable pirate known as Blackbeard assaulted Drum Kingdom. My citizens are currently suffering, awaiting my salvation, but there are rebels impeding me. They covet my throne." Wapol wept, his demeanor righteous. "Very well. We, the Navy, are messengers of justice and shall help you reclaim your kingdom," Crowley responded, seemingly moved by Wapol's words. "Major." The sailor at his side hesitated, wishing to voice his thoughts. He was somewhat familiar with Drum Kingdom's history. Wapol had abandoned his people, leading them to reject his return to the throne. Moreover, Wapol's words sounded overly insincere. However, before he could articulate his concerns, Crowley silenced him with a fierce glare. "Is that so, Navy? How noble of you. Let us hasten to Drum Kingdom." Valpo was somewhat taken aback, pleasantly surprised that this foolish Navy was so easily deceived. However, with the support of the Navy, his return to the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums was now assured, and those simple-minded subjects would no longer dare to oppose him. Crowley smiled and nodded, instructing the helmsman to follow Valpo's ship towards the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums. The sailors under his command displayed expressions of confusion, as even they could discern that Valpo was a master of deceit, his acting woefully inadequate. Did the Major General truly fail to notice this? However, Akin, who stood beside Crowley, observed the smile on his face with a sense of foreboding. It was evident that Crowley was up to no good. Only he knew what was truly on his mind. Under Valpo's guidance, Crowley's naval vessel soon arrived at Magnetic Drum Island, the icy domain of the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums. The sailors could hardly withstand the biting cold, hastily donning thick garments. In stark contrast, Crowley remained clad in his thin naval uniform. The transformation wrought by the tiger demon had rendered him almost impervious to the chill, which he found oddly invigorating. Upon disembarking with Valpo, they were met by a throng of individuals, led by a tall man clad in a green cotton coat. The moment the towering figure laid eyes on Valpo, his expression shifted to one of unmistakable disdain. "Valpo, why have you returned?" he asked in a low, menacing tone. Valpo, digging casually in his nose, retorted with disdain. "Who did I think it was? Dalton, it hasn't been long, yet you dare speak to me this way? I am the rightful heir to the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums. This is my land. I am the king. Why should I not return?" The entourage behind him sneered in agreement. Dalton, the captain of the Kingdom's guard, felt his temples throb with anger as he glared at Valpo. The Kingdom of Magnetic Drums does not have a king who abandons his subjects. Huh. The naval officers have consented to my continued reign as king. What right do you have to speak to me in such a manner? Valpo's demeanor hardened, taken aback by the palpable contempt from the commoners of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Dalton scrutinized the naval personnel accompanying Valpo, particularly a fair-haired, clean-shaven man, the leader of the Navy. Was this the support Valpo had enlisted? "Navy, you must be aware of Valpo's actions against this country, are you not?" Dalton glared at the naval officers in succession, incredulous that such a tyrannical and brutal king could secure their backing. "I indeed do not know. But it is an undeniable truth that Valpo is the rightful heir to this kingdom," Crowley interjected, unfazed by the tension, maintaining a serene smile as he spoke. "Very well. The Navy has chosen to collude with Valpo." Dalton ceded, his anger reaching a boiling point. The Navy behind Crowley furrowed their brows, perplexed by their commander's intentions, which seemed at odds with his usual demeanor. Dalton clenched his fists, grappling with despair. What could he do? The Navy had allied with Valpo. Would his kingdom once again be plunged into darkness? This was intolerable. He would not permit such a calamity. He was determined to eliminate Valpo. Dalton's eyes burned with intensity. Dalton, do you yearn for power? Do you wish to defend your homeland and its people? Valpo is poised to reclaim the throne and unleash his tyrannical rule once more. Reflect upon Kliick. Ponder the innocent lives lost. Do you wish to extinguish him? If he perishes, all that has transpired shall cease. Do you crave the strength to kill him? If you offer your soul to me, I shall bestow upon you the power you seek. The seductive voice echoed in his mind, assaulting his nerves. His eyes widened in astonishment. Who was speaking? Dalton scanned his surroundings and caught sight of the golden-haired Navy soldier who had discreetly winked at him. Yes, it was the voice of this Navy man. He could grant him strength to vanquish Valpo. A tempest surged within Dalton. Yet he questioned why he could not confront Valpo directly and had to rely on another's hand. His doubts began to dissipate. Although Valpo had turned pirate, he was still a legitimate heir to the throne and had not been placed under bounty, making it unwise for the Navy to act impulsively. Thus, the task fell to him. He glanced back at the villagers armed behind him, their innocence striking. He could not allow them to fall under Valpo's dominion again. I promise you, grant me strength, Dalton silently vowed as he signaled for the villagers to retreat. He was uncertain of the extent of the power he sought, but he knew that if the battle extended to them, it would spell disaster. Crowley gazed in astonishment. This was the first time he had encountered someone with such remarkable mental fortitude since he began luring people into temptation. Dalton surprisingly refrained from uttering a sound, defying Crowley's expectations. The pact was established, with a promise of reciprocity. Considering Dalton's prowess as a Zoan-type devil fruit user, Crowley directly bestowed upon him 2,000 points of power and advanced skills from the Navy's 6 styles, all while donning his signature smile as he retreated. The Navy personnel behind him mirrored his actions, stepping back in unison. Akin, standing nearby, was undoubtedly the most aware of the situation, observing Dalton's expression. He comprehended the moment's significance. Valpo watched Crowley's movements, initially intending to question his retreat. However, in front of him, Dalton's form began to swell as he activated his abilities, transforming into a bull-headed figure cloaked in black fur. With a powerful leap, his colossal fist came crashing toward his own head. Bang! The fist made brutal contact with his grotesque visage, sending Valpo hurtling backward, blood gushing forth. Even his iron jaw warped from the impact. Damn it, Dalton, how dare you? Dalton, you have betrayed us. Ah, Dalton, perish. Valpo's subordinates, witnessing their leader's defeat, were instantly engulfed in a fury. The once timid and bumbling Dalton had dared to usurp authority, an unforgivable transgression. In an instant, they raised their weapons, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets whirled through the air, scattering the falling snowflakes. Yet, with a swift movement, Dalton evaded the hail of bullets. Utilizing the high-speed maneuver of the Navy's 6 styles, he drew forth the massive shovel strapped to his back and struck at one of the pirates, who had once served as a royal guard. Splat! Blood gushed forth as a head toppled to the ground. Dalton has lost his mind. This thought surged through their minds. Faces filled with terror as they recoiled. The once honest and simple man was now ruthlessly taking lives. How could he dare to do this? How could he dare? Wiping the blood that splattered onto his face, Dalton's gaze remained indifferent, though he did not fully grasp the meaning of offering his soul. He sensed that this was precisely what the man desired. Even a bull as placid as he was not without his moments of fury. As he swung the shovel, more heads fell, transforming him into the executioner of the gallows, his movements swift and devoid of mercy. Valpo's subordinates, confronted by the demonic visage of Dalton, faltered. The blood-soaked snow bore witness to a scene too grim for them to endure. Navy, Navy, please save us. One of Valpo's men, his face a mask of terror, fled toward Crowley. Crowley's countenance remained impassive as he turned to the Marines beside him and declared, "Any who dare approach shall be mercilessly slain." No sooner had his words fallen than the nearby soldiers raised their weapons, transforming the intruder into a sieve. Their expressions softened. For the Major General had not conspired with Valpo. Had he done so, they too would have succumbed to despair. A peculiar sound suddenly echoed, reminiscent of some creature indulging in a feast. The crowd turned toward the source, revealing Valpo, who had been sent sprawling by Dalton's punch, now back aboard a ship. ravenously consuming the vessel itself, planks, cannons, masts. Within a brief span, he had devoured half of it. The ship? It was of no consequence. They had arrived at the kingdom of magnetic drums. Once he eradicated all dissenters, he would reclaim his throne, and at that point, he could amass as many ships as he desired. Valpo's eyes gleamed a furious red, descending into madness. However, during his gluttonous feast, Dalton had utilized a massive iron shovel to eliminate all of Valpo's subordinates, staining the snow a deep crimson. The blood on the shovel congealing into red ice that refused to melt. With a resounding crash, Valpo finally consumed the entire ship, returning to the island. He gazed upon the field strewn with heads, rendered momentarily speechless, his eyes betraying a flicker of terror. Could this truly be the work of Dalton? No. Could such acts even be performed by a mere human? Even in his most formidable state, having devoured an entire ship, the sight of Dalton's blood-soaked indifferent visage filled him with dread. Dalton, you were doomed. Yet, despite his fury, Valpo clenched his teeth and shouted at him. But upon witnessing Dalton's unsteady footing, Valpo instinctively recoiled, crouching low as he shifted forms. Emerging from the snow was a steel warship, colossal and reminiscent of a hippopotamus, bristling with weaponry like a metallic hedgehog. This was the manifestation of his power, the ability of the gum-gum fruit, coveted even by Blackbeard. Yet Valpo's execution of this power was woefully inadequate. From the exterior of the iron Valpo, his face was concealed, yet his voice resonated from within. Dalton, perish! Bullets and cannonballs erupted forth, transforming into a veritable storm of metal. Boom, boom, boom. Dalton stood resolutely, merely closing his eyes, confident in the defense afforded by his bulbul fruit and the Navy's 6 powers. To think that bullets and cannonballs could breach his defenses was sheer folly. Who dares claim that iron is useless? Step forward. This was a power bestowed by the devil, who would assert it could not withstand legions. The bullets ricocheted off Dalton's form, producing a sound akin to iron clashing, before falling harmlessly to the ground, while cannonballs detonated against him. The gunpowder failing to inflict harm, and the shrapnel could not pierce his hide. Valpo, your powers are ineffective. How can this be? He exclaimed incredulously from beneath the steel warship. There is nothing impossible, Valpo. As Dalton's foot shifted, he almost instantaneously appeared beside him, raising a colossal iron shovel and bringing it down with tremendous force. The clang echoed, and immediately, the gun barrel shattered, scattering debris across the ground. With another swing, he struck again, launching the shovel once more. Dalton ruthlessly tore away all the spikes from the deformed steel hedgehog that was once Valpo, leaving behind a bare and pitiful ship-like form, a sight both ludicrous and tragic. Valpo had shrunk within the vessel, trembling uncontrollably. The wretched Dalton was truly intent on killing him. How dare he? He was the king of the magnetic drum kingdom. What to do? He was on the brink of death. He refused to accept it. Valpo, I can grant you power. Grant it to me, quickly. Before Crawley could finish his sentence, Valpo screamed in desperation. This sudden interruption left Crawley at a loss. As it was the first time someone had cut him off mid-sentence, did it not humiliate him somewhat? But you must offer your soul. Fine, fine, fine. I'll offer it. I'm about to die. Save me. Grant me power. Valpo had evidently lost his sanity. The contract was established. To give and receive, there must be a balance. Crawley found himself momentarily speechless. It was the first instance where he had not even begun his seduction, yet someone had already acquiesced. Such is human nature when faced with death. One will clutch desperately to any semblance of hope. Hearing Valpo's voice beneath the iron ship, Dalton's expression turned peculiar, casting a glance at Crawley beside him. What did this mean? Had he also granted Valpo power, not with the intention of killing him, but for some other purpose? Boom. Valpo unleashed the power within him, and the iron ship was instantly shattered from within as he rose to his feet, although he still bore the same squat and grotesque appearance. The arrogance etched on his face, and the aura radiating from him signified that he had acquired formidable strength. Dalton, Valpo roared furiously, his fist bristling with iron spikes as he charged at him. Dalton reacted swiftly, meeting the assault with his iron shovel. Bang! Dalton's expression shifted in shock. Valpo's strength was even greater than his own. The shovel's surface was punctured by the spikes on Valpo's fist, and the overwhelming force shattered Dalton's massive iron tool. Seeing the spiked fist hurtling towards him, Dalton sidestepped the attack. What on earth are you doing? He thought, exasperated. Would this navy let him kill Valpo or not? Come here, Dalton. Valpo, emboldened, extended his stubby arms in wild provocation, his body now shrouded in a layer of iron, brimming with defensive might. if Dalton dared to approach. The power-infused Valpo could easily rend him to shreds. Despite Valpo's taunts, Dalton steeled himself to use his shaving technique, his fingers, cloaked in black fur, glimmering with a cold sheen. He refused to believe that, as a Zoan-type devil fruit user, he could be outmatched in strength by Valpo. Black Bullfinger Gun. The thick fingers swiftly pierced through the iron armor enveloping Valpo, penetrating his flesh and leaving gaping wounds. Realizing the imminent danger, he felt his muscles swell as he swung his arm towards Dalton. Despite having promptly employed a block of iron for defense, Dalton was still sent flying by the force of the blow, coughing up copious amounts of blood. Crowley raised an eyebrow, surprised by the formidable physical prowess of Walpo. He had anticipated that Walpo would be unable to withstand the 3,000 points of spiritual power. However, to his astonishment, Walpo not only endured it completely, but also unleashed its full potential. It was indeed a testament to how the gum-gum fruit had transformed his very being. No wonder even Blackbeard coveted this fruit. Nevertheless, Walpo's successful escape from Blackbeard's pursuit is a remarkable feat in itself. Dalton rose from the snow, discreetly observing Crowley, who wore a frown and gradually comprehended his intentions. It was evident that Crowley was not incapable of striking against Walpo, rather, he had bestowed upon them the power with the desire for their mutual destruction. This was precisely what he wished to witness. This devil. Both he and Walpo were mere pawns of the Navy, his playthings. Watching the two engage in a life-and-death struggle must surely delight him. Though appearing clumsy, Dalton's thoughts were astutely perceptive, as he saw through Crowley's machinations. Among those present, Akin, who stood beside Crowley, was also privy to the truth. Possessing even greater insight than Dalton, Crowley orchestrated this grand spectacle out of greed for their abilities. Yet, Crowley maintained a faint smile, observing their combat. Even if they understood, what difference would it make? Pawns would always remain pawns. The moment they consented to accept power and offered their souls, they became his pawns for eternity. Dalton clearly understood this principle as well, recognizing that survival today was an impossibility. Sacrificing his life for the sake of Walpo and his followers was worth it. Dalton, you are but a mere guard, daring to rise against me, the king. Such audacity is truly foolish. Walpo reveled in his newfound strength, feeling as though the world lay beneath his feet. Once he dispatched Dalton, he would reclaim the throne of the Drum Kingdom. Dalton gazed at him with sorrow, recognizing the ignorance of being a pawn, truly a fool. Yet, what could he do with this knowledge? Casting one last glance at Crowley, he resolved, if that is the case, then I shall grant you what you desire, devil. Boom. Dalton's form swelled once more, his limbs transforming into iron hooves reminiscent of a bull, gleaming with a metallic sheen. His gaze was filled with tragic valor. Farewell, people of the Drum Kingdom. With a powerful motion, he charged towards Walpo, his iron hooves shattering the metallic defenses that adorned Walpo. A pair of bull horns plunged deeply into Walpo's rotund body, fat and blood erupting forth, while Walpo's fists, bristling with iron spikes, struck towards Dalton's temple. Bang! The two embraced, collapsing to the ground together. Captain Dalton of the Drum Kingdom's guard and the former king Walpo met their demise in a mutual annihilation. The villagers emerged from the shadows, tears glistening in their eyes as they separated the two, casting not a glance at Valpo, and bore Dalton back to the village, for he was their hero. Henceforth, the kingdom of Magnet Drum would no longer endure tyranny. As he felt the merging of two souls within him, Crowley remained remarkably composed, a soothing sensation radiating from his core. His expression remained unchanged as he pondered Dalton's final, tragic gaze, slowly contemplating whether his actions had been excessive. Akin, did I err? He inquired, standing at the stern of the ship, gazing at the snow-clad Magnet Drum Island, directing his question to Akin beside him. There is no right or wrong in this world. You have fulfilled his wish, Akin replied, his sentiments not as profound as Crowley's. Having once been a pirate, he had witnessed the capriciousness of the world, and his heart had long since hardened. In his eyes, Crowley's self-directed endeavor could hardly be deemed malevolent. Crowley nodded slightly as familiar characters reappeared before him. Would he proceed with skill fusion? He gazed at the newly acquired abilities of Beast Transformation and Devour, and with a flicker of determination, he chose to proceed. His body began to radiate warmth, despite being near the frigid Magnet Drum Island. He felt as if he were in a furnace, undergoing a relentless process of forging and refinement. The fusion was complete. The text displayed, and Crowley opened his attribute panel. Name, Crowley Rommel Fruit. Superhuman type Paramecia Fruit. Awakening pending power level. 17,000 skills. 1. Intermediate Navy Swordsmanship 2. Advanced Thousand Gene Sword Technique 3. Intermediate North Star 1 Sword Style 4. Advanced Navy 6 Styles 5. Intermediate Weapon Proficiency 6. Advanced Fishman Karate 7. Underwater Breathing 8. Low-Level Armament Hockey 9. Beast Transformation A. Tiger Demon Transformation, Accompanied Skill, Sonic Wave Attack. B. Bull Demon Transformation, Accompanied Skill, Devour Everything. As he observed the increasingly flamboyant attributes of his panel, Crowley could not help but smile genuinely. As he had anticipated, the fusion of 2 devil fruit abilities had granted him yet another form of beast transformation. The Tiger Demon Transformation was already formidable. How could the Bull Demon Transformation be any less? His eagerness grew as he contemplated the Bull Demon Transformation skill. He felt an urgent need to test it. "Major, shall we head to Alabasta?" the navigator inquired. "No, we shall go to the Little Garden," Crowley replied, a smirk forming on his lips. If he were to seek subjects for experimentation, the giant race would be ideal. If possible, he could also attempt to learn the giant's secret technique, the Elbaf Spear. After all, acquiring techniques was not solely the domain of Akin. He glanced at Akin, his expression enigmatic, causing Akin to shiver involuntarily. Adhering to the principle of finding conversation with his superior, Akin curiously asked, "Have you acquired the ability of that hippopotamus?" Akin had developed a rudimentary understanding of Crowley's powers, realizing it was likely related to Walpole. "No," Crowley waved his hand, taking the left cane from Akin. He produced a handkerchief, and using Fishman Karate with his right hand, he condensed the moisture from the air, barely managing to dampen the cloth. With the moist handkerchief, Crowley meticulously cleaned the cane. Akin, momentarily bewildered, failed to grasp Crowley's intent at first, but in the next instant, clarity dawned upon him. Crowley slowly brought the meticulously cleaned cane to his lips, but Akin was swift to intervene, albeit a moment too late. With a crunch, Crowley bit down on the cane, as effortlessly as one might bite into a cucumber. He murmured, savoring the flavor with a discerning palate. His newfound ability rendered him capable of consuming anything. And even though Akin's cane had been polished to perfection, it still bore a lingering metallic taste of blood. Akin even questioned whether the essence of blood had seeped into it. However, now that he could ingest anything without concern, he was untroubled by potential pathogens. Meanwhile, Akin stood in a state of shock. This was a weapon he had wielded for 3 to 4 years. To see it devoured by Crowley while he reveled in the experience filled Akin with a desire to slap himself in the face. Why had he even asked? Now he had lost his weapon in the process. After Crowley consumed the entire cane, he enveloped his hands with a layer of iron through his thoughts. Akin to the power of the Whirlpoe's devouring fruit, an impeccable replication. His mental focus shifted once more, causing the iron on his hands to protrude instantaneously, forming sharp iron spikes. Withdrawing his ability, he gazed at the horizon. It was a brand new skill, a fresh beginning. Once he had mastered all his abilities, he would venture into the new world to strategize, for his ambitions extended far beyond merely fixating on the Straw Hat Boy. In the central area of Little Garden, 2 giants lay on the ground, bound tightly by solidified white candle wax, rendering them immobile. One giant had already succumbed to unconsciousness, while the other remained defiant, eyes wide with fury and struggling relentlessly. Beside them lay a cake-like structure made of the same white, solidified wax, upon which 3 individuals were affixed. Above them, a white disc adorned with burning white candles rotated, the waxy mist drifting downwards, shrouding the trio in layers of wax. "Stop struggling. Once my candle wax solidifies, it possesses a hardness comparable to steel. I have secured for you the glory of this century-long battle. What could be better than that? What dignity? What valor? Such notions are mere games for simple-minded creatures." The figure with hair resembling the number 3 laughed maniacally before the struggling giant. The giant remained silent. Yet the fire in his crimson eyes betrayed his mounting rage. Did this man comprehend the spirit of Elbaf? Why, oh why, must he perish at the hands of such a wretch? "Hey, old man, let us vanquish them together." One among the trio on the candle cake was none other than Zoro, who unsheathed his sword, intent on severing his own feet. He would not wait idly for death. Better to cut off his feet than to await demise, and then slay these miscreants. The man with the 3-shaped hairstyle was Mr. 3, an assassin from the Baroque works, flanked by his fellow agents. Upon witnessing Zoro's reckless intent, Mr. 3 erupted in laughter, incredulous that Zoro would resort to self-harm in battle, a notion utterly preposterous. "You foolish child, do you believe that bluster holds any weight? You are but fish on a chopping board." Ripe for my slaughter. His taunt was abruptly interrupted by a languid voice as a golden-haired Navy officer emerged from the thicket, leading a contingent of soldiers. What a large gathering of criminals, assassins, pirates, how fortunate I am. The golden-haired officer wore a subtle smile. The Navy. It's the Navy. Mr. Five, the bomb man, exclaimed in alarm, his expression shifting dramatically. One of the trio on the candle cake, Nami, gasped softly. It's him, the terrifying Navy officer. I still vividly recall how Crowley tormented the Navy crew in Coco Village. Crowley helplessly raised his hands. He had the opportunity to tempt the enraged giant with the allure of power, yet he found himself not in need of strength at the moment. Moreover, he had other matters to attend to with the giant, thus he refrained from utilizing his abilities. Having forsaken the use of his powers, he resolved to rescue them through his own efforts, thereby gaining a favorable impression in the process. This naval officer, how strikingly handsome. Mr. 3's companion, the artist girl Miss Golden Week, felt a blush rise upon her cheeks. This man's visage was perfectly aligned with her aesthetic. His fair complexion radiated masculinity, truly a male deity. Within her heart, it felt as if a fawn were incessantly leaping about. So, will you surrender or fight to the death? Crowley inquired nonchalantly. He bore no malice towards the members of the Baroque works, nor did he intend to trouble Crocodile. Yet, regardless of his intentions, the Straw Hat crew would inevitably intervene. Since they had crossed paths, he might as well entertain the children a bit. Naval officer, do not underestimate us. Mr. 3 was the first to furrow his brow, transforming his hands into a viscous white candle-like substance, hurling it towards Crowley. Swish! Akin raised his remaining cane, poised to charge forth, but Crowley halted him with a single hand, casting him a glance. In an instant, Akin comprehended the message in that gaze. Do not interfere with my playtime. Why isn't he dodging? Nami and Mr. Golden Week watched Crowley stand immobile, astonished in their hearts. Candle chains, Mr. 3 exclaimed in excitement, observing the white candle liquid ensnaring Crowley. He had presumed this naval officer to be formidable, yet seeing his attack go unaverted left him incredulous. Was it possible he had never encountered a devil fruit ability before? Clang, clang. The candle liquid rapidly solidified, forming square shackles around Crowley's hands and feet, restricting his movement. Do you truly believe these trinkets can bind me? Crowley frowned, regarding the peculiar square candle shackles on his limbs. My candles, once solidified, are as robust as steel. Have you not noticed the giant beside you? Mr. 3 boasted proudly. Is that so? Crowley smiled once more, exerting a slight force, causing the so-called steel-like candle blocks to shatter into several pieces, falling to the ground. With a mere twitch of his feet, he effortlessly extricated himself. The candle blocks were as pliable as soft wax upon him. Mr. 3, witnessing this, gaped in disbelief. How is this possible? Mr. 3, it seems your abilities have waned. Allow me to demonstrate. Mr. 5 sneered, extending his hand to launch a booger towards Crowley. Exploding booger. He was indeed a user of the bomb fruit, with every part of his body akin to a bomb. The smile on Crowley's face gradually faded. Surely, any normal person would be displeased to be assaulted by nasal debris. He swiftly moved aside, evading the repugnant projectile. And with his famed blade in hand, he swiftly approached Mr. 5 and delivered a decisive strike. The cut was clean. A resounding splatter of blood erupted as a head soared into the heavens. How could this wretch remain so obstinate? Nami, ensnared within the confines of a candle cake, closed her eyes to avert her gaze from the grotesque sight of the headless corpse. Zoro's eyes sparkled with intensity. The naval officer's momentary draw was so swift that even he could scarcely comprehend it. The nasal fiend met a just end. How dare you slay my comrade? Exclaimed Miss Valentine's Day, the beautiful agent soaring through the sky with her umbrella, her voice laced with fury. As a paramecia-type devil fruit user, she wielded the ability to manipulate her weight, currently reducing it to a level that allowed her to glide effortlessly with her umbrella. Do not jest. Do assassins truly fear death? Crowley retorted coldly, still recovering from Mr. 5's nasal assault. In this line of work, one must possess the resolve. If one can slay others as a killer, one must also be prepared to be slain. 10,000 kilograms. Miss Valentine's Day declared, retracting her umbrella, her face a mask of rage. In an instant, her weight surged, and the overwhelming mass of 10,000 kilograms sent her plummeting from the sky, directly towards Crowley below. Crowley lifted his head, only to perceive something extraordinary, green. How absurd it was. Knowing his own prowess could soar to the heavens, yet still donning such a cumbersome skirt. Nevertheless, a mere 10,000 kilograms was nothing to him. He merely scoffed and raised his hands toward the sky. Observing his actions, Miss Valentine's Day revealed a cruel smile. Unaware of how many had arrogantly presumed their strength sufficient to withstand 10,000 kilograms. What was the outcome? They were inevitably crushed into a mere pulp. Bang! Crawley maintained a calm demeanor, but soon his expression shifted. Wait, what was this? He felt two soft mounts. You rogue. A high-pitched female voice rang out above him. He looked up to find his hands resting upon Miss Valentine's, posterior. The ability to remain supple under the weight of 1,000 kilograms was indeed impressive. As her shriek echoed, Crawley appeared somewhat flustered. His grip faltered, and Miss Valentine's body slid directly into his embrace. In the spirit of chivalry, he instinctively executed a princess carry. Time seemed to freeze, and a romantic ambience enveloped them. Akin sighed, realizing his perspective was rather narrow. The earlier look from the boss clearly did not imply a directive to trample on weaklings. Rather, it was an invitation to engage with the fairer sex. Killing the beautiful agent's partner had ignited her fury, only for him to pull her into his arms with such force. Truly, the boss had a unique flair. Akin's expression morphed into one of intrigue. The sailors began to display ambiguous expressions. So, has the Major General's wife been decided upon? Why won't you let me go? Miss Valentine, blushing profusely, found herself cradled in Crawley's arms. Initially intent on delivering a slap to his face, she hesitated upon glimpsing his princely visage. After all, this was her first experience of being carried in such a manner. Oh dear. Crawley appeared somewhat embarrassed. He loosened his grip and gently set her down on the ground, yearning to clarify that it had not been intentional. Suppressed laughter erupted from the sailors, who covered their mouths to stifle their amusement. They had never witnessed the Major General in such a light. Who was their commander? The infamous, ruthless, and formidable Crawley, the Sun Demon Major General. Known for his merciless expression when tormenting enemies, sent shivers down their spines. Crawley scratched the back of his head, realizing that this time he was truly doomed. The image he had painstakingly built had been utterly destroyed, and leading this group would be a daunting challenge henceforth. Miss Valentine's Day sauntered past Mr. 3. Coldly tossing over her shoulder, "I'm done with this," before departing without a backward glance. Meanwhile, Miss Golden Week, standing behind Mr. 3, clenched her tiny fists. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she watched the other woman leave. That man had dared to embrace her. Embrace her. Embrace her. How infuriating. Mr. 3, do you still wish to fight? Crawley inquired slowly, feeling a reluctance to continue after such a debacle. Of course. Mr. 3 adjusted his glasses, his gaze fixed on the headless corpse of Mr. 5, still harboring thoughts of avenging his fallen comrade. After all, returning empty-handed could lead to uncertain repercussions from the president of the Baroque Works. With a swift motion, a multitude of white candle wax enveloped him, gradually forming a towering waxen robot. "Candle champion," he declared with renewed confidence, turning to Crawley. "Miss Golden Week, color it." "Not a chance." Miss Golden Week pouted defiantly, staring blankly at Crawley, unwilling to assist him against this man. Mr. 3 was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Miss Golden Week was refusing to lend him her coloring skills. They were partners, artists who usually collaborated harmoniously. How could she abandon him at such a critical juncture? Was she essentially undermining the team? Turning to look at her, he found Miss Golden Week packing away her art supplies into her small backpack. Sulking as she sat on the ground, munching on senbei, she seemed completely unconcerned with his fate. Mr. 3 understood that, regardless of the circumstances, she would not assist him in coloring. This girl was as stubborn as they come. "My dear aunt, what are you sulking about at a time like this?" Mr. 3's frustration boiled over. Without Miss Golden Week's coloring, his power would be significantly diminished. Given the swordsmanship of the Navy officer who had slain Mr. 5, he truly feared he might not stand a chance. Gazing at the man before him, who wore a faint, taunting smile, Mr. 3 began to doubt whether might was even applicable. Crawley gazed at the two individuals who appeared to be at odds, raising an eyebrow in surprise as he inquired, "Are you still going to fight?" His words, light and airy, dismissed Mr. 3's abilities, rendering him almost as if he were devoid of any merit compared to Miss Golden Week. Such arrogance was utterly intolerable. How could Mr. 3, an artist by nature, withstand such an affront? To be belittled by an adversary was nothing short of an assault on his very identity. Had Crawley been privy to Mr. 3's innermost thoughts, he might have quietly asserted that he did not intend to convey such a sentiment. Clenching his teeth, Mr. 3 steeled himself and roared, "Let us fight." With that, he commanded his wax robot, launching forward with a powerful kick, sending a colossal fist hurtling towards Crawley. The force was formidable, yet to Crawley, it seemed riddled with flaws. In that fleeting moment, he contemplated countless countermeasures, but the plethora of options left him in a state of indecision. As the fist approached, still a meter away, Crawley remained unperturbed, furrowing his brow in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. Mr. Three's expression brightened. This was not a stealth attack, but rather an invitation to dodge that Crawley had chosen to ignore. He prided himself on his adherence to martial ethics. Yet, as the wind from the punch tousled Crawley's long hair, he remained uncertain of how to respond. Alas, possessing too many skills can be a double-edged sword. He shook his head in resignation, lifting his long sword. With a flick of his wrist, the blade danced in his hand like a deft sculptor's chisel, swiftly encircling the thick, white wax boxing gloves enveloping Mr. Three's hands, peeling away layers of wax as if they were delicate snowflakes. However, one must note that the wax encasing Mr. Three's hands boasted a hardness rivaling that of steel. At last, the sword succeeded in shearing away the wax gloves, revealing Mr. Three's true hands. Yet, his body still lunged forward, seemingly intent on landing a blow on Crawley, even with his waxen armor dissolved. With a resounding smack, the encounter unfolded. Claw, with a deft flick of his blade, sent Mr. Three sprawling with immense force. Zoro, observing this spectacle, furrowed his brow. Is this truly the prowess of a swordsman capable of slicing through iron? He had just tested the hardness of the solidified candle wax with his own sword, and indeed, it was comparable to steel. Yet, Claw effortlessly cleaved through it, revealing the unfathomable strength of this Navy officer. Struggling to rise from the ground, Mr. Three found his once pristine candle armor now marred by dirt, rendering it unsightly. As an artist, he could scarcely tolerate the defilement of his masterpiece, but at that moment, such concerns were far from his mind. The back encased in the wax was drenched in cold sweat. This adversary's swordsmanship was terrifying. Just moments ago, he distinctly felt Claw glide past his fist with exquisite precision, severing the protective glove without inflicting a single injury upon his hand. It was a deliberate act, as if testing the meticulousness of his own technique. Claw had the capability to sever his arm, but chose merely to send him flying. Was he merely a whetstone in the eyes of his opponent? Damn it, how dare he underestimate me? Anger surged within Mr. Three, his face a canvas of bruised reds and blues. Though an artist, he was still a man. With a thunderous roar, he extended his hands, unleashing a torrent of white candle wax that flowed forth like a deluge, encircling Claw in a vast perimeter. Matches ignited, flames leaping high to form a colossal ring of fire. Art transcended. The circus leapt through the fiery hoop. Mr. Three's hands transformed once more, crafting a series of white wax figures resembling various creatures, one after another, as they leapt through the fire towards Claw. As these waxen beasts traversed the flames, they ignited into a blaze, each one dripping molten wax and hissing ominously. Crowley could not comprehend the artist's thoughts. He perceived only a flamboyant display. The exquisite blade, held aloft, radiated a chilling gleam. The heat enveloped him, yet his concern was not with the flames, but rather with the hissing wax that threatened to spill forth a substance that, if it were to touch his skin, would indeed be most unwelcome. Crawley's gaze sharpened as he positioned his long blade before him, gracefully executing a swift strike. Frostfall. The condensed sword energy erupted forth, its icy wind swiftly extinguishing the flames engulfing the fiery creature, revealing the molten wax amalgamated beneath. As the sword energy approached, the already lightweight scalding wax was sent hurtling backward. Smack! It splattered all over the face of its creator. Ah! Mr. Three shrieked, clutching his face and leaping about in a comical frenzy. The melted wax, having been heated, burned away several patches of his skin. Furthermore, the wax and fire rings he had conjured were extinguished by Crawley's frigid sword energy. No matter how flamboyant his techniques, they were rendered ineffectual before him. This strike could pierce the heavens, plunge into the seas, slay demons, and, well, perhaps he had wandered into the wrong scene. Crawley mused as he gazed at the renowned sword. Yitek, succumbing to a moment of reverie. The disparity in strength between the two was insurmountable. They were not even on the same plane of power. Mr. Three, now in a state of disarray, felt the inclination to retreat. An artist does not seek trouble, and this Navy officer was decidedly formidable. He now recognized the futility of victory. Mr. 5's demise was not in vain. Moreover, his previous assumptions had been misguided. His opponent had never regarded him as a mere stepping stone. It had merely been a whimsical moment. He realized he was unworthy even of being a sharpening stone. His heart filled with bitterness. He was but an experiment. Yet, as Mr. Three contemplated escape, Crawley had other intentions. With a shift of his foot, The long sword was suddenly before Mr. 3, moving in an extraordinary arc, its speed rendering the blade's shadow invisible to him. Sakura, the dance of divine chaos. Hundreds of sword energy blossoms erupted, swirling in the sky, graceful and romantic. Who knew swordsmanship could be so beautiful? Nami and Miss Golden Week were entranced. The exquisite cherry blossoms paired with Crawley's handsome visage was utterly irresistible. However, the beauty of the Sakura sword energy belied its deadly nature. The sharp aura it exuded sent Mr. 3's heart racing, and he was compelled to encase himself in layers of wax, transforming into a large orb. His dignity as an artist evaporating in an instant. All that mattered to him now was survival. With a delicate flourish, the exquisite cherry blossom sword aura sliced through the air as if parting a thin sheet of paper, piercing the colossal candle sphere and penetrating Mr. 3's very being, dismantling the structure within him. Blood gushed forth from his mouth, waves of weakness washing over him, rendering him incapable of even utilizing his abilities. Such sword energy. It was breathtaking. This was true artistry. Mr. 3 lay sprawled on the ground, gazing skyward, a foolish grin adorning his face as he beheld the cascade of cherry blossoms. With his fall, the powers of the devil fruit were instantaneously nullified, the candle shackles binding the two giants dissipating into nothingness. Along with the peculiar candle cake that had ensnared Zoro and his companions. The waxen imprints on the ground slowly faded away, as if they had never existed at all. Meanwhile, Crowley pondered the vanishing candles, reflecting on the implications of a devil fruit user's demise leading to the dissolution of their powers. What, then, of the Golden Island? Transformed into the fantastical Stone Island? That island was undoubtedly the handiwork of Unanimous. It must have been the manifestation of a devil fruit's abilities. Yet, Unanimous was a relic of a bygone era, possibly even a former member of the notorious Rocks Pirates. Such a figure had long been presumed dead. If he were indeed deceased, how could the powers of the devil fruit still be in operation? Even an awakened devil fruit user could not achieve such feats. A thought suddenly flickered in Crowley's mind. What if he had not perished? As Zoro, freed from his constraints, reflected on the cherry blossom sword aura he had just unleashed, he found himself momentarily rooted to the spot. It dawned on him that the sword energy could coalesce to such a degree. Crowley's swordsmanship was the true embodiment of art, far surpassing that of the self-proclaimed artist, Mr. 3. The naval swordsman's prowess was unparalleled, second only to Mihawk. And he was undoubtedly the strongest swordsman Zoro had ever encountered. The thought of such a formidable swordsman ignited a fervor within him. If he could conquer him, perhaps he too could reach the realm of cutting through iron. After Crowley's victory over Mr. 3, Luffy and his crew finally arrived, their worries dissipating upon seeing their comrade unharmed. Realizing it was Crowley who had vanquished their foe, Luffy joyfully threw an arm around his shoulder, laughing heartily, completely oblivious to the implications of Crowley's naval attire. The surrounding Marines were taken aback, astonished that this pirate dared to touch their own lieutenant, let alone embrace him. They speculated whether their lieutenant would retaliate by severing the head of the Straw Hat captain. Before Crowley could extricate himself from Luffy's grip, Zoro approached, firmly pushing Luffy's arm away. With a serious expression and a glint of determination in his eyes, he stated deliberately, "Your swordsmanship is impressive. Do you wish to learn? I can teach you." "No, I don't want to learn your style. Let us have a duel instead." Zoro removed the dark green bandana from his arm and tied it around his head, slowly drawing his sword from his waist, his eyes glinting with a menacing ferocity. Zoro. Usopp, witnessing the dire state of Mr. 3 and Mr. 5, felt an urge to voice his concerns. "Zoro, go for it." Luffy's expression turned serious as he raised his fist, seemingly rallying his comrade. Nami remained silent beside them, yet her anxious demeanor betrayed her thoughts. That guy. He wouldn't he actually kill Zoro, would he? Crowley shook his head, gazing at the eager Zoro, yet he sheathed his renowned sword, Yitek, declaring, "You are not my adversary." He had no desire to engage in conflict with the main character group, as they were currently far too weak. At this moment, Luffy had yet to master the second and third gears. What could these individuals possibly contend with him? However, in the face of Crowley's seemingly arrogant and disdainful words, Zoro exhibited no unusual emotion. He was acutely aware that he was indeed outmatched, yet how could he aspire to grow stronger without challenging those more formidable than himself? Strength, after all, is forged through combat. Observing the determination in Zoro's eyes, Crowley sighed, resigned, and beckoned to his soldiers, calling out, "Akin." Akin, leaning on a cane, stepped forward with a look of exasperation. His captain always used him as a shield. How could he ever expect to be recognized? "How could you?" The Straw Hat crew stared in astonishment, for they knew Akin had once been a pirate. I am now a Navy officer, Akin explained coolly. Still feeling indebted to one of the crew members for a meal shared in the past, promising to repay that kindness when the opportunity arose. Defeat Akin. And I will fight you, Crowley stated before turning and departing. Yet Akin caught his eye and winked, conveying a silent message. Do not fear. I've got your back. Even if he could not win, Crowley would lend him strength. There was no possibility of defeat, showcasing just how reluctant Crowley was to face Zoro. Nevertheless, Akin was not inclined to rely on Crowley's power. If he could only triumph over this green-haired individual with Crowley's assistance, it would imply he had made no progress during this time. Recalling Zoro's fierce swordsmanship when he had challenged Mihawk at the Baratie restaurant, Akin felt a surge of battle fervor, for Zoro's ambition was to rival Mihawk as well. If he could not best Zoro, how could he ever dream of challenging Mihawk? Akin was not one for idle chatter. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight, having mastered the Navy's 6 techniques with remarkable finesse. His speed was astonishing, and as he twirled the cane in his right hand, he appeared to wield a metallic disc. Zoro, lacking experience against users of the Navy's 6 techniques, found himself overwhelmed by Akin's relentless assault, sustaining several heavy blows. Akin would not hold back. The essence of a demon is to ensure the enemy is truly incapacitated, striking even when they are down. Zoro had yet to grasp the nuances of the shave technique, merely managing to shield his head with his 3 swords while enduring Akin's onslaught with his own flesh. He was close, so close, to deciphering the swift footwork. 1,000 tons, explosive shatter. The iron ball on Akin's cane glimmered with a deep crimson light as it barreled toward Zoro's chest. If it connected, Zoro's entire ribcage would shatter. Whoosh. But this time, Zoro had seen it clearly. The 3 swords abruptly immobilized Akin's iron staff, preventing him from advancing any further. However, the power contained within the staff astounded Zoro. Its might was indeed greater than his own, as Zoro struggled against this overwhelming force. His feet carved deep grooves into the ground, and he was forced to retreat several dozen meters before Akin finally retracted the staff, employing the technique of Sora to vanish without a trace. Crowley observed the scene with a smile, recognizing Zoro's diligent training. However, he was equally aware that Akin was a fervent practitioner, relentlessly honing his strength aboard the warship. With his own techniques provided as sparring, Akin's advancement would undoubtedly surpass Zoro's solitary endeavors. How despicable! Jumping around, completely unaware of his position, Usopp exclaimed, his face reflecting indignation as he watched Akin's ghostly movements. Quiet. This is the enemy's capability. There is no room for such notions of deceit, Luffy retorted, his eyes wide and brow furrowed. I see you, Zoro murmured, positioning his 3 swords in a peculiar stance before charging toward Akin. 3-sword style, Bull Demon, Brave Claw. His blades converged upon Akin, forcing him to confront the onslaught directly. Since you discern my shave technique, let us see how you fare against my ferocious swordsmanship, Akin declared, his own aura surging as he wielded his staff, the crimson energy swirling forth in a fierce assault. 1,000 pounds, Demon Strike. This was Akin's unique technique, a synthesis of his studies in the 1,000-pound sword style. The staff met Zoro's blades with extraordinary force, producing a cacophony that resonated throughout the forest. Both the iron staff and Zoro's swords trembled violently, their faces flushed with exertion. Zoro's arms bulged with muscle, yet Akin remained unyielding, showcasing the astonishing power that could emanate from a seemingly frail physique. Bang, bang, bang. The two appeared to be locked in a contest of strength, relentlessly colliding their weapons as though forging iron. Akin, do you desire power? A voice echoed within Akin's mind. Crowley thought it prudent to inquire. Noticing the wild fervor in Akin's eyes, he felt it best to tread cautiously, lest he inadvertently become embroiled in the fray himself. No, Akin gasped, drenched in sweat, astonished by the formidable prowess of the green-haired adversary. Recognizing the challenge he presented, Crowley felt a twinge of disappointment at the rejection. As a strategist, nothing was more vexing than being denied the opportunity to engage in his game, leaving his abilities underutilized. Observing their intense battle, Crowley found himself somewhat bored, as watching ants fight was hardly thrilling. A glance at the equally perspiring Zoro elicited a smirk from him. Roronoa Zoro, do you crave power? Get lost, Zoro bellowed, cutting Crowley off mid-sentence, his sword swinging with renewed vigor. Why is it that brawls are often accompanied by the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes? It's maddening. Crowley was taken aback. He had been rebuffed so brazenly. Not merely a dismissal, but a command to leave. His expression was one of disbelief. How many yearned for strength, And yet this man remained unfazed, even eloquently retorting against him. This is an affront to the very essence of a devil. Crowley lamented, his dismay palpable. Crowley was displeased. Observing the crowd around him intently engaged in the battle, even the two giants were watching. He felt as though he was the only sober one among a sea of inebriation, lamenting the loss of the joy he once derived from being a devil. Tilting his head, he noticed a young girl painter, Miss Golden Week, seated beside him on a picnic blanket. Remarkably, she had not left. Despite the fact that her two companions had been slain by Crowley, her audacity was a testament to youthful ignorance. A fearless spirit akin to a calf unafraid of a tiger. Thus, Crowley resolved to approach her, curious to inquire about the experience of losing a partner in such a manner. Since the moment Mr. 3 had perished, Miss Golden Week had worn an expressionless face, merely retrieving her sketchpad to doodle while simultaneously observing the clash between Akin and Zoro. Crowley pondered whether she was sketching their fight. Such a notion seemed exceedingly dull. Crowley approached her slowly, but midway, he was spotted by the young girl, whose eyes fixated on him, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. However, the oblivious Crowley remained unaware of her gaze and plopped down beside her. As Miss Golden Week obscured the easel, preventing him from discerning its contents, he inquired with genuine curiosity, "What are you painting?" Upon hearing this, the girl's face flushed even deeper as she promptly thrust the easel into his hands. Crowley took a glance and was astonished to find that the drawing on the board was, in fact, a depiction of himself. It captured the very moment when he had wielded his sword to execute the enchanting technique of Sakura. The delicate cherry blossoms swirled around him, accentuating his handsome features even further. One must admit, he looked quite dashing. Crowley stroked his chin, admiring his portrait, only to realize that the young girl had been depicting him all along. Her companions had perished beneath his blade. Yet she still found the heart to capture the visage of her foe. What a remarkable spirit she possessed. Observing her flushed cheeks, Crowley came to understand that she was indeed one of his little admirers. What transgression had this young devotee committed? Simply that he was too handsome, it seemed. Crowley gently stroked her head and smiled, remarking, "You have painted quite well." Upon hearing his words, Miss Golden Week's cheeks flushed even more. "Mr. Navy, what is your name?" She mustered her courage to inquire, her voice sweet and endearing. "I am Crowley, and you?" "Brother Crowley, my code name at the Baroque Works is Miss Golden Week." "Well, I no longer use my previous name, so you may simply call me Golden Week," she replied, her face beaming with joy. "I see, but your companions have perished. Wouldn't you face the wrath of the boss upon your return?" Crowley recalled that the head of Baroque Works was Crocodile, a man known for his volatile temper. The sudden loss of two high-ranking agents could easily unleash his fury upon his subordinates. "I do not intend to go back. I have grown weary of being an assassin." "It is no longer entertaining," Golden Week said, blinking her large eyes. "Not wish to be an assassin? Then what do you aspire to be?" Crowley, charmed by her smile, could not help but grin, acknowledging the infectious nature of the little girl's joy. "I wish to become a Navy officer," Golden Week stated earnestly, gazing into his eyes. "A Navy officer?" He was somewhat taken aback, yet continued, "But the Navy does not accept children as young as you." "I do not care. Brother Crowley can take me in. When I grow up, I can officially join the Navy," she declared. "That is not feasible. Being a Navy officer is not as enjoyable as you might think." Crowley's tone implied a refusal, causing Golden Week's eyes to well with tears. She grasped his hand and sobbed pitifully. "Be Brother Crowley. I am orphaned and have nowhere to go. Now that my companions are gone, if you do not take me in, Golden Week will truly have nowhere left to turn." Crowley could hardly endure the sound of a child weeping, especially that of a little girl. In a flurry of confusion, he was at a loss for what to do, ultimately resorting to gently patting her head in a bid to console her. All right, I promise you." "Is that not enough?" "Crowley brother, you said it yourself, so now I belong to you." Golden Week flashed a mischievous smile. The battle between Akin and Zoro concluded in a stalemate, leaving Crowley quite astonished. He had assumed that, considering Akin had trained under him for such an extended period, he would be able to overcome Zoro. Yet, the outcome was an equal draw. Indeed, the main characters radiated a certain aura of invincibility. Akin, bruised and battered, lay on the ground, gazing at Crowley with a sense of frustration. "I'm missing one of my crutches." Crowley scratched his head, awkwardly avoiding his gaze. For Akin, who excelled in using dual crutches, losing one had a significant impact. Initially, the medic was supposed to attend to Akin's injuries, but unexpectedly, Golden Week bounced over with confidence, snatching the medical kit to offer her assistance. Akin, upon realizing that a young girl was tending to his wounds, showed no particular reaction. After all, it made little difference to him. His mind was preoccupied with pondering his own inadequacies, reflecting on whether he would have fared better had he been wielding his crutches during the earlier confrontation. Akin, do you know what Brother Crowley likes? Golden Week suddenly leaned closer, her voice a conspiratorial whisper. Akin slightly curled his lips at the mention of Crowley. There was indeed a stark contrast. Their leader not only managed to subdue that gravity-wielding girl, but also acquired a diminutive companion in the process. Their leader certainly knew how to play the game. Yet, considering Golden Week's inquiry, he furrowed his brow in earnest contemplation. It struck him that he had seldom observed what their leader truly enjoyed. Typically, he lounged on the deck's sunbed, basking in sunlight, indulging in fishing during moments of ennui. What was that term again? A salted fish. Yes, their leader was undeniably a salted fish. However, Akin then recalled another expression that occasionally graced Crowley's face, one that contrasted with his signature sunny smile, a wicked grin. Clearing his throat, he replied earnestly, he enjoys being a devil. Crowley reveals that sinister smile only when he is tempting others, however. Akin believes it to be a genuine expression of joy, as it is during such moments that their leader experiences true happiness. Indeed, Akin felt a surge of cleverness. Having grasped the essence of Crowley's character so thoroughly. What are you discussing? Crowley inquired, tilting his head with curiosity. Crowley, he said you enjoy being. Golden Week began innocently reciting Akin's words, but Akin, battered and bruised, swiftly rose from the ground, covering her mouth to prevent her from divulging the rest. It's nothing. Nothing at all, Akin beamed. Such matters could be shared privately, but they must not reach Crowley's ears, otherwise it would not bode well for him. In gratitude for the kindness shown by Crowley's crew and the Straw Hat Pirates, the two towering giants resolved to host a grand feast, skillfully hunting numerous Jurassic creatures from the island, including dinosaurs and saber-toothed tigers, all to prepare a sumptuous barbecue for their benefactors. The atmosphere was filled with camaraderie, as the Marines experienced the rare joy of sharing a meal with pirates, content in the absence of dissent from their captain. However, it was problematic that the magnetic force of this ancient island would take an entire year to stabilize. This is quite troublesome, Zoro, bound in bandages, remarked. Indeed. What shall we do? Nami sighed, patting Vivi, who sat beside her. If the magnetic force could not be properly stored, their journey to Alabasta would be impeded. The two giants felt equally helpless, wishing to assist, but finding themselves powerless in this matter. Have you seen Sanji? That fellow has vanished since the beginning, Usopp suddenly exclaimed. As his words faded, Sanji emerged from the nearby woods, a cigarette in his mouth. Akin cast a fleeting glance at him, reminiscing about how times have changed. Sanji recounted the events that transpired in the wax house created by Mr. 3, ultimately revealing a permanent pointer to Alabasta from his pocket. Much to the disbelief of those around him. This is our salvation. The Straw Hat crew nearly leaped with excitement, and Vivi promptly enveloped Sanji in a heartfelt embrace. As the meal neared its conclusion, time was of the essence, Vivi's homeland was in peril, and they needed to hurry. The Straw Hats explained their urgency and turned to board their ship, ready to depart the island. Our friend's ship is about to set sail. We cannot ignore it. There is a monster in the Western Sea, the giant Dory murmured. Dory, how is your injury? The giant Broggy inquired. It's nothing, I won't perish. The lifespan of this sword and that axe is nearing its end. Dongli grasped his colossal sword, holding it before him with a contemplative gaze. This weapon had accompanied him for over a century, and he felt a twinge of reluctance to part with it. Yet, for the sake of his companions, he was willing to relinquish it. Broggy also lifted his massive axe, chuckling as he did so. Nearby, Crowley, having overheard their exchange, could not suppress a knowing smile. He rose to his feet and addressed them. Let us wager, shall we? I shall confront the beast you speak of. Should I succeed, your weapons shall remain intact. But in return, I would like you to impart the sacred techniques of Elbaf to me. The two giants were taken aback by his proposition, their expressions reflecting genuine astonishment. They acknowledged Crowley's prior display of formidable strength, yet the sheer size of the creature they faced was daunting. Given Crowley's diminutive stature, the odds of victory seemed insurmountable. Although Crowley was a naval officer, he remained unfazed upon learning of their bounties. Coupled with the gratitude they felt for the life he had saved, it seemed reasonable to consider teaching him the revered techniques of Elbaf. However, mastering the Elbaf spear was no simple endeavor. It required more than mere desire. Crowley observed their expressions and immediately discerned their thoughts. With a smile, he remarked, It appears that you two do not believe me. Let us make a wager. He proceeded towards the western coast, where the Straw Hat cruise ship was poised to set sail. The two giants trailed behind him, eager to witness whether their benefactor was merely boasting or possessed genuine prowess. To reach the next island, one must traverse the western coast of this island, as there is no alternative route. Consequently, few have ventured to the next island in recent years, for a monstrous creature has emerged in the western sea. Proceed straight ahead, regardless of what transpires. Do not alter your course, just move forward. The two giants bellowed. Crawley unsheathed the long sword from his waist, raising it in hand. His gaze fixed upon the advancing Golden Mary. Suddenly, a tremendous wave surged forth, and from the depths emerged a colossal fish head. It was an enormous red goldfish, the very monster spoken of by the giants, the Island Eater. This creature, immense in size, feasted upon islands, with a single tooth as large as the Golden Mary itself. The two giants stood before it, dwarfed in comparison. What is that? A goldfish. The naive Luffy exclaimed, his innocence shining through. A gigantic goldfish. Usopp trembled uncontrollably. How can such a creature exist? Sanji struggled to maintain his grip on the cigarette in his mouth. Nami and Vivi clung to each other, weeping uncontrollably, fearing they might meet their demise within the gaping maw of this monstrous island eater. Meanwhile, Zoro, leaning against the mast, noticed Crawley brandishing his sword atop the island and couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion. What on earth was this fellow planning? Crawley bellowed, Straw Hat pirates, advance straight ahead, do not change your course. Otherwise, I fear I shall be cleaved alongside the pirate ship. This fellow, could it be true? A cold sweat trickled down Zoro's forehead. Two giants stood silently behind Crawley, exchanging a furtive glance, questioning his capabilities. Whoosh! A dark crimson aura of the sword surged forth. Crawley had yet to swing his blade, yet the air around him resonated with the ferocious roars of tigers. Clang, clang, clang. The renowned sword, Iju, trembled violently, its green bamboo patterns transforming into a deep crimson hue. From a distance, Crawley appeared to wield a strikingly red bamboo. Crawley let out a low growl as he slowly swung his longsword downward. The motion was languid, yet the immense force seemed to press the air down to the ground. The Thousand Gene Sword. Tiger Demon. Roar. The thunderous roar of the colossal tiger reverberated through the air as a dark crimson sword aura coalesced into a gigantic tiger demon. Its muscles bulging, sharp claws slicing through the atmosphere, emitting a hissing sound as if air were escaping. The tiger demon leapt into the sky, charging directly toward the Fish Island goldfish. The tiger devours fish, its maw wide open. The tiger demon, with its gaping jaws, lunged at the Fish Island goldfish, bypassing the Going Mary. With a swift motion, the tiger demon cleaved through the goldfish's body from the center of its head, blood splattering forth. And soon the sky was drenched in a rain of crimson. Zoro gaped in astonishment. This sword aura was wild and fierce, a stark contrast to Crawley's previously refined and artistic swordsmanship. He was capable of wielding two distinct sword styles. No wonder he had no chance of victory. The disparity between them was far greater than he had anticipated, and a sense of defeat welled up within Zoro. He realized he was still leagues away from matching that Marine, let alone the likes of Mihawk. Zoro clenched his fists. The two giants locked eyes once more, each recognizing the shock reflected in the other's gaze. Such power was lethal in a single strike. What need had they to inquire about Elbaf's spear? The might of Crawley's technique was already comparable to that of the Elbaf spear. They had even contemplated sacrificing their weapons to unleash Elbaf's spear, as the tremendous energy placed an overwhelming burden on their arms, rendering ordinary weapons utterly inadequate. The Going Mary successfully broke free, sailing far toward the direction of Alabasta. Crowley sheathed his longsword and turned to face the two giants, smiling as he clasped his fists together. Gentlemen, I have indeed won the wager, and I trust you shall honor your promise. The two giants stood, seemingly entranced, gazing at the diminutive human before them. Rendered speechless, they could only nod in bewilderment. Could such immense power truly have been wielded by this seemingly insignificant figure? It was utterly astonishing. Before we impart the secrets of the Elbaf spear, we must ascertain the extent of your strength, the red demon Brokey remarked, glancing at the diminutive Crowley with a mix of resignation and curiosity. The ferocious force with which Crowley had shattered the fish on Food Island had left them both shaken, if it came down to sheer strength. They were uncertain if they could stand against this small being. Crowley nodded, contemplating the prospect of grappling with the giant. This was precisely in line with his intentions, the very reason he had chosen to come to this island. A smirk graced his lips as he inquired, "Shall we use all our strength?" "Naturally, with Dory injured. It was only fitting that he engage in a contest with you. Baratie let out a laugh that was distinctly his own. Alone, you say? Forgive my candor, but I doubt you could match me. He shook his head, his demeanor unperturbed by Crowley's words. Given his prior conduct, such pride seemed justifiable. Baratie himself did not consider Crowley a worthy opponent. Yet, how could a giant concede so easily? The spirit of the war god Elbaf resonated within him. By the time Crowley had made his mark on the seas, he had yet to be born. Enough said, let us begin, Baratie declared. With his opponent's challenge laid bare, Crowley felt no need to decline. Excitement coursed through him as he prepared to test the power of his newly acquired skills. The sailors nearby settled in, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Akin was filled with anticipation as well. Given his understanding of Crowley, he was curious about the benefits his leader had garnered in the Kingdom of Drum. At this pace, surely, his master would soon ascend to become the strongest in the world. Golden Week sat upright on the ground, silently munching on sabae, astonished that her brother Crowley would engage in a display of strength with the giant. How could such a handsome young man partake in such brutish antics? Come forth. Baratie assumed a stable stance, his gaze firmly fixed on Crowley. Crowley removed the renowned sword, Yitek, and cast aside his coat, hurling it towards the distant marine. A deep, resonant growl emanated from the depths of his throat, reverberating through the surrounding forest. Subsequently, the sound of tearing fabric pierced the air as the naval uniform struggled to contain his increasingly imposing muscles. Upon witnessing this transformation, Huang Jinzhou widened his eyes in astonishment. Could it be that Brother Crowley was bestowing a spectacle upon them? With a sudden rip, the garments disintegrated entirely, revealing muscles as solid as iron, and Crowley's stature surged dramatically to an impressive 5 meters. His feet morphed into gleaming iron hoofs, while his golden hair darkened into a disheveled black mane, and 2 curved horns spiraled upward from either side of his head, adorned with intricate patterns. The bull demon transformation. Crowley's colossal form towered before the giant Baratie, reaching up to his waist. At that moment, he finally comprehended why Crowley had uttered such words earlier. This diminutive human was, astonishingly, a wielder of a devil fruit ability, specifically of the Zoan type. Upon transformation, his size had surged 3 to 4 times larger. An overwhelming aura emanating from him, suffocating in its intensity. Transformed into a bull demon, Crowley grinned menacingly, his voice now resonating like thunder. Come forth, he beckoned, extending his massive hands towards Baratie. Baratie swallowed hard, nodding in a daze, and also reached out his hands to grasp Crowley's in return. Although Crowley's hand and the giant's hand still exhibit a disparity, the difference has diminished to merely half. The strength of the bull demon surpasses that of the tiger demon significantly. The former excels in defense and power, while the latter is adept in attack and swiftness. A moment of enlightenment surged within Crowley, yet, upon making contact with the colossal hands of Baratie, a serene calm enveloped him. With an innate power of over 10,000 and the formidable enhancement from his ox demon transformation, the extent of his prowess was beyond even his own imagination. Baratie observed the lack of response from his opponent, understanding that Crowley was merely biding his time, waiting for him to unleash his full strength, no longer concealing his might. He let out a fierce shout and summoned every ounce of his energy to thrust forward. Boom! A surge of momentum erupted, accompanied by the sound of bones creaking. As he aimed to show the utmost respect to his adversary, Baratie unleashed his full potential. Yet, Crowley remained utterly unyielding, his gaze fixed intently upon him, as if questioning. Why do you not exert yourself? Baratie's face flushed crimson with indignation. How could this be? He was a member of the mighty giant race, and it was inconceivable to be outmatched in strength. Even in defeat, he could not allow it to be this humiliating. At the very least, he should compel Crowley to move. Otherwise, where would he find solace for his pride? Rise up. Baratie's red aura surged, invoking the war god Elbaf. Grant me your strength. The giants possessed their own faith, a belief that often bestowed upon them tremendous power. Crowley distinctly sensed an increase in the force emanating from his hands. Yet it proved futile. He perceived the strength of his opponent as that of a mere child. Perhaps Uncle Dongli should join us? He remarked cheerfully, finding it absurd that a mere Baratie could compel him to exert his full strength. The blue demon, Dongli, rose with a grave expression, fully aware that his old friend was indeed employing all his might, yet still unable to contend with this diminutive human transformed into a beast. What sort of fruit had this fellow consumed? A mythical beast type, perhaps? Thus, the red demon, Baratie, seized one of Crowley's hands, while Dongli grasped the other. and the contest of strength recommenced, this time with Crowley pitted against two colossal giants. Boom. The two giants emanated a formidable aura of red and blue, the very essence of their monikers. Their immense power caused the ground beneath them to buckle as they exerted every ounce of strength to push against Crowley. Yet, even in the face of such might, Crowley remained utterly unyielding, allowing the two to move without effect. Meanwhile, Akin, who had been poised to snatch the golden weak Senbei, stood frozen in disbelief. Could it be that their leader was a monster? These were two warriors of the giant race, former captains of the giant soldier pirate crew. As Golden Week beheld Crowley, his raven hair adorned with two towering horns and his body rippling with muscle, she could hardly believe her eyes. He was the epitome of a model, radiating primal allure. She had never imagined that a man could exude such wild charisma. Crowley was truly the perfect blend of sweetness and saltiness. "Oh, divine man," she exclaimed, promptly retrieving her sketchpad, captivated by Crowley's appearance, and began to illustrate his likeness with fervor. Crowley gazed at the two giants, straining with all their might, and felt a twinge of reluctance to mock them further. With a firm grip, he forcefully propelled them away. Baratie and Dongli were immediately met with an overwhelming surge of power. Had they attempted to withstand it with their utmost strength, their arms would surely have shattered. The thought of fracturing their limbs for a mere nominal contest seemed absurd to them both. In unison, they relinquished their strength, and their bodies were sent sprawling, toppling a considerable expanse of forest. Crowley clenched his black fist, a profound surge of confidence swelling from the depths of his heart. Is this what it feels like to wield power? He pondered whether those fools, lured by his own allure, experienced a similar sensation when they first attained strength. The Marines, witnessing their own major general grappling with not one, but two colossal warriors, and ultimately emerging victorious with ease, could not contain their excitement and erupted into cheers. Crowley's physique diminished, and he shed the transformation of the bull demon, reverting to his original form. The two giants rose from the ground, their faces slightly flushed as they regarded Crowley. Initially, they had doubted whether he possessed sufficient strength to master the Elbaf spear, but after this bout of wrestling, it became evident that neither was a match for the other. They had humiliated themselves beyond measure. "You have triumphed," the two giants conceded willingly. "We shall impart to you the secrets of the Elbaf spear." They believed that in the hands of the formidable Crowley, the legendary techniques of Elbaf would undoubtedly shine brilliantly, causing the entire world to tremble before the might of the Elbaf spear. Though, it must be noted, he was a member of the Navy. Crowley nodded. For this was to be expected. The giants were straightforward and rugged men, incapable of the shameful act of going back on their word. Mastering the Elbaf spear demanded time. Yet he was fortunate to have already applied for that mission with the headquarters. Until the completion of said mission, he would not be summoned by the headquarters, granting him ample time to squander. Thus, he turned around to brief his subordinate, the Marine, for it was time to enhance the strength of his underlings. In this ancient island, within the Garden of Giants, it was indeed the finest place for cultivation. Golden Week covered her small mouth with a drawing board, gazing at Crowley in astonishment. "Me? What's wrong?" Crowley scratched his head, perplexed by her expression. Meanwhile, the Marine had been stifling laughter since earlier. Even the aloof assassin Akin wore an oddly peculiar expression. Golden Week extended her finger, pointing at herself. The direction indicated was below herself. At this moment, Crowley finally sensed a refreshing breeze wafting through the air. How delightful it felt. He slowly lowered his gaze, only to realize that after transforming into the bull demon, his garments had been completely torn asunder, and he had remained oblivious to his state, standing defiantly with arms akimbo, obliviously surveying his surroundings. Witnessing Crowley hurriedly cover his private parts with his clothing, Golden Week could not help but stifle a giggle. Crowley had such an endearing side after all, though that naughty aspect of him was indeed rather pronounced. "Well then, have you remembered what I just said? Make sure to train diligently on this island. Especially you, Akin, who cannot even best a mere pirate. You truly bring shame upon me." Crowley donned a naval uniform once more and stood before a throng of sailors, proclaiming loudly, "Someone has devoured my cane." Akin understood that he was being teased for having drawn even with Roronoa, yet he had exerted considerable effort. Hadn't he? He lacked such extraordinary abilities, and to be chastised like this felt rather unjust. Then, as if recalling something, he inquired of Crowley, "By the way, may I learn that giant's technique?" Upon hearing his question, Crowley cast him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "Sure, as long as you can overpower them in strength." Akin found himself momentarily speechless, Surpassing the giants in strength was no feat achievable by an ordinary person. Are you prepared? Two giants poked their heads out and asked. Of course, Crowley nodded without hesitation. We just discussed that to teach you the Elbaf Spear, you must first experience its power. Wouldn't you agree? Baratie grinned at him. Yet Crowley felt an unsettling undertone in that smile. Surely, these giants wouldn't seek to exact revenge on him, to test the might of the Elbaf Spear. It was clear that the small garden would not suffice. That place was akin to the giant sanctuary, and to disrupt its natural setting would lead to dire consequences. One could not bring ruin upon oneself, after all. Thus, Baratie and Dory led Crowley to a smaller island on the eastern side of their domain. Crowley set foot on the desolate isle, discovering that its vegetation could only be described as sparse. It was utterly barren, devoid of any forms of life, let alone animals. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the soil resembled a grayish sandstone, as if it had been subjected to nuclear fallout. What sort of island is this? He inquired, perplexed. The Isle of Sterility, came the reply. The Isle of Sterility. Is it named so because nothing grows here? What a peculiar island, Crowley mused. In truth, this cannot be classified as an island, nor are these lands of natural origin, easily interjected, furrowing his brow. Not of natural origin? Then from whence do they come? You have already encountered the island's owner, the very cannibalistic goldfish you slew. This island is a product of its excrement. Crowley was momentarily speechless, looking disdainfully at the ground beneath his feet. Just a moment ago, he had intended to investigate the nature of this gray, gravelly soil. Well, it is precisely for this reason that we dared to come to this island and wield Elbaf's weapon. We would not mourn its destruction. Donley gripped his great sword firmly. Indeed, it seems that our two weapons have not safeguarded the Straw Hat crew. Rather, they are destined to meet their demise here for your sake. Yet, one could argue that they fulfilled their purpose, dying honorably. Come now, let us not squander any more time. Baratie raised his massive axe, wearing an expression that conveyed a sense of weariness and a readiness for destruction. Crowley nodded, positioning himself opposite them, ready to witness the might of the so-called Elbaf Spear. He drew his renowned blade, Iju, from his waist and held it aloft, pondering which would prevail, his 1,000-pound sword technique or the Elbaf Spear. Are you prepared? The two giants raised their weapons and bellowed. Now, Crowley's gaze sharpened as he too lifted his long sword, a dark crimson aura emanating from him, accompanied by a faint roar reminiscent of a tiger. This was the most formidable spear of the giant race, steeped in Elbaf legend. Baratie, witnessing Crowley's readiness, raised his colossal axe high, a crimson energy swirling around him. Even the size of his two lantern-like eyes tinged with red. Red Demon Baratie was poised to unleash his full power. Be cautious, my friend. Dongley also lifted his azure-hued great sword, for the blue demon Dongley was no less formidable than Baratie. Elbaf Spear. Dominance. The two giants shouted in unison, simultaneously swinging their weapons. The crimson and azure waves of light converged, manifesting a tremendous impact that silenced the world, the resonance of their might echoing for ages. 1,000-pound sword. Tiger Demon. The colossal Tiger Demon, forged from dark crimson sword energy, surged towards the two giants' attack, colliding with it and unleashing a tempest of energy. The sound of the spatial upheaval resonating amidst the raging winds. Boom. The immense energy accumulated, causing the barren island beneath them to fracture. The crevices widening as seawater surged forth. Ultimately, Crowley's Tiger Demon was slightly outmatched, pierced by the Elbaf Spear, the residual energy striking the barren island and shattering it into oblivion. The last remnants left by the island's golden fish were rendered to nothingness. Clang. The weapons of the two giants shattered into several pieces, plummeting into the sea. Earlier, they sought to test Crowley's strength because the giant's ultimate technique, the Elbaf Spear, was one where greater power yielded even greater might. Your strength surpasses ours. Should you master this technique, your prowess will experience a monumental enhancement. The two giants, exhausted from wielding the Elbaf Spear as if they had exhausted every ounce of their strength, plopped down at the edge of the small garden, explaining to Crowley, who floated in the air with moonwalk steps. They acknowledged that their earlier endeavor had been somewhat self-serving, as they wished to reclaim some dignity after being overpowered by Crowley. Thus, they had expended their utmost effort in executing the normally manageable Elbaf Spear. In the end, they had indeed regained their desired pride. For that last execution of the Elbaf Spear had undeniably shattered Crowley's Tiger Demon. Did you catch a glimpse of the Elbaf Spear just now? Baratie inquired. Crowley nodded. In that fleeting moment, he truly experienced the essence of pure power. That was the rightful application of strength. The swordsmanship created by Elvis still fell short in this regard. For the spear of Elbaf had been refined and enhanced by generations of warriors from the giant clan. He could already envision that mastering the spear of Elbaf would lead to a fundamental breakthrough in his swordsmanship. I understand that you do not worship the god of war, Elbaf, and we shall not compel you to do so, but you must recognize the spirit and glory of Elbaf. Dongley's expression was solemn. Crawley nodded obediently, indicating his understanding. Subsequently, the two giants commenced explaining the key points of wielding the Elbaf spear, urging him to refine his skills. Why are you following me? Akin cast an irritable glance at the golden week trailing behind him. Crawley brother has gone to train, and I am here to assist you in your training. After all, you are my brother's subordinate. It would be more impressive if you are strong, Golden Week replied earnestly, her small backpack slung over her shoulder. Akin snorted dismissively, casting a derisive look in her direction. What could you possibly assist me with? Hey, are you looking down on me? Golden Week pouted, retrieving a palette and paintbrush from her backpack to mix colors. Seeing her quiet down, Akin ceased his complaints and began to scan his surroundings. Hoping to find a training partner, he mused about the ancient creatures of the primordial island, wondering why he had yet to encounter one. Swish. With a swift motion, Golden Week flicked her paintbrush, splattering yellow paint onto Akin's back, forming a peculiar design. Mixing colors, cheerful yellow. Hey, what did you say? Wahahaha. Akin intended to turn and inquire what the girl was mumbling about, but before he could fully turn, he found himself unable to contain his laughter. His expression became exaggeratedly joyful, and laughter erupted from his lips. What on earth was happening? Akin, usually a stoic and aloof assassin, now succumbed to uncontrollable laughter. Golden Week, observing his beaming face, revealed a mischievous grin. This expression is delightful. Should I capture it? She pondered seriously, gripping her paintbrush. Swish. Although his expression was beyond his control, Akin could still command his body. Feeling humiliated by being toyed with by a mere child, he reached out to grab Golden Week. However, she had already sensed his movement and evaded gracefully, continuing her actions without interruption. With a swift flick of her brush, she again flung paint toward Akin's back. This time in green. Mixing colors, leisurely green. The strange pattern formed by the green paint enveloped the yellow design, causing Akin to instantly regain his composure and his smile to vanish. His hand retreated from Golden Week, and he sat down on the ground. How leisurely. What shall we do now? Akin said, staring blankly. Would you like a cup of green tea? Golden Week produced a teapot and teacup from her small backpack. Sure. He smiled faintly at Golden Week, accepting the teapot and teacup, seemingly genuinely prepared for tea. As Golden Week prepared to sit and share tea with him, a voice interrupted. Golden Week, don't do that, release Akin. Crawley beamed at her with a sunny smile. Since Crawley brother has said so, then very well. During the Golden Week, the young girl playfully stuck out her pink tongue and, using a handkerchief, meticulously wiped away the paint from Akin's back. As the color vanished, Akin sprang to his feet in astonishment, gazing incredulously at Golden Week, for her abilities were truly enigmatic. Akin, you mustn't bully Golden Week, Crowley remarked with a faint smile. Having just witnessed the amusing spectacle of Golden Week toying with Akin, one cannot help but marvel at how Golden Week, without consuming any fruit, could evoke such a transformation in a person merely through psychological suggestion. She was indeed a glitch in the world of pirates. Upon hearing Crowley's defense, Golden Week proudly lifted her chin and obediently stepped behind him. Aren't you training in the techniques of the giant race? Akin inquired with a puzzled expression. Techniques require comprehension. You see, they've already covered the basics with me. Whether I can master them depends solely on luck, Crowley replied with a hint of exasperation, noticing Akin's expression. He further asked, are you in search of a sparring partner? Akin nodded, reflecting on the fact that ancient Al should have been teeming with large beasts. Yet he had encountered none. Then why are you searching in the giant's residential area? Is that not foolish? Crowley chastised him playfully. After all, this area had been the home of giants for a century, and the island's creatures had long learned to avoid it. Ah, I see, Akin mused, stroking his chin as he finally grasped the situation after a moment of contemplation. Crowley led Akin and the Golden Week out of the giant zone, revealing a primordial forest beyond. As they emerged, they witnessed a fierce battle between a colossal gorilla and several dinosaurs, the spectacle quite grand. Despite the apparent numerical advantage, the dinosaurs proved utterly no match for the formidable gorilla. Akin, this gorilla possesses remarkable strength. It could serve as your training partner, Crowley remarked, observing the agile movements of the beast. Gorilla? Isn't that just a type of monkey? Akin inquired, bewildered. Crowley was immediately struck by the suspicion that he had been covertly tainted by some intelligence-diminishing substance from the Golden Week. In a fit of frustration, he kicked Akin out of the way. "Slay the dinosaurs and bring me their meat for roasting. Let King Kong be your sparring partner." Upon hearing Crowley's words, Akin finally regained his composure and swiftly dispatched the dinosaurs with a few deft swings of his cane. As for King Kong, he did exhibit a measure of skill. Engaging in a back-and-forth with Akin, yet ultimately lacking the ingenuity of humanity, he began to falter. Crowley observed the struggling gorilla, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Could he truly tempt an animal? Logically, he should be able to entice any sentient being, and the intelligence of this gorilla was not insignificant. It should be capable of understanding his words. However, if he succeeded in enticing the creature and ensnaring its soul, what would he gain from it? He had never attempted to seduce an animal before. This was an opportunity. "Akin, keep at it for a while longer," Crowley called out to Akin, who was engaged in battle with the gorilla as he roasted dinosaur meat. He hoped that the meat would be thoroughly cooked before Akin defeated the gorilla, for that would render the endeavor rather pointless. Consequently, Akin consciously eased his attacks, gradually honing his skill with the staff. Having learned a technique from Crowley's formidable swordplay, he had successfully grasped a move called the Thousand Gene Staff, yet he knew that diligent practice was essential to perfect this technique. The gorilla gradually realized that it was not a match for this suddenly appearing human. Time and again, it attempted to escape from Akin's relentless onslaught. Yet Akin's fierce assault left it no respite. Eventually, the gorilla, battered and exhausted, found itself swinging its fists in futile attempts to strike the seemingly elusive human, who danced away like a phantom. This was infuriating. The gorilla was on the verge of tears, unable to comprehend how it, the proud sovereign of the jungle, could possibly meet its end here. "Gorilla, do you crave power? Do you wish to vanquish this human before you? If you wish to avoid death, then accept my power. Just offer me your soul." The seductive voice echoed in the gorilla's mind. Although it could not fully grasp the nuances of the message, it understood enough. It need not perish. By accepting the power, it could become invincible. That was the essence of it, the gorilla thought innocently. With a mighty roar directed towards the heavens, it implored for strength, eager to rend the human before it into pieces. Meanwhile, Crowley, savoring his roasted dinosaur meat, smiled faintly and replied in a leisurely manner. "The contract is established. To give is to lend and to repay." In that moment, he bestowed upon the gorilla a tremendous amount of his own power. Beyond the mere act of enticing a different species, he sought to experiment with another aspect of his abilities. His power of the giving fruit allowed him to replicate and transfer his own essence to another, and now he realized it need not be limited to humans. Animals could also be recipients. This ability was akin to self-sacrifice, as it strengthened his subordinates without offering any direct benefit to himself. However, the emergence of this external advantage enabled him to collect interest through the signing of a soul contract. Should he lend his power and the borrower meet their demise, their soul would revert to him. Yet, therein lay a potential peril. What if the borrower, having acquired strength, proved invulnerable to death? Crowley found himself unable to acquire the soul of the borrower, nor could he reclaim the power he had lent out. His current fruit ability allowed him to replicate his own capabilities, yet once borrowed, they could not be retrieved nor lent to another. To prevent such a predicament, Crowley resorted to conducting experiments using the diamond. A power level of 10,000 was immensely formidable, without sufficient physical endurance. One would be overwhelmed and burst apart by such force. Crowley suspected that even the diamond, being a fierce beast with remarkable physical prowess, would struggle to withstand this external power. With a roar, the diamond felt the surge of energy coursing through its body. What an extraordinary force! This was indeed the strength befitting the king of the jungle. In an instant, its once black eyes turned crimson, overwhelmed by the potency of the power. Akin, observing the rampaging diamond, couldn't he help but feel a sense of dread. Once again, his leader had ensnared him in a predicament. Every time he prepared for battle, Crowley would amplify his adversaries, as if fearful of Akin's potential victory. The diamond swung its massive arms, delivering a punch that produced a sonic boom. Akin's heart raced. Should he be struck by such a blow, he would undoubtedly be reduced to mere rubble. Swiftly, he employed the Navy's 6 styles to evade, suppressing any thoughts of contesting strength with the diamond. The ground trembled as the diamond's fist created a massive crater. Roaring in frustration, the diamond, despite possessing such overwhelming power, found it utterly impossible to lay a finger on the diminutive human. Humanity's cunning was infuriating, and he yearned to break its legs. Akin, unwilling to engage directly or initiate an attack, feared that a single misstep could lead to his demise. He simply could not match the Diamond's resilience. Hence, he resorted to guerrilla tactics, leading to a frenzied chase between man and beast. Meanwhile, Crawley and Golden Week lounged comfortably on a picnic blanket, indulging in grilled meat and sipping green tea while observing the fray. However, as time progressed, Crawley's brow furrowed in concern. Something was amiss. According to his expectations, the Diamond should not be able to endure a power level of 10,000 for such an extended period. "Brother Crawley, is something the matter?" Golden Week inquired, having noticed his furrowed brow. "The Diamond's physical constitution is surprisingly robust," he remarked, watching as Akin unleashed all his strength, striking the Diamond with his fullest force. Yet the Diamond appeared utterly unfazed. Akin lamented his decision to trust Crawley. He had known of his devious nature, yet had chosen to follow his advice, allowing the opponent to gain an upper hand. Glancing at Crawley for assistance, he found his leader engrossed in his meal, oblivious to Akin's plight. Truly, he had chosen poorly in allies. Akin's stamina was gradually waning, and his speed of evasion noticeably diminished. Soon, if King Kong were to catch him, he would bid farewell to this world. Suddenly, as Akin's mind wandered, King Kong discerned his silhouette and struck with a mighty fist. There was no escape. Akin's pupils dilated in despair. It was over. Just as hopelessness enveloped him, Crawley interjected, "Bestow, temporarily lend." The power was not bestowed upon Akin, but rather King Kong. Once again, it was granted to King Kong. Yet this time, the strength did not involve a soul contract. It was merely an exertion of his own capabilities. After deducting the previously lent 10,000 units of energy, a residual 3,000 units surged back into King Kong's form. His already blood-red eyes deepened to an even more vivid crimson, as if blood itself surged to his head. The king of the jungle. He lost all sense of reason. Overwhelming power clouded his mind. The fist that was aimed at Akin halted mid-air. King Kong stood frozen in place, not so much standing still as rendered immobile. His physique began to swell, expanding, inflating. Not in the manner of bulging muscles, but rather like a balloon ballooning. He could no longer contain the immense power within him. With a thunderous boom, King Kong erupted from this spherical form, blood spraying forth in a violent display. Crawley and the Golden Week had long been prepared, while Akin, closest to the Diamond, had just been splattered with a gruesome blood bomb. Furthermore, the explosion of flesh possessed a certain force, propelling Akin several meters away. As he felt the essence of the Diamond enter his being, Crawley wore an evil smile. This acquisition was truly monumental, transforming his attribute panel entirely. Name: Crawley Rommel Fruit. Paramecia-type gift fruit. Awakening 10. Combat power 18. 000 Swordsmanship. Intermediate naval basic swordsmanship. Superlative 1,000-pound sword technique. Intermediate Bachin 1 sword style martial arts. Advanced naval 6 styles. Advanced fishman karate hockey. Low-level armament hockey other. Intermediate weapon mastery. Underwater breathing beast transformation. 1. Tiger demon transformation. Accompanying skill. Sonic attack. 2. Bull demon transformation. Accompanying skill. Devour all. Gene. Advanced diamond gene. Crawley gazed at his revamped attribute panel, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. The successful temptation of beasts, the development of fruit abilities, and the awakening of 10% were all comprehensible to him. However, what was this enigmatic gene? He had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Yet, through this experiment, Crawley had attained a new lethal capability. In future confrontations with foes, he could instantly lend his entire Tau power to them, transforming those with insufficient physical prowess into human bombs in an instant. What was he grinning about now? Akin, having risen from the ground, wiped away the shattered remnants of his golden insides and the soiled blood that clung to him. The recent impact had nearly claimed his life, and seeing Crawley chuckling nearby only exacerbated his irritation. Crawley delivered a sharp kick, exclaiming, "What are you talking about? Summon the sailors. I have matters to discuss." Having unlocked his own capabilities, it became imperative to harness their true potential. This was a fruit of a somewhat auxiliary nature, and Crawley was acutely aware of this. Thus, it was essential to utilize his abilities to enhance the strength of his subordinates. The sailors, diligently training on the island, had made limited progress. Yet they were indeed advancing. They recognized the prowess of their own rear admiral. Promotion to admiral was merely a matter of time, and they were determined not to hinder Crawley's ascent. The sailors stood in a line, awaiting Crawley's scrutiny. "How has your training been?" he inquired casually, reporting to the rear admiral. "It's going reasonably well," replied the most proactive helmsman, stepping forward. "Have you mastered the 6 styles of the Navy?" Crawley nodded, then looked at them. The The 6 styles were not an esoteric secret, as all naval officers were aware of the training methods. The sailors fell silent, and with no other option, he directed his question toward the helmsman. What about you? Reporting to the rear admiral, I have only mastered shave and iron block. Acceleration and defense, perhaps? The helmsman's sharp wit elicited another nod from Crawley, who then proclaimed loudly, everyone, pay attention. Granting power, temporarily borrowed. Crawley patted the helmsman's shoulder, transferring the Navy's 6th edition to him. The helmsman was utterly astonished by the information that surged through his mind, gazing at Crawley with a look of incredulity and curiosity. Crawley nodded at him, his countenance brimming with exhilaration. In an instant, he sprang into the air, as if treading upon the very essence of the atmosphere. With a swift kick of his long leg, 2 azure slashes erupted forth. This was the moonwalk and the gale step. The sailors erupted in fervor. As companions who shared the helm with their captain day in and day out, they were acutely aware that the captain could not possibly conceal his true abilities. Thus, it was evident that the remarkable display of power was a result of Major Crawley's influence. It was simply astonishing. Was this a rapid mastery of the Marine 6 styles? Crawley observed the excited expressions of the crowd, cleared his throat, and began to speak. I understand what you are all thinking, but nothing worthwhile comes without effort. At least, not for you. The latter part he silently mused to himself. As you have seen, I have just imparted my mastery of the 6 forms of the Navy to him, which is a manifestation of my devil fruit ability. However, this power is not eternal. It is merely a loan, one that I can reclaim at any moment. I cannot permanently bestow this strength upon you. My hope is that during this time, you can grasp its essence and transform it into your own power. Thus, when I reclaim it, you will still possess the ability. Crawley's expression was serious. It was somewhat embarrassing that his subordinates were not even familiar with the 6 forms of the Navy. He felt compelled to lend them his knowledge so they could gain experience. After all, it was a simple matter of imitation, something even a fool could accomplish. The sailors nodded in agreement, their faces alight with excitement. All right, step forward and tell me about your mastery of the 6 forms of the Navy, and I will facilitate your experience accordingly. Crawley first reclaimed the 6 forms from the helmsman, causing the overly enthusiastic fellow to tumble unceremoniously to the ground. Next, he took a seat under the shade of a tree alongside Golden Week. Currently, his devil fruit ability allowed him to replicate his powers twice and bestow them upon others. The 6 forms comprised 6 techniques. Thus, duplicating them would yield 12 techniques, which could be shared among 12 individuals for their practice. He did not have many subordinates, and with the limited number of troops permitted under his rank of Rear Admiral, he had intentionally reduced their numbers during recruitment. In total, he had about 80 men, which was hardly enough to distribute the techniques effectively. After explaining the situation to the sailors and establishing a borrowing period of 1 hour, they all expressed their understanding. Crawley shook his head in resignation. It seemed his power development was insufficient, making training his troops quite a challenge. Rear Admiral, I wish to experience your swordsmanship. One of the navigators exclaimed excitedly as he rushed over. Indeed, Crawley realized he had overlooked this aspect. He possessed more than just the 6 forms. He had an array of skills at his disposal, and allowing his subordinates to experience them would not be detrimental. After all, these abilities were not solely his own. They were acquired through persuasion and cunning, and Crawley felt no regret in sharing them. Crawley's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, I possess the Navy's fundamental swordsmanship. The Thousand June sword technique, the Northern Star one-blade style, and the Fishman karate. Who wishes to partake in this experience? I do. I yearn to experience the Northern Star one-blade style, the exceptionally stylish swordsmanship. Humph. Coward. I wish to practice the Thousand June sword technique. For it is the sword play befitting a true man. All of you are superficial. Relying solely on brute strength, I aspire to engage in the Navy's fundamental swordsmanship. For establishing a solid foundation is paramount. Crawley was taken aback, his brow furrowed in confusion. Were these fellows insinuating something about him? He was not oblivious to their subtle jabs. As the distribution of power was completed, the Marines transformed into formidable warriors. And soon the island resonated with the anguished cries of beasts. What sheer exhilaration! To possess such strength was truly a delightful experience. The feeling of being powerful was overwhelmingly intoxicating. How splendid it would be if the strength truly belonged to them. This notion blossomed in the minds of the Marines. However, this power ultimately belonged to Major Crawley, and they could only seize the opportunity to learn as much as they could during this brief experience. Striving to master such formidable skills, The Marine's expression shifted from initial excitement to earnest determination. Over the course of 2 consecutive days, they diligently practiced in the small garden, driven by the desire not to disappoint Major Crawley or bring shame upon him. Their dedication was unwavering, as this training was not exhausting. It primarily relied on comprehension. Once understanding was achieved, it would translate into a skill. Such relentless effort. Red Demon Baratie observed the increasingly formidable presence of the Marines and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Is the caliber of the Marines truly this high now? Green Demon Dongley witnessed an ordinary sailor unleash a sword aura that even sent shivers down his spine. It must be your ability, he thought, turning to glance at Crawley beside him. Crawley nodded with a smile, saying little. How has your training with the Albufera spear progressed? I have nearly mastered it. I have come to bid you farewell, Crawley replied. So soon? Do show us here. Crawley caressed the sword sheath and nodded with a smile. Since he had the foundation of the Thousand Genes sword technique, which primarily emphasized violence, he found it remarkably easy to comprehend the Elbaf spear. He could now barely wield it. However, he was astonished to discover that on the attributes panel, the Elbaf spear belonged to the category of physical techniques, indicating that it could indeed be executed without a weapon. Yet, Crawley felt somewhat lost, as he had only just begun learning and had not yet grasped it deeply. He and the 2 giants returned to the shore, for the Elbaf spear possessed tremendous power, and to preserve the ecological balance of the little garden, it could not be utilized on the island. Haha, this is the first time I've seen a human wield the Elbaf spear. I'm quite excited. Baratie laughed heartily. Crawley curled the corners of his mouth. To his knowledge, there were not a few humans capable of wielding the Elbaf spear, at least 2 of whom were among the 4 emperors. The renowned blade, Yitek, was drawn from its sheath and raised high. A formidable aura emanated from Crawley, still suffused with a dark crimson glow, yet devoid of a tiger's roar or the intent of a sword. This was the Elbaf spear, not the 1,000-pound sword technique. Crawley's gaze became resolute, and an enlightening understanding surged within him. It became clear that beyond the superlative skills lay the profound realms of ultimate truths. The spear of Elbaf, as a remarkable embodiment of power techniques in this world, elevated Crawley's comprehension of the 1,000-pound swordsmanship to an even higher echelon the moment it was wielded. Crawley swung his sword, not with the sharpness or ferocity characteristic of swordsmanship, but as a mere embodiment of sheer strength. A circular wave of light burst forth from his blade. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, the cacophony generated by the force compressing the air rivaled the ferocious growl of a tiger. The wind surged, and the waves rose in response. With a resounding crash, the overwhelming momentum and power propelled a lance-like wave of light directly into the sea, causing the waters to surge back like a colossal fountain reaching for the heavens. This was the mightiest lance of the giants, the Elbaf spear. The 2 giants were left in a state of shock, rendered speechless. Could this truly be called merely an approximation of mastery? This technique surpassed the combined might of their own attacks. Gazing at Crawley's diminutive figure, they found it hard to fathom the immense power contained within such a seemingly insignificant frame. Thank you for your guidance, gentlemen. Until we meet again, Crawley declared, clasping his hands together as he observed his marine soldiers boarding the warship. Until we meet again. The 2 giants watched as Crawley leaped onto the ship, their awareness dawning that this figure would undoubtedly stir the waters of this grand era of piracy. He was so young. It seemed likely that this age of piracy would soon come to an end. Major Crawley, the kingdom of Alabasta is now within sight, the lookout announced loudly. Upon hearing this, Crawley rose from his reclined position. After days of sailing, they were finally nearing Alabasta, and at this juncture, he would surely encounter that individual. Report, Major. A vessel has been spotted at 3 o'clock ahead. The pirate flag bears the emblem of the warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Crawley gazed ahead. Indeed, spotting 2 vessels anchored upon the surface of the sea, their sails mysteriously furled. Hey, who among you wishes to engage in a real battle? Upon hearing his words, the sailors aboard the warship instantly erupted with enthusiasm, fully aware of Crawley's implication regarding a trial of their combat prowess. However, those were ships of the 7 warlords of the sea, under the protection of the Navy. Was Major Crawley truly intending to confront them? It is time to assess the fruits of your training, Crawley remarked with a grin. Over the past few days of relentless practice, most of the sailors had mastered the moonwalk technique, acquiring the capability for surprise attacks, and some particularly gifted individuals had even managed to emulate his swordsmanship, their strength steadily ascending. Do not concern yourselves with the warlords of the sea. Crocodile shall not endure for much longer, he asserted, a knowing glint shimmering in his eyes. This declaration ignited excitement among the sailors, realizing that the Major intended to evaluate their abilities. Many of them immediately activated the moonwalk, preparing to charge towards the pirate ship. "Hold on." Crawley raised a hand to halt them, then turned to Golden Week, offering a radiant smile. Golden Week, attuned to his thoughts, promptly understood his intent and produced a canvas, painting blue symbols on the backs of each sailor. Mixing pigments, he created a shade of vibrant blue. "All right, go forth." Crawley waved his hand. As his words lingered in the air, the sailors launched themselves into action, dashing towards the pirate ship with the moonwalk. "Captain, the Navy is charging towards us. What shall we do? Can't they recognize our pirate flag? We are subordinates of the warlords of the sea, under Navy protection." The pirates, upon witnessing the Navy's advance, were gripped by panic, as the sailors approached not with friendly countenances but with the intent to capture them. They lacked the courage to confront the Navy, knowing their lowly status within Baroque works and the meager compensation they received. "Open fire. Fire upon them. Where are the guns? Let's eliminate them. Damn the Navy, perish." The pirates descended into a frenzy, seizing firearms and cannons to unleash a barrage upon the airborne Navy, determined to turn their surprise attack into a futile display of vulnerability. Crawley beheld the scene and couldn't help but chuckle as he affectionately patted the small head of Golden Week beside him, who reveled in his touch, exhibiting a demeanor as docile as that of a kitten. The sailors, still mastering the Navy's sixth style, lacked the finesse required for rapid aerial maneuvers and the formidable defense akin to that of an iron fortress. It was precisely to prevent being transformed into living targets that Crawley permitted Golden Week to adorn them with vibrant colors. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sailors glided through the air with grace, their eyes sharp as they detected the trajectory of bullets, swiftly evading them. In the case of cannonballs, they would simply cleave them asunder with a single stroke of their swords. Empowered by the keen sensitivity of the blue, their neural responses were extraordinarily rapid, allowing them to react with astonishing agility. Bullets, cannonballs, mere trifles. Living targets? Such a notion was non-existent. The sailors drew closer to the pirate vessel, their gazes locking onto the fearsome visages of the pirates. Without uttering a word, they charged forth. Although Crawley's soldiers were not known for their restraint, their disdain for pirates was unparalleled, fueled by their commanding officer's hawkish disposition. Capturing prisoners was not an option. They moved with lethal intent. For Major Crawley had no desire for captives aboard a ship. "Naval forces, we surrender?" One pirate stammered, utterly petrified. He had merely sought to earn a meager living by joining the Baroque works, never anticipating that he would wager his very life in the process. How could these sailors be so formidable? Were they not clad in the attire of ordinary soldiers? Why were they utterly defenseless? Surrender? He might as well speak to the Grim Reaper. With a swift stroke, the naval swordsman shattered the skull of the pirate who had proclaimed surrender. A devoted aficionado of the 1,000-pound sword technique, he found immense satisfaction in such brutal displays of swordsmanship. Pirates, indeed, deserved their fate, and those who served them were equally deserving of their demise. Crowley's ideology was deeply etched in their minds. Suddenly, the two pirate ships fell silent, their decks stained with blood that flowed into the sea. Akin, holding a telescope, gazed blankly at this scene, then glanced at Crowley. Feeling unworthy to be referred to as a demon, it became apparent that not only was this man brutal, but his soldiers were equally depraved. Who, after all, were the Navy, and who were the pirates? Once the battle concluded, the sailors joyfully returned to their warship, their laughter resonating in the air. It had been far too long since they had experienced such exhilaration. It was indeed a thrilling affair to vanquish pirates by one's own strength. No wonder some chose to join the Navy, finding legitimacy in their capacity for slaughter. A familiar vessel appeared on the horizon. Akin muttered to himself as he spotted a small sailboat adorned with a ram's head. Behind this ram-headed vessel trailed 3 pirate ships belonging to the Baroque works, indicating that the 2 pirate ships recently dispatched by the Navy were poised to intercept the ram-headed sailboat. The distance was not great, and even Crowley, with the naked eye, discerned the scene unfolding. The Going Merry, belonging to the Straw Hat crew, which meant that man was also aboard. Suddenly, a yellow skiff emerged, and from the Going Merry leapt a man wearing a cowboy hat. He let out a hearty laugh and hurled his fist towards the 3 pirate ships. Fire fist. A torrent of flames erupted, annihilating the trio of pirate vessels and transforming the surrounding waters into a blazing inferno. That man is Portiasti, Ace. A familiar sailor shrieked upon recognizing him. How could the infamous commander of the New Worlds for Emperors, with a bounty exceeding 100 million, Appear in the first half of the Grand Line. Advance. Crowley commanded. The helmsman complied without hesitation. What did it matter if it was Fire Fist Ace? Their own captain was invincible. Ace, the Navy is coming. A voice shouted from the Going Merry. Ace turned to see the striking figure of Crowley standing at the bow of the warship, and he couldn't help but smile. He immediately called back to Luffy. You all go ahead. I'll hold them off. Luffy, we shall meet again if fate allows. With that, he stood on his yellow skiff, grinning as he regarded Crowley on the approaching warship. Even the Navy's son would venture to this remote location, Ace remarked, still smiling at the nearing vessel. Crowley greeted with a smile. How dare the pirates of the New World question me on this matter? They are well acquainted with me, having battled in the New World before. In the past, I could only contend with Ace using sea prism stone weaponry, but times have certainly changed. Crowley's mission was to apprehend Ace and Blackbeard. Being well versed in the narrative, he submitted this task to Admiral Sengoku, thereby securing a considerable amount of time free from the headquarters summons. This explains why a mere rear admiral from headquarters found himself in the remote East Blue. His persuasion of Smoker was merely incidental. You are here to capture me, aren't you? Ace's intuition had already begun to form a suspicion. Crowley nodded, tacitly acknowledging the challenge. Let me see how much your strength has progressed. Ace leaped into the air, his lower body transforming into flames as he hovered above. With a powerful punch, he struck forth. Fire Fist. A tremendous blaze erupted from his fist, hurtling directly towards Crowley's warship. Whoosh! Crowley unsheathed his sword from his waist, gazing unperturbed at the advancing fiery onslaught. With swift resolve, he executed a decisive slash, summoning a frigid aura to counter the flames. Frostfall. The icy sword energy collided with the fiery punches, producing a hissing sound as steam billowed forth, ultimately transforming into a vast cloud of white mist. Yet, amidst this obscuring vapor, Ace readied his next assault, a cross-shaped beam of light striking Crowley directly. Flames erupted from his fingertips, surging towards the crossfire. Crossfire. Sound explosion. Unyielding. Crowley retaliated with a blue energy sound wave beam that surged towards the crossfire, and the two beams of differing attributes clashed. Boom. A tremendous wave of energy erupted. Yet the confrontation remained a stalemate. Divine fire. Unknown fire. 1,000-pound sword. Piercing. Mirror fire flame. 1,000-pound sword. Fierce tiger. Firefly. Fire dharma. Sakura. Dance of the gods. And so, the two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange of techniques, each matching the other blow for blow, yet regardless of their efforts, the outcome remained a draw. Ace's breath became somewhat erratic as he mustered a strained smile towards Crowley. I never anticipated your strength would have progressed to such an extent. Crowley remained silent, gazing at Ace, contemplating whether he should apprehend him and return to headquarters, believing that such an action might elevate him to the rank of Rear Admiral. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. Blackbeard was elusive, and he resolved to capture both Blackbeard and Ace together. Moreover, there were still matters he needed to attend to, making a swift return to the Navy headquarters impractical. Once back, he would be inundated with trivialities, leaving him little time to relish the present moment. Was it not so? He flashed Ace an insidious smile before leaping into the sea. He was no longer the same man he once was. The current Crowley could easily handle 10 aces. He was indeed that inflated with confidence. Though the sailors were puzzled as to why their rear admiral, a devil fruit user, could still engage with seawater. Their long-standing loyalty led them to believe there was nothing Crowley could not accomplish. Ace observed Crowley plunge into the ocean, furrowing his brow, utterly perplexed by Crowley's intentions. To be candid, he harbored no animosity towards this Navy officer. Otherwise, why would he consider letting him go? He acknowledged Crowley's significant growth yet remained steadfast in his belief in his own abilities. After all, his opponent could not possibly match him. Suddenly, a massive current surged towards him from the depths of the sea. What in the world is happening? Ace swiftly dodged, aware that as a devil fruit user, especially one with the powers of the natural fire element, being doused by seawater would be detrimental. Just as he caught his breath, several more currents emerged, charging towards him. Crowley was certainly relentless. Gritting his teeth, Ace unleashed a fiery punch directed at the oncoming waves, generating a tremendous cloud of steam. Gatling. Deluge. Crowley, submerged in the water, shifted his tactics, sending multiple jets of water spiraling upward towards Ace. Regrettably, the fishman karate against a devil fruit user was wholly unreasonable. Ace had no choice but to vaporize wave after wave of seawater. He could not simply dive in and drag Crowley out. For the first time, he recognized the drawbacks of the devil fruit. It was a veritable counter to his powers. He felt utterly powerless against this onslaught. The surface of the sea resembled a tsunami as colossal waves surged towards Ace, who gradually felt his stamina waning. The energy expenditure for a natural-type user was immense. Curse be it, he had disowned Crawley's strategy, using seawater to deplete his strength. How insidious! How had he become such a schemer in just a few years? In truth, Crawley was not incapable of defeating Ace. He employed this method simply to gauge the true might of fishman karate. The experiment proved effective. Ace, are you convinced? Crawley taunted, soaring into the air with a moonwalk. Observing Ace's somewhat disheveled appearance. I am not. Ace comprehended that if he did not exhibit his true prowess today, he might indeed face defeat, which was utterly unacceptable. He had yet to apprehend that scoundrel Blackbeard. The mere thought of Blackbeard ignited a blaze of fury within him, his hands erupting with vast flames that spiraled and coiled in the air. Positioned at the heart of this fiery disk, he embodied the very essence of the god of flames. Flame ring. His lips trembled, for the exhaustion he bore rendered his abilities somewhat feeble, preventing him from unleashing his techniques to their fullest potential. Boom. The spiraling flames coalesced in his grasp, gradually forming an enormous fireball that resembled a miniature sun. Crowley, prepare to receive my attack. Flame Emperor. Ace's face was a mask of defiance, his spirit unyielding. As the colossal fireball hurtled toward him, Crowley remained unfazed, confident of his impending victory and thus unperturbed by the spectacle. Suddenly, his muscles bulged dramatically, and he towered to a height of 5 meters. His physique reminiscent of a towering colossus, exuding an explosive strength. A pair of spiraled horns erupted from the disheveled strands of his dark hair. Beast transformation. It dawned on Ace that this individual had indeed consumed a devil fruit, an animal type, yet he wondered, how could he still enter the sea after consuming a devil fruit? Ace's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions, the immense fireball in his hand momentarily losing its vigor. Never mind. Even if he is transformed, what of it? Ace was not a man who would concede easily. Take this, Crowley. The enormous fireball, akin to a miniature sun, was cradled in his palm as it surged toward Crowley's face. Crowley revealed a sinister grin, widening his mouth as if a colossal whale voraciously gulping the surrounding air, devouring all things. His gargantuan maw, reminiscent of an abyssal black hole, effortlessly drew in Ace's flames, pulling them into the void. The speed was astonishing. Before the immense fireball could strike him, it was entirely consumed. Crowley's complexion appeared normal, and he symbolically let out a hearty belch. Flashing a smile at Ace, the flavor is delightful. He extended his palm, and flames began to surge within it, swelling larger by the moment. The sparks transformed into towering flames, ultimately morphing into a colossal fireball. In his monstrous form, Crowley cradled a massive orb of fire that resembled the sun. The blaze illuminated his visage, casting him in a divine light. No, rather than a deity, he resembled a demon. Ace watched in disbelief as his own technique was replicated in Crowley's hands, a bitter taste swelling within him. He never anticipated that Crowley possessed such capabilities. Ace. The Flame Emperor. Crowley bellowed with laughter, hurling the enormous fireball toward him. A flawless imitation. Ace swallowed hard, realizing the intent behind Crowley's deliberate invocation of his technique's name. As a user of the natural type Marinomi, facing fire was undoubtedly the most foolish course of action, yet he no longer harbored the desire to continue fighting. He felt utterly restrained. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he absorbed the gigantic fireball into himself. Although his stamina was already waning, Crowley appeared to be brimming with energy. He could scarcely fathom what would occur if Crowley unleashed any haki that could counter the natural type. Crowley, you shan't revel in your triumph for long, Ace declared, placing his cowboy hat atop his head, a hint of bitterness in his tone. It had been years since he had faced such a setback, and he never expected to stumble today at the hands of a former Navy adversary, bearing the responsibility of capturing Blackbeard. He knew he could not afford a protracted battle with Crowley. Simultaneously, he understood that if he chose to flee, Crowley would be unable to pursue him. Thus, he leapt into his small yellow boat, activated his powers, and sailed away swiftly. Crowley returned to his original form, donning his attire, and stood at the bow of the ship, gazing expressionlessly in the direction where Ace had departed. Why not pursue him? You could have kept him, Akin inquired, puzzled. Crowley smiled silently. Ace is a pivotal piece in the shifting landscape of this era. Now is not the time to act. Let us wait until we can capture Blackbeard as well. He is quite eager to witness the expression on Whitebeard's face when he sees his 2 sons standing on the execution platform. One, a beloved son, and the other, a traitor. Just the thought of it is intriguing. Crawley handed a map to the navigator, then reclined on a deck chair to rest his eyes. It would not be long before the era of great pirates would come to an early conclusion due to his emergence. The navigator examined the map and discovered that it depicted a location in the latter part of the first half of the Grand Line, just a few steps away from the Baratie archipelago and the New World. It appeared to be a relatively minor island, one that he did not recall having encountered before. After several days of travel, propelled by the speed of the Navy's warship, they were finally approaching the location indicated on Crawley's map. Golden Week peered through the telescope at the island's silhouette, munching on rice crackers, and exclaimed, "Brother Crawley, the shape of this island resembles a butterfly." "Indeed. My dear girl, this island is named Butterfly Island, renowned for its vast variety of butterflies," Crawley replied, his enthusiasm evident. The navigator, upon hearing her words, immediately launched into an excited explanation but then added with a hint of sarcasm, "This map is drawn rather unprofessionally. I barely recognized it at first." "Do you have any complaints about my drawing?" Crawley retorted, a vein throbbing on his forehead. "Ah, no complaints at all. I mean, this map possesses such an artistic flair. It is undoubtedly abstract. The cartographer must be a genius." The navigator quickly backtracked, noticing Crawley's displeased expression. Could this island possibly be Akin stood beside Crawley, hesitating to voice his thoughts? "Indeed," Crawley affirmed, producing a black butterfly and gazing intently at it. It bore the markings from the right wing obtained on Golden Island, leading them to this very spot. He handed the navigator a map he had drawn from the patterns on the butterfly's wing, suggesting that this island might conceal the true legacy of the notorious pirate Unanimous. Akin's expression transformed into one of excitement as he recalled the grave cost of acquiring that black butterfly, which had resulted in the downfall of two formidable pirate crews and left Golden Island desolate. Would this picturesque Butterfly Island share the same fate? Enough pondering. "It's time to disembark," Crawley declared, leaving a few men to guard the ship while instructing the crew to gather supplies on the island and enjoy a brief respite. After all, they had been diligently training aboard the warship, and such an opportunity for relaxation was rare. Crawley, accompanied by Akin and Golden Week, set out to gather information. It was improbable that there would be no whispers of treasure, and considering Unanimous' cunning nature, he would have undoubtedly left behind numerous traps to ensnare future adventurers, rendering the island potentially perilous. Butterfly Island, a renowned tourist destination, attracted a considerable number of visitors. However, it was also infamous as a no-man's land, for the island was far too small for the Navy to maintain a presence there. The island was adorned with vast fields of flowers, and colorful butterflies danced gracefully throughout, bringing immense joy to the youthful Golden Week. What little girl does not adore butterflies? Crawley first indulged in the splendid display of butterfly flowers before entering the only town on the island. As they walked, numerous onlookers regarded the trio with curious glances and whispered amongst themselves, questioning why the Navy would venture to this isle. However, Crawley paid them no mind. The bounty hunters scattered about held little interest for him. Indeed, should he wish to eliminate these individuals, the island would surely be stained crimson. "Let us find a drink," Crawley suggested to his companions, turning his gaze toward a tavern adorned with a blood-red butterfly insignia, a prime locale for gathering intelligence. Both companions nodded in agreement, fully aware of Crawley's intentions. Upon pushing open the door, the cacophony that had been audible from outside fell into an eerie silence. The patrons, upon catching sight of the Navy uniforms worn by Crawley and his companions, fell mute, and the tavern became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Yet, Crawley remained unfazed by the peculiar stares. He had fixed his eyes on an empty table and was poised to sit down. However, before he could reach his destination, the bartender coldly interjected, "We do not serve Navy personnel here." At this, Crawley erupted into laughter, his smile radiating warmth. Yet it concealed an underlying chill that sent a shiver down Akin's spine. He understood what was expected of him in that moment. His cane slipped from his sleeve, firmly grasped in hand, as he advanced toward the bar, veins bulging on his forehead, the aura of a specter suddenly enveloping him. "Repeat that," he demanded, witnessing his actions. Every patron in the tavern rose, brandishing their weapons in defiance. "Navy, you cannot act with impunity here. This is Butterfly Island, the blood-red butterfly tavern. Do you comprehend? Have you three grown weary of life?" The bartender, with a mocking grin, set down the glass he had been polishing and locked eyes with Akin. "What if I repeat it?" Before he could finish, Akin's cane came crashing down, rendering the bartender's skull into a pulpy mess. "Damn it, you actually dare to strike? Are you unaware of whose territory this is?" If you wish to perish, we shall oblige. The tavern erupted into chaos following the bartender's demise, as pirates, assassins, and bounty hunters united in their enmity, drawing their weapons to launch an assault on the trio. Crawley, with a swift kick, dispatched anyone who dared to challenge him, before taking a seat in the position he had originally coveted. He felt no concern for himself. His only apprehension lay in the welfare of the Golden Week. Gently stroking her small head in a gesture of reassurance, he inadvertently caused her cheeks to flush crimson. She longed to convey to Crawley her own strength, yet the words remained unspoken. Being a compliant little girl held its own charm. Witnessing Crawley's imposing presence, the onlookers hesitated, daunted by his ferocity. Could one truly kill with a single kick? Nevertheless, having declared war, Akin showed no signs of hesitation. Swiftly swinging his cane with lethal intent, armed with his formidable cane techniques, Akin exhibited an even more brutal demeanor. None who fell under his blows emerged unscathed. A cacophony of screams and wails erupted, as they found themselves utterly powerless, incapable of even approaching him. In an instant, Akin transformed into a harbinger of death, unleashing a massacre within the tavern. Though the patrons were not weak, they paled in comparison to Akin's prowess. Ultimately, all who dared to strike were left sprawled upon the floor, the ground stained with blood, and not a single soul remained alive. With his visage smeared with the blood of his enemies, Akin cracked his neck and surveyed the lifeless bodies beneath him, disdain evident in his voice as he remarked, "Is this all they could muster?" The few who had not yet engaged turned pale, their lips trembling, as doubt crept into their minds. Was this truly the benevolent navy? Or perhaps a pirate crew masquerading in naval guise? As they pondered their next move, a tall man emerged from a room within the tavern. His brow furrowed as he surveyed the carnage and the destruction of tables and barrels. This man, adorned with a blood-red butterfly tattoo, was none other than the tavern's owner. Upon seeing him, the patrons felt a surge of hope, as if they had encountered a lifeline. The proprietor was no ordinary individual, but the notorious bounty hunter known as Crimson Butterfly Jeanma from years past. How could he possibly remain indifferent to the devastation wrought upon his establishment? "Pray tell, have I offended any of you?" Jeanma inquired, casting a wary glance at the bodies strewn across the floor before addressing Crawley, who sat calmly sipping his drink. Crawley shook his head and lifted his gaze towards him, saying, "I am not offended, I am merely in a foul mood." Hearing his casual retort, Jeanma's forehead bulged with veins. How audacious to think that a mere change in mood could warrant such insolence. In an instant, he drew the large blade at his waist, intent on cleaving this wretched fellow in two. Everyone understood that Butterfly Island was a lawless zone. Had the Navy's reach extended this far? To confront Crawley, one would need to consult Akin for his approval. Akin, with a fierce countenance, brandished his newly crafted dual staves, positioning himself defiantly before Jeanma. Yet Jeanma, his expression darkened, paid him no heed. After all, who was this mere child? Emboldened by the death of a few drunken ruffians in his establishment? Get out of my way. Jeanma's blade, stained crimson and adorned with butterfly motifs, hence his moniker. The Crimson Butterfly was not wielded with the delicacy that his title suggested. A layer of darkness enveloped the blade as he swung it towards Akin. Armament hockey? Crawley mused, surprised to witness the use of such a technique in the first half of the Grand Line. Akin's staves gleamed with a dark red hue, his muscles taut and bulging. Unfamiliar with the concept of armament hockey, he understood only that anyone seeking to challenge his boss must first contend with him. The staves met the blade with a resounding clash. The force of their collision sent ripples through the air. Akin had honed his mastery of the staves to perfection. Yet upon contact with the blade, his expression shifted. This adversary's strength surpassed his own. Jeanma smirked derisively, dismissing the audacity of a mere child to stir trouble on Butterfly Island. He exerted force through his arms, horizontally wielding the blade and sending Akin flying. "Seems your underlings are not as formidable as you thought." Jeanma straightened up, grinning at Crawley, his eyes glinting with mockery, as if to suggest that such mediocrity dared to disrupt his domain. "Is that so? Akin, did you hear? Show this gentleman what you are capable of," Crawley chuckled. Taking a sip from his drink, his tone languid. "All right, boss." Akin rose from the ground, comprehending Crawley's intent, a strange smile tugging at his lips. Power surged through him, and he lifted the staves once more, positioning them defiantly before Jeanma. Oblivious to the transformation occurring within Akin, Jeanma merely raised his blade. Disdain dripping from his words. "You won't weep until you see the coffin." The blade and staves clashed once more, yet this time Akin effortlessly parried the blade. Raising an eyebrow in provocation, "What did you just say?" Jean Ma's hands trembled around the hilt, his face reddening. What was happening? How could this fellow's strength have surged so dramatically? He seemed to have transformed into a different person altogether. What do you think of me? Akin retracted his right hand. Relying solely on his left staff to block the blade, his demeanor relaxed, a smirk of derision etched across his features. Crimson butterfly? What makes a mere insect so arrogant? Akin bellowed, his visage contorting into a fierce grimace. With a surge of force from his left hand, he sent the knife flying, while his right hand wielded the cane, aimed menacingly at the opponent's head. Jean Ma barely evaded the blow, yet still succumbed to the impact of the cane, leaving his right shoulder a gruesome mess, the bone within reduced to splinters. The excruciating agony drained the color from his face, sweat cascading down his brow. Cursed be the fate. His resolve hardened. He dared not linger any longer. Cradling his incapacitated right arm, he yearned to escape the tavern. Bang! Akin delivered a forceful kick, propelling him against the wall, which indented deeply upon impact. Blood gushed from Jean Ma's mouth as he felt several bones within his body fracture anew. Did my boss permit your departure? Akin's demeanor resembled that of an obsequious lackey. Jean Ma was rendered speechless, his eyes, bloodshot and filled with fury, locked onto his adversary. He could scarcely comprehend how, in such a brief span, the other had transformed so drastically. Akin hoisted the cane upon his shoulder, striding toward the unfortunate soul ensnared within the wall. It was undeniable that utilizing the boss's strength to subdue an opponent was exhilarating, for Jean Ma was utterly defenseless. He even contemplated harnessing his boss's power to deal with Eagle Eye, avenging Admiral Kliick with ease, no effort required. As he prepared to swing the cane and reduce this audacious foe to a pulpy mess, Crawley intervened, wary of the unknown consequences of such violence, especially given the multitude already slain. As a resident of this island, Jean Ma likely possessed invaluable intelligence. Akin yanked Jean Ma down from the wall, unceremoniously tossing him to the ground, eliciting another grimace of pain. Why do you not kill me? Jean Ma gasped, drawing in a sharp breath as he directed his question toward Crawley. Crawley bent down, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he gazed into his. We are the righteous navy. We do not take lives recklessly. The concept of a righteous navy, not slaying indiscriminately. Jean Ma's expression grew vacant, a shiver coursing through him. So, are all these corpses the result of suicide? Relax, as long as you answer a few questions, I will not harm you. Crawley returned to his seat, pouring himself a glass of wine and refilling the drink of the golden week beside him. Jean Ma sat on the ground, his countenance fluctuating between darkness and light. He had uttered similar words to countless pirates during his time as a bounty hunter, and once he obtained what he desired, he typically severed their heads with a swift stroke. Now, he finally grasped the mindset of those unfortunate souls. They had no choice but to trust the promises made to them. This was karma, indeed. Ask away, I shall speak of what I know. Jean Ma had resigned himself to his fate, cursing his own folly for entangling himself with the wrong individuals. Is there anything legendary on this island? Perhaps a treasure of some sort? Crawley's expression remained unperturbed. Treasure? Jean Ma regarded Crawley with a peculiar glance. How could a member of the Navy harbor an interest in treasure? Could it be that this fellow was a pirate cloaked in the guise of a naval officer? No, I have never heard of such a thing. I have been operating a shop on this island for over 3 years and have heard no whispers of treasure on Butterfly Island. Jean Ma shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattledrum, fearful that a careless word might provoke Crawley into severing his head. Crawley furrowed his brow. As the dark butterfly left for him by unanimous bore maps upon its wings, yet possessing maps alone was of little consequence, even when a location was found. The treasure would not be displayed openly. It would require diligent searching. How troublesome, he muttered inwardly, given the circumstances of Golden Island. He could not truly be expected to turn the entire island upside down. Observing the deepening crease in Crawley's brow, Jean Ma felt a pang of anxiety. It seemed his counterpart was displeased with his response, and his life might be in jeopardy. To prevent Crawley from uttering words of dismissal, suggesting he might as well be eliminated, Jean Ma's mouth fired off like a machine gun. I possess a piece of vital intelligence, one of great significance to you. The infamous bounty hunters have gathered in the southern valley. They are laying siege to a pirate crew. Crawley was interrupted in his thoughts by a voice, and he waved his hand dismissively, saying, What does that have to do with me? He's a naval officer, not a pirate. Are we supposed to assist that besieged pirate crew? Regardless, the bounty hunters will willingly deliver them to the Navy for their reward. However, there were rumors suggesting that this pirate crew had acquired something extraordinary, which had drawn attention to them. A cold sweat broke out on Jean Ma's forehead. for this matter concerned his very life and fortune. Oh, Crowley's eyes sparkled with interest as he regarded him. Do elaborate. The besieged pirate crew was known as the Mirror Heart Pirates, led by the recent supernova, the enigmatic Momoe Waka. He quickly explained that her crew had suffered heavy losses, and the remaining members were now hiding in the South Mountain. Hunters and assassins were lurking outside the mountain, waiting for the opportune moment to claim Momoe Waka's head and seize the treasure for themselves. The most talked-about event on Butterfly Island at present was indeed this beleaguered pirate crew. Momoe Waka, who was that? Crowley mused, resting his chin on his hand. Zama began to suspect that this individual before him might not actually be a Navy officer. Why are you staring at me like that? Do you know about Golden Week? Crowley awkwardly inquired of the two individuals beside him, who both shook their heads, indicating they were equally unaware. Excellent. It seems I am not the only one. Jean-Ma smirked slightly. How could there be Navy personnel unaware of the supernova? These three were undoubtedly not Navy officers. Yet, he pondered, what difference did it make if they were not Navy? The absence of naval affiliation rendered them even more perilous. There are bounty notices posted on that wall. See for yourselves. Jean-Ma reluctantly raised his left hand, pointing toward the corner. Akin approached and tore down a bounty notice, handing it to Crowley. Upon examination, he noted the name, Momoe Waka, bounty of 200 million berries, dead or alive. A pirate worth 200 million. That's rather significant, Crowley remarked, his eyes gleaming further as he realized. And it's a woman. The bounty notice depicted a strikingly beautiful young woman wielding a long sword, exuding an air of elegance and valor. Despite her youth, she had achieved the status of a supernova. What had she accomplished to earn such notoriety? Crowley could not help but feel a sense of curiosity towards the woman. During the Golden Week, upon seeing the bounty notice, he became captivated and snatched it away, only to find himself gritting his teeth at the sight of her. A vixen. Very well, let us venture to the South Mountain and assess the situation. Crowley downed his drink in one go. Continuing in this manner was futile. With no news of the treasure, he could only investigate what the so-called besieged pirate crew had acquired that was so extraordinary. Could it be connected to the treasure of Unanimous? If all else fails, he would have no choice but to turn this island upside down. Rising from his seat, he did not spare a glance at the sprawled Jean-Ma on the floor and set off with a Jean and Golden Week. For he was far from the uncouth individual Jean-Ma had imagined. Killing him would serve no purpose. Jean-Ma watched their departing figures with a look of surprise. Lost in confusion, had he truly survived? He had thought his demise was certain, yet here he was. But having just told a lie, claiming that the besieged pirate crew was orchestrated by enemies and had acquired no treasures, he shivered at the thought of that man discovering his deceit. Although the strength of those who besieged the Mirror Heart pirate crew was formidable, it was still a gamble. He could no longer remain on this island. Boss, should we perhaps change our attire? A Jean suggested brightly to Crowley. The naval uniforms were glaringly conspicuous on this island. Anyone who spotted them would undoubtedly take a second glance, and some might even approach them seeking trouble, which was highly detrimental to their mission. Change what? We are not here to steal. Crowley's eyes sparkled with determination. If they could not find anything, the inhabitants of this island would not live to tell the tale. It was evident that this island was rigged with unanimous traps. That much was clear. Butterfly Island was a small isle, and the South Mountain was not far off. A mere 10-minute walk would suffice for their arrival. Outside the valley of South Mountain on Butterfly Island, a large contingent had already surrounded the area, likely intent on trapping the Mirror Heart pirate crew within and exhausting their stamina. After all, no matter how capable their captain was, without stamina, it was all in vain. The bounty hunters operated independently, lacking any organizational structure, yet two teams had formed a disciplined unit, one led by a stocky man who was currently toying with a longsword, and the other by a tall, slender figure, presenting a stark contrast between the two. As Crowley and his companions approached, they caught the attention of the group. Though puzzled by the presence of the Navy, they harbored no ill thoughts. After all, they were besieging pirates, and it was not unreasonable for the Navy to be curious. However, the stocky man gradually walked up to Crowley, tilting his head to gaze at his fair visage, his eyes betraying unmasked jealousy. Why? Why was this Navy officer so handsome? Is there something you need? Crowley took the initiative and inquired, is there something amiss? The stout man was momentarily taken aback by his words. They had been comfortably squatting there, and now he was asking if there was an issue on their side. Had it not been for the formidable woman within the valley, he would have charged in long ago. Navy, what brings you here? The stout man's voice was remarkably magnetic. I heard there were pirates in the vicinity, so I came to investigate. Crowley feigned ignorance in his response. There are indeed pirates, right inside, the stout man said, gesturing towards the valley with a cunning smile. However, those pirates possess considerable strength. I wonder if the three of you dare to venture in and test your mettle. Very well, Crawley replied with a smile, without hesitation leading Akin and Golden Week into the valley. The stout man was instantly dumbfounded, questioning in his mind whether these three Navy personnel were truly foolish. He had merely suggested it, never expecting they would willingly take the lead. Any sane individual would have thought twice before entering the valley based on his words. Rotherone, are we really allowing them to proceed? The tall, thin man cast a dark glance at the three entering the valley, directing his query toward the stout man. There's no issue. That woman, Motoi Misaki, is no easy adversary. Let them probe first while we observe. If we hear nothing after a while, we shall charge in ourselves. The stout man's expression turned sinister. He was indeed an enemy of Motoi Misaki, the orchestrator of this ambush against the Mirror Heart Pirates, and the assassin organization was also under his employ. He surveyed the scattered bounty hunters, his eyes gleaming with intensity. These rabid dogs sought to stake their claim. Yet his aim was not merely the 200 million bounty on Motoi Misaki's head. He would be the first to oppose anyone who dared to covet her. Once Motoi Misaki was dealt with, he would eliminate these mad dogs, who had the audacity to harbor intentions toward his woman. Are we being used as pawns? Akin looked at Crawley with a puzzled expression as they made their way through the valley. Given their leader's character, shouldn't they be sitting back and watching the chaos unfold, waiting for the right moment to reap the rewards? What had prompted this change in strategy? Sometimes, it is better to strike first. Besides, if they wish to use me as a pawn, they must be able to handle me. Crawley's eyes sparkled with intensity. Upon witnessing his dangerous aura, Akin fell silent. We have arrived at the valley's center. Yet, there was still no sign of any pirate crew. Were they not supposed to be a ragtag bunch? Why could not even a shadow be seen? Just as Crawley was about to instruct Akin to search the area, a swift breeze swept by, and a long sword was drawn from behind, pressed against his neck. Navy halt. Crawley appeared calm on the surface, yet within, a flicker of astonishment stirred. The speed of the event was astonishing. He had not detected any footsteps before a sword was poised against his throat. Akin and Golden Week, upon hearing the commotion, swiftly turned around, their expressions shifting dramatically as they beheld the scene. Crawley had been seized in an instant. The assailant was none other than the woman depicted on the bounty notice they had seen in the Crimson Butterfly Tavern, Miaomai, or as she was known, Momoi Mizuki. Release my boss. Akin's face darkened. This woman was indeed a formidable adversary. Even Crawley had failed to notice her approach before the blade was at his neck. Golden Week, however, was more direct in her response. Though her expression was grim, it was overshadowed by a different, more intense emotion. Let go of Crawley, you wretched woman. Momoi Mizuki shot a fierce glare at Golden Week. The young girl, though not yet mature, possessed a sharp tongue. Step back, all of you, or I shall slay him with a single stroke. She remained undeterred by the hostile expressions of the two, confident that with a hostage in her grasp, they would not dare to act against her. She had observed from the shadows and recognized that the golden-haired naval officer was the linchpin among the trio. Controlling him meant she could manipulate them all. Suddenly, an unexpected sound pierced the air. Hostage? Momoi Mizuki was taken aback as the man she held captive abruptly turned his head and, with a swift motion, bit through her sword, leaving her utterly stunned. How could someone possibly bite through a blade? This was a renowned sword, a masterpiece. Momoi Mizuki's eyes widened. She had never witnessed such a phenomenon. In that fleeting moment of her astonishment, the golden-haired naval officer seized the opportunity, opening his mouth wide and consuming the entire length of her sword, leaving only the hilt for her to grasp. Crawley beamed with a smile, exclaiming, "Indeed, it bears a resemblance to the flavor of ice cream-flavored wafers." Witnessing such a bizarre scene, Momoi Nozomi instinctively retreated several meters, fearing that Crawley might consume her as well. This naval officer was exceedingly strange. Drawing the short sword from her waist, she regarded him with a vigilant expression, acutely aware that the situation she had believed to control had swiftly deteriorated into a disadvantage. Naval forces, have you been dispatched by that scoundrel Chiba Ei? The gust of wind in the valley tousled her long hair, and her fierce expression held an unexpected charm. Crawley pondered for a moment. This Chiba Rio must refer to the stout man from earlier. He chuckled and shook his head, saying, "No. I am merely intrigued by the treasure you have acquired, and I wonder if you might allow me a glimpse." He had little interest in the grievances of these individuals. His curiosity lay solely with the true nature of unanimous treasure. What treasure? Tomoe Nozomi blinked innocently, appearing somewhat bewildered. What are you pretending for? Are you not being pursued by those outside due to the treasure? Akin voiced Crawley's inquiry. Tomoe Nozomi's expression grew even more perplexed. Was this the current narrative circulating outside? She could not comprehend it at all. With a helpless shake of her head, she sighed. Those individuals outside are all subordinates of Chiba Rio. He ambushed my pirate crew and cornered us here, all to force my compliance. Compliance for what? Golden Week displayed a curious demeanor. Tomoe Nozomi gritted her teeth. Her expression filled with anger. That scoundrel wants me to be his wife. It is nothing short of a daydream. After speaking, she deliberately glanced at Crawley's expression. A weak woman like herself being coveted by a pig-headed man would elicit sympathy from any normal person, right? This fellow possessed peculiar abilities. And if she could harness his power against Chiba Rio, it might prove advantageous. However, Crawley's countenance darkened, entirely oblivious to Tomoe Nozomi's words, his gaze fixed on Akin. Akin understood well what he was contemplating. That damned Zanma dared to play them for fools. Granting him a mere dog-esque life was too lenient. Upon realizing that the notion of treasure was entirely fictitious, Crawley felt a primal urge to escape the valley immediately and slay that infernal Zanma. Yet, it was impossible for the man to remain leisurely on the island after deceiving them. It was too late to pursue him now. Can you assist me in dealing with that scoundrel Chiba Rio? Tomoe Nozomi, seeing Crawley's lack of response, pressed on with indignation. Please understand, Crawley tugged at his collar. We are the Navy, sister. How can a pirate seek help from the Navy? Have you lost your wits being trapped in this valley? Sister. She was momentarily petrified on the spot. She was so young, merely in her 20s. This was the first time anyone had dared to address her as sister. Had it not been for her treasured sword being devoured by this fellow, Tomoe Nozomi would have surely brandished her weapon to teach this insolent man a lesson. However, she found herself utterly helpless. If it were only her, she might have risked a fight, but with so many injured subordinates, she could not abandon them. How could a pirate captain forsake her crew? Tomoe Nozomi gritted her teeth and declared, Then you shall compensate me for my sword. Her prized blade, one of the renowned 50 fine swords from her dojo, had just been shattered and swallowed by this man's steel jaws. Crawley disdainfully curled his lip, for it was evident that this man sought to take his life, and he was merely acting in self-defense. He had never encountered such an unreasonable woman. Tamaki Nozomi seemed to perceive the turmoil within him, her fury intensifying. Yet, without a proper weapon, how could she possibly engage in battle? Lend me your sword. I shall confront them head-on, she declared, her eyes ablaze with determination. At this juncture, there was no alternative left, even if it meant perishing in the fray. She would never allow Chiba Ii to leverage the lives of her subordinates to coerce her into submission. Throughout her life, she had never lacked this resolve. Crowley gazed at her figure and sighed. Although this woman possessed a certain audacity, he found it impossible to offer assistance. He had no interest in beauty. However, lending a sword was not out of the question. He promptly unsheathed the renowned blade, Iju, and handed it to her. Simultaneously, he cast a glance towards the valley's exit, silently urging her to proceed and demonstrating his curiosity regarding her determination. If the opportunity arose, Crowley might even consider forging a soul contract to gain some power. Taomi's eyes reflected deep sorrow, leaving her at a loss for words regarding this man. She had never encountered anyone quite like him throughout her life. After all, she was not unattractive. Why such disdain? As she drew the esteemed sword, eager to assess its quality, the dark green patterns on its blade rendered her momentarily speechless, to the point where she felt her own silver teeth might shatter from the intensity of her frustration. Crowley observed her expression with curiosity and was about to inquire about her distress when the renowned blade, Kliick, was suddenly pressed against his neck. This was his own sword, and Crowley found himself unable to bite down and swallow it whole. Instead, he cast a bewildered glance in her direction. Surely, dear lady, I have surrendered my sword to you. What more do you desire? Akin and Golden Week also glared at her in anger, questioning why she would draw her weapon at the slightest disagreement. Does this woman have a problem with her sanity? And you claim not to be sent by Chiba Eiko? This sword is undeniably from the Chiba dojo. How do you explain that? Tomoe Maki pressed her with a skeptical expression. You assert that this sword belongs to that so-called Eiko? Whether or not it is his weapon, I cannot say, but this is indeed Kliick, one of the esteemed blades of the Chiba family's ancestral sword, the Ryukato Goju. Stop pretending. What is your true intention? Navy. She pronounced the last two words with heavy emphasis, for Tomoe Maki could hardly believe that the blonde man before her was affiliated with the Navy. Crawley, upon hearing her words, fell into deep contemplation. This sword had indeed been acquired when Akin had slain the user of the North Star one-sword style in Rogue Town to seize the accompanying blade. Moreover, the individual known as Mori YZ was not even of the Chiba lineage. Was that Chiba dojo not a practitioner of the North Star one-sword style? Crawley furrowed his brow, questioning how a mere sword could unravel such a multitude of matters, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Indeed, within her heart, Takami's resolve wavered slightly. The man's inquiries were rather incisive. So it follows, Crawley mused, harboring an inkling of suspicion. Mori YZ was a pirate who had emerged from the East Sea and could not possibly be a disciple of the Chiba dojo on the Grand Line. However, his ancestors might be another matter entirely. Perhaps, many years ago, an ancestor of Mori YZ had been a disciple of the Chiba dojo, subsequently absconding with the family's heirloom weapon and fleeing to the East Sea. Thus, this illustrious blade, Ikitake, had found its way into Mori YZ's possession, and ultimately into his own. Crawley curved his lips, pondering that the stout man outside the valley was indeed a practitioner of the North Star one-blade style. How fortuitous. For he had been contemplating how to elevate the rank of that very sword technique. It seemed like the perfect opportunity had presented itself. Very well. I have decided to assist you, Crawley declared, directing his gaze towards the ever-fluctuating expression of Tao Mingwang. However, Tao Mingwang wore a face full of skepticism. What trickery was this man up to now? Hey, Crawley brother has already offered his help. Why not quickly sheath your sword? Golden Week glared at her with an unfriendly demeanor. Honestly, it was quite vexing for a pirate to be so strikingly beautiful. It posed a significant threat to him. The scoundrel. Upon hearing Golden Week's words, Tao Mingwang hesitated but gradually lowered her sword, a nagging feeling that this individual harbored ulterior motives gnawing at her. Golden Week. You stay here and wait for us. There are too many people outside, and it would be unwise for you to get hurt, Crawley advised, gently patting her head. He had contemplated lending some of his strength to Golden Week, yet she was still a child, her physical constitution unable to bear excessive power. Humph. Golden Week pouted in displeasure, feeling neglected as Crawley brother chose to help this woman instead. What if they developed feelings for each other during battle? All right. You go and hide with Tao Mingwang's crew in the valley, Crawley said, squatting down and affectionately ruffling her little face, much like a father would. Golden Week's cheeks flushed a bright red, and she scampered over to Tao Mingwang, urging her to hurry. Crawley brother truly treated her like a child. Yet she was already 16 years old, just not growing any taller. Tao Mingwang returned her renowned sword, Ishu, to Crawley. It simply would not do for her to wield a sword from the Chiba family. It was far better to use her crew's weapons, as they would remain in the valley and wouldn't require arms for battle. Wait a moment, Golden Week suddenly thought of something. She rummaged through her backpack, pulling out a drawing board, and began mixing colors with a paintbrush. Crawley brother, please squat down, she said softly. Crawley smiled gently at her and obediently crouched down, mixing the paint, the spirit of silver. Behind Crawley, she painted a peculiar silver pattern. Brother Crawley, there are many people outside, and I do not wish for you to tire yourself. This will invigorate you, Golden Week said earnestly, as the silver pattern took shape. Crawley felt a refreshing coolness radiate from his temples, a delightful sensation akin to consuming peppermint candy. The paint's purpose was indeed to alleviate fatigue. He wiped the paint accidentally smeared on Golden Week's face and smiled, saying, "What you have done is already splendid." This made Golden Week's face flush with warmth. She approached Akin, playfully kicked his calf, and said without reservation, "You lucky Akin, I shall paint one for you too." Akin was taken aback, bemused by the disparity in treatment based on appearances. Considering the multitude outside, he reluctantly crouched down, mixing the paint, the essence of blue. A peculiar blue pattern gradually formed on Akin's back, and at last, Golden Week whispered, "Akin, you must take good care of Brother Crawley. Does the boss need to protect himself?" Akin thought, bemused. By the time the boss required protection, it would likely be a battle he could not partake in. Tomoe gazed at the young artist's actions in confusion, pondering their meaning. Was this mere impromptu doodling before departure? Golden Week glanced at her and, after some contemplation, decided against painting this woman, believing it best that a threatening presence be eliminated. Tomoe placed Golden Week in a hiding place for her injured crew members before returning to Crawley's side, looking up and asking, "What shall we do now?" "Let us just go out," Crawley replied with a dismissive smirk, and without hesitation, he walked toward the valley's exit, with Akin promptly following. "Wait, are we not going to devise a strategy or something?" Tomoe hurriedly pursued, observing his confident, almost reckless demeanor. Could this man truly be reliable? Among the ragtag crowd outside, There existed individuals with peculiar abilities. We do not need such things, Akin retorted coldly, feeling that formulating a battle plan would be an affront to their leader. Who was their leader? He was the man who had bested Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, and had fought against the revolutionary leader, the world's #1 criminal, Dragon, without succumbing. Such minor skirmishes were trivial matters. Tomoe tightened her grip on the sword at her waist, increasingly anxious as the confident strides of the two men heightened her concern. This Navy man named Crawley wielded the Chiba family's sword, and perhaps they were luring her out. The young girl remained in the valley to confront her injured subordinates. She longed to expose the deceit of the two Navy men ahead. Yet she was no match for them. Crawley could consume swords. It is perplexing. If they are not a match for her, why do they not simply capture her? The complexities of a woman's heart are unfathomable. In a fleeting moment, Takagi Mako contemplated every possible scenario, yet she could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. Initially, her intention was to seek assistance, yet now that help has arrived, she finds herself engulfed in doubt. Ultimately, as she relinquished her thoughts, they reached the mouth of the valley, and Takagi Mako could see the stout figure of Chiba Ei and that repulsive face. The onlookers outside the valley were abuzz with chatter upon witnessing the two male Navy officers escorting their intended target out in a grand display. The bounty hunters, particularly perturbed, lamented the fact that their target had been snatched away by the Navy after such a lengthy wait. They had gained nothing and even expended their resources on food. Chiba Ei wore a look of incredulity. How could the Navy have captured Takagi Mako so effortlessly? He was acutely aware of her formidable strength, and it was evident that she bore no injuries, indicating that no battle had transpired. Navy, what does this signify? He snarled, his features contorted with rage. Quite simply, her life is at stake, and it requires your life in exchange. Crowley smirked, intrigued by the man who wielded the North Star swordsmanship. He pondered the elevation of his own skills upon absorbing this man's essence. Care to repeat that? Chiba Ei's expression darkened. Unable to fathom that the Navy would assist Takagi Mako, a pirate. Was there some clandestine connection? Watching the dashing Crowley stand alongside the beautiful Takagi Mako, his heart was gnawed by jealousy, driving him to the brink of madness. Akin, overhearing his words, felt an unsettling sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered such sentiments before. Is anyone permitted to insult the boss? He retorted mockingly. Pighead, you've lost your chance. The woman you desire now belongs to my boss. Best be on your way. His proclamation incited an uproar among Chiba Ei's subordinates, all of whom were well aware of their young master's infatuation with Takagi Mako. Takagi Mako was the heir of the Takagi Dojo, and a marriage pact had been established between their two families. Yet she had disdainfully rejected Chiba Ei on the grounds of his appearance and chose to venture out to sea as a pirate. Notably, both the Chiba Dojo and the Takagi Dojo were among the 3 principal schools of the ancient swordsmanship lineage. Takagi Mako shot a glare at Akin and then turned to Crowley, exclaiming, "Why speak so carelessly? What do you mean I'm his woman? This fellow is as dense as a block of wood." Chiba Ei's face twisted in fury as he gritted his teeth, commanding, "Kill these 2 Navy officers and bind that wretched woman." "Understood," replied a tall, lean man behind him, smirking as he led his assassins toward Crowley's side. "Boy, it is an honor for you to perish beneath the blades of our blood rose." The tall and lean man, Songwei, wielded a large blade. His face twisted into a sinister grin as he charged directly at Akin. Akin's gaze sharpened, feeling the power transmitted from Crowley within him, a smirk tugging at his lips as he brandished his dual crutches to meet the attack. "Bloodrose, are you acquainted with the Scarlet Butterfly?" He raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you know that fellow Jean-Ma as well." Songwei, sensing the formidable strength in his opponent, grew serious. "Indeed, if that scoundrel dares to show his face again, I shall ensure he meets a grim fate." Akin chuckled, revealing a flash of silver teeth. That man had played them for fools and would surely not live long as a result. His biceps bulged as the crimson light emanated from his crutches, propelling Songwei backward. Damn, I didn't expect this naval officer to possess such impressive strength. The connection between him and Jean-Ma was no ordinary one. They had once been bounty hunters, known as the Hunter Twins. However, they had since become estranged, one establishing an intelligence-gathering hub at the Scarlet Butterfly Tavern on Butterfly Island, the other founding the assassin organization. Bloodrose. Songwei's blade was enveloped in a layer of armed haki. Having taken on a task from Chiba Eiko, he had anticipated a straightforward encounter, but it appeared he had underestimated the challenge before him. As he witnessed his leader and Akin exchanging blows, The other members of the Blood Rose organization approached Crowley directly. Crowley swayed slightly and took refuge behind Momoimaki, whispering, "Let me witness the might of 200 pirates." "Damn it, are you still a man?" Chiba Ayu roared from afar, taken aback by the spectacle. This was the only coherent remark he had ever heard from her. Was this fellow even a man? Hiding behind a woman? Yet, with enemies ahead, she unsheathed her longsword, raising it before her as she scrutinized the adversaries. These members of the assassin organization lacked any notable prowess. Their overall strength was likely inferior to that of the bounty hunters observing from the sidelines. With a swift movement, she transformed into a fleeting shadow, her steps so enigmatic that it was impossible to discern from which direction she would emerge. For directions and 8 symbols, her commanding voice rang out as the assassins fell, one after another, like rice dumplings. In a state of disbelief, they scanned their surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of Momoimaki, yet their eyes seemed mere ornaments, rendering them helpless as she dispatched them with ease. This woman was swifter than shaving and far more elusive. Crowley observed her peculiar footwork paired with her swordplay, deep in contemplation. It is well known that the 6 styles of the Navy include a systematic footwork technique. Once deciphered by a keen observer, it hardly qualifies as an impressive skill. However, witnessing Momoimaki's movements today opened his eyes, proving her reputation as the woman of shadows to be well-deserved. Momoimaki's gaze sharpened, for she understood that those she had felled were merely the dregs among the assassins. The truly formidable ones would not be subdued by her single strike, even if they could not see her footwork. Her swordsmanship, known as the Mirror Heart Clear Wisdom style, emphasized positional advantage in combat, renowned for its unpredictable footwork and techniques. Strength was not her forte, thus she endeavored to evade direct confrontation. Clang! She finally encountered a solid resistance. A tall man, his hand enveloped in armed haki, seized her longsword. It is worth noting that the Blood Rose Assassin organization included members from the New World, where haki was not uncommon. Momoimaki's expression shifted as she attempted to withdraw her longsword, only to have it crushed in his grasp. "Damn it, this wretched sword is of poor quality." Cursing inwardly, she swiftly drew her short sword from her waist, a cerulean aura emanating as she thrust it toward the man who had just shattered her longsword. Reverse, curved blade style. The azure, spiral-shaped sword aura erupted from the short sword like a flowing stream. The swiftness was astonishing. The man had no time to evade and could only opt to cover his chest with armed haki. Alas, his mastery of haki was insufficient, and the sword aura pierced through, causing blood to spurt forth as he collapsed to the ground. Having defeated the man, Takemi Matoi quickly retrieved a longsword from the ground, sheathing the short sword. In such chaotic combat, the short sword was decidedly at a disadvantage. Navy. A figure emerged behind Crowley, wielding a large blade aimed directly at his head. "Look out!" Takemi Matoi shouted urgently, witnessing the impending strike, but realizing she could not reach him in time. Was this man truly destined to perish? Crowley's expression remained unchanged as he leaned to the side, swiftly drawing his longsword upward. With a decisive slash, a headsword into the air. Tamu Wong stood frozen, not only in astonishment at Crowley's narrow escape, but also in awe of his swordsmanship. This drawing technique, young master. The move that Navy officer just executed was the Chiel Luo. That belongs to the Northern Star one-sword style. Could he be a disciple of the Chiba Dojo? Yet, why had she never encountered him before? Was he a thief of secrets? The subordinates behind Chiba Ei also witnessed Crowley's swordplay and the unique name of that technique. Murmurs of discussion erupted. Chiba Ei himself was engulfed in confusion. Having grown up in the dojo, he had never laid eyes on Crowley. He was certain that this Navy officer was not from their dojo. How can this be? Tamu Wong gazed at him, at a loss for words. Her mind a tumult of emotions. "Young man, where did you learn this swordsmanship?" Chiba Ei approached, his countenance darkening. Even he, despite his naivety, understood that the dojo's sword techniques were sacred secrets, particularly those of their 3 ancient sword styles. "Isn't it just the Northern Star one sword style? What is the big deal?" Crowley shrugged nonchalantly. Chiba Ei waved his hand, his subordinates uniting with the remaining Blood Rose assassins to encircle Tamu Wong, while he drew his own longsword, positioning himself before Crowley. "Navy, I will make you speak," he snarled with a menacing grin. "Interesting, then let us see," Crowley replied, casually twirling his longsword. At that moment, Chiba Ei finally discerned the sword's true form, and his smile faded. "This is the blade that went missing from my family over a decade ago, the famed Ichiku. How could it be in your possession?" Now, Chiba Ei was not merely angry. He was utterly shocked. Given the youthfulness of this Navy officer, it was evident he could not have been the thief. But who then could it be? That will depend on whether you can compel me to reveal it, Crowley said with a bemused expression. Chiba Ei scoffed, swinging his longsword directly at him. Despite his short and stocky stature, his talent and swordsmanship was undeniable. As the heir of the Chiba Northern Star one-sword style, his skill was undoubtedly top tier. Frostfall. Frostfall. Two identical techniques erupted from their swords, icy sword energy swirling around them. Yet ultimately, Chiba Ei prevailed, the famed Ichiku becoming encrusted with layers of frost. It seems your Northern Star one-sword style is not yet mastered, Chiba Ei remarked with a smirk. 1,000-pound sword. Shatter. Crowley was acutely aware that his North Star swordsmanship was not yet a match for his opponent. If Chiba Eiku's swordplay were not formidable, he would have lost interest altogether. Without hesitation, he shifted his sword technique and launched another attack. The Crimson Sword aura surged, manifesting the profound level of the 1,000-pound sword technique. Each strike accompanied by a resounding sonic boom. Chiba Eiku's expression hardened as he sensed the ferocious power bearing down upon him. Realizing that his adversary had altered his swordplay and dared not meet it head-on, he intended to evade, yet the renowned blade, Ichiboku, radiating with violent energy, seemed to have locked onto his position, leaving him no avenue of escape. Very well, let it come. With a sigh in his heart, Chiba Eiku positioned his sword horizontally to his right and, with an exquisite posture, swung his blade to strike the side of Ichiboku, attempting to redirect its trajectory. Returning star. However, only upon truly encountering the force did he grasp the magnitude of its might. The long sword in Chiba Eiku's hand was instantly sent flying, and he too was propelled backward by the sheer force. What a crude sword technique. Rising from the ground, he cast a reluctant glance at Crowley. Yet, Crowley paid him no heed, his brow furrowed as he examined Ichiboku, which had developed cracks along its blade. What a supposed ancestral blade, one of the 50 masterpieces. How could it be so fragile? He inwardly scoffed, unable to withstand his own strength. If he had employed the Elbaf spear, would this blade not have shattered completely? In truth, the reason the long sword could not endure the power was due to Crowley not infusing it with armament haki. His own reserves of armament haki were scant, as he intended to save it for dealing with those possessing devil fruit abilities, leaving little to protect his sword. Chiba Eiku retrieved his long sword, only to discover it two bore cracks. Damn it. He had no knowledge of Crowley's condition, yet he had indeed employed armament haki just moments ago. Moreover, this sword was also one of the 50 masterpieces. If the fight continued, it seemed that the Chiba family would soon face the loss of yet another renowned blade. Turning to the bounty hunters still observing the situation, Chiba Eiku bellowed, "Whoever helps me slay this pirate shall receive 10 billion berries. I am the 38th successor of the Chiba dojo. My credibility is assured." Upon hearing his words, Crowley couldn't help but let out a derisive snicker. Did he truly believe such talk would incite fervor? Consequently, the surrounding bounty hunters rose, their gazes towards Crowley turning hostile. Damn it, what a pack of money-hungry mad dogs. Song Wei, panting heavily, regarded Akin with astonishment. How could this young man possess such immense strength? He found himself utterly outmatched. Daunted by the prospect of even grazing Akin's dual staves, for any contact would result in grievous injury, Akin twirled his staves with a serene expression. Bolstered by the temporary power bestowed upon him by his leader, to him, all present appeared feeble. Reveal the whereabouts of Jean Ma, and I shall grant you a swift demise, he declared, fixing his gaze upon Song Wei. Straightening up, Song Wei flashed a grin. Young man, do you truly think you have me at your mercy? At this, Akin rolled his eyes. What else could it be? With a sudden transformation, Song Wei's previously lean frame began swelling with muscle, his dark hair sprouting forth, doubling his height, yet his visage remained unchanged. Have you turned into a savage? Akin mused, scratching his head in bewilderment. How could the animalistic transformation differ so drastically from his leader-s? He found himself questioning whether Song Wei had consumed the devil fruit that granted a human the form of a wild beast. I am a damn gorilla, Song Wei retorted, incensed by Akin's words. Coating his hand with the armor of haki, he swung it towards Akin with fierce intent. Akin remained unfazed. Even if he lacked the haki bestowed upon him by his leader, was that truly a disadvantage? Haki was not invincible. The dual staves erupted with a blinding red glow, hurtling towards Song Wei's darkened hand. And thus, another fierce clash ensued. Crowley's gaze was devoid of warmth, since these mad dogs were reckless with their lives. He would grant them their wish. Dodging the bullets of the bounty hunters, he unleashed a wave of dark red sword aura, shattering several into bloody fragments. their remains cascading like rain. This naval officer was beyond their reckoning. His power was truly formidable. Retreat, retreat. The bounty hunters, witnessing the gruesome sight of dismembered bodies, finally comprehended that this man was indeed not their match, and a sense of withdrawal took root in their hearts. Did they truly believe they could come and go at will? Did they think him an easy target? Crawley smirked, his renowned blade, Iju, radiating a fierce crimson light. He had never been one to be trifled with. With a mighty swing, he unleashed the thousand-gene sword. The furious sword aura arched gracefully, striking down upon the fleeing bounty hunters. Boom. Once more, blood and gore erupted into the air. Was this fellow truly a naval officer? This thought echoed among the onlookers. And even the beleaguered Mitoy Mizuki felt a chill at his display of brutality. This man was undeniably ruthless. Naval officer, you are quite impressive. A diminutive man with a pink star-shaped tattoo and spiked knuckle dusters mocked. This man was one of the bounty hunters. Crowley curled his lips in disdain, choosing not to engage with someone so oblivious to their own limitations. With a swift motion, he unleashed a sword technique. Sakura, Dance of the Divine. Dozens of pink sakura petals, infused with sword energy, cascaded towards him. Chiba Ei, witnessing Crowley employ the North Star one-sword style once more, felt a shadow of dread envelop him. He understood all too well the intentions behind this move. To speak candidly, the power of Sakura, Dance of the Divine, was not overwhelmingly formidable. However, for those unfortunate enough to be struck, it was an excruciatingly torturous technique. The Sakura-infused sword energy would permeate the victim's body, shattering their internal vessels and organs, delivering a slow, agonizing demise, a true instrument of torment. The fact that this Navy officer resorted to such a brutal technique over a mere collision was a testament to his dark disposition. Chiba Ei now realized that not only would he likely fail to rescue Momoi Maki today, but he might also meet his own end. Meanwhile, the diminutive man who had spoken so boldly wore a peculiar smile as a tall figure in sunglasses rushed forth, positioning himself in front of him, seemingly prepared to absorb the Sakura sword energy. Was this an act of self-sacrifice? Crowley found himself perplexed. As the Sakura sword energy erupted upon the tall man's form, it merely tore through his tailored suit without inflicting any harm. Crowley's pupils dilated. This man did not employ the haki of armed color, but rather relied solely on his physical form to withstand the onslaught. How could this be possible? Even if the sword aura he casually unleashed was not particularly potent, it was certainly not something that anyone could easily deflect. Gazing at this man's physique, he suddenly recalled someone, the formidable Big Mom, a veritable steel balloon. Did this fellow possess a similar constitution? Ah, the Vanku brothers. They had arrived as well. How had he only just now noticed them? Vanku brothers, swiftly eliminate the Navy. The crowd's morale surged. The mere fact that someone could contend with that monstrous Navy instilled a sense of hope. The leader of the Vanku brothers, Kelly Vanku, was none other than the short man who had previously boasted so audaciously, while his brother, the towering figure who shielded him from the sword aura, was named Bobby Vanku. Navy, your arrogance shall not endure for long. Allow us, the Vanku brothers, to claim your head. Kelly reveled in the adoration of the crowd, feeling immensely gratified. Crowley remained silent, eager to witness how his opponent intended to sever his head. Bobby, come forth. Kelly tilted his head and addressed his brother. All right, brother, Bobby nodded, lifting Kelly into his arms. In that moment, Kelly seemed to deflate, transforming into a mere thin layer, as if he had lost all air. Is he a user of a devil fruit? Crowley furrowed his brow. Such abilities were indeed rare. Bobby unzipped the chest of the flattened Kelly. Revealing a zipper, Kelly had morphed into a garment, and Bobby was about to don him. I am the jacket man, having consumed the jacket fruit, Navy. Soon you shall find yourself no match for me. Even in his transformed state, Kelly could still speak, laughing maniacally as if he had already envisioned Crowley begging for mercy beneath him. Though Bobby was diminutive with lackluster physical prowess, his heart yearned for battle. Yet he lacked the fortune for it. In stark contrast, his brother possessed monstrous physical attributes, his skin capable of withstanding the onslaught of haki. Yet his timid nature rendered him incapable of combat. The emergence of the jacket fruit altered this dynamic. Once Bobby adorned himself with Kelly, he would command his brother's body, becoming a formidable force in battle. Thus, the infamous legacy of the Vanku brothers was born. Alone, neither could achieve greatness, but together, they were unparalleled. At last, Bobby donned the hood and zipped it up. His form remained tall and imposing, yet his visage had transformed into that of his brother Kelly. This was the power of the jacket fruit. However, Crowley maintained his composure. Surely this individual could not believe that wielding his brother's physical attributes would enable him to contend with him. Navy, prepare to meet your demise. The towering Kelly raised his spiked fist, aiming it at Crowley. A frog at the bottom of a well, do you comprehend what true power is? Crowley sheathed his sword, raising his own fist, enveloped in a thin layer of haki, and met Kelly's punch with ease. Bang! The spike shattered, and the Vanka brothers were sent reeling backward. My apologies, brother, but my martial arts are formidable as well. Onlookers gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. This Navy officer was indeed a genuine monster, operating on an entirely different plane. Crowley approached the Vanku brothers and thrust a knife into his arm. It seems the skin imbued with the power of haki cannot be pierced. With a resounding clang, the sound of metal echoed. Crowley's longsword truly could not penetrate. Indeed, it resembles the formidable resilience of a steel balloon. A glimmer of malevolence sparkled in Crowley's eyes. He placed a foot upon the Vanku brother, rendering him immobile. I shall see how long you can endure this, he remarked, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Navy, no. What are you planning to do? The Vanku brother writhed in desperation beneath his foot, and upon witnessing the sinister grin on Crowley's face, Kelly felt a chill of dread penetrate his very core. What nefarious intentions did this fiend harbor? The thought was too harrowing to fathom. With a swift motion, Crowley raised his longsword, its dark red aura surging ominously. With a thunderous impact, the weighty blade descended upon the left arm of the Vanku brother, producing a sickening sound as blood gushed forth. And an arm was severed from the body. Kelly, struggling to control his own body, felt his eyes bulge with blood as he emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Crowley's strike had cleaved through not one, but two arms. Crowley did not cease his actions due to his own howls. Rather, the smile upon his face deepened as he wielded his sword, pointing it menacingly at various parts of his adversary's body. The bounty hunters, witnessing the grin upon Crowley's visage, felt as though they were ensnared in the grip of a frigid winter. They hastily departed from the southern mountains, realizing they had encountered a fiendish individual, one whose malevolence could easily consume multiple lives. Crowley took notice of their departure without any indication, now that he had found his plaything. He deemed those individuals free to go. Kelly's countenance twisted in a grimace. Were the Vanku brothers truly destined to meet their demise here today? Kelly Vanku, do you yearn for power? Do you desire the might of this navy? Do you wish to crush him beneath your feet? You shall perish. Are you content with that? If discontent brews within you, if the thirst for power ignites your soul, then offer it to me. I shall grant you the strength you seek. The seductive voice resonated within Kelly's mind, lingering interminably. Kelly's expression morphed into one of shock. What was this voice? What did it mean to relinquish one's soul? Just another arm. It must be complete for it to be visually appealing. The Navy, with a ferocious expression, lifted his sword high above his head, poised to sever his other arm. No, 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 I consent. Grant me power. Kelly roared in a frenzy, having succumbed to hysteria at any cost. He wished to escape the torment inflicted by this depraved individual. The pact is sealed. Gifts must be repaid. The voice echoed, and Kelly felt a surge of overwhelming power coursing through his being. Meanwhile, Crowley's sword continued its relentless descent towards his arm. Clang! Kelly staggered, breaking free from Crowley's grasp, his right arm rising to seize Crowley's sword. Navy, your demise is nigh. Kelly gripped the weapon, gradually rising from the ground. Having offered his soul to that enigmatic voice, he now wielded surging power and was determined to reciprocate the torment this man had inflicted upon him. Kelly's visage contorted in fury, yet Crowley observed as the muscles of his face began to swell. This is bad. In an instant, Crowley abandoned his sword, vanishing from sight. Kelly, bewildered, could not fathom what scheme the Navy was concocting, forsaking even his own sword. No, what is happening? He suddenly screamed as his skin began to expand. Not like bulging muscles, but like a sponge absorbing water, growing larger, larger, larger. Boom. Kelly exploded. Crowley sighed, pressing his forehead in exasperation. How could he have forgotten the lack of quality in this individual? The overwhelming transfer of power had caused him to burst apart. Even though this fellow was utilizing his brother's formidable physique, the source of the power was still himself, and the transmission was through his own body. With his originally diminutive frame, he was utterly incapable of withstanding the force Crowley had anticipated. Alas, he had overestimated him. At the scene in Nanshan, only Chiba Ryo's group remained, comprised of the Crimson Rose assassins and the disciples of the Chiba Dojo, while the other bounty hunters had long since fled, unwilling to linger and await their doom. The leader of the Crimson Rose was engaged in a fierce battle with Akin, exchanging blows with fervor, while everyone except Chiburio surrounded Tomoe Nozomi. Chiburio, observing Kelly's bizarre demise, furrowed his brow in contemplation. How had that unfortunate soul met his end? Following Kelly's explosive fate, his brother awoke from his state of control. Gazing at his blood-soaked self and the unscathed Crowley, he felt a surge of anxiety and inquired, "Where is my brother?" "No." Crowley gestured with his chin towards the ground littered with dismembered remains. Bobby, following Crowley's gaze, saw the flowing blood and steaming body parts. Struggling against his nausea, he focused intently and recognized a piece of flesh adorned with a star-shaped tattoo, leaving him frozen in shock. He finally comprehended that the gruesome remains scattered before him were those of his brother. Instantly, his expression hardened, his eyes reddened. Although he abhorred violence, his brother Kelly had never coerced him. He had always fought with his own body. Regardless of circumstances, Kelly had been the kindest person to him in this world. Why? Why did his brother have to be slain by the Navy? Bobby's lips trembled as he yearned to avenge his brother by slaying the Navy personnel before him. However, he realized he was utterly incapable of combat. Aside from his robust physique, he possessed nothing else of worth. The detestable Navy continued to roam free, while his brother lay in pieces. He craved vengeance, vengeance, vengeance. Bobby, do you desire power? Do you long for the strength to avenge your brother and vanquish that Navy soldier? To achieve this aim, would you even forsake your very soul? If you offer your soul to me, I shall bestow upon you sufficient power. The seductive voice echoed in Bobby's mind, filled with hatred, assaulting his senses and leaving him in turmoil, as if his very mind were about to explode. Please, grant me the power to kill him. Bobby's reddened eyes fixed fiercely upon Crowley, gritting his teeth as he spoke. What was he uttering? Chiburio, who had been observing the scene, felt a surge of curiosity. Was he praying? The deceased individual had also uttered some incomprehensible words in his final moments. The contract is established. To give is to receive. As his words faded, Crowley's lips curled into a smirk. Let him witness just how much power Bobby's so-called peculiar physique could endure. He directly transferred all of his Tao energy to him, in addition to granting him the sheer might of the Elbaf spear. Crowley was eager to witness the extent of Bobby's capabilities, given his formidable physique. Suddenly, Bobby emanated a powerful aura. His black hair billowed, muscles surged and swelled, his height seemingly increasing by half a meter. His eyes, now completely bloodshot, had transformed into a crimson hue, rendering him a veritable beast in human form. Overwhelmed by a torrent of strength and violent techniques racing through his mind, hatred clouded his thoughts. He was resolute in his quest for vengeance against the Navy that had slain his brother. Revenge, revenge, revenge. What on earth was happening? Chiba Ayu felt the ferocity of that power, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. He found himself incapable of conjuring any thoughts of resistance. How could this individual have transformed so drastically? What had transpired within him? Simultaneously, his gaze shifted towards Crowley. With the latter in this state, how could the Navy possibly contend? The situation had taken an intriguing turn. Navy, prepare to pay with your life. Bobby clenched his fist tightly, a crimson aura surging forth, coiling around his hand. The energy of his red-hued punch rippled like waves as it hurtled towards Crowley. Elbaf's spear. Crowley remained unperturbed as he observed Bobby's monstrous physique withstand all the force. Unleashing such a formidable attack, it truly was an aberration of nature. However, the speed was dreadfully lacking. In a swift motion, he evaded Bobby's frenzied onslaught. As the spear of Elbaf crashed into the southern mountain. Boom! The mountainside trembled, stones cascading down, and the southern mountain was brutally cleaved in half by the impact. My companions, Tao Wei exclaimed, her sword's power surging forth as she broke free from the encirclement of assassins, racing towards the valley where her injured comrades were sheltering. Yet, the fallen debris obstructed her path into the mountain, rendering her unable to proceed. Her allies were lost. How could this be? How could this happen? Tao Wei turned, her eyes brimming with tears, fixating fiercely on Bobby, the very one responsible for the death of her companions. This wretch must pay with his life. The Blood Rose assassins and disciples of the Chiba Dojo were indifferent to her sorrow. Their leader had commanded them to deal with this woman, and they could not allow her to escape. They quickly surrounded her once more, their expressions wary, for this woman had already claimed many lives from their ranks. Stand aside. Tao Wei gritted her teeth, her mind too consumed with grief to engage in their games. Naturally, they would not yield. Their employer and boss were observing from behind. Well then, Tao Wei wiped her tears away, gripping her longsword tightly in her right hand while drawing her short sword from her waist with her left. 2 blades. One long and one short. Could it be? Chiba Ei gasped in astonishment. With both weapons in hand, Tao Wei's expression shifted from sorrow to serenity. A true swordsman must not exhibit excessive emotional turmoil in battle. She assumed an unusual stance, gazing at the assassins and disciples encircling her, and with a sudden movement, she vanished like a phantom, her voice devoid of emotion resonating. Nitnichiri. In an instant, the assassins and disciples surrounding her collapsed like a row of dominoes. Blood erupting forth. It was the long-lost Nitnichiri, an art thought to have been forgotten for centuries. How could this be possible? Chiba Ei's face contorted with rage. This swordsmanship was among the pinnacle of the 3 ancient sword styles. Why did Tao Wei possess it? Could it be that the Tao Dojo had been secretly harboring this technique? As she beheld the circle of foes transformed into lifeless corpses, Tao Wei felt little emotional upheaval. Her gaze was solely fixed on Bobby, the one who had slain her companions. Though her current stamina made wielding Nitten Ichiri somewhat taxing, Tao Wei was resolute. She would ensure Bobby's demise. Gasping for breath, she gripped the 2 swords tightly in her hands and charged fiercely towards Bobby. As the unfamiliar woman advanced with her blades drawn, Bobby regained a measure of composure and spoke, "I do not wish to kill you." His animosity was solely directed at Crowley. He had no desire to harm anyone else. However, to Mochizuki Nozomi, Bobby was the embodiment of her vengeance. Words were futile. "Prepare to pay with your life," she declared, raising her sword to strike at Bobby. In a flash, the fiery blade surged forth, its scorching energy poised to strike him down. Bobby furrowed his brow. Although he abhorred conflict, he understood that he could not be a mere target. Not even for a beautiful woman. His right fist, enveloped in a crimson aura, unleashed a wave of formidable power. Was there any force more potent than the Spear of Elbaf? At that moment, Bobby began to sense the allure of battle. The fiery sword collided with the might of the Elbaf spear, erupting into a fierce energy wave. Boom! Flames erupted, and the incandescent sword energy was swiftly vanquished. With the Elbaf spear hurtling directly towards Mochizuki Nozomi. Swoosh! Despair overtook her, and she closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. Her injured comrades lay dead. What purpose did her survival serve? She was no match for that man and could not exact her revenge, so she might as well perish. Suddenly, she felt a hand encircling her waist, and a gentle breeze whisked her away from the spot. Boom! The Elbaf spear struck the southern mountain once more. This time, the rocks were shattered into dust, and the entire mountain crumbled to the ground. The southern mountain ceased to exist. "Why did you save me?" Mochizuki Nozomi exclaimed. Pulling away from Crowley, her face filled with ire. "They may not be dead," Crowley replied calmly. After all, Golden Week had once been a covert operative and assassin. He could hardly believe that Golden Week had perished in the southern mountain. Her companions who had been with Golden Week surely would not have met with misfortune either. The southern mountain was no more, and only 6 individuals remained at the scene. Crowley, Mochizuki Nozomi, Chiba Ei, Akin, Matsuwe, and Bobby. Crowley maintained a calm demeanor, while Chiba Ei fixated intently on Momoi, who in turn focused her gaze unwaveringly on Bobby, who directed his vengeful glare at Crowley. Akin and Matsuwe continued their fierce clash. For Akin, transforming into a gorilla proved to be the ultimate test of his mettle. With a thunderous roar, as Nanshan crumbled, the entirety of Butterfly Island began to tremble, sending all the butterflies in the flower fields fluttering away in panic. Akin finally ceased his movements and exchanged a glance with Crowley. This was eerily reminiscent of the events on Golden Island. Could it be? Boom! The ground of Butterfly Island shook violently, and the sounds of mechanisms awakening beneath the earth echoed ominously as the flower fields began to collapse, with the lawless town also succumbing to destruction. The townsfolk were thrown into a state of panic, bewildered by the chaos. Was it an earthquake? Dust and sand began to swirl, originating from the fallen Nanshan, as stones erupted from beneath the surface, and the soil gradually receded into the depths below. The catastrophic upheaval on the island claimed the lives of countless butterflies, their lifeless bodies strewn across the stone floor. Just as the onlookers found themselves engulfed in confusion, the stony ground began to reveal small, peculiar forms. Were those stone butterflies? Crowley observed an increasing number of stony butterflies emerging from the stone slab, his expression marked by exasperation. Could that fellow Unanimous not exhibit a modicum of originality? The stone butterflies danced gracefully in the air, their wings serrated with sharp precision, and possessed elongated, needle-like proboscises. While a solitary butterfly might not incite fear, their overwhelming multitude, clustering together like a cataclysm, instilled a profound sense of dread. Crowley gently patted Motomi Nozomi's shoulder, gesturing toward a certain direction. The collapsed Nanshan was now but a memory, its shattered stones having sunk into the earth. Golden Week and her injured subordinates emerged, all unharmed. Before the fall of Nanshan, they had been led to safety on open ground by Golden Week, thus escaping disaster. Golden Week rushed toward Crowley, her eyes swollen with tears. "Brother Crowley, I thought I would never see you again." Crowley gently patted her small head, offering comfort. "How could that be? Fortunately, you are unharmed." The stony swarm of butterflies launched their assault from the original butterfly town, their serrated wings and sharp mandibles becoming the most terrifying nightmare for the populace. The relentless onslaught of these stone butterflies decimated the assassins, pirates, and hunters in the town, leaving behind nothing but a heap of bones in their wake. Reminiscent of a locust plague, the bodies of the stone butterflies were impervious to ordinary attacks, while the townsfolk might fend off one or two. Facing thousands of them meant certain death. This was a butterfly calamity. The stone butterflies, stained with the blood of their victims, had taken on a crimson hue, the stench of blood permeating the entire island. A cold sweat trickled down Aji's forehead. He could never forget the terrifying scenes on Golden Island. Had it not been for Crowley's timely intervention, he too would have perished in that disaster. What on earth is happening? Chiba Eiko gazed at the swarm of butterflies overhead, unable to suppress an expletive. Although these stone butterflies had yet to strike, the sight of the once bustling town reduced to a mound of bones was unmistakable. The blood-colored butterflies converging towards their direction. Their intent was clear. They awaited the congregation of all the stone butterflies on the island before taking vengeance on those who had shattered Nanshan. Momoy looked anxiously at his injured subordinates. Worry etched on his face as he observed the butterfly swarm. Even though they had narrowly escaped during the collapse of Nanshan, what could they do about this butterfly calamity? Boom. Bobby, indifferent to these thoughts, charged directly at Crowley, swinging his fist with explosive force. Determined to bury the one who had slain his brother, no matter the circumstances of the day. Crack! Crowley extended his hand to intercept Bobby's fist. How audacious of this ingrateful wretch to imagine he could defeat the true master with his own strength. With his other hand enveloped in armament hockey, he forcefully struck Bobby, sending him sprawling several meters back. It appears this fellow possesses such formidable power. Chiba Eiko, still maintaining his gorilla form, stood alongside Matsumura, furrowing his brow as he observed the scene. The strength of this Navy officer remains an enigma. Boom. Crowley delivered a powerful kick to Bobby, sending him sprawling several meters away. The earlier restraint was merely a testament to Crowley's good temper, but now, it appeared Bobby had overstepped his bounds. Suddenly, the swarm of stone butterflies above them had finally organized, their wings beginning to vibrate in unison as they launched an assault. "Akin, protect Golden Week," Crowley exclaimed, hastening back to Golden Week's side. The sheer number of stone butterflies was staggering. A momentary lapse could jeopardize Golden Week's safety. The cacophony of thousands of stone wings beating created an overwhelming and discordant noise, unsettling the hearts and minds of all present. The butterfly calamity had arrived. Matoy took the initiative to safeguard her injured subordinate. She could not afford to hold back. With a sword in each hand, she unleashed the techniques of the Nitinichiri. Heavenly Fire Ignition. A torrent of fiery sword energy surged forth, directly confronting the oncoming swarm. However, these butterflies were crafted from stone. Their flight not dependent on their stone wings, but rather on the island's magnetic forces, rendering the flames utterly ineffective. Yet, beyond the searing heat, Matoy's sword energy was formidable. The sharpness of her strikes shattered hundreds of stone butterflies, reducing them to rubble that rained down from above. Chiba Eiko was not one to lag behind. Witnessing the resolve of the woman he admired ignited his own spirit. With a longsword in hand, he executed his signature technique from the Hokushin Ititi Ri Sakura, Dance of the Divine. Although he wielded the same style, Chiba's execution was far more powerful than Crowley's. Each blossom of sword energy resembled a fist in size, swirling gracefully in the air, intermingling with the butterfly swarm while emitting a sharp, slicing force. With a flurry of sound, hundreds, even thousands, of stone butterflies were obliterated, crashing to the ground. Nevertheless, the relentless tide of butterflies continued their descent, resembling an encroaching army, forcing everyone to evade while simultaneously launching their own counterattacks. Among them, the Zoan-type user Matsawaki found himself in a particularly awkward position. Lacking any long-range attacks, he struggled against the airborne adversaries. He could only rely on his dwindling haki to shield himself, crushing butterfly after butterfly with the palms of his hands. Akin fared slightly better. His slender physique granted him agility, and with the Navy's 6 styles gale kick, he managed to contend with the swarm, albeit barely. Nevertheless, his obligation to safeguard Golden Week complicated the situation, leaving the outcome uncertain. Crowley initially intended to lend a helping hand, but Bobby approached him once again. Throwing a punch without uttering a word, he kicked Bobby away and finally, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, "Are you ever going to stop?" Bobby steadied himself, forcing a grotesque smile. "These things hold no value for me. As for you, damned Navy, prepare to pay with your life." The swarm of butterflies could not breach Bobby's defenses. Neither their sharp wings nor their pointed mandibles could pierce his skin in the slightest. He was the sole individual who could navigate through the assault of the butterflies with utter ease, like a fish in water. "Damn it," Crowley cursed under his breath. Glancing at the struggling Akin, feeling compelled to lend his swordsmanship to him, he then slung the Golden Week onto his back. Given the current situation, he dared not leave the defenseless little girl alone. Should anything happen, he could never forgive himself. Golden Week, her expression resolute, refrained from disturbing Crowley's actions. Instead, she silently took out her paintbrush and adorned her brother Crowley with several enchanting patterns to enhance his combat prowess. "If you seek death, I shall grant it," Crowley thought as one hand supported the back of Golden Week while the other brandished the now-cracked famed sword, Yitik. His gaze was fierce as he looked at Bobby, feeling a twinge of regret for having bestowed all his energy upon this freakishly resilient individual. With Bobby's formidable strength and defense, slaying him presented a daunting challenge. Despairing yet determined, Bobby revealed a sinister grin. With his brother gone and his soul offered to a devilish entity, life held little meaning for him. He was prepared to face death calmly, determined to exact vengeance on the Navy before him. Crowley infused his long sword with the power of armament haki, preparing to employ the Elbaf lance, returning the favor in kind. Bobby was equally poised, retracting his right fist to gather strength. A formidable aura emanating as the undulating force of his punch surged forth. Elbaf lance, dominance. In Bobby's astonished gaze, Crowley's sword unleashed a similar wave-like assault. The two attacks collided, generating immense energy fluctuations that shattered the stone butterflies surrounding them, the resulting gust scattering the swarm and granting others a moment of respite. Bang! Ultimately, Crowley had the upper hand, his wave-like strike sending Bobby hurtling away. Just as this confrontation concluded, however, Matuin had let out a piercing scream of anguish. "No!" She swung her sword, dispersing the butterflies that clung to her injured comrades. The sheer number of butterflies was overwhelming. Even she could scarcely attend to her few subordinates. They were wounded and utterly incapable of combat, rendering them a burden in this dire moment. Moments ago, one of Matuin's injured subordinates had perished under the assault of the swarm. Tears of regret streamed down her face. It was her failure to safeguard them properly. The sword's aura ravaged the butterflies encroaching upon her comrades, cleaving them to rubble. Yet the swarm persisted, and human endurance has its limits. Her subordinates exchanged glances, each comprehending the other's resolve. They each took their swords and pressed them to their throats, believing that only in their demise could their captain hope to survive. "Captain, live well. Captain Matuin, I love you. Captain, I love you too. I hope to serve you again in the next life. Farewell, Captain Matuin. Sister Matuin. Until we meet again in another life." With tears in their eyes, the injured subordinates uttered their final words, and before Matuin could react, they took their own lives. Only through their sacrifice could their captain free herself to escape the swarm in this island. No. Matuin continued to wield her sword against the butterflies, oblivious to the drastic measures her crew had taken to protect her. She wept profusely, questioning why such a tragedy had unfolded. Her crew was gone, all gone, perishing in their efforts to shield her. The situation for Songwei, transformed into a gorilla, was dire. He found himself utterly alone, filled with remorse for accepting Chiba Ryo's commission. Not only had it led to the annihilation of his comrades, but now his own life was also in jeopardy. His body was adorned with stone butterflies, and he could feel their sharp mouthparts piercing his skin, their razor-like wings slicing through his flesh. He was drenched in blood. And soon, he would meet his demise, reduced to mere bones like the unfortunate subordinates of that wretched woman. Why, oh why, must the blood rose perish in such a place? Songwei, do you yearn for power? Do you desire the strength to survive? If you offer your soul, you shall live. Are you willing to forge this pact and accept the power? I accept. Grant me strength. Song Wei's voice was laced with bitterness. As he was besieged by the tangible butterflies, nearing the end of his strength, death loomed, and he was ready to cling to life at any cost. The pact was sealed. Gifts are given, debts are repaid. Crowley, engaged in battle with Bobby, smirked. This upheaval had brought him great fortune. When transferring power, he initially intended to bestow only a modest amount of spiritual energy to Song Wei, unaware that the diamond gene he had obtained in the small garden permitted such a transfer. Was it due to that fellow's fruit manifesting in gorilla form? Crowley pondered, immediately transmitting the diamond gene as well. Roar. Upon receiving the power, Song Wei let out a gratifying roar. The sensation of this strength was exhilarating. His muscles swelled, and his physique gradually expanded, forcefully dislodging all the stone butterflies clinging to him. His size surged, as Song Wei transformed into a gorilla, his visage shifting to resemble that of a diamond, his height soaring to 10 meters. His head now reached into the swarm of butterflies above. A sinister smile crept across Song Wei's face. He felt his injuries rapidly healing, and he realized that his form was no longer merely that of a gorilla. His intelligence network was extensive, and if his deductions were correct, his abilities had indeed awakened. The awakening of a devil fruit user's powers was a rarity in this world. Who would have thought that Song Wei would experience such an awakening? Who was that voice, a divine presence perhaps, that catalyzed his devil fruit abilities? Such power, could it be divine? Song Wei felt as though he had been favored by the heavens, believing himself to be a child of destiny. Sensing that the swarm of butterflies continued their assault, he roared once more and swung his arms, instantly shattering a cluster of stone butterflies into fragments. What could possibly stand against him now? These butterflies posed no threat whatsoever. Crowley's countenance darkened as he realized he had made two calamitous decisions today. Not only had he inadvertently nurtured the monstrous Bobby, but now this behemoth, Song Wei, had also transformed after embracing his power. How could he have foreseen that an animal gene would directly awaken that fellow's fruit abilities? Just moments ago, he had relished the opportunity to strike back. Song Wei had cast aside any respect for the butterfly swarm and was now intent on avenging himself against Akin, the one with whom he had just battled. With a keen eye fixed on Akin, he surged forward with a powerful kick. In his eyes, Akin had become as insignificant as an ant. Akin's expression soured. He was acutely aware that this towering figure was the handiwork of his own leader. No matter how things unfolded, it always seemed to be he who bore the brunt of the injuries. As he moved, he deftly employed the Navy's 6 styles to evade Song Wei's colossal foot. What on earth could he do? How does one combat such a gigantic beast? The colossal creature he had faced in the little garden had hardly been this massive, at best reaching 5 meters. Now, this transformed Song Wei had achieved a size akin to that of a giant. Moreover, how did the drastic changes on Butterfly Island differ from those on Golden Island? He vaguely recalled the myriad of tactics displayed on Golden Island, yet here on Butterfly Island, all he encountered were a swarm of stone butterflies. Were there no other formidable entities lurking about? Why not reveal those stone dragons and phoenixes? Wouldn't it be delightful to let this infernal monkey experience their might? Little ant, where do you think you're running? Song Wei bellowed, swatting the airborne butterfly swarm towards the ground where Akin was darting about. The swarm posed no threat to him. Instead, he wielded them as a means of ranged assault. Although his size had significantly amplified both his offensive and defensive capabilities, his agility had notably diminished. He had become cumbersome and found it challenging to catch the elusive Akin. And you? Song Wei turned his foot towards Baratie, blaming him for everything. If he had not accepted this task, his blood rose would not have been entirely obliterated, nor would he have descended to such a wretched state. Don't you want your money anymore? Baratie dodged the descending foot, his rotund figure quivering violently. He had thought that Song Wei's transformation into a giant would be advantageous, yet here was this lunatic attacking him instead. Was he not the employer? Do you believe I still covet your money? With my current strength, I can amass as much as I desire. Song Wei's voice boomed like thunder, his lantern-sized eyes gleaming with disdain as he aimed another foot at Baratie. The one truly bewildered by the situation was Baratie, who still fancied himself the employer. Song Wei's power was more than sufficient to venture into the New World and join the ranks of the 4 emperors. Becoming a pirate under Kaido of the 100 Beasts would surely be more advantageous than his current predicament. Damn it! Baratie barely evaded the attack, his brow furrowing deeply. How had the tables turned to put him at such a disadvantage? Song Wei pursued Akin and Chiba Rong with relentless aggression, viewing both as inevitable casualties. Having gained some insight, he resolved that since Akin's Navy 6 style couldn't capture him, he would first seize Chiba Rong. The latter, stout and somewhat portly, was not particularly swift, and Song Wei intended to use the flock of butterflies in the air as projectiles, believing Chiba Rong would not last long under such an onslaught. Realizing his precarious situation, Chiba Rong ceased his flight and stood firm, gritting his teeth as he faced Song Wei's imposing figure. "You have forced my hand," he declared resolutely. With escape no longer an option, he prepared to fight with all his might, glancing at his already cracked longsword. He understood that employing his ultimate technique would likely destroy his prized weapon, but he had no choice. His life was paramount. Gripping the sword with both hands, he took a determined step forward, his gaze steely, exuding the charisma of a formidable swordsman. With a swift motion, he slashed the longsword upward, unleashing a colossal wave of sword energy that surged directly towards Song Wei. The strike shattered his sword into fragments that cascaded to the ground. The immense sword energy collided with Song Wei's robust form, effortlessly piercing through his resilient hide and inflicting a grievous wound, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering onto the ground below. A glint of determination shone in Chiba Rong's eyes. This was the most potent technique he had mastered in the North Star one-sword style. If he could not vanquish this monstrosity, he would rather end his own life. As the sword energy dissipated, a ghastly gash appeared on Song Wei's chest, extending down to his abdomen, blood continuing to flow profusely. However, he had not been eviscerated. In that fleeting moment, he had utilized his feeble armament haki to shield himself. Though inadequate, it had provided a measure of protection, mitigating some of the damage. A grin spread across Song Wei's face. He had endured the assault. The so-called first heir of the Chiba Dojo's ancient sword style had not inflicted significant harm. He even sensed that the wound on his body was gradually mending. This awakened Zoan-type transformation was indeed remarkable. Chiba Rong, pale and defeated, accepted his fate. It seemed that the heavens had ordained his demise here. Such was his destiny. Just then, the stones beneath him emitted an unusual sound. From the island's periphery, stone spires began to emerge from the ground, each standing a meter tall, their sharp tips glistening ominously. What on earth was this? Crawley, bearing the weight of gold, forcefully kicked Bobby aside and swiftly pulled Motomiya Nozomi up, gliding into the air with a graceful moonwalk. Akin followed suit, ascending into the sky. From their elevated vantage point, they could observe the unfolding chaos on the island. Countless spikes began to erupt from the ground, resembling carefully laid traps. Without the means to remain airborne, one would be mercilessly impaled by these emerging stone spikes. On Butterfly Island, 3 individuals were unable to hover, and Chiba Ei gazed in despair at the protruding spikes, each towering above him, threatening to pierce through his body without a glimmer of hope for survival. Bobby, watching Crawley suspended in the air, seethed with rage, disregarding the imminent danger of the spikes as he unleashed wave after wave of Elbaf-style punches towards his airborne adversary. As for Matsui, he remained unconcerned. Even if the spikes could penetrate his skin, they would only pierce his soles at most. He was resolute in his belief that his armament haki could withstand these stone threats. He dismissed Chiba Ei's plight, fully aware that while the spikes posed little danger to himself, they were undoubtedly a lethal threat to his foe. Let him languish in despair. It would be an opportunity to experience the depths of hopelessness. Matsui cast his gaze towards the suspended Akin, raising his hand once more to strike. "Little ant, let's see how you evade me in the air." Akin cleverly positioned himself behind Crawley, shooting him a glance that conveyed, "Boss, take responsibility for your own mess." Crawley let out a sigh as he beheld the approaching fist and urgently shouted, "Golden Week, hold on tight." He was not alone with Golden Week. His right hand was also grasping the arm of Momoe Mizuki. Initially, he intended for Akin to hold onto one of them, but that fellow adamantly refused. The reason for Akin's refusal was the unwillingness he perceived in the eyes of the 2 women. Golden Week promptly wrapped her arms around his neck, freeing Crawley's left hand, which began to emanate a dark crimson hue, enveloped by a layer of armament haki. Even if Matsui transformed into a colossal golem, it was said that his combat prowess could not surpass Crawley's. How dare a mere monkey throw a punch at him? With a surge of energy, Crawley unleashed his Baku Koku. The dark crimson waves of energy collided with the 2 fists, and Crawley's fist sank into the flesh of Matsui's fist, shattering one of his finger bones. The wave-like energy surged forth, causing the entirety of Matsui's knuckles to explode. Matsui howled in agony as his body was hurled backward, the ground behind him erupting with jagged stone spikes. Blood gushed forth, and he could scarcely believe that the hardness of these stone spikes rivaled that of fine steel. Each one pierced through his body, with the fatal injury being several spikes that penetrated the back of his head, emerging from his skull and skewering one of his eyeballs atop a stone spike. Akin gazed at his wretched corpse and spat vehemently, "That'll teach you for chasing me." Chiba Eiko was consumed with anxiety as the earth began to rise, with spikes emerging from the edge of the island. They too finally saw the ground erupting with stone spikes. This damned blood rose Matsui was finally dead, and he foreboded a similarly grim fate for himself. No, he did not wish to perish in such a tragic manner. Crawley felt the soul of Song Wei merge with his own. Exhaling a breath of relief as he gazed upon the helpless Chiba Ei on the ground, a wicked smile creeping across his face. "Chiba Ei, do you yearn for power? Do you wish to perish in such a pitiful manner, impaled by a stone spike? How utterly disgraceful! If you desire to continue living, then offer your soul to me, and I shall bestow upon you the power of levitation." Chiba Ei swallowed hard, his lips parched, as he regarded the approaching stone spire. With a tremor in his voice, he replied, "I am willing." He could not bear the thought of dying in such a way. This was the first time in his life that he felt such a profound longing for flight. Crowley once again evaded Bobby's assault, the curve of his lips deepening with satisfaction. Yet another fool had taken the bait. This venture proved to be quite profitable. The contract was sealed. The exchange was clear. With debts acknowledged and promises kept, a voice reverberated in Chiba Ryo's mind, imparting to him a newfound and enigmatic knowledge: the Marine 6 styles, specifically the moonwalk. This technique of defying gravity was surprisingly akin to the methods employed by the Marines. He was filled with exhilaration, unaware that he had acquired the most meager power from Crowley. Aside from the Marine 6 styles moonwalk, he had been granted nothing else. Chiba Ryo's heart surged with hope, for this was a guarantee of survival. It felt as though he had practiced this technique countless times. With a firm push of his right foot, he propelled himself upward, stepping through the air with each determined stride. In that fleeting moment of his stout frame soaring into the sky, countless stone spikes erupted from his previous position. How fortunate he was to have escaped such a fate. Gazing down at the sharp stone spikes, a chill ran through his heart. The thought of being pierced through by such objects was indeed harrowing. Now, only Bobby remained on Butterfly Island, impervious to the threats posed by the spikes. His skin, fortified with the protective haki, rendered him immune to such trivial dangers. With a few decisive kicks, he cleared away the surrounding spikes, creating a space ample enough for his movements. "Marine, return my brother's life!" Bobby roared defiantly, standing alone amidst the jagged stone spikes of the island, a figure of desolation. Crowley, his head filled with dark thoughts, questioned the necessity of it all. He could not fathom the so-called pain of brotherhood, for he had never experienced it himself. Nevertheless, he had grown weary of this individual's incessant ramblings. It was time to send him on his way. Resolute, Crowley decided to temporarily lend the Navy 6th style's moonwalk to Mochizuki Nozomi, while entrusting the Golden Week to Akin. He needed to free his hands for battle. Boom. Bobby, witnessing the spark of combativeness in him, became exceedingly exhilarated and unleashed a series of dark red punches. Bang! Crowley, with his fists raised, had just prepared to launch an attack after deflecting several blows when his expression suddenly changed, prompting him and the others to ascend to a higher altitude. Chiba Ei displayed a look of confusion. What was happening? Had they encountered a ghost? They were moving at an astonishing speed. However, in the next moment, he found himself in a state of shock. Butterfly Island began to tremble at a pace visible to the naked eye, with Bobby struggling to maintain his balance. His face a portrait of panic, uncertain of the unfolding events. From their aerial vantage point, they could clearly witness the transformation of Butterfly Island. Its form, resembling that of a butterfly, began to fold its wings upward, akin to a colossal clamp slowly closing. The stone spires upon the island emanated a sharp, chilling light. As the butterfly wings converged, the spires would align, ready to impale anyone caught within, rendering them as mere shreds. This island was, indeed, a vast mechanical trap. What formidable power was at play? Chiba Ei gaped in disbelief. What ability could instigate such a transformation in an island? As the island tilted, Bobby lost his footing, tumbling onto the stone spires, yet his hardened skin rendered him impervious to harm, instead dulling the sharp points of the spires beneath him. Time was running out. The butterfly's wings had folded to under 30 degrees. Bobby lay atop the spires, his gaze fixed intently on Crawley in the sky. He would not perish, not until he avenged his brother. Navy, wait for me. Such was the magnitude of this power. Akin struck Chiba Iai on the head with his cane, rendering him unconscious, causing him to fall onto the soon-to-be converging Butterfly Island. Bang! One must admit that this fellow was remarkably fortunate, landing on a stone spire that had been doled by Bobby, suffering nothing more than a mild concussion. This very concussion jolted him awake from his stupor. Rubbing the back of his head, Chiba Iai opened his eyes, and upon realizing his predicament, he could not help but scream in disbelief. No, please. As the butterfly wings neared closure, the light from the outside world diminished, the sun now only partially visible. He propelled himself upwards, desperate to escape. He could not die here. He absolutely must not. There was still time. He had to get out. Bang! Alas, it was ultimately too late. As he leapt into the air, the wings of Butterfly Island came crashing together, the stone spires piercing him, the pressure compressing him into a mere pulp. Chiba Iai emitted not a single cry or curse before meeting his demise within the closing embrace of Butterfly Island. Witnessing the despair in his final moments, Momoi shuddered involuntarily. This man couldn't he possibly return as a vengeful spirit to haunt her? Could he? Such a tragic end. Bounce, bounce. The Butterfly Island, resembling a colossal wall, resonated with incessant pounding, as though someone within were relentlessly striking something. That fellow is still alive. Crowley's expression turned grave. Bobby, endowed with an aberrant constitution, had transformed into an indomitable cockroach, impervious to any assault. Even being crushed between two halves of an island could not bring about his demise. Such a constitution is utterly monstrous. Boom. A series of dark crimson punches, imbued with the might of Elbaf's spear, erupted from the converging wings of the Butterfly Island. The individual inside sought to break free. Crack! A fist shattered through the stone, emerging from the center of the wall-like Butterfly Island. Boom! The fist continued to pound, enlarging the opening until a dirt-streaked head protruded. It was Bobby. He threw back his head and roared, "Navy, I am coming out." The scene mirrored the iconic moment of the Monkey King leaping from beneath the Five-Finger Mountain. "Boss, you've truly driven him mad," Akin remarked sympathetically, observing Bobby's blood-red eyes. It was astonishing how his leader had transformed this individual, who once was relatively normal, polite, and averse to violence, into a vengeful machine. "Hey, which side are you on?" The golden weak on his back tapped his head, expressing dissatisfaction. Thus, Akin's earlier assertion that Brother Crowley relished playing the devil made perfect sense. Bang! Bang! Bobby resumed his hammering on the wall like Butterfly Island, each punch creating an indentation. Each indentation marking his foothold, as he lacked any means of hovering and could only ascend to the pinnacle through this relentless method. Crawley watched him ascend to the pinnacle of the island wall, remaining motionless. At the summit, he would grant this resolute man a fair confrontation, allowing him to perish with dignity. "Navy, come forth." Bobby stood at the apex, his gaze fixed intently on Crawley suspended in the air, his voice now hoarse. Crowley nodded earnestly, his form beginning to swell, as muscles like black iron surged forth with formidable power. A pair of iron hooves rose, while spiraled. Sharp horns erupted from either side of his raven locks, seemingly intent on piercing the very heavens. The bull demon transformation. Crawley's gaze intensified as his formidable frame surged forward, his iron hooves aimed directly at Bobby atop the island wall. The bull demon trampled. Bobby, refusing to yield, unleashed his fists towards the heavens with tremendous force. The spear of Elbaf. Bam! The collision of iron hooves and fists erupted in a colossal wave of energy, sending the winds atop the island wall into a tempest, scattering the surrounding clouds. Crack! The island wall beneath Bobby began to fracture, fissures resembling a tortoise's shell gradually emerging. How could this be? The power is astonishing. Bobby's face flushed as he ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming force, being brought down by the iron hooves. Crowley's power had just absorbed the souls of Song Wei and Chiba Iai, and his Taoist strength had now surpassed the monumental threshold of 20,000. Yet, he had no intention of halting his pursuit. If he was to ensure that his opponent met his demise with the utmost dignity, he must unleash his full might. He raised his fist with great intensity, a black appendage entwined with waves of crimson luminescence. Ox Demon, dominance of the nation. Boom. His fist crashed forcefully against Bobby's chest, who lay crumpled on the ground. The sound of shattering bones echoed as Bobby's chest caved in, his pupils dilating, consciousness slowly fading. Before him stood not Crowley transformed into the ox demon, but rather his beloved elder brother. Beneath him, the island wall collapsed with a thunderous roar. This was not merely an ordinary wall. It was a structure formed by the folding of Butterfly Island. The collapse of the island wall signified the impending ruin of Butterfly Island itself. With a resounding rumble, rocks began to tumble, plummeting one by one into the sea. And along with the stones fell Bobby's lifeless body. Crowley reverted to his original form, poised to ascend into the sky, donning the garments he had previously entrusted to the Golden Week. However, a fleeting glance revealed an oddity amidst the expanse of stones. An incongruous object that stood out distinctly. Surely, that must be the treasure of Unanimous. The very artifact that the map upon the wings of the black butterfly had led him to this island to discover. The true legacy of Unanimous. In Crowley's eyes gleamed with a radiant light, and with a decisive step, he grasped the object in his hand, a fruit. The devil fruit. As stones plummeted into the sea, the heavier ones sank into the depths, while a layer of lighter fragments remained afloat upon the water's surface. Since the onset of the upheaval on Butterfly Island, all its soil had succumbed to the ocean's embrace. Crowley stood atop the gravel, deep in contemplation, clutching the devil fruit. The first legacy of Unanimous was a devil fruit. What sort of power might this grant? Perhaps a Logia type? After all, this was a relic from the age of great pirates. And such fruits are rarely of the mundane variety. Yet, the Logia types are scarce, not as common as cabbages by the roadside. It could very well be a formidable Paramecia type. What are you staring at? Crowley, you shameless brother. Quickly put on your clothes. Huang Jinzhou, having descended from Akin's back, cast a disdainful glance at Tao Mu before promptly handing clothing to Crowley, covering his lower half. That wretched woman had been ogling her brother in his undraped state since earlier. How infuriating. Realizing his lapse, Crowley awkwardly donned his attire just as his warship approached. The sailors, who had been procuring supplies on Butterfly Island, swiftly returned to the ship as the island faced upheaval. Clever little devils, indeed. The ground beneath them, composed of soil and gravel, could not withstand the pressure for long, and soon Crowley and his companions found themselves back aboard the vessel. Captain, is that the devil fruit? Akin gazed longingly at the object in Crowley's hand. He had heard numerous tales from Crowley about this fruit, but had never had the chance to behold it himself. Indeed, this must be one of Unanimous's significant legacies, though its nature remains a mystery, Crowley replied, furrowing his brow. Thus, Akin's throat bobbed as he hesitated to speak. Yearning for the devil fruit, yet aware of the presence beside him. This young lady was certainly more favored by the captain. Hey, you perverse Akin. What are you looking at? Huang Jinzhou glared at him, her expression dripping with disdain. I have no desire to consume any dubious fruit. I once contemplated that the only fruit I might ever wish to eat in this life would be the drawing fruit. Nothing else will suffice. Upon hearing her words, Akin burst into a radiant smile, his heart settling in tranquility. Crowley tossed the devil fruit to him, reasoning that he could never consume two fruits anyway. He decided to gift it to Akin, believing it would bolster his strength, as it was rather unseemly for him to lend his power every time they engaged in battle. Boss. Akin gazed at the wondrous black spiral fruit in his hand, his voice slightly choked with emotion. This was indeed a devil fruit. The fact that the boss had entrusted it to him moved him deeply. Enough chatter, eat it quickly. Akin bowed deeply to Crowley, clutching the fruit tightly, and earnestly declared, Boss, I will not let you down. He then brought the devil fruit to his lips and swallowed it in large gulps. As the first bite settled in his stomach, his expression turned a shade of ashen gray. He had heard tales of the fruit's taste, said to be more repugnant than excrement, and experiencing it firsthand confirmed the infamous reputation. He fought against the rising wave of nausea, feeling queasy. After all, what was a mere unpleasant food? As a formidable demon, he had faced countless daunting situations. Why should he fear this? Summoning all his resolve, Akin stuffed the entire devil fruit into his mouth. Crowley furrowed his brow as he observed the ghastly expression on his face, akin to someone who had just ingested something repulsive. He contemplated whether to reveal that this peculiar fruit merely required a single bite to suffice. Ultimately, he chose silence, for by the time the realization dawned upon him, Akin had already devoured the entirety of the devil fruit, as if competing for it. Akin pounded his chest vigorously, finally managing to swallow all the pulp, and his complexion significantly improved. Akin, what power do you possess? Golden Week inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Just as Akin was about to respond, an inexplicable force constricted his throat, rendering him voiceless. With a thud, Akin collapsed. Is it certain that Akin consumed a devil fruit? and not a poison? Golden Week questioned, gazing at the suddenly fallen Akin. The ship's medic rushed over with a medical kit, preparing to examine him. No, do not touch him, Crawley shouted, his brow knitted in concern. The medic froze, hesitating, then glanced at Akin, whose body began to emanate a dark glow. A black halo shone through his skin, growing increasingly luminous until Akin was enveloped in a cocoon of darkness, resembling a humanoid chrysalis. Do not disturb him. This should be the effect of his devil fruit. Let him awaken naturally, Crawley remarked, observing the dark cocoon on the ground. After all, it belonged to the notorious pirate Unanimous, and any deviation could be expected, revealing the extraordinary nature of the fruit Akin had consumed. The onlookers nodded in agreement and dispersed, no longer encircling the dark cocoon. Now, it was time to assess my gains, Crawley mused inwardly. Just as he intended to open his attribute panel, an option for skill fusion appeared before him. Shall I proceed with skill fusion? He pondered, contemplating the two newly acquired skills, the transformation of the ape and the escape of the golden cicada. One was derived from the monkey fruit ability, while the other was naturally from the jacket fruit ability of his brother, Kelly. Could it be that the fusion of an animal-type ability with a superhuman-type ability results in a transformation into a magical beast? What, then, would transpire if a natural-type ability were to intertwine? Crawley felt a surge of determination and chose yes, subsequently opening his attributes panel. Name, Crawley Rommel. Fruit, Paramecia type, Gifu fruit, awakened 20. Strength value, 27,000. Swordsmanship, intermediate navy basic swordsmanship. Secrets of the Thousand June sword technique. Secrets of the North Star one sword style. Body techniques, advanced navy 6 styles, advanced fishman karate, elbaf spear. Hockey, intermediate armament hockey. Physique, steel balloon. Other, advanced weapon mastery, underwater breathing. Beast transformation, 1. Tiger demon transformation, with skill, sonic attack, 2. Bull demon transformation, with skill, devour all, 3. Ape demon transformation, with skill, cicada shedding. Gazing at his increasingly formidable attributes panel, Crawley revealed a knowing smile, confident that he had undoubtedly attained the strength of a marine admiral, providing him with vital assurance for his forthcoming plans. Brother Crawley, what should I do? Asked Golden Week, tugging at his sleeve and glancing at the woman, Momoi Masaki, who stood nearby, staring out at the sea. This woman had followed them aboard the warship ever since leaving the shattered Butterfly Island. What could her intentions be? Surely she wasn't here to compete with her for Brother Crawley's attention. What do you plan to do, Momoi Masaki? Crawley inquired, furrowing his brow. How could there be so many bounty criminals aboard a marine ship? Not to mention the pirate, Akin, from earlier, and now the assassin, Golden Week, had joined. Would this pirate, Momoi Masaki, also refuse to leave? I cannot return home. Chiba Iai is dead. If I return and the news spreads, the Momoi dojo will be under attack from the Chiba dojo, Momoi Masaki said quietly, her gaze locked onto his. But my subordinates are all dead, and I no longer wish to be a pirate. So, you mean? A troubling thought emerged in Crawley's mind. Could she be intending to become a marine? Golden Week also looked tense, knowing that if this woman boarded the ship, she would pose a significant threat, especially since she had to admit that this woman was exceptionally attractive. Seeing their expressions, Momoi Masaki shook her head in resignation, saying, I don't want to be a marine either. Just let me stay on your ship, and if possible, please take me to Wano country. There, I have a place to stay. Wano country? Crawley frowned. Wasn't that territory occupied by Kaido of the Beasts? How could this woman have a safe haven there? Was Kaido a relative of hers? Are we fools? Wano country is in the New World, and it is the domain of the 4 emperors. We are marines. Do we intend to march to our doom? Golden Week reacted first, casting a wary glance at her, convinced that this woman harbored ulterior motives. Momoi Masaki wished to say more, but Crawley calmly raised his hand, saying, I understand. You may stay here. After all, with his current strength, he was not afraid of any 4 emperor, and even if he couldn't defeat them, he could certainly flee, and perhaps he could hold his own. Thank you immensely. Matoi Nozomi nodded, yet her expression revealed no hint of gratitude, as if she had anticipated Crawley's acquiescence to her request. Major, the phone bug is ringing. A marine swiftly approached, presenting the incessantly buzzing device. BRBR, Kacha? Crawley picked up the receiver. Major Crawley, who is this? This is Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku? What brings you to call me? Crawley furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Yes, Admiral. Please proceed. Put your current mission on hold. I am assigning you to escort Crocodile to the underwater prison, impel down. Additionally, return to the Navy headquarters. I have an important task that requires your attention. Crocodile? Isn't he one of the 7 warlords? Crawley feigned ignorance. Something has transpired. Do not inquire further. Hurry to Alabasta and rendezvous with Smoker. Quickly escort Crocodile and his subordinates to impel down. Depart immediately and do not err. Understood. Gotcha. The call ended abruptly. Crawley scratched his head, pondering what to do. His desire for a leisurely task had been dashed. Now, Sengoku demanded his return to the Navy headquarters to receive a new assignment, which could very well be an unusual and burdensome one designed to keep him on his toes. It was indeed a challenge. Could he not be allowed some peace to develop? Crawley massaged his temples, realizing that his plans for survival were in vain. He had no choice but to comply with Sengoku's orders. With a wave of his hand, he instructed his navigator to hasten their journey to Alabasta. Crawley was indeed curious to witness the expression of the former Shichibukai, Crocodile, after being vanquished by a fledgling pirate. At that moment, Akin, cocooned in a shroud of black light and reclining on the deck, gradually awoke. The dark aura lingered, adhering to his form as he rose to his feet. Akin? Akin! Crawley called out to him. What happened? Have you consumed a fruit and transformed into a being of black light? The black light fruit. Boss, I feel rather peculiar. Akin slowly articulated, yet the voice that emerged was not his own. It resonated with a crisp, deep timbre. Boss, why has my voice changed? Crawley, with a hint of irritation in his voice, exclaimed, how should I know? Hurry up and shed that outer layer. Meanwhile, he silently critiqued that this voice, in comparison to Akin's former cold and indifferent tone, sounded rather effeminate, far from the essence of Akin. Oh, Akin responded, waving his right hand as the black aura enveloping him gradually dissipated, revealing his visage to the outside world. Wait, is that really you, Akin? No, it can't be. Where on earth did that detestable Akin go? In stark contrast to Crawley's reaction, the nearby Golden Week nearly leaped in disbelief. The Akin who shed the black aura appeared transformed. He was no longer merely akin to a different person. He had indeed become one. The former Akin, adorned with a gray scarf, dark circles under his eyes, a flat nose, and an unrefined mouth, had vanished, replaced by a striking figure with lustrous black hair. Flawless skin that seemed almost delicate, captivating large eyes shimmering with allure, and thin lips curling into a wicked smile, an undeniably handsome man. If there was any semblance to his past self, it lay in his attire. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that not just his face had changed, but his entire physique had transformed. Previously as slender as a monkey, the new Akin possessed a well-proportioned body, his skin as fair as that of a woman. Yet, Akin himself remained oblivious, staring blankly at the expressions of the two before him, asking, what is going on? The two were left speechless, unable to find the words to explain, especially Golden Week, whose incredulous expression darted between the transformed Akin and his brother Crawley. Good heavens! Akin's beauty was now rivaling that of his brother. What on earth was happening? Did men truly change so dramatically as they matured? Nearby, some sailors began to take notice of the unfolding situation, gazing enviously at Akin's handsome new visage, filled with jealousy and disdain. Previously, they had thought Akin's strength and his close association with Major Crawley were of little consequence. After all, he was still undeniably unattractive. But now, who was the ugly one? They felt utterly inadequate in comparison to Akin's striking face. Hey, can someone please explain what is happening here? Akin observed the excitement among the crew, as the helmsman, spotting him, nearly lost his grip, causing the warship to veer off course. The lookout, peering through his telescope, inadvertently dropped it onto the deck, while even the woman, Taumi, stood there with her mouth agape. Was there no one who could elucidate the situation for him? A kind sailor brought a mirror and held it before Akin, who gazed into its reflection. Thus, how could I have transformed into this? Akin shrieked upon seeing the unfamiliar face staring back at him. Where had his former visage gone? He touched his face in disbelief, fixated on the mirror's reflection, pondering how consuming a devil fruit could result in such a metamorphosis. And yet, this face appeared so delicate. Crawley, with his arms crossed, felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. Upon reflection, it became evident that certain extraordinary devil fruits possessed the ability to alter one's appearance. Take, for instance, Arlita, who is currently a member of the Buggy Pirates. She consumed the slippery fruit and transformed into a slender beauty. Thus, could it be that Akin has ingested a similar fruit? Perhaps the handsome fruit? What a fanciful notion. But what exactly is his power? He observed Akin, who was wailing dramatically before the mirror and could not help but curl his lip in disdain. This fellow, having benefited from some stroke of fortune, was now flaunting a visage that nearly rivaled his own, all while carrying on like a child. Akin, with a woeful expression, turned to Crowley, his lips quivering, and with his newly acquired handsome face, he indeed evoked a sense of pity. "Boss, I've turned into someone just like you. I don't want to be a pretty boy." Crowley raised his eyebrows in an instant, delivering a swift kick, exclaiming, "Who dares to insult me?" He proclaimed himself a radiant young man, undeterred by his handsome appearance. Anger surged within him at being called effeminate. He could not abide it. The more he pondered, the more incensed he became, launching several more kicks. Onlookers dared not intervene, merely spectating the spectacle of a general chastising a soldier. Their expressions not of sympathy, but of barely suppressed laughter. As Crowley's foot made contact, Akin, who had fallen upon the deck, transformed into countless fluttering black butterflies, dispersing into the air and causing Crowley to miss his target entirely. These black butterflies bore an uncanny resemblance to the stone-like black butterflies he had obtained from the stone dragon of Golden Island, entirely black, their wings adorned with deep blue luminescence. Soaring gracefully in the air, a sight of exquisite beauty. "Is this a Zoan type?" Crowley murmured to himself. With a swish, the black butterflies coalesced into a humanoid form, reshaping into Akin, who now sported a pair of black wings glimmering with deep blue light, fluttering continuously behind him. Akin wore a bitter expression, hesitant to descend to the deck for fear of further aggression from Crowley. "Come down. I shall not strike you again," Crowley called. Gazing at the wings behind him, Akin, with a brightened countenance, carefully controlled his form and descended to the deck, the wings behind him fading into a myriad of black sparkles. "What fruit do you possess?" Crowley inquired earnestly. Ordinary Zoan users would not possess the ability to split into innumerable butterflies to evade attacks. What distinguished this from a paramecia? Akin's expression turned peculiar. As if lost in thought for a moment before he replied, "I must have consumed a mythical Zoan, the insect fruit, model, spectral butterfly." Indeed, a mythical Zoan. Yet it seemed somewhat lacking. Compared to Marco's Phoenix or Sengoku's Buddha, this butterfly appeared rather underwhelming. The legacy of Unanimous was no trifling matter. But what unique abilities did this so-called spectral butterfly possess? Crowley queried, pondering how a creature like a butterfly could possess defenses surpassing that of a human. Akin appeared uncertain, extending an arm that instantly transformed into dozens of black butterflies dancing midair. He then extended his hand, palm open, upon which a solitary black butterfly alighted. Gazing at Crowley as he spoke, "This is the spectral butterfly. The deep blue luminescence on their wings contains toxic powder, highly poisonous." "Is this truly classified as a mythical Zoan?" Crowley remarked, his lips curling skeptically. "Is a singular toxic ability sufficient to merit such a classification? The essence of a mythical Zoan lies in its legendary nature. Furthermore, as you just witnessed, when I am attacked, I can transform into countless spectral butterflies to evade harm. Provided the butterflies sustain minimal damage, I remain unharmed. Is this merely the animal version of the natural system?" Crowley, with a furrowed brow, could already anticipate the future offensive strategies of Akin, surrounding the opponent with shadow butterflies and sprinkling them with toxic powder to ensure their demise through poisoning. A variant of the poison fruit, perhaps? Or is the singularly fantastical aspect of this mythical beast its ability to enhance one's attractiveness? I must admit, this power leaves Crowley somewhat disheartened. "Boss, I just consumed the fruit. What level of strength do you expect?" "It requires gradual development," Akin remarked, observing the disappointment etched on Crowley's face. Indeed, mythical beasts possess a developmental potential that ordinary animal types do not. While they deliberated on the direction for fruit ability enhancement, their vessel arrived at Alabasta. Before they could even approach the island, Crowley spotted Smoker and a contingent of Navy personnel awaiting them at the port. Presumably, Sengoku had also informed Smoker of their arrival, as Crowley was tasked with the responsibility of escorting Crocodile to the underwater prison. As a close friend of Crowley, he certainly could not adopt an air of superiority. Crowley disembarked from the warship and glanced at Smoker, offering a faint smile as he said, "We meet again." "Indeed. After the events in Logtown, I sense you have changed considerably." Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, maintained a stoic expression. This man rarely smiled. Crowley merely smiled at his words, remaining noncommittal. However, Dasky, who stood behind him, leaned forward and grinned at Crowley while adjusting her glasses, saying, "Major Crowley, it's been a long time." Crowley reciprocated the smile, yet Joe, positioned behind them, scrutinized the expressions on their faces, feeling a surge of wariness. What was the nature of the relationship between this woman and his elder brother, Crawley? To his surprise, even within the Navy, she had her rivals. How infuriating. I heard from Admiral Sengoku that the warlord Crocodile was defeated. You had no part in this, did you? As they walked toward the prison, Crawley inquired of Smoker. Smoker shook his head, an enigmatic expression gracing his features. That rascal Crocodile aimed for a coup, but it was the Straw Hat Kid who thwarted him. However, the higher-ups decided to credit me for it. It was an inescapable situation. Most pirates were malevolent, and this was, after all, for the sake of the populace. He patted Smoker's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. He was well aware of Smoker's thoughts, yet in this world, matters were seldom black and white. Change could only be seized through one's own strength and authority. They soon arrived at the prison, filled with members of the Baroque Works, Crocodile, Mr. One. Yet, Crawley did not see Miss Valentine, the user of the kilogram fruit, who had fled in distress from him in the flower garden. He wondered where she had gone after leaving. You can't possibly intend to cram all these people onto my warship, can you? Crawley asked with a frown. He could hardly bear the thought of so many aboard his vessel. Reforming them in a grand prison was preferable to granting them a swift end. Wasn't he holding captives merely a waste of provisions? After all, departing from Alabasta, even if all went smoothly, they would need several days of sailing. And he could not abide the idea of his subordinates serving them meals. Smoker, understanding Crawley's disposition, looked at Crocodile, who sat pondering his fate, and slowly remarked, "No need. You only need to deliver these two." He gestured towards Crocodile and Mr. One. "Very well," Crawley replied with evident relief, promptly directing his men to escort the disheveled Crocodile and Mr. One. The two made no attempt to resist, nor did they utter any protests. They merely allowed the sailors to act, as if their spirits had been extinguished. After briefing Smoker on a few matters, Crawley proceeded alongside his men toward his warship. Along the way, he observed Crocodile's forlorn expression and contemplative gaze, igniting a flicker of interest within him. "How does it feel, Crocodile, to be bested by a newcomer among the pirates?" Crawley teased. Crocodile, upon hearing the words of the rear admiral before him, finally grasped the situation. He lifted his gaze and examined the man intently, initially intending to ignore him. However, after a prolonged stare, he realized he had encountered that face before. It was in the newspapers. Was he not a rising star of the Navy? A smirk crept across his lips as he slowly articulated, "Do you truly believe that Brad is my rival? He merely chose to forfeit. Ever since Whitebeard shattered one of my arms, I have not tasted the bitterness of defeat for an extended period. In the game of power, a loss is merely a loss. There is no shame in acknowledging it." Crocodile's expression shifted as he scrutinized the Admiral's eyes. "You speak the truth," he conceded with a shake of his head, a self-deprecating smile escaping his lips before he averted his gaze, seemingly lost in thought. Observing the silent Mr. One beside him, Crocodile's lips curled into a slight grin. "Crocodile, do you yearn for power? Do you truly desire to enter the depths of the undersea prison? You are well aware that once you enter, there is no return. I can bestow upon you the strength to escape this place, the power to conquer the world, and the throne of the Pirate King will be within your grasp. Should you offer your soul, I can grant you all the power you desire." The seductive voice echoed in Crocodile's mind, reverberating endlessly as Crocodile altered his tone, confident that the old sand would not discern his identity. Hearing a sound, Crocodile furrowed his brow and lifted his head, glancing around. The Navy Rear Admiral who had just spoken to him stood before him, advancing step by step without any peculiarities. What was that sound? Was it a power user? He did not believe in the existence of deities in this world. To offer one's soul was akin to consorting with the devil. To accept an invitation from such a fiend? Preposterous. Crocodile chuckled softly, gazing at the sky as he slowly articulated, "I refuse." Upon hearing his sudden declaration, everyone turned to him in astonishment. Had the warlord of the sea lost his sanity? Mr. One, too, looked at his esteemed leader, pondering what had transpired. Among those present, only Akin and Golden Week, aside from Crocodile, grasped the essence of his words. Golden Week, having once been under his command, remained silent throughout, hesitant to utter more. Crowley did not glance back at him, yet the expression on his face was frozen. Could it be that he had been rejected? After being defeated by Luffy, this old shark truly experienced an epiphany, such a commendable disposition. Or perhaps he harbored doubts, suspecting it to be a trap, fearing deception? However, there was another individual involved. Mr. One. Crowley was incredulous. Could it be that he would be rejected twice in a single day? At that moment, a seductive voice echoed in Mr. One's mind. He finally comprehended the meaning behind his leader's earlier declaration of refusal. Maintaining a stoic expression, Mr. One's lips moved slightly as he slowly articulated 3 words: "I refuse." All eyes turned towards him, yet none noticed that Crowley, leading the group, had become as rigid as stone upon hearing those words. Truly, it was a remarkable display of unity among the soldiers. It seemed unfortunate for him to encounter 2 resolute individuals who would rather face imprisonment than succumb to the devil's temptations. One must admit, it was indeed a sagacious choice. Crocodile and Akin have officially taken residence in the luxurious VIP cell of the Crawley warship, with Golden Week providing daily meals. This arrangement stems from Golden Week's sense of guilt. One was his former leader, and the other, his past comrade. While he has joined the Navy, calamity has befallen them, leading to their complete destruction, a cruel twist of fate indeed. Regardless of the circumstances, it is imperative to ensure they are well fed and well cared for before they embark on their journey. "Captain, it seems there is trouble ahead," Akin remarked. Standing at the stern of the ship, gazing at the distant merchant vessel, addressing Crawley, who was reclining in a sunbed, basking in the sunlight. Crawley remained seated, tilting his head to gaze in the direction of Akin, where a commotion had indeed erupted aboard the merchant vessel, only to swiftly subside. It was uncertain whether it had been a sudden revelry or if the nefarious individuals aboard had spotted the naval ship and silenced the unfortunate captives. Were they perhaps engaged in gambling? Upon noticing the authorities, they hastily concealed their implements, Crawley mused, yet that seemed implausible. This world of pirates did not outlaw gambling. "Go take a look," he suggested, before turning away once more, reclining on his chair with eyes closed. Nearby, Golden Week was capturing the scene on a sketchpad, illustrating Crawley donning sunglasses while basking in the sun. Akin observed this spectacle with a furrowed brow, finding it curious that he appeared more of a responsible naval officer than Crawley himself. He shook his head, extending a pair of black wings adorned with deep blue luminescence from his back. With a flutter, he ascended from the deck, soaring towards the merchant ship while leaving a trail of deep blue light in his wake. As this luminescence touched the sea, some unfortunate fish consuming it immediately flipped belly up. Akin descended onto the deck of the merchant vessel, where the onlookers regarded him with astonished expressions, their lips moving, yet no words emerged. "What is going on?" he inquired, brow furrowed. Despite his query, silence reigned among the crew, leaving Akin feeling somewhat embarrassed. What could possibly silence these individuals? A simple reassurance would suffice for him to return to the naval ship. Eventually, one individual, face ashen with fear, stammered, "We bang," before he could finish. The sound of a gunshot interrupted his words. Whoosh. The bullet originated from the lookout tower, aimed directly at Akin. Swoosh. The bullet struck Akin's head, yet at that moment, as if by magic, he transformed into a flurry of spectral butterflies, dancing on the breeze. The people aboard the merchant ship screamed in terror upon hearing the gunfire, crouching down with their heads clutched in their hands. Good heavens! The sniper in the lookout tower widened his eyes in disbelief. The naval officer he had just shot in the head had morphed into a swarm of butterflies. Flap, flap, flap. The spectral butterflies surged towards the sniper in the lookout tower. Get away, get away. The sniper danced frantically, attempting to fend off the multitude of spectral butterflies surrounding him, yet their numbers were overwhelming, rendering him powerless. Hundreds of these ghostly creatures enveloped him, their deep blue luminescent powder staining him in a similar hue. The potent venom drained the color from his face, leaving him pale and rigid, unable to move. The sharp proboscis of the spectral butterflies pierced him deeply, drawing forth his essence with savage delight. The moment he was tainted by the toxic powder, the sniper found himself rendered speechless, his pupils dilating as reality began to warp and reverse around him. The fluttering of the spectral butterflies dissipated, and a skeleton tumbled from the watchtower, shattering upon impact. The spectral butterflies reformed into a humanoid figure, revealing Akin, who wiped his lips, savoring the taste of the sniper's flesh, a truly delectable morsel. These spectral butterflies feasted on flesh, and it became apparent that the stone butterflies on Butterfly Island were modeled after their ethereal counterparts. With a swift motion, a spectral butterfly emerged from his palm, and with a mere thought, its wings transformed into serrated blades, a sharp proboscis glinting ominously. This was the true visage of the spectral butterfly, a bloodthirsty predator. Observing the crowd cowering in fear, Akin smirked. "Come out. Must I seek you one by one?" Bang. The door of a room on the merchant ship was violently kicked open, and several figures emerged, led by a tall man adorned with tattoos resembling blood-red butterflies. A devil fruit user? Did he truly believe himself invincible? brandishing a large sword. He wore a sinister grin as he eyed Akin. Akin, upon seeing him, burst into laughter, doubling over in mirth. "What do you find so amusing?" the man asked, bewildered. "May I inquire if you are the blood-red butterfly, Jean-Ma?" Akin wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. The very leader who had deceived their tavern owner on Butterfly Island stood before him. What a small world indeed. Surely, Boss Crowley would be delighted to encounter this scoundrel. Jean-Ma gazed at the unfamiliar navy figure before him, a look of confusion crossing his face. What was the matter? He had not been marked for bounty. The nickname of the blood-red butterfly was bestowed upon him during the days of bounty hunters. How could this navy man know? "Who are you?" "Me?" Akin smirked, realizing that his transformation had obscured his identity from Jean-Ma. He blinked and replied, "I am the spectral butterfly." With that, he transformed, his form dispersing into hundreds of spectral butterflies that fluttered gracefully towards Jean-Ma and his companions. Just mere butterflies. Jean-Ma's great sword was enveloped in a layer of dark, armed haki, striking towards the ethereal butterflies in the air. His subordinates, following their leader's lead, seized their weapons and directed their attacks at the spectral butterflies. However, these butterflies were no larger than ordinary ones, their bodies light as air, and under the control of Akin, they evaded the assaults with ease. A multitude of these spectral butterflies fluttered around them, releasing toxic powder that rendered their bodies rigid and their movements sluggish. In that instant, the butterflies swarmed in, alighting on their skin. The serrated edges of their wings sliced through flesh, while their sharp mouthparts plunged deep, indulging in the feast of blood and flesh. Yet, one remained an exception, Jean-Ma. Although ensnared amidst the swarm, his body was coated in a deep blue toxic powder, immobilizing him. But the butterflies, transformed by Akin, refrained from attacking him. At last, within Jean-Ma's terrified gaze, the spectral butterflies drained his subordinates to mere bones, which fell to the deck, littering the ground. Words escaped him. Only his eyes could move. What manner of butterfly was this? He had once been dubbed the Crimson Butterfly, a title that now seemed a disservice. What could be more deserving of the name than these blood-sucking spectral butterflies? The butterflies coalesced, reshaping into Akin, whose otherworldly eyes sparkled with a sinister light. The consumption of blood and flesh replenished his vigor. Thus, if ample sustenance were available, he could continue to fight indefinitely. He gazed at the man before him, covered in deep blue toxic powder, already envisioning Crowley's expression upon encountering this being, as well as Jean-Ma's eventual, tragic fate. Akin had already regulated the concentration of the toxic powder. Otherwise, how could Jean-Ma remain conscious enough to turn his eyes? With butterfly wings extending from his back, Akin seized Jean-Ma by the collar, paying no heed to the crowd aboard the merchant ship, and ascended into the sky. His motives were never rooted in benevolence. His inquiry into the situation stemmed from mere curiosity about the troublemakers involved. Indeed, this encounter bore fruit. Jean-Ma remained baffled as to why this unfamiliar Navy officer spared his life, but he sensed that there must be a reason, perhaps a desire for his assistance. Given his extensive knowledge as a former bounty hunter, this Navy officer was evidently aware of his previous title. Such was the nature of things. Jean-Ma comforted himself with these thoughts. With a resounding thud, Akin returned to the deck of the warship, unceremoniously tossing Jean-Ma onto the ground. He then turned to Crowley, who feigned slumber in a deck chair, and with a grin, remarked, "Boss, look at what I've caught." Upon hearing his words, Crowley turned over and retorted with irritation. "What on earth are you so joyfully laughing about? A giant panda?" Akin, his forehead lined with frustration, replied, "No, it's a person. You should come and take a look." "Akin, you must remember that you are now in the Navy. You cannot act as recklessly as when you were a pirate, capturing people at will," Crowley said as he rose. However, when he stood up and beheld the figure on the ground, he was instantly rendered speechless. It was, astonishingly, this individual. Truly, it was as if after traversing a labyrinth of mountains and waters, he had stumbled upon a hidden glade bursting with blossoms. Crowley ceased his banter, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he contemplated where to find this scoundrel, only to unexpectedly encounter him here. When Jean-Ma was cast to the ground, he lay face down, unable to see anything or comprehend the unfolding events, yet he sensed that something was amiss. "Can you reclaim this poison?" Crowley inquired. "Of course," Akin replied, barely suppressing the grin on his face. He had anticipated this reaction. A dark butterfly fluttered from his hand, landing upon Jean-Ma, its wings absorbing the deep blue toxic powder that emanated from him. The butterfly danced back into Akin's being. With a thud, Jean-Ma felt the ability to move returning to him. He cautiously rose to his feet, trembling with apprehension. Before him stood a young girl holding a drawing board, one of the 3 naval officers who had appeared at his tavern on Butterfly Island. No wonder the earlier voice had sounded familiar. It dawned upon him that he was aboard the ship of those 3 Navy personnel. "Turn around," commanded Crowley. Jean-Ma shivered, haunted by memories of how he had deceived them and subsequently fled Butterfly Island, only to soon learn of its demise. Retribution had arrived. He turned to face Crowley. Trepidation etched upon his features. How would this demon of the Navy avenge himself? "Do you remember me?" The blood-red butterfly, Crowley observed with a smirk. Jean-Ma swallowed hard. Having braved the seas for over a decade, death was something he had long prepared for. "Come what may, I am ready," he declared defiantly. Thud. Akin delivered a kick to his abdomen, seething. "So now you wish to act tough? You relished deceiving us back then, didn't you? You seek death. But it shall not come so easily." Jean-Ma spat blood, gazing up in confusion. "I did not deceive you." This was indeed his first encounter with the man who could transform into a black butterfly. He felt more wrong than doughy. Akin let 2 canes slide from his sleeves, resting them upon Jean-Ma's shoulders, raising an eyebrow. "Now you recognize who I am? Is it truly you?" Jean-Ma exclaimed. As if witnessing a ghost, it was the man who had caused trouble in his tavern, but why had he altered his appearance and gained powers? "Now you understand your fate," Crowley stated coldly. "Akin, make him into bait. I wish to fish." Crowley observed him with indifference, asserting that those who dared to deceive him must face consequences. "Understood, boss," Akin replied, a smile breaking across his face, appreciating Crowley's domineering nature. "What of that fellow?" Crowley inquired, reclining in a lounge chair, his eyes half closed. "He is not dead yet, but he is barely clinging to life." Akin cast a glance at the Jean-Ma ensnared beneath the fishing rod, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Bound by the fishing line and submerged in the sea, the Jean-Ma appeared grotesquely swollen, resembling a giant in its disfigurement. Its complexion was pallid, devoid of any trace of color, and one of its arms had been gruesomely severed by a fish, presenting a scene of utter desolation. Initially, it could muster a few cries, but now, it was rendered utterly voiceless. Crowley maintained a calm demeanor and inquired, "Are we nearing the underwater prison?" "Indeed, it is now within sight," Akin replied. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. He had once deemed prisons to be superfluous, yet now he acknowledged their role as instruments of torment. Aside from the infinite prison at the bottom, the other levels rendered inmates trapped in a state of despair, neither alive nor dead. Sending the barely breathing Jean-Ma there was, without a doubt, the most fitting choice. Those who dared to defy him would inevitably face repercussions. At last, the warship came to a halt outside the underwater prison, where a group of guards awaited, having been forewarned of the impending arrival of the warlord, Sir Crocodile. Chief Warden Domino saluted the anchored Navy ship, her eyes glimmering with curiosity behind her sunglasses, pondering which Navy contingent would escort the infamous warlord. Crowley commanded the Marines to escort Crocodile and Mr. One onto the ship, instructing Akin to retrieve Jean-Ma from the depths of the sea. It would be a travesty to let him drown after making it to the underwater prison. How could one deny this individual the opportunity to experience such an extraordinary place? It would indeed be a pity to forego such an experience. Crowley disembarked from the warship and surveyed his surroundings, only to find no familiar faces. He turned to the blonde woman leading the group and inquired, "Where is Magellan?" The chief guard, Domino, upon catching sight of his face, felt a surge of excitement. She had not anticipated that it would be Crowley, renowned in headquarters as the Navy's son, General Rommel. "Today, I finally see the man in person." The prison warden was in the restroom, leaving her to arrange the inmates' placements. Unbeknownst to her, her voice trembled slightly. After so many years in this lightless prison, encountering such a figure stirred feelings within her that she thought long buried. Crowley nodded, and the Marines handed over the prisoner Crocodile and Mr. One to the jailers, with Akin also relinquishing Jean-Ma to them. Domino, however, inquired with a look of perplexity, "Who is this?" The information she received only mentioned the warlord Baroque Works Crocodile and one of his subordinates. What was the story behind this grotesquely swollen man? "He is a criminal we apprehended along the way, possessing formidable strength. I hope you can find a suitable place for him," Crowley said, a peculiar smile gracing his face. "Very well, since the Major General has spoken," she nodded in acquiescence, already contemplating which level of the prison to consign Jean-Ma to. "You may return for now. I will accompany this chief guard inside for a closer inspection." Crowley waved to the Marines while casting a knowing glance at Akin. Akin understood, realizing that his superior was once again plotting something within the depths of this underwater prison. "Ah, Major General, are you really going in?" Domino exclaimed in surprise, momentarily taken aback. Logically, their duty was merely to escort the prisoners to the prison. There was no necessity to enter, as few would wish to glimpse the inner workings of such a place. Is that not permissible? Crowley gazed intently into Domino's eyes, an invisible spark igniting between them. Instantly, she felt a jolt of electricity course through her, her body weakening as she stammered, "Of course, if the Major General wishes to." Subsequently, Akin and the Marines returned to their warship, awaiting Crowley's entrance into the depths of the underwater prison alongside the jailers. The interior of the underwater prison was indeed a realm devoid of light, aptly described as a veritable abyss. Upon entering, the illumination dimmed sharply, and a musty odor pervaded the air, faint cries of anguish echoing from below. This was the true visage of hell. "Major General Crowley, please wait a moment. The jailers are taking the prisoners for a cleansing ritual and will return shortly," Domino informed. "Cleansing?" Crowley inquired. "It is a form of disinfection, wherein the prisoners are submerged in boiling water at 100 degrees Celsius to eliminate pathogens. Otherwise, the spread of disease would pose a significant issue," she replied with utmost seriousness. Crowley tugged at the corner of his mouth. The 100-degree water for disinfection was indeed the first step into the prison. However, despite the high temperature, it seemed rather trivial for the tough-skinned individuals of the pirate world. Yet, after soaking in seawater, that fellow Zama was now to be plunged into hot water again. Crowley seriously doubted whether Zama could even survive this initial trial of imprisonment. Before long, after their baptism in the hot water, Crocodile, Mr. One, and Zama donned their black and white striped prison uniforms. Aside from Zama, who wore an expression of utter despair, the other two exhibited little reaction. Under Domino's guidance, several guards escorted the prisoners onto the elevator. Crowley stood beside, as the space was rather cramped, his hand resting on Domino's shoulder. Feeling his breath, Domino instantly sensed a warmth spreading across his face. "Warden, how shall we deal with these 3 prisoners?" "Just call me Domino." Her legs felt a bit weak. The warden had ordered that the sand crocodile be sent to the infinite hell, Mr. One to the fiery hell. And as for the man deemed powerful by the Rear Admiral, he would be dispatched to the extreme cold hell. Upon hearing this, Crowley could not help but cast a sympathetic glance at Jean Ma, knowing that the extreme cold hell lay beneath the fiery hell. The elevator descended slowly, first reaching the first underground level, the Crimson Lotus Hell, where countless sharp blades and vegetation were scattered across the ground, stained red with the blood of the prisoners. This level was filled with the most anguished cries, as the prisoners here were weak, lacking resolve and endurance. Next was the second underground level, the Beast Hell, where bizarre species expanded Crowley's horizons. The third level, the Hunger Hell, emanated a suffocating atmosphere akin to a plague. Upon reaching the fourth underground level, the Fiery Hell, where Mr. One was to be confined, the temperature soared, filled with boiling blood pools and raging flames, resembling a true inferno. The group paused on this level, as Domino directed the prisoners to escort Mr. One to the designated location, while Crowley stepped out of the elevator to survey his surroundings. Magellan's office was also located on this level, and had he not been in the restroom, Crowley would have relished the opportunity to meet him, given Magellan's notable standing within the Navy headquarters. "Crack. Hey, don't you dare slack off. I'm watching you." A woman clad in a vibrant pink leather outfit with golden curls swung a whip, relentlessly striking the laboring prisoners, reveling in the sensation. She was the chief warden of the underwater prison, Little Suddy. Sensing a gaze upon her, Little Suddy abruptly turned, snapping her whip and shouting, "Dare to look at me like that? You asked for it." Crack. Crowley gripped the whip tightly, exerting force with both hands to pull Little Suddy towards him. Noticing that she still had the audacity to resist, she deftly utilized his strength against him, her legs springing up to deliver a direct kick. The stiletto heels adorning her feet were embedded with sharp spikes, capable of piercing through an adversary's flesh upon impact. Crowley maintained a calm demeanor, gracefully evading her attack with a subtle shift of his body and a flourish of his hands. He deftly maneuvered past Suddy's legs, wrapping his arms around her waist and drawing her delicate form into his embrace. Crowley gazed at her eyes concealed by her cascading golden locks, his voice icy as he urged, "Calm down." He had no desire to engage in conflict with Little Suddy, for this was not his territory. Should he provoke Magellan, he might find himself expelled from the underwater prison. After all, he was merely a lowly rear admiral, lacking any significant standing. Suddy, feeling Crowley's warmth, finally beheld his face clearly, and a sense of fluster overtook her. This man appeared rather handsome. "Let go of me," she cried out, realizing that Crawley was the first man to have ever touched her in all these years. As he loosened his grip, he gently set Suddy down upon the ground. Suddenly, a humanoid bovine wielding a spiked club charged towards Crawley. It was the prison's beastly guard, and Suddy, being its master, could not ignore the injustice done to her. Minotaur. Stop, Suddy exclaimed urgently, for the Minotaur possessed immense strength, and she feared this man might be struck down by it. Yet, the frenzied Minotaur was unresponsive to her pleas, swinging its club with lethal intent towards Crawley's head. Bang! Crawley extended his hand, effortlessly deflecting the spiked mace. Although his expression remained unchanged, he inwardly marveled at the formidable strength of this jailer beast. This must be the result of a failed awakening, where the inability to control the overwhelming energy of one's powers led to such a dazed and foolish state. However, this Minotaur resembled a cow, given that. A glimmer of insight sparked in young Suddy's eyes. This man could easily withstand the Minotaur, indicating he was no ordinary naval officer. Minotaur, stand down. At last, the jailer beast heeded her command, obediently retracting the mace and stepping back. Just then, Domino arrived, explaining Crawley's identity to young Suddy. Since when can a rear admiral casually tore impel down? Suddy teased, casting a sly glance at Domino. The latter was momentarily speechless, and Suddy chuckled softly. Sister, you aren't developing a fondness for him, are you? This inquiry caused Domino's face to flush crimson as she hurriedly waved her hands. All right, sister. Go ahead and show your beloved around. I'll cover for you with the warden. Upon hearing Suddy's words, Domino felt a wave of relief wash over her as she led Crawley back onto the elevator, descending to the next level. Crawley's gaze fixated intently on the young satyr and the Minotaur beside her, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. A thought flickered in his mind as he silently mused, bestow, albeit temporarily, the power inherent to his transformation into the bull demon now coursed through the Minotaur. The young satyr observed the smile on Crawley's face, a sense of confusion blossoming within her. What could possibly amuse this fellow? Was he dissatisfied with his sister and now casting his eyes upon her? She was not so easily swayed, despite her handsome appearance. In the midst of her musings, she remained oblivious to the subtle shift in the Minotaur's demeanor. His previously vacant expression morphed into one of cold indifference, his muscles bulging as he towered to 3 meters in height, his horns spiraling skyward. With a thunderous roar, his eyes became bloodshot, radiating an ominous crimson hue. Minotaur, what has befallen you? The young satyr finally recognized his abnormality, calling out in alarm. Unfortunately, her words fell on deaf ears. The overwhelming power of the bull demon transformation had clouded his mind, leaving only a singular desire for destruction. In an instant, he morphed into an instrument of havoc and slaughter. With a swift motion, he raised his spiked club, aiming a fierce blow at the young satyr. She narrowly evaded the attack, aghast that her own guardian beast would dare to strike her. Stop this at once, she cried, brandishing her whip with determination. Regardless of the Minotaur's transformation, he remained her guardian beast. If the beast proved disobedient, a harsh lesson would be necessary. The whip cracked against the Minotaur's form. Yet instead of the anguished wail expected from the past, he displayed no reaction, as if impervious to pain. He lifted his club once more, preparing to strike the young satyr again, his memories of her as his master utterly erased. All he comprehended was that this woman had dared to raise a hand against him, and thus he would retaliate in kind. The club came crashing down repeatedly, but each time she deftly dodged, the impact resounding violently upon the ground. Madness! Absolute madness! The young satyr swung her whip frantically, striving to rouse him from this state of fury. Yet her efforts proved futile. To the Minotaur, the lashings were mere trifles, akin to an itch. The uproar drew the attention of numerous guards, including the deputy warden, Hannibal. The guards encircled the Minotaur, keenly observing his movements, for his recent rampage had claimed the lives of several inmates. What on earth was transpiring? Hannibal's countenance was grave as he inquired of little Suddy. Little Suddy was severely exhausted. Though the Minotaur had undergone a transformation that enlarged its form, its agility had not diminished. In fact, it had markedly improved. Each swing it made was met with her utmost effort to evade, for a mere brush from the spiked club would lead to grievous injury. Just moments ago, several unfortunate inmates had been reduced to mere pulp by the Minotaur's devastating blows. The scene was so gruesome that even he could not bear to look directly at it. She gasped for breath, shaking her head, her lips parched. I do not know. Let us bind him first. Hannibal nodded, raising his hand with a flourish, commanding loudly. Fire the prison nets. These nets, infused with sea stone, were designed specifically to capture those with abilities. Regardless of the transformations that had befallen the Minotaur, it remained an animal-type ability user. Once struck, its strength would surely be diminished, allowing them to bind it and devise further plans. Such was Hannibal's thought. The prison guards, themselves failures of awakened animal-type ability users gathered from across the globe, often succumbed to madness. However, it was unprecedented to witness a case like the Minotaur's, where madness was accompanied by physical transformation. Bang! Bang! The two guards nodded, shouldering their cannon, and launched two prison nets toward the Minotaur. The nets exploded in midair, ensnaring the beast within their iron grasp. Containing sea stone, the nets would compel any ability user to submit. The guards, witnessing the Minotaur brought low by the nets, approached with chains in hand, excitement gleaming in their eyes. Surely, they could bind it now, as it could only feebly resist. This had been the fate of previous ability users when ensnared, without exception. Roar! The Minotaur bellowed mightily, releasing its grip on the spiked club, and grasped the iron net encircling it, pulling with all its might. With a tearing sound, the sea stone-infused net was effortlessly ripped apart. The Minotaur regained its freedom and swung the spiked club, obliterating the guards who dared approach with chains. How is this possible? Hannibal exclaimed in astonishment. That was a prison net. How could an ability user tear through a net infused with sea stone? Had the Minotaur ceased to be an ability user? Quickly, summon Warden Magellan. Little Suddy swallowed hard, her heart pounding with dread as she watched the Minotaur wreak havoc in the infernal landscape. The innocent dairy cow she once knew had vanished completely. For the inmates of the blazing hell, the sight of a blood-soaked inferno coupled with the terrifying figure of the bull demon wielding a spiked club was nothing short of a true hellscape. Did the inmates of the frigid hell not wear shackles? Crowley gazed at Domino as she instructed her subordinates to remove the shackles from Zamma's feet. A look of confusion crossing his face, Domino shook her head, casting a sympathetic glance at Zamma, who had been cast into the frigid cell. If they had shackles, it would be far too cruel, she remarked. Cruel? Crowley thought, astonished that such a term could be applied to prisoners. Noticing his perplexed expression, Domino elaborated. The temperature in this icy hell is so frigid that even the phone bugs cannot survive in such extreme conditions. Moreover, there are numerous military wolves here. If the prisoners were shackled, they would undoubtedly meet their demise, for this is a prison, not a breeding ground for military wolves. Hearing her words, Crowley felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He realized that the decision to refrain from shackling the prisoners was, in fact, a sinister design intended to prolong their suffering at the hands of the military wolves. What a twisted notion it was. Who could possibly conceive such a uniquely crafted hell? Truly, a remarkable mind. General Crowley, I regret to inform you that I cannot take you down to this layer of the infinite prison. There are regulations set by Pendleton that prohibit free access to the infinite prison, as the inmates are exceedingly dangerous, Domino said apologetically. He nodded in understanding, recognizing that entering the infinite prison would serve no purpose, as he could not instigate any significant actions. Glancing at Crocodile, he smiled and remarked, "Enjoy yourself down there." Sand Crocodile. Crocodile merely snorted disdainfully, disregarding him entirely. Let the guards take him down. We shall wait here for a while, Domino remarked once more. Crowley nodded and descended the elevator with her, stepping onto the frigid ground of a frozen hell. The biting wind swept through, causing Domino to shiver uncontrollably. Yet Crowley remained unfazed. Achoo! She seemed unable to withstand such temperatures, sneezing forcefully. Crowley hastily removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. Thank you, Domino said, feeling the warmth of the coat flush her cheeks. What kind of pirates are the inmates of this frigid hell? They are all notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Look over there at that tall figure. He is the supernova known as Mad Swordsman England. And the scarred man opposite him is his arch-nemesis, Frenzied Blade Ferdinand. Both are formidable pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions. Domino gestured towards the protruding inmates on either side of the prison. Let us out. I know I was wrong. Give me a chance. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The prisoners, upon seeing Crowley and Domino, erupted into a cacophony of desperate cries. The torment of frostbite, the pangs of hunger and thirst, and the relentless assaults of the military wolves had all driven them to the brink of despair. Even those with bounties exceeding 100 million could not withstand such prolonged suffering. Yet, some remained defiant, like Mad Swordsman England and Frenzied Blade Ferdinand, showing no reaction to the two newcomers. Even a fool could tell that escape was impossible. Rather than beg for mercy or hurl insults, it was wiser to conserve their strength in hopes of enduring a bit longer to evade being devoured alive during a military wolf attack. What do you think, Major? Domino inquired, tightening her grip on the coat with keen interest. What do you mean by that? Crawley replied, momentarily perplexed as he scrutinized the pleading inmates. I see you are so serious. Does it mean you find impelled down to be cruel? No, Crawley said, shifting his gaze as the elevator arrived. He turned, a smile gracing his lips. I believe the undersea prison is splendid. It bestows upon these deeply sinful inmates the profound depths of despair. As he and Domino stepped onto the elevator, Crawley cast one last glance at the inmates in the frigid hell, his smile deepening. With a clang, the elevator ascended, and their figures vanished into the gloom of the icy abyss. The prisoners' hopes were shattered in that moment, and gradually, silence enveloped them. They were destined to remain imprisoned for eternity until they met a tragic end. Do you yearn for power? Do you wish to perish miserably in this frigid hell? If you desire to escape, then accept my power. If you seek vengeance, then embrace my power. By accepting my power, you shall escape this cursed place. Offer your soul, and you shall gain the strength to flee. The seductive voice resounded simultaneously in the minds of the inmates, an incessant echo that assailed their spirits. Is this a hallucination? You hear that voice too, don't you? What should we do? Should we accept it? Of course, we should accept it. Is it not merely the offering of one's soul? I yearn to depart from this wretched place. Regardless of your origins, I shall surrender my soul unto you. Grant me strength. I am willing. I am willing. I am willing. I must escape this hellish domain. In an instant, the frigid depths of this inferno simmered with fervor, the exhilarating warmth restoring color to their frostbitten faces. Hope flickered anew. They could indeed flee this accursed locale. The pact was established, power bestowed, a debt to be repaid. The prisoners of this frozen abyss largely embraced the strength offered, dedicating their souls to the demon. At the moment the contract was forged, they felt an invigorating force coursing through their beings. The mad swordsman, England, and the frenzied blade, Ferdinand, exchanged glances, having also accepted the power, resolved to escape the icy hell together. It was then that the inmates realized that this so-called strength encompassed far more than mere words. It encompassed a myriad of abilities, the 6 styles of the Navy, the 1,000-gene sword technique, the North Star swordsmanship, the Spear of Elbaf. Could it be that the one granting them power was truly a demon god? Crawley and Domino ascended from the icy depths of hell to the searing inferno once more, only to find the realm in utter disarray. The Minotaur, transformed into a formidable bull-headed warrior, rampaged through the blazing domain, wielding his spiked club with reckless abandon. While the guards fared reasonably well, the unfortunate prisoners, shackled and burdened with labor, suffered immensely. Years of starvation had rendered their bodies frail, their strength diminished to the point of vulnerability, making them unable to evade the Minotaur's onslaught, as they were mercilessly crushed into a pulpy mass. Where is that scoundrel Magellan? Hannibal bellowed, gripping a guard by the collar, his fury palpable. At this rate, the prisoners of the inferno will be annihilated. What purpose does such torment serve? Can a prison without prisoners still be called a prison? If the inmates were privy to his thoughts, they would undoubtedly be exasperated. They were on the brink of death, while this wretch still pondered ways to torment them. Charge. Stop him. Little Sutty commanded, brandishing her whip and directing her remaining 3 guard beasts, regardless of the circumstances. The Minotaur was one of her own, and any trouble must be addressed by her. The guard beasts, weapons in hand, charged at the Minotaur, unsure of why their former comrade had devolved into such a monstrous entity. Yet, under their master's orders, they were compelled to act. Forgive me, old friend. The Rhino Minotaur cried as he swung his dual spiked clubs toward the beast. Thud. The Minotaur anticipated the strike, meeting it with his own club. The clash of power resonated with a deafening clang, but the disparity in strength was evident. The Rhino Minotaur was sent hurtling backward, landing atop several unfortunate prisoners, whose fates were sealed under his weight. Thud. Seizing the moment, the Zebra Minotaur swung his meteor hammer, striking the Minotaur with a resounding thud. Yet, aside from the dull noise, the Minotaur exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Clang. He turned, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the Zebra Minotaur, an aura of terror rising around him, rendering the Zebra Minotaur immobile, frozen in shock. Thud. The spiked club was hurled with ferocity, sending the Zebra Minotaur flying. Witnessing this, the Koala Minotaur, poised to attack, retreated silently to Little Sutty's side, unwilling to confront the Minotaur. They may have been resilient and robust, but they were not devoid of fear. The transformation of their former comrade into a godlike figure was a reality too surreal for them to comprehend. Why should one of their kind possess such prowess? A twinge of envy lingered in their hearts. The Minotaur could wreak havoc and slaughter at will. They yearned for such freedom. After all, the guard beasts possessed a lineage of violence. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Hannibal raised his hand and shouted, "Prison Artillery Division, prepare." 2 rows of prison guards beside him crouched down, hoisting enormous cannons. Fire! Boom! 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 Dozens of prison shells hurtled toward the Minotaur. Yet this time, the Minotaur had learned. It stomped heavily, its clumsy form leaping into the air, swinging the spiked club at the incoming shells. Boom! 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 Before the shells could explode into a net, he shattered them into fragments. Damn it! Where's Magellan? That bastard Magellan! Hannibal descended into a state of hysteria, unable to bear the thought that the blazing inferno would soon be obliterated by their own beastly guards. The warden Magellan said to wait 2 more minutes. One guard murmured softly beside him, "Bastard! Major General, should we just go up there?" Domino remarked to Crawley. Observing the chaos of the blazing inferno, silently harboring discontent toward his colleague. It was Crawley's first time in Impel Down, and this was the spectacle he presented. What would others think? The world's largest prison? Bah, it seems you have a bit of trouble here. Crawley watched in astonishment as the transformed Minotaur wreaked havoc, devouring certain structures with its all-consuming abilities. If he were to grant humanity the power of Minotaur transformation, the results would surely not be as terrifying. The overwhelming might must be tied to the Minotaur's own physiology. Originally, the Minotaur was a failed awakener of the bovine-type abilities, and it was uncertain what changes the transformation might bring to its body. No need to worry, Warden Magellan will handle it shortly. Domino felt a tinge of embarrassment. I should probably intervene, Crawley suggested, noticing the Minotaur relentlessly pursuing Mr. One. Mr. One, having just entered the prison, still had ample strength, but with sea-stone handcuffs binding him. He could exert little power and was left fleeing from the Minotaur. Crowley held a favorable impression of the man and resolved to save his life. After all, he was a man who had resisted his temptations, which added an element of intrigue. Simultaneously, he wished to ascertain just how formidable the Minotaur, transformed by the bull demon, truly was. However, very well, Major General, do exercise caution. Domino had intended to voice additional thoughts, but upon meeting Crowley's unwavering gaze, he refrained from speaking further. It is a truth universally acknowledged that no man can abide the doubt cast upon his capabilities. Crowley nodded, drawing forth the renowned blade, Iju, from his waist. Now marred by cracks, signaling its impending demise, he pondered how to procure another. With a swift motion, he enveloped the sword in a layer of armament hockey and, taking a bold stride, positioned himself before Mr. One, intercepting the formidable mace of Minotaur. "It's you," Mr. One exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the newcomer. Taken aback by the unexpected intervention of this Navy officer, Crawley remained silent, his expression grave as he sensed the immense power emanating from the end of the spiked club. It caused him to raise an eyebrow in astonishment. This individual's strength was estimated to be around 10,000. Was it the formidable might of the bull demon's transformation or the enhancement from a semi-awakened beast form? Whoosh! With a swift motion, Crowley brandished his sword, its gleaming edge effortlessly severing the wolf's fang mace. He delivered a powerful kick to his adversary, sending him flying through the air. The master swordsman, renowned for his ability to slice through iron, left Mr. One in a state of shock. First it was Roronoa Zoro, and now this naval major. Is the prowess of the iron-cutting swordsman truly so commonplace? He exclaimed. Incredible! Murmured both Suddy and Domino in unison. Earlier, Domino had harbored doubts about Crowley's strength, but now it was evident that he possessed genuine power, despite being just a major. Who is that guy? Hannibal furrowed his brow, perplexed by how a Navy officer had infiltrated Impel Down, especially since he was the vice warden. Minotaur rose to his feet, shaking his head, his gaze menacing as he regarded Crowley. Conqueror's hockey, he declared as Crowley infused his longsword with the crimson glow of armament hockey, unleashing a wave of sword energy towards Minotaur. Boom! Minotaur was once again sent sprawling, a massive wound carved into his body. Yet, like an indomitable warrior, he rose again, charging at Crowley time and time again. Boom! 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 Each attempt resulted in him being repelled once more. With a final surge, Minotaur launched himself forward, his towering horns aimed directly at Crowley, intent on piercing him with this last assault. Crowley shook his head. It was nearly over. He had discerned the extent of the Minotaur's power. In a confrontation with equal levels of strength, his transformation into a bull would undoubtedly fall short against the Minotaur. Once again, a massive wave of sword energy was unleashed, and after this strike, he would retract his strength. Whoosh! To Crowley's surprise, the Minotaur altered its trajectory midway, evading the oncoming sword energy. Was this mere coincidence? Furrowing his brow, Crowley leaped, delivering a powerful kick to the creature. Bang! Yet this time, the Minotaur did not stagger backward. Instead, it withstood Crowley's blow with remarkable resilience, raising its bull head and opening its mouth wide. Crack! Crowley had yet to react when the renowned blade, Iju, found its way into his mouth, 2/3 of it bitten off. Goodness! Gazing at the long sword that now bore only a hilt, Crowley could no longer maintain his composure and let out a curse. This bull was determined to destroy his sword, regardless of the circumstances. There was even hockey infused within it. Fueled by rage, Crowley delivered a powerful kick, sending the Minotaur hurtling through the air, fulfilling his wish. As his emotions settled, he recalled that the Minotaur's transformation ability also included the skill of consuming everything, a veritable flaw in the system. Now, the matter of exchanging swords must be prioritized. Bestow, retract. Crowley murmured softly. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the Minotaur, lying on the ground, began to shrink. Remarkably, it did not revert to its original bovine form, but gradually transformed into a normal human shape. The Minotaur has turned into a human? Crowley was taken aback. This was something he had not anticipated. After the transformation into the bull demon, would Minotaur, who had succumbed to confusion from a failed awakening and become a prison beast, truly not recover? If he were to regain his senses, would he not transform into a successful Zoan-type user? Just as Crowley pondered this, Magellan, the warden of the underwater prison, finally emerged from the restroom. Gazing at the chaotic inferno of the scorching hell, his expression darkened. What on earth transpired here? He had just received news while in the restroom, something about the prison beast going berserk, prompting him to hasten his exit. Could a single prison beast wreak such havoc in the scorching hell? One might think a jailbreak had occurred. And yet, he brazenly stated that the scorching hell had nearly met its end. Hannibal approached him, irritation evident in his tone. So how was this resolved? Sensing the gravity of the situation, Magellan inquired. Thanks to this Navy officer, otherwise, Minotaur would have slaughtered all the inmates in the scorching hell. Minotaur? Where is he? Magellan scanned the area but could not spot the dim-witted bovine figure he recalled. There, over there, Hannibal pointed. Following Hannibal's gesture, Magellan's gaze fell upon a naked man sprawled on the ground, and he could not suppress the incredulous expression that crossed his face. Is this for real? Just as Hannibal was about to elaborate, a cacophony interrupted him. The floor of the central area of the scorching hell was abruptly shattered, unleashing the frigid winds from the cold hell below, which met the intense heat with a hissing sound. A throng of inmates clad in prison garb surged forth from the opening, their faces alight with madness. Charge forth, brothers. We are on the brink of freedom. With this newfound power, who could possibly stand against us? Even Magellan would meet his demise. Magellan's expression darkened. Could it be that a jailbreak was indeed underway? He watched as the inmates from the cold hell broke through the floor and ascended, perplexed as to the whereabouts of their handcuffs. Surely, the underwater prison could not have equipped every inmate with sea stone shackles. Those were exclusive to those with powers. Thus, after acquiring immense strength, they had shattered their restraints and aided other inmates from the cold hell in their escape. They had not yet inflated their egos to the point of believing they could single-handedly escape from the world's largest prison. It's Magellan. Damn it. How did we run into him directly? What should we do? The inmates from the cold hell, their faces initially alight with excitement, paled upon seeing Magellan. The terror he had instilled in them over the years was etched deeply into their minds. Fear not. Let us unite. He may not even be our match, bellowed the mad swordsman, England. Indeed, it's just Magellan, after all. The power we possess is sufficient to overpower him. The wild blade Ferdinand licked his lips, his eyes filled with madness, for now was the final opportunity to escape from prison. Behold this blazing inferno, previously ravaged by the lunacy of the Minotaur. The guards lay either dead or injured, the ground strewn with weapons. When they ascended from the frigid abyss, they possessed not a single weapon. Now, it was as though a slumbering dream had provided them with a pillow. If not now, when would they flee? Hearing the words of the two, the inmates were consumed by frenzy once more, their eyes reddening as they hastily picked up weapons from the ground. Indeed, power surged within their bodies. And with heavenly weapons in hand, this was the divine will. Even the heavens were aiding them. They would surely escape. Magellan's countenance darkened as he slowly approached them, gazing into their frenzied eyes, and coldly stated, "You shall not go anywhere." His anger surged. The inmates of the frigid abyss had inexplicably united in their escape. This was the world-renowned impregnable fortress of Impel Down, and if word of this spread, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Previously, a single golden lion had brought ridicule upon Impel Down. He could not allow such a disgrace to occur again. Magellan, you cannot stop us. Ferdinand, with a fierce glint in his eyes, had endured enough of captivity. Today, no matter what, he was determined to break free and reclaim his freedom. He exchanged a knowing glance with the mad Sword England, nodding in silent agreement. Once bitter rivals, they had transformed into allies who could understand one another with a mere look. He raised his long blade, imbued with armed color hockey, a crimson aura surged forth. Waves of energy began to coalesce. England similarly raised his long sword. Dark red sword energy began to gather upon it, the weight of power causing the veins in his hand to bulge. In an instant, they unleashed their weapons upon Magellan. Elbaf Spear, Domination, the ultimate sword technique. Frenzy. Two colossal attacks erupted with a sonic boom, their pure force rendering the air thick. Unexpectedly, their attacks fused mid-air. Madness. Domination. The two assaults merged into one. A tremendous wave of energy igniting the fiery sea of the inferno, forming a fiery tornado amidst the chaos, the sound of explosions reverberating continuously. The tiles began to lift, and the inmates of the frigid abyss held their breath. The power amassed by these two was astonishing. With them around, how could they possibly fail to escape? The guards scattered. Merely witnessing the might of the attacks ignited a primal urge to flee from the blazing inferno. The combined assault of these two pirates was truly terrifying. Crawley found himself momentarily immobilized, astonished by the innovative application of his techniques. These two individuals were truly remarkable. Magellan stood his ground, seemingly transfixed, as venom enveloped his form, writhing and coalescing into a structure akin to a wall before him. Could his venom serve as a shield? Crawley furrowed his brow, contemplating the impossibility of liquid providing defense. Clang. The toxic barrier before Magellan solidified instantaneously, rising into a towering purple wall, several meters high, enhanced by the application of hockey, transforming into a formidable black barrier. This was the toxic blockade. Boom. The assaults from Ferdinand and Ingram collided with the wall, erupting in a cacophony of sound, while their fiery vortex was thwarted, creating a counter sea of flames. The impact against the toxic blockade produced a chilling resonance, as the hockey-infused wall trembled ominously, raising doubts about its imminent shattering. With a determined breath, Magellan pressed his hands firmly against the toxic blockade, stabilizing its quaking. Clang. The attacks dissipated into nothingness, leaving Ferdinand and Ingram with grim expressions. Their combined efforts had been effortlessly repelled by Magellan. How could this be? If so, how could they hope to escape? Magellan withdrew his hands from the toxic blockade, subtly gasping for breath. It had not been an easy feat to withstand their onslaught. That last blow had cost him at least half of his hockey. It was incredibly challenging. How had the prisoners' powers escalated to such heights? With such might, they could easily enter the infinite hell. Damn it, let us attack together. Ferdinand roared, brandishing his great sword and charging at Magellan. To seize their freedom, they had to fight with all their might. I told you, you shall not escape. The giant of poison. A purple venom began to seep from Magellan's body, rapidly expanding and coalescing into a skeletal form that enveloped him. With a swing of its purple fists, it aimed to strike at Ferdinand, who wisely evaded, tilting his body aside to dodge the blow. What folly! That purple liquid is lethal. Who in this underwater prison does not know of Magellan's notorious reputation? In many respects, he was an invincible force within Impel Down. Frenzied blade dance. Ferdinand maneuvered to Magellan's rear, unleashing a series of slashing strikes with his great sword. However, Magellan was no fool. His observation hockey had already detected Ferdinand's position, and three venomous dragons surged forth from behind him, roaring in pursuit. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The slashes against the venomous dragon had no effect whatsoever. It was liquid, and even if severed, it would instantly merge back together. Furrowing his brow, he struggled to evade the dragon's attacks, the poison hissing as it splattered onto the ground, emitting a chilling vapor that sent shivers down one's spine. This substance was not to be trifled with. Retreating to the side of Ingram, his expression darkened. There was no need for words. As everyone present could see, he could not approach Magellan. Stand aside. Watch us. A few inmates from the frozen hell leaped into the seething pool of blood, the intense heat turning their skin a bright crimson. This was warmth, a sensation they had not felt in years amidst the icy torment. Yet, this was not the time for indulgence. Exchanging glances, their expressions turned grave, their hands submerged in the blood, striking unusual poses. Waterheart. Oceanic shoulder throw. Their eyes ablaze with madness. They shouted in unison as they hurled the massive tide of blood into the air, which spiraled into a colossal stream aimed directly at Magellan. Damn it, what are these prisoners up to? Streams of venomous dragons surged forth from Magellan to intercept the blood tide. Boom. The venomous dragons were instantly dispersed by the torrent, crashing into Magellan and washing away a significant portion of his toxic fluid. His venom gone. Damn it. These prisoners have inadvertently uncovered his weakness. Now's our chance. Ferdinand roared, his visage twisted with rage. They must seize this moment to eliminate Magellan. The prisoners' expressions grew frenzied. They had to escape. They must. Mad Demon. Dominant Nation. Gunwave. Torrential Rain. North Star's Blade Mastery. Gale Slash. Heavy Gale Strike. Countless attacks erupted from the prisoners. Howling in desperation, as long as Magellan lived, they would never see the light of day. Could Magellan really be unable to withstand this? Hannibal's expression tightened. If even Magellan could not endure the onslaught from these inmates, who could they rely on and impel down? The warden and guards also wore worried expressions. Could the world's largest prison be breached today? Boom, boom, boom. The attacks shattered the ground beneath Magellan, the frigid winds of frozen hell gusting upward. As the inferno of hell had long since lost its scorching heat. As the white mist dissipated, a blood-red wall emerged before their eyes. Magellan's figure emerged from beneath the crimson ramparts, his expression twisted in fury. He was genuinely enraged. The blood-red venom oozed continuously from his body, coalescing into a massive skeletal giant, its size nearly grazing the ceiling. All guards, commence retreat. His voice was chillingly cold. Initially, he had contemplated granting these inmates attempting to escape from prison another chance at incarceration. However, it now seemed unnecessary. Let them all perish. Hannibal finally felt a sense of relief. As long as Magellan remained, Pendleton would forever be an impregnable fortress. He understood Magellan's intent and began to organize the guards to retreat to the upper level of the infernal realm. The colossal poison, the judgment of hell. Are the fugitives ready to face the reckoning of the abyss? Viscous, crimson venom dripped onto the ground, releasing an even more potent white smoke accompanied by a nauseating hissing sound. The air was thick with his blood-red toxic fumes, enveloping the scorching hell. Ensuring that no one could survive, Claw utilized his haki to seal his mouth and nose, beginning his search for Mr. One's silhouette. This unfortunate child encountered such a predicament on his very first day in prison. One cannot help but ponder whether it is a stroke of misfortune or a twist of fate. The guards of the Inferno prison have all retreated, leaving only Magellan to confront a multitude of fugitives from the frigid hell. The original inmates of the Inferno prison have dwindled to but a few. First hunted down by Minotaurus and subsequently caught in a fierce exchange of skills between Magellan and the escapees. Their plight is truly lamentable. Crawley searched for a considerable time before finally spotting Mr. One. Observing Mr. One's frantic attempts to evade attacks and seek refuge, he couldn't help but lament the cruel twist of fate. In an instant, he moved beside Mr. One and, before the latter could react, delivered a powerful kick that sent him tumbling toward the entrance leading from the frigid hell to the scorching hell. Consequently, Mr. One plummeted into the frigid hell, elevating his status, for the inmates of the frigid hell were of a higher echelon than those in the scorching hell. However, Crawley acted with Mr. One's best interests at heart. The impending battle between Magellan and the fugitives would undoubtedly obliterate the entire scorching hell, and remaining there would spell certain doom. Pufferfish. A series of crimson venomous spheres erupted from the mouth of the skeletal giant, targeting the fugitives skilled in fishman karate, who were submerged in the blood pool. The water currents presented a significant challenge to Magellan, necessitating the swift elimination of these foes. Ferdinand and Ingram anticipated his intentions and fiercely intercepted the venomous spheres with powerful strikes. They were all in the same boat, and mutual assistance was imperative. Having recognized the water's detrimental effect on Magellan, they could not allow him to confront the fugitives wielding the powers of fishman karate alone. Water Heart. Oceanic Suplex. The fugitives in the blood pool, now aware of their targeting, refused to remain passive and unleashed a massive torrent of blood toward Magellan. In response, Magellan summoned a wave of crimson venom that surged from his body, transferring along the skeletal giant to coalesce in his right hand, forming a colossal venomous shield. With a swift motion, the venom shield solidified into a formidable venom block shield. Venom block. The skeletal giant raised the shield to meet the oncoming torrent of blood, effectively rebounding it. Yet, it was not merely a simple rebound. As it returned, Magellan infused it with his own venom. The blood torrent cascaded back into the pool, directly dousing those submerged within. What is this? Beasts! Beasts! The fugitives in the blood pool clutched their faces, wailing in agony as the scarlet toxins rapidly spread across their bodies, engulfing them in an instant. The horrific venom corroded their forms, the temperature rising to levels surpassing that of the scalding blood pool. In that moment, all they yearned for was to return to the once refreshing frigid hell. As the venom coursed through their bodies, they succumbed to unconsciousness, their awareness fading as they sank to the bottom of the blood pool. Damn it! Ferdinand exclaimed in fury. The few who had acquired Fishman karate were now lost. They had forfeited a crucial advantage against Magellan. May you all perish. Venom Dragon. Magellan's visage twisted in rage. These individuals had disrupted the order of Impel Down, an unforgivable offense. Numerous serpentine tendrils of crimson venom coalesced around the skeletal giant, lunging menacingly toward the fugitives. The fugitives employed every means at their disposal to resist. However, the blood-red venomous dragon was on an entirely different level compared to the previous purple one. While they could still manage to touch the purple venom using their armed haki, the blood-red toxin was impervious even to that. Their armed haki was far too feeble. Venomous Dragon Rain. The heads of the blood-red dragon swarm arched back, expelling vast torrents of venom, which cascaded from the heavens, transforming into a deluge of sanguine rain. Venomous Dragon Bullets. The dragons altered their assault, launching sphere after sphere of venom toward the fleeing criminals. They were utterly incapable of enduring such a relentless onslaught. The blood-drenched rain was inescapable, and the venomous bullets lurked ominously. Their only recourse was to withstand the assault with their armed haki. Ah, I am finished. Save me. Save me. Beasts. Magellan, may you meet a wretched end. I will never forgive you, Magellan, even in death. One by one, the fugitives fell, succumbing to their fates. Observing this scene, Magellan could not suppress a knowing smile. Did they dare to attempt a prison break without consulting him? They wished to tarnish his reputation. Absolutely not. Ultimately, only 3 remained: Ferdinand, Ingram, and a swordsman who had acquired the power of the North Star one-sword style. The trio stood shoulder to shoulder, their armed haki enveloping them as they braved the relentless blood rain, their weapons cleaving through the venomous bullets. We cannot persist in this manner. Let us join forces, Ingram declared with grave determination. The other 2 gritted their teeth and nodded in agreement. If this continued, Magellan would slowly wear them down to nothing. Ingram moved, his sword in hand, instantly appearing before Magellan, the blade radiating a fierce crimson light as colossal power surged forth. 1,000-ton sword technique. Demon descends. The essence of the sword erupted forth like a fountain, the red sword light coalescing in mid-air into the form of a massive demon, which wielded a sword and charged towards the skeletal giant. Giant's venom sword. Magellan bellowed, as the skeletal giant's other hand twisted with venom, gradually forming a colossal sword of venom, solidifying into a massive block of blood-red toxin. With armed haki applied, it swung towards the demon. The 2 colossal swords collided, an overwhelming force causing the very ground of the searing hell to tremble. Tiles were uprooted, and the blood pool shattered, scalding blood cascading down to the frigid depths below, melting vast expanses of snow. Mad Blade. Dominance of nations. On the other side, Ferdinand would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. As a pirate, he felt no remorse for ambushing others. While Magellan and Ingram engaged in a fierce confrontation, Ferdinand unleashed a tremendous wave of sword light directed at Magellan from behind. However, Magellan's observation haki had already sensed the impending danger. The left hand of the skeletal giant abruptly elongated, and the massive poisonous shield it wielded, imbued with armament haki, effectively blocked the formidable wave of sword light. For a moment, the confrontation between the 2 seemed evenly matched against one. Ferdinand and Ingram exchanged glances, each hoping the other would capitalize on the moment to sever Magellan's head, as the swordsmanship he had acquired from the North Star one-sword style was indeed formidable. Yet, to their astonishment, that scoundrel did not seize the chance to strike at Magellan. Instead, he used his sword energy to create a large hole in the ceiling and, stepping lightly with moonwalk, ascended into the air. This wretched fellow appeared intent on abandoning their fates and making his escape. A manic smile adorned his face. What a pretentious pirate he was, opting to flee rather than engage Magellan in a life-or-death struggle. As he neared the opening on the next floor, poised to escape to the upper realm of the hunger hell, he thought, without Magellan, who could possibly stop him in this vast prison? You dare. Magellan roared in fury, knowing that if this scoundrel ascended, his subordinates would be in grave danger. I dare indeed. What can you do about it? The escaping rogue retorted with a sneer. Just as one of his hands was about to grasp the opening, A heavy foot landed squarely on his face. With a thud, he plummeted into a seething pool of blood. Crawley, gliding with the grace of a moonwalk, cast a disdainful glance at the individual submerged in the crimson pool, curling his lip in contempt. To lend the North Star sword style to such a tasteless wretch was indeed a travesty. What manner of navy is this? Ferdinand and Ingram were both taken aback, having completely overlooked the presence of this individual. Magellan felt a wave of relief wash over him, initially perplexed by the Navy's presence. He now recognized its significance. Without him, Pelton would have faced dire peril. Once more, crimson venomous dragons surged forth from the skeletal giant, lunging toward the adversaries before him. The two hastily evaded, no longer daring to rely on chance. The North Star sword-style practitioner had proven unreliable, leaving only their combined strength to confront Magellan. "Who are you?" The unfortunate soul, struggling to rise from the blood pool, glared at the Navy who had dared to tread upon his face, an affront unforgivable. "Me? I am but a mere rear admiral," Crawley replied, landing gracefully on the ground, a playful glint in his eye. A rear admiral. Fury ignited within him. Prior to his incarceration, he had never regarded a rear admiral with any measure of respect, having only ever engaged with elite vice admirals. How absurd it was that he, of all people, had been trampled by a rear admiral. Cherry Blossom, Dance of the Divine. With a swift motion, he leaped from the blood pool into the air, his longsword swirling as petals of cherry blossom sword energy cascaded toward Crawley. Crawley curled the corners of his mouth, employing the techniques of the protagonist against the protagonist himself. Due to the damage sustained by the famed blade issue, Crawley was left with no choice but to seize a standard longsword from the ground. A layer of black enveloped it as he narrowed his eyes. No one in this world was likely more acquainted with the essence of the cherry blossom sword chi than he. With a deft flick of the sword, he unleashed the cherry blossom sword chi, causing petals of sword energy to scatter in all directions. Yet, Crawley remained composed, standing immobile, untouched by any of the splintered sword energies. How could this be? The wielder of the sword gasped, questioning whether this Navy officer was truly a major. Clenching his teeth, he raised his long sword defiantly, refusing to believe that after being confined for so long, he could not contend with a mere Navy major. North Star One Sword Style. Great Wind Slash. The long sword stirred a tempest, its sharp energy swirling in a spiral, entwining with the searing flames of the inferno below, coalescing into a colossal fiery tornado. Crawley shook his head at the scene before him, pondering how effective this tactic would have been against Magellan. Given that Venom was most fearful of fire, even in their escape, they could not unite their efforts. It was no wonder they had been imprisoned for so long. He positioned his long sword diagonally in front of him, the blade reflecting the luminous glow of the fiery tornado, creating dazzling diamond-shaped flashes. With a swift motion, he surged forward, piercing straight through the blazing vortex, the brilliance of his sword blindingly radiant. Aurora Slash. The brilliant sword energy cleaved through the body of the selfish individual who sought to escape alone. Wide-eyed, he fixated on Crawley, kneeling in defeat as blood gushed forth. This was indeed the profound sword technique of the North Star One Sword Style. In his final moments, he finally deduced Crawley's true identity. Perhaps there had never been a demon god, merely a malevolent being who treated them as mere pawns for his twisted amusement. Seeing this man fall, Magellan felt a sense of relief, though he was equally astonished by Crawley's strength. He never anticipated that a mere rear admiral would possess such formidable power. Ferdinand and Ingram now teetered on the brink of defeat. Even if they acquired Crawley's strength, they could not hope to catch up to Magellan's might. To resist the venomous onslaught, the two exerted every ounce of their strength. Their Busashoka haki was nearly depleted, leaving them trapped with no retreat. Even if they wished to surrender now, Magellan would undoubtedly reject their pleas. It was their final gambit. The two stood side by side, gasping heavily for breath, realizing that their attempt to escape had been a grave miscalculation. They had failed to recognize the vast chasm between themselves and Magellan. Exchanging a knowing glance, they understood that both were resigned to their fate. Death was the only outcome, but at least it would be in pursuit of freedom, a worthy demise. Otherwise, to perish frozen in the icy depths of hell would be an eternal source of regret. Magellan, however, had no interest in their lofty ideals of righteousness and beauty. He only knew that those who dared to escape impelled down must face the consequences. To attempt an escape was to pay the price. Their presence had merged the scorching hell with the frigid abyss, causing a catastrophic breach between the two realms. The delicate balance had been irrevocably shattered, and restoring it would require an unimaginable amount of manpower, resources, and wealth. All of this fueled Magellan's fury. Hell's Venom Dragon Sword. The venomous dragon coiled around the giant venomous sword held by the skeletal giant warrior, its two dragon heads gaping wide, viciously biting the sword's tip. The toxic liquid swelled, and the immense size of the twin dragon venom sword surpassed that of the skeletal giant. It appeared as if the skeletal giant were but a child wielding a colossal sword. An utterly ludicrous sight. Magellan's face flushed crimson as he exerted all his strength to command the skeletal giant to hurl the twin dragon venom sword. The roar of the dragons echoed, their wings unfurling as they propelled the massive venomous sword towards the two individuals with ferocity. They exchanged a glance, their crimson auras merging seamlessly, a sword and a dagger converging in midair, a perfect union of blade and edge, invincible in the realm. The Demon Kingdom. The resplendent figure of the crimson demon god materialized once more, its sword intent cleaving through the sea of flames and blood, summoning the chilling winds from the abyss below. The demon god raised its dual claws, stacking them atop one another, shimmering with a pulsating halo that, upon closer inspection, resembled the shape of a kingdom. Upon its palm lay the Demon Kingdom. The demon god lifted the pulsating halo and struck down heavily upon the twin dragon venom sword. Boom! In an instant, venom scattered, and the force of the strike splashed everywhere, extinguishing the entire sea of flames, while the blood within the blood pool surged violently, shattering large sections of the floor tiles, revealing the visage of the frigid hell beneath. In the icy depths of hell, Mr. One looked up, witnessing the standoff between the demon god and the dragon sword. Frozen in place, allowing the cold winds to whip around him, his heart tumultuous with unending emotions. What a spectacle of divine confrontation. Bang! The demon kingdom shattered, and the two venomous dragons unfurled their wings. Detaching from the venomous sword and coiling around the body of the demon god, the massive sword plunging forth. The demon god dissipated. Venom cascaded down like a tumultuous wave, crashing upon the two, who struggled amidst the surging tides of toxic liquid. One venomous dragon, rising and falling within the waves, ultimately lunged towards Ingram. Ingram's eyes rolled back, his armament color hockey faltering as the venom spread throughout his body, drowning him within the monstrous wave of poison. The mad swordmaster Ingram perished. Ferdinand gazed at his rival's body being engulfed by the venomous tide, his eyes reddening with grief. His longtime adversary and friend had met his end here. Overwhelmed by sorrow and rage, he grasped his great sword and strode forward, ready to strike Magellan with all his might. He too was doomed. But he must ensure that the one who had slain his friend, Magellan, paid the price, by any means necessary. Ferdinand's face contorted with fury. His hand gripping the sword trembled uncontrollably. A cornered beast. Magellan cast a disdainful glance at him, flicking his fingers, sending a venomous dragon crashing into Ferdinand, propelling him away. With that, he finally resolved to deal with those wretched escapees, allowing himself a moment of relief. Magellan regarded Ferdinand, contemplating how to dispatch this audacious ant before concluding his task. Crowley gazed at Ferdinand, who was struggling to rise from the ground, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. He was far from finished with his game, and it seemed that Magellan had yet to unleash his true power. "Let me push you a little further," he mused, channeling the essence of the steel balloon and the transformation of the ape demon into Ferdinand. With the resilience granted by the steel balloon, Ferdinand would surely withstand the formidable force of the ape demon transformation, preventing his body from succumbing to the strain. "Come forth. Show me your strength." "This is a transformation even I have yet to employ," Crowley remarked, his gaze lingering on Ferdinand with a sense of intrigue. Ferdinand felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Could it be that presence from the depths of the frozen hell that bestowed strength upon the condemned? The ferocious energy caused his eyes to bulge with blood and his entire body trembled uncontrollably, as if his mind were on the brink of explosion from the simplicity of the information flooding in. "You shall perish, you wasteful cur," Magellan commanded. Approaching with the skeletal giant, looking down upon Ferdinand with an air of indifference, a blood-red venomous dragon erupting from his back to strike. "You shall not speak to me in such a manner." Ferdinand stood tall, a brutal roar escaping him, his fist glowing fiercely with crimson light, obliterating the venomous dragon with a single blow. Slowly raising his head, his scarlet eyes fixed intently upon Magellan. The latter felt a shiver run down his spine under Ferdinand's gaze, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. It was bewildering that this creature, once rendered incapable of standing, now erupted with power, shattering his venomous dragon with a single punch. Had he been possessed by a demon? "Regardless of your monstrous form, perish." The skeletal giant raised its colossal venomous fist, aiming a strike at Ferdinand. With a laugh, Ferdinand's muscles swelled, his form expanding, hair sprouting forth, and fangs protruding gradually. He surged to a height of 10 meters, his dark, tower-like muscles rippling, ink-black patterns coiling across his torso. Ape Demon Transformation. Transformed into the Ape Demon. Ferdinand stood equal to Magellan's skeletal giant. The giant's venomous fist collided with his ebony muscles, crimson venom coursing over him, hissing ominously. Yet, Ferdinand remained unfazed. Unleashing his massive fists upon the skeletal giant, creating a vast cavity in its body, the venom unable to fill the void. But this was merely the beginning. The ape demon continued its assault upon the skeletal giant, riddling its form with gaping holes, the crimson venom splattering across the searing hellscape. What once was a blood pool now transformed into a venomous lagoon. Magellan, momentarily stunned, had intended to summon the venomous dragon for a counterattack. But the depletion of venom rendered him incapable. The ape demon seized the bewildered Magellan in its grasp, baring its fangs as if intending to deliver him to its own maw. Observing this scene, Crowley furrowed his brow, while Ferdinand appeared to have lost all awareness, descending into a frenzied state akin to that of the Minotaur before him, utterly bereft of self-control. Otherwise, at this moment, he could have effortlessly crushed Magellan with a mere flick of his armed haki, yet he refrained. With a swift motion, Magellan transformed into a torrent of venom, slipping from the grip of the ape demon and cascading to the ground. In that fleeting instant, even Magellan felt a shiver of dread, as if he had wandered at the threshold of the underworld. Standing amidst the pool of venom, he concentrated his thoughts, causing the toxin to bubble and churn. Once more, torrents of venom surged forth from his being, mingling with the liquid below, creating a veritable ocean of poison that rolled and heaved incessantly. Crowley found himself without a foothold, forced to suspend himself on the wall to witness this extraordinary battle. The ocean of venom surged up to the shins of the ape demon, amidst the cacophony of dragon roars, as venomous dragons writhed within. With a mere gesture from Magellan, dozens of venomous dragons soared from the toxic sea, entwining around the ape demon. Yet, with a powerful struggle, the dragons reverted to venom, cascading back into the ocean. Damn it, is this creature an ancient species? Its strength is unfathomable. Magellan's expression darkened. He had realized that Ferdinand, transformed into the ape demon, was impervious to his potent toxins, a notion beyond comprehension. How could a body devoid of haki withstand his venom? Was this a jest? But Ferdinand indeed achieved this feat, utilizing the resilience of a steel balloon combined with the ape demon's formidable defense, rendering him nearly immune to all toxins as long as he did not ingest the venom. The ape demon advanced towards Magellan, pounding its chest with its fists, emitting a thunderous roar. As Magellan conjured waves from the ocean of venom to impede its approach, he pondered his strategy. He had never encountered an adversary unafraid of his toxins. Typically, he would overpower his foes with his overwhelming venom. How could he navigate this predicament? Grinding his teeth, Magellan assessed the sheer power of the colossal beast before him. If it were to seek the destruction of the underwater prison, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. He had to stop it. With a thought, the ocean of venom echoed with the wails of vengeful spirits as massive skeletons emerged, not formed of mere venom, but of solidified blocks of venom, creating formidable skeletal figures. Each skeleton stood 2 to 3 meters tall, wielding an array of sharp weapons. Magellan infused them with haki, and one by one, they clambered onto the ape demon, delivering heavy strikes. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated. Yet the skeletal army could not breach the ape demon's defenses. Magellan's expression turned awkward. He truly was not adept at breaking defenses. The ape demon, noticing the skeletal army's antics upon its body, erupted in rage, leaping and thrashing, causing the ocean of venom to roil violently. At that moment, Magellan scratched the back of his head. Though this creature had indeed grown stronger, it seemed its intellect had waned. He recalled how the ape demon had previously sought to consume him rather than crush him with haki. An idea formed in his mind as Crowley observed his expression, revealing a hint of disappointment. Had its weakness finally been uncovered? Crowley could not fathom why, despite endowing Ferdinand with an extraordinary physique to withstand the formidable energy shocks. He remained unable to resist the influence of the ape demon, ultimately falling under its control. Could this predicament be tied to one's intrinsic nature? Furthermore, Crowley had not witnessed the ape demon employing the skill of escape. This was truly disheartening. Magellan's thoughts began to crystallize. Though the colossal ape possessed tremendous strength and an impenetrable defense that even his potent toxins could not erode, it was rather lacking in intellect. Its transformation had triggered a berserk mode, overwhelming Ferdinand's reason with chaotic energy. Yet, this proved fortuitous. Otherwise, the day would have ended disastrously for Pelton. He exhaled in relief, manipulating the toxic ocean beneath him. The surging waves of the toxic sea entwined the movements of the ape demon, restraining its power through a clever use of leverage, as Magellan sought to prevent further devastation to the searing inferno. However, this was not his ultimate aim. The roiling venom coalesced into serpentine forms, ensnaring the ape demon once more, but this time, Magellan did not intend to corrode the creature's skin with his toxins. The ape demon thrashed as the venomous serpents ascended, aiming for its head, and it, too, retaliated, baring its fangs and lunging at the serpents. Observing this spectacle, Magellan felt a surge of delight. He had been pondering how to coax the creature into opening its mouth, yet it had foolishly lunged at the venomous serpent. In a swift motion, the serpent offered no resistance, instead facilitating its own entry into the ape demon's maw. The creature gulped down the toxic liquid, oblivious to the nature of the substance it had consumed. The vast quantities of venom began to take effect within the ape demon's body, relentlessly eroding its internal organs. The steel-like exterior was merely a facade. Its innards remained vulnerable and could not withstand Magellan's lethal toxins. The ape demon emitted a series of hissing sounds from its grotesque mouth. Crimson streaks began to manifest across its skin, a testament to the rampant spread of the toxins within. With a thunderous roar, it released a cry not of rage, but of agonizing despair. Even a beast of such ferocity could not endure the searing pain within, as its insides were ravaged, causing blood to spew forth from its maw. Magellan, witnessing this scene, could not suppress a triumphant smile. He was on the verge of vanquishing this foe. With a mere thought, a tidal wave of venom converged upon the ape demon, creeping up its form like tendrils, coalescing into a sphere that engulfed it entirely. The blood-red orb of toxin mingled with the demon's own blood, as Magellan intended to suffocate it to death, an execution by poison. This was retribution. The primate demon struggled incessantly at this critical juncture between life and death. He unleashed an extraordinarily potent aura. A dark crimson energy surged forth, and wave-like attacks emanated from his hands, crashing in all directions. This is the Spear of Elbaf. A glimmer sparked in Crowley's eyes. The primate demon, bereft of Ferdinand's consciousness, had surprisingly harnessed the power of the Elbaf spear. Boom. The undulating energy pierced through the ball of venom and shot forth with tremendous force. Magellan was caught off guard, unprepared for the adversary's capability of ranged attack, and momentarily found himself at a loss. Clang, clang, clang. The wave-like energy struck the infernal iron wall, creating fissures that began to spread, allowing a trickle of seawater to seep through. How could this be? That wall was reinforced with sea prism stone. Magellan was taken aback. Should seawater flood into this underwater prison, it would spell disaster. In a flurry of panic, he hastily manipulated his venom to seal the fissures, solidifying it into blocks to effectively obstruct the breaches. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the venomous sphere, the primate demon continued to bombard with wave-like energy, indifferent to direction, merely intent on the onslaught. Magellan's eyes widened in disbelief. This creature still possessed the strength to persist in such a manner. The infernal iron wall bore the brunt of his relentless assault, countless cracks emerging as seawater gradually infiltrated. Helpless, Magellan resorted to fortifying the minuscule gaps with solidified venom. Prepared for the worst, he had cloaked all the walls in layers of venomous blocks. Breathing heavily, his complexion pale, he felt the toll of overexertion weighing down upon him. If this creature did not perish soon, the moment he succumbed and his powers waned would herald the demise of the underwater prison. Crowley was secretly astonished. This ape demon managed to endure the potent venom of Magellan for such an extended period, a venom that had infiltrated from within his own body. After unleashing one final, earth-shattering roar, the ape demon's form gradually diminished, its body sinking into the toxic fluid. Feeling Ferdinand's soul merging within him, Crowley shook his head, realizing that employing the ape demon against Magellan was not a prudent strategy. Should the demon have been in a state of awareness, it would have been impossible for him to contend with its formidable prowess. Crowley absorbed the essence of the soul, a wave of refreshing energy coursing through his being, penetrating directly into his spirit. He opened his attribute panel to assess the gains he acquired during his endeavors in Impel Down. Name: Crowley Rommel Fruit. Superhuman type: Gift Fruit. Awakening 30. Combat power: 50,000 Swordsmanship. Advanced Navy Basic Swordsmanship. Essence of the 1,000 Tons Sword Technique. Essence of the North Star 1 Sword Style. Advanced Frenzied Sword Technique. Advanced Dominant Blade Technique. Physical Techniques. Super Advanced Navy 6 Styles. Advanced Fishman Karate. Elbaf spear hockey, super advanced armament hockey, intermediate observation hockey physique, steel balloon other, mastery of weapon techniques, underwater breathing beast transformations. 1. Tiger demon transformation, accompanying skill, sonic wave attack. 2. Bull demon transformation, accompanying skill, devour all. 3. Ape demon transformation, accompanying skill, golden cicada shed its shell. Crawley gazed at his attribute panel, clicking his tongue in astonishment. His spiritual power had surged to an impressive 50,000, accompanied by the acquisition of several skills. Not only had his armament hockey ascended to an extraordinary tier, but he had also finally mastered observation hockey, which brought him immense joy. The earlier one grasped such a foresight skill, the better it was. Furthermore, the seemingly trivial weapon mastery skill had surprisingly reached the level of profound mastery, though Crawley remained uncertain of its utility. Magellan retracted all the venom into his own body, save for the poisonous liquid clinging to the walls, which remained in place. However, the dismal visage of the inferno of heat was now evident. The ground was marred with numerous craters, and several gaping holes had formed in the flooring, allowing the frigid air from the inferno of ice to seep in, diminishing the oppressive heat. The blood pools and seas of fire were nowhere to be seen. The cells that once held the prisoners had been reduced to mere scraps of iron, with lifeless bodies strewn across the ground in gruesome clusters. Witnessing this scene, Magellan's expression darkened ominously. The inferno of heat was in ruins. It would be at least a year and a half before he could even contemplate imprisoning any new inmates. With a sharp sound, he expressed his dismay. Crawley leaped down from the ceiling and approached Magellan, softly stating, "I am Rear Admiral Crawley Rommel, tasked with escorting Crocodile." He felt compelled to clarify his identity. Otherwise, after observing for so long, his silence might lead others to suspect him as the perpetrator. However, he indeed was. Magellan nodded, attempting to display a semblance of composure, yet after several attempts, his face remained rigid and unyielding, prompting him to abandon the effort. He remarked, "Thanks to you just now. Otherwise, Pelton's reputation would have been at stake." Crawley understood that he was referring to the earlier incident involving that despicable individual who had attempted to escape after acquiring the Northern Star swordsmanship. Nodding in acknowledgement, he surveyed his surroundings and furrowed his brow as he remarked, "The losses incurred by Pendleton are indeed substantial this time. It remains a mystery how those inmates managed to ascend from below. Indeed, the layer of the scorching hell has been utterly obliterated. The jailbreak is certainly suspicious. Their source of power is peculiar, as if they have suddenly gained immense strength. A thorough investigation is imperative." Crawley, maintaining an unruffled demeanor, nodded slightly. He could no longer engage with Magellan. If their conversation continued, it might unravel, and that would be disastrous. After exchanging a few more words, he swiftly concocted an excuse to depart the underwater prison, leaving behind the mess for Magellan to grapple with. He felt no pangs of guilt, after all. These were mere dying inmates, and forming a soul contract with him, offering their powers upon demise, was the best fate they could hope for. As for the guards who perished in the prison riot, Crawley could only extend a fleeting apology. Yet, did anyone truly escape during this upheaval? He had not glimpsed the figure of a naked man transformed into a minotaur on the ground. Was he really destined for the naval headquarters? Akin inquired, glancing at Crawley, who reclined on a chaise. "What's the matter? Are you afraid?" Crawley opened one eye and shot him a sidelong glance. "Fear is not the issue. I am part of the Navy now." He scratched the back of his head, reflecting that in his current guise, the Navy would scarcely recognize him as the notorious ghoul Akin. He had never dared to imagine he would one day find himself at Marine headquarters in Marineford. The distance from the underwater prison to Marineford was not particularly great. Passing through a gate of justice would lead him there. The sailors docked their vessels, instructing Akin and the others to await on the warship, while Crawley set foot on the long unvisited land of Marineford. He could scarcely recall how much time he had spent on this island, having ventured out not long ago, only to return again. He had yet to fully indulge in his time outside. He made his way directly to the office of the Fleet Admiral, determined to complete his mission and hastily depart. He had no energy to tackle the intricate tasks assigned by headquarters. Many sailors traversed Marineford, greeting Crawley with familiarity. The name Crawley Rommel resonated loudly within the headquarters. The Navy's reputation was conferred from the outside, yet the moniker Sunshine Devil was bestowed by his own comrades, who were well aware of the malevolent heart concealed beneath his smiling facade. The irony was that even when speaking to other female sailors, they remained incredulous. "Oh, look who's back, my dear brother." Crawley initially sought a swift escape from the atmosphere of Marinford, which he found quite unappealing. lacking the liberating essence of the open sea. Suddenly, a delicate hand rested upon his shoulder. The alluring voice compelled him to halt, without turning. He instantly recognized the owner of that hand. A broad smile illuminated his face as he slowly pivoted to face a woman adorned with flowing black hair. "Sister Guion, I have returned," he declared with a grin, embracing her gently. The woman he affectionately referred to as sister was none other than the current Vice Admiral of the Navy, Peach Rabbit. She affectionately ruffled Crawley's hair, her smile radiating warmth. "Have you encountered any danger during your time away?" "Not at all. Your brother is quite formidable," Crawley replied, releasing her and showcasing his biceps with pride. Upon witnessing this, Peach Rabbit playfully pinched his arm, her eyes twinkling with delight as she tugged at his cheek. "I'm just glad to hear that. Sister worries you might have been bullied out there." "I am no longer a child, sister," Crawley protested, gently removing her hand from his face, his tone slightly petulant. "The Admiral is looking for me. I must take my leave now." However, Peach Rabbit retained his hand, her smile unwavering. "What's the matter, dear brother? Just one more hug?" "All right, I can't resist you, sister," Crawley sighed, yielding to her request and enveloping her in a warm embrace once more. Leaning against his shoulder, Peach Rabbit closed her eyes, a deeper smile gracing her lips. "Hey, what are you two up to? You little rascal, release my hand." A voice, steeped in indignation, abruptly shattered the moment. Startled, Peach Rabbit opened her eyes, her brows furrowing in displeasure as she wondered who dared to interrupt their precious time together. Crowley turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, and there he saw a man clad in earthy yellow attire rushing towards them, cursing under his breath, his eyes ablaze with fury. He released his grip, and Peach Rabbit glanced over, unable to suppress a slight pout. It was that scoundrel, Kikichi again. The newcomer was none other than Peach Rabbit's devoted admirer, the equally ambitious T-Pig, a candidate for the general's position. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth and his hands clasped behind his back, he glared at Crowley with evident displeasure, exclaiming, "Crowley, how is it that you returned so swiftly? Did you complete your mission already?" His tone was far from cordial. Crowley's return had sent his hopes for Peach Rabbit's affections spiraling away, leaving him at a loss as to how to win her back. "Hey, Kikichi, what kind of way is that to speak?" Peach Rabbit admonished, hands on her hips, her eyes blazing with indignation. The moment T-Pig caught sight of her expression, he immediately softened, his countenance losing its harshness, though the glimmer of jealousy still flickered in his eyes. Why was he subjected to such treatment? All of this was thanks to that dandy. Crowley smiled innocently at him. This matter truly had nothing to do with him. It was common knowledge throughout the department that his striking looks attracted women, so why was he being criticized? It was not his fault. It was merely a gift from the heavens. "Crowley, come, let us practice. I wish to see if your skills have improved for this mission," Jabuta said, raising his hand. Although he felt inferior in terms of appearance, he possessed ample confidence in his abilities. "Since you dared to pursue what is his, do not blame him for being ungracious." A glimmer of determination sparkled in Chibuta's eyes. He was resolute in reclaiming his honor today, else he would feel unsatisfied. "Is that so?" Crowley's expression remained unchanged. Long ago, they had engaged in numerous contests over this very issue, but he had always met with crushing defeat. The disparity in their strengths was simply too great. However, after each match, Chibuta had observed that due to Crowley's dismal losses, Tauta would take even greater care of him. Consequently, Chibuta had refrained from challenging Crowley again. Was he truly instigating a battle once more? He was no longer the weakling he used to be. Tauta immediately intervened, positioning herself in front of Crowley with a frown. "Chibuta, not this again. Your brother has tasks to discuss with the Grand Marshal." Chibuta could not discern Crowley's expression, but he raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with disdain. "What's the matter, Crowley? Are you afraid?" The impetuous Crowley could not tolerate such remarks. After all, he was still a young man filled with vigor, and Chibuta had long since understood the thoughts of these younger generations. "Very well," Crowley replied with a smile. "Indeed." A smirk crept across Chibuta's lips. The bait had been taken. "Watch how I bring you down, causing you to lose face before Tauta," he thought gleefully. Upon hearing Crowley's words, Tauta turned away, looking at him with disapproval. "Silly brother, what are you doing? You know Chibuta's strength all too well." Crowley gazed into her eyes and earnestly declared, "Sister, I will prevail. Trust me." Observing his serious demeanor, Peach Bunny nodded slightly. What more could she say? Should she undermine a young man's confidence? Resolutely, she decided that if T-Pig dared to exert excessive force afterward, she would ensure he faced the consequences. "Come, let us embrace once more, to provoke him," Peach Bunny extended her hand to Crowley, offering a faint smile. Indeed, Crowley eagerly embraced her, then, with a hint of pride, raised an eyebrow at the standing T-Pig, silently taunting, "Look at this. A woman you cannot have is willingly in my arms. How does that feel? Go for it." "Little brother," Peach Bunny murmured, her lips slightly parted. T-Pig's face flushed crimson. He had removed his hat, gripping it tightly, his eyes blazing with fury. How dare this little imp display such audacity? "Sister, may I borrow Jambira?" Peach Bunny handed her sword to Crowley, hoping to lend her brother some support. She stepped aside, observing the standoff between the two. T-Pig, seeing Crowley wielding Peach Bunny's sword, felt a surge of jealousy. This lad was undoubtedly intent on provoking him further. Crowley drew forth the exquisite Jambira, lifting it in his hand to admire, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Truly, it is one of the unparalleled supreme blades. Merely holding it evokes a distinct sensation. He resolved to acquire one for himself. "Come on." With a swift movement, Chachuan teleported directly before him. A fist enveloped in the armor of Hawkeye crashing fiercely toward his face. It was that accursed visage. Clang. Crowley raised the golden vajra, effortlessly deflecting the punch. However, his expression was far from pleasant. It was not merely the magnitude of Chaban's strength that troubled him, but the fact that this individual had the audacity to aim directly for his face. What bitterness must he harbor? Is it not common sense to avoid striking the face? Chaban's fist trembled slightly, unable to advance any further, as a tempest of emotion surged within him. How could this young man's strength be so formidable? Crowley let out a cold snort, wielding his golden blade to cast his opponent aside. He had initially intended to afford some semblance of respect, but upon facing such a heavy-handed approach, he could no longer hold back. His gaze was devoid of warmth. With a swift motion, Crowley vanished from his position, raising the golden blade high before executing a rapid strike. The speed of the sword was astonishing, leaving a multitude of afterimages in its wake, each a manifestation of lethal sword energy. The frenzied demon sword. Cha Tun's expression turned grave. Even without mastery of swordsmanship, he could discern the exceptional skill exhibited by Crowley. His previously narrowed eyes widened in realization as his somewhat portly frame darted amidst the flurry of sword shadows. Those who could not evade were met with iron fists that shattered like glass. Despite his usually lackadaisical demeanor, reminiscent of the lethargy of the yellow ape, he was a true powerhouse. Not just anyone could be a reserve general. With a forceful stomp, he unleashed a massive strike, akin to an earthen wall, propelling through the air. With a horizontal sweep of his long sword, Crowley unleashed a formidable aura, striking down with tremendous force against the wall. The dominant blade. Boom. Sparks flew in every direction, as the clash was evenly matched. Toharu, observing from the side, felt a flicker of hope followed by a shadow of despair. Indeed, her brother's swordsmanship had significantly improved, yet there remained a vast chasm to bridge in order to defeat Chibuta. "If this is all you can muster, you might as well concede," Chibuta scoffed. "Your true abilities remain untapped. Why should I reveal mine?" Crowley replied with a subtle smile, displaying no concern. "A sharp-tongued one. Are we?" Chibuta retorted, placing both hands on the ground, causing the tiles to bulge as soil rose beneath them. He was a nature-type user of the earth fruit, a power on par with the current 3 admirals, which explained his candidacy for the position of admiral. Fomboar. The soil coalesced into a massive wild boar, its elongated tusks gleaming with a menacing edge. "Is this your signature move?" Crowley raised his sword high, with a wave of his hand. Chibuta sent the colossal earthen boar charging towards him with thunderous steps. Standing his ground, Crowley remained unmoved, simply lifting his sword above his head. Black sword intent surged forth, its aura exploding in a display that enveloped even the golden temple in a shroud of darkness. This was not mere hockey, but a genuine sword momentum. Frenzied demon sword. The demon approaches. A giant shadow descended, wielding a sword identical to Crowley's. As Crowley swung down his sword, the shadow mirrored the action, bringing down its massive blade upon the charging boar. Swish. The earthen boar was cleaved in two, and the immense sword energy surged directly towards Chibuta. Momentarily stunned, Chibuta watched in disbelief as the sword light sliced through his fongboar, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. As the sword light approached, he finally reacted, spreading his black palms to grasp the colossal dark sword energy, compressing it into a shimmering flow. His expression was peculiar, devoid of jealousy or rage. Instead, it bore a hint of subdued admiration. Crowley's display of strength had earned his recognition. "I never expected this lad to advance so swiftly," Yet even this is insufficient. He remarked coolly, fixing his gaze on Crowley. "Please, enlighten me, Vice Admiral Chibuta," Crowley said with a smile and a respectful bow. Tohara was equally astonished. She had not anticipated her brother's swordsmanship to reach such heights following this mission. She recalled the time she had trained him when his skills barely grazed the surface, rendering him only a novice swordsman. Yet, this display was extraordinary. What had he truly experienced? Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding tiles have completely scattered, the soil rising in layers, transforming what was once a stone-paved ground into mere earth. A multitude of tusked boars begin to coalesce, encircling Crowley. The appearance of the T-boar has also undergone a profound change, where he once resembled a jovial old man. He now embodies a war deity, empowered by the very land. An armor of earth envelopes him, and a spear fashioned from soil materializes in his grasp. Its tip adorned with a pair of wild boar tusks, an imposing tusked spear. Peach Bunny gazes at Crowley with concern, fully aware that the T-boar is now earnest in his intentions. Crowley surveyed the surrounding terrain, his gaze fixing upon the menacing tusked boars glaring at him. He couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain, noting the utter lack of sophistication in their techniques. It was no wonder they were referred to as T-pigs. Just look at admirals like Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, each one surpasses him by leaps and bounds. Well, perhaps not by much. He raised his sword, poised to strike at the encroaching boars. Suddenly, two hands emerged from the earth, gripping Crowley's legs with a vice-like hold, rendering him immobile. The T-pig flashed a cunning smile, and with a flick of his spear, the tusked boars charged forward, hooves pounding as they barreled towards the trapped Crowley. Crowley let out a cold snort. Did they truly believe they could subdue him with such feeble means? A delusion indeed. With a swift motion, he positioned his long sword horizontally, pivoting around his body as the blade spun a full 360 degrees, delivering a devastating strike. The furious crimson sword aura surged forth with tremendous force. 1,000-pound sword. Joduan. With a sharp hiss, he cleaved through several charging tusked boars, reducing them to mere halves, their forms falling in parallel. T-pig curled the corner of his mouth. The earth fruit was not something that could be subdued solely by the sharpness of a sword's aura, even after being severed. The lifeless tusked boars continued their reckless charge towards Crowley. What difference did it make if they were split into countless pieces? Crowley furrowed his brow, discerning the predicament at hand. With a forceful effort, he broke free from the clutches of the earthen bindings encircling his legs. Sheathing his longsword, he brandished his fists, transforming the remaining half-dozen tusked boars into mere dust and debris upon the ground. Tusks of the earth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, the ground erupted with numerous earthen spears, each adorned with a pair of razor-sharp tusks. Crack. With a swift step, Crowley ascended into the sky using the moonwalk technique. Observing the thorn-laden terrain, he furrowed his brow, recognizing the troublesome nature of nature-type abilities. Chibuta resembled a geomancer, wielding techniques that were utterly ineffective against him with mere swordplay. What good was slicing through the soil when it was inherently soft? He needed to close the distance. His gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Chibuta's position. Propelling himself forward with the moonwalk, his fist enveloped in the armor of Haki. With a formidable power of 50,000, a single strike would spell doom for Chibuta. A wave of energy coalesced around his fist, resembling a meteor streaking across the heavens, a crimson light charging directly toward Chibuta. Chibuta narrowed his eyes, seemingly perceiving the immense force of the attack. Yet with his beloved watching nearby, he couldn't possibly lack the courage to face a junior's punch. Raising his tusked spear, he summoned a multitude of earth blocks that coalesced into a colossal spear resembling a giant pillar, crowned with the head of a fierce wild boar. The boar's gaping maw revealed its menacing fangs, with the spear's tip clenched firmly within its jaws. Empowered by Haki, Chibuta bellowed as he thrust the spear towards Crowley's fist. Titan's charge. Tusked boar spear. The clash of titanic forces erupted, producing a cacophony of sound as shockwaves surged through the air, stirring up a fierce wind. The intense battle drew countless marine soldiers to witness the thrilling confrontation between the notorious Crowley and the formidable Chibuta. However, despite the protective aura of Haki surrounding his spear, Chibuta felt the overwhelming force bearing down upon him, his face flushing red under the pressure. What had this young man consumed to acquire such astonishing strength? As Chibuta's feet scraped against the ground, struggling to maintain his stance, Crowley appeared effortlessly buoyant in the air. With a resounding clang, Chibuta ultimately succumbed to Crowley's relentless might, the tusked spear crumbling to dust as it fell to the earth. In a desperate bid for survival, he swiftly burrowed underground just as Crowley's fist descended toward him. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust, leaving a deep crater where Crowley's fist had struck. Surrounding spectators erupted in a chorus of disappointment, their faces reflecting their disillusionment. They had anticipated that Chibuto would decisively quell Crowley's audacity, yet he retreated like a coward, burrowing into the earth to evade the onslaught. Such disappointment. After all, Chibuto was a candidate for Admiral, and yet he couldn't even match a mere Commodore in strength. Hearing the jeers from above, Chibuto resolved to remain hidden below ground, determined not to confront this young adversary head-on. If this force were to land upon him, his frail body would be utterly shattered. Erupting earth spears, he declared, as multiple spears emerged from the ground, swiftly launching toward the airborne Crowley. Crowley, in a state of helplessness, could only wield his long sword to reduce the numerous spears to mere dust, which settled upon the ground. What if the T-Pig remained hidden beneath the earth? He had no means to attack it. In such an expansive terrain, who could discern its location underground? Crowley's observation hockey was hardly remarkable, rendering him incapable of detecting its whereabouts. Furthermore, this was Marineford, and it was impossible to upturn the entire island. The powers granted by the Earth fruit were exceedingly troublesome. With this in mind, Crowley's gaze sharpened as he raised his sword and unleashed a wave of sword chi towards the ground. Sakura, Dance of the Divine. A multitude of cherry blossom sword energies cascaded towards the earth, wreaking havoc as dust billowed into the air, transforming Marineford into a scene of utter disarray. Enough. Cease your attacks. A commanding voice resonated. Crowley shook his head, sheathed his long sword, and descended gracefully from the air. It was Admiral Sengoku. Frowning as he emerged from the crowd, bellowing at the ground, T-Pig, come forth. In an instant, the T-Pig sprang forth from the earth, beaming brightly at Sengoku. You, engaging in combat with a junior yet hiding underground. How disgraceful. Does Marineford lack a training ground? Why must you fight here? You are responsible for repairing the damaged ground, and ensure that all this scattered dust is thoroughly cleaned. Sengoku's expression was one of discontent. The scattered dust isn't my doing. The T-Pig scratched the back of its head, wishing to protest, but upon witnessing Sengoku's increasingly dark expression, it found itself at a loss for words. You lost your battle with Major Crowley. Sengoku scoffed. Now promptly clean this mess. It's utterly chaotic. Crowley, come with me. He turned to Crowley, his expression still grim. Fully aware that Crowley had resorted to such sword techniques to create disorder, all to compel him to step forth and remedy the situation. What a clever little brat. Crowley chuckled helplessly, realizing there was little he could do. The abilities of the T-Pig were exceedingly formidable and rather challenging to contend with. Leaving him with no choice but to act as he did, he approached Peach Rabbit and returned the golden Kinkakuji to her. An enigmatic expression crossed her face as she began to perceive her brother in an unfamiliar light. The words of the Warring States General rang true. Indeed. Her brother had triumphed in the recent skirmish, forcing that fellow Khaki to retreat into the earth, too embarrassed to show himself. Moreover, upon observing Crowley's swordsmanship during their earlier encounter, she noted with astonishment that his skills had already reached her level, and in such a short span. She remembered how she had once attempted to teach him the art of the sword, yet he struggled to grasp it then. Now, however, it seemed he was on the verge of surpassing her. Crowley was unaware of what Taudu was contemplating. He merely bestowed upon her his signature sunny smile. Upon witnessing this smile, Taudu felt an instant sense of relief. Regardless of the events that had transpired in his life, he would always remain her brother. She too broke into a smile, her crimson lips slightly parted as she leaned in to whisper, "Come to my place tonight, and I shall prepare a delightful meal for you." Crowley nodded and followed Sengoku. Sengoku brought him to his office, unceremoniously seated himself while instructing Crowley to remain standing. A pair of eyes scrutinized him intently, and Crowley remained silent, allowing the examination to continue. "I heard from Smoker that you engaged in a battle with Dragon in Rogue Town, and that Dragon himself acknowledged it as a tie?" Crowley nodded, gazing into Sengoku's eyes, uncertain of his intentions. "Did you consume a fruit from an ancient beast-type species?" Crowley nodded once more, understanding that this information had been relayed to him by Smoker. After all, during his altercation with Dragon in Rogue Town, he had transformed into a tiger, which naturally led to misconceptions about him being an ancient Zoan type. As you are aware, the recent maritime situation has been rather precarious. The reason for the suspension of your mission is due to disturbances in the New World, and I require your assistance here. "Admiral, I am merely a rear admiral," Crowley replied with a wry smile. What could a distinguished fleet admiral like Sengoku possibly need his help for? There have been some movements among the 4 emperors in the New World. I have received reports indicating that Kaido of the Beasts is poised to make a significant move. Given that you have consumed an ancient Zoan fruit, and considering your recent confrontation with the T-Pig, it is evident that you have attained a level of power comparable to that of an elite vice admiral. So, Crowley felt an ominous premonition. I intend to send you as an undercover agent into Kaido's ranks, Sengoku stated flatly, as if discussing a trivial matter. What? You want me to go undercover? Crowley exclaimed in disbelief. Why the surprise? Isn't this quite reasonable? You possess the strength, and your abilities align perfectly with the requirements of the Beast's pirates. You are the most suitable candidate. Admiral, you surely haven't forgotten that my face has been immortalized in the newspapers? Crowley said, exasperated. He had once been heralded as the most handsome Navy officer, his smile brighter than the sun. Earning him the grand moniker of Navy Sunday, it was common knowledge worldwide that he was a new Navy superstar. Even Dragon had known of his reputation during their time in Loketown. Are you truly suggesting that someone so widely recognized as a Navy officer infiltrate Kaido's crew? Surely, this is a mistake. And so what? Haven't there been numerous instances of Navy officers defecting and turning into pirates in recent years? Moreover, I have heard you have taken a few pirates under your command. It would only strengthen your credibility as a pirate in the eyes of the outside world. My reputation is known throughout the Navy. If they let something slip, how could I possibly remain in the Beast's pirates? Wouldn't Kaido just roast me over a fire? Are you not aware of your own reputation? Sengoku shot him a sidelong glance. Although Crowley was welcomed by the female sailors at the Navy headquarters, the majority of male sailors harbored intense disdain for him. His inclination towards pirate supremacy and his ruthless approach of leaving no survivors had firmly positioned him within the Navy's hawkish faction, earning him the nickname Sunshine Demon. Crowley felt a wave of frustration as he realized that he indeed seemed to be the most suitable candidate for the task at hand. To his dismay, he found himself persuaded by the cunning Admiral Sengoku. Ultimately, Crowley could not withstand Sengoku's pressure and reluctantly agreed to infiltrate the Beast pirates as an undercover agent. Though he verbally consented, he harbored some alternative thoughts in his mind. Upon departing from Sengoku's presence, Crowley first made his way to the Navy office to officially register Akin's name, ensuring that he became one of his subordinates, albeit merely a lowly third-class sailor. Once these matters were settled, darkness had already descended upon the day. Crowley took it upon himself to arrange accommodations for Akin and his companions, as it would be improper to have them reside on a naval vessel in Marineford. He soon abandoned this concern. As Peach Rabbit was waiting for him at home for dinner, it was inconceivable to bring along the entire Golden Week and the likes of Momoy Wanshin. Crowley could hardly endure the drama of three women. The following morning, under Sengoku's pressing demands, Crowley had to set sail promptly to establish a reputation in the New World and prepare for his entry into the Beast's pirates. The Navy headquarters was in urgent need of intelligence regarding Kaido. Why are there so few people on board? Akin asked, gazing at the empty warship in confusion. This isn't that ship. It's this one, Crowley replied, shaking his head in exasperation and pointing to a medium-sized sailing ship moored beside the warship. Adorned with a pirate flag, this vessel had been specially prepared for him by Sengoku. It would be absurd for a pirate to utilize a naval warship. Huh? What does that mean? Crowley had yet to inform Akin and the others about his undercover mission, leaving them all in a state of bewilderment. Don't ask questions now. I'll explain once we're on board, he said, stepping aboard his pirate ship. There were already several individuals awaiting their arrival on deck. Although they had changed out of their naval uniforms, Crowley could easily recognize them as his subordinates, the navigator, helmsman, lookout, cook, and medic. That bastard Sengoku assigned me 5 people. Crowley fumed, clearly displeased. Major. Don't call me Major. We are pirates now. Crowley snapped. Oh right. Captain. Where are we headed now? The navigator scratched his head, still acclimating to his new identity, speaking somewhat awkwardly. Crowley shook his head, utterly perplexed about where to go next. The mission assigned by Sengoku left him in a state of confusion. He decided to depart from Marineford, just as they made their exit. The Navy headquarters swiftly issued their bounty notices. The rebellious Rear Admiral, the demon Crawley Rommel, had a bounty of 300 million berries. The former vice captain of the Kliick pirates, the Spectre Akin, was marked with a bounty of 50 million berries. The former assassin of Baroque Works, the manipulator Miss Golden Week, had a bounty of 30 million berries. The former captain of the Mirror Heart Pirates, the Phantom Momoy Mizuki, was tagged with a bounty of 200 million berries. To his astonishment, they were labeled as a demonic pirate crew, with the total bounty exceeding 500 million berries, causing a worldwide uproar upon the announcement. However, Akin's bounty notice still featured his previous likeness. The transformed Akin had not been captured in any image. Yet, Crawley himself remained oblivious to this news. Reclining on a deck chair salvaged from an old warship, wearing sunglasses and deep in thought. Being an undercover agent for the Beast Pirates was out of the question for him. He could not endure the thought of facing Kaido's unpleasant visage daily. He feared that one day he might lose control and strike him. It wasn't that he couldn't overpower Kaido, but given the current situation, it would be inappropriate for him to act out. He needed a scapegoat. However, disobeying Sengoku's orders was not an option. So he resolved to implement a tactic he had devised long ago. He sat up in his chair and glanced at Akin, who was diligently training nearby. Akin, you shall serve as an undercover agent for the Beast Pirates, he proposed. Akin, caught off guard by this statement, nearly choked on his own saliva. Steadying himself, he looked at Crawley with incredulity. Isn't this your assignment? Why should I take it on? They had all heard Crawley declare that from now on, they were no longer part of the Navy, but rather a pirate crew aspiring to join the ranks of the Beast Pirates. I do not wish to go, Akin insisted. Crawley shook his head. Do you not see that your abilities would be maximally honed amidst the Zoan-type devil fruit users of the Beast Pirates? Kaido will surely value your talents. Even if what you say is true, what will you do while I am undercover? Akin questioned, bewildered at the prospect of transitioning from a newly registered Navy member to an undercover pirate. Was he not concerned about a potential betrayal? Fret not about that. Crawley replied with a smirk. Take my transponder snail. The Navy will reach out to you. Once you ascend the ranks within the Beast Pirates, I will contact you. And that will be the moment we claim Kaido's head. Akin's heart was a tumult of emotions. It was clear that his leader was preparing to confront one of the four emperors. But how do I get to the New World? We possess but one ship. He lamented, raising his hands in resignation, realizing he could not escape the burden of serving as Crawley's undercover agent. Indeed, that poses a dilemma, Crawley mused. Crawley stroked his chin, deep in thought. Captain, an unknown vessel has been spotted ahead. The lookout shouted loudly. Was he dreaming, or was it time for a pillow? Crawley removed his sunglasses and squinted towards the horizon, where he discerned a steamship billowing thick smoke, slowly approaching their direction. A steamship, quite a rarity. He furrowed his brow and scrutinized it further, only to discover that it bore the insignia of the Navy. When did the Navy acquire such vessels? Crawley muttered in confusion. Had he just become a pirate, only to be pursued by the Navy? Was the Navy headquarters truly this serious? Captain, that is not a Navy ship. The lookout's expression was grave as he lowered the binoculars and addressed Crawley earnestly. Not a Navy ship, yet the sail clearly displays the seagull emblem. Crawley squinted once more at the steamship, finally noticing the anomaly. The seagull emblem on the sail was marked with a vivid crimson cross. This was not the Navy. Instead, it was a fierce pirate daring to deface the Navy's insignia. Excellent. We have stumbled into the lion's den. A smirk crept across Crawley's face. Stop the ship. I wish to see what this vessel intends to do. On the very first day we hoisted our pirate flag, someone is already looking for trouble. Is the pirate trade so competitive these days? This pirate flag had even been designed by the Navy itself, featuring a black and red pattern of crossed tiger claws. Topped with a skull grinning wickedly, a design reminiscent of Crawley himself. One must admit, those fellows at Navy headquarters were indeed skilled at crafting pirate flags. Crawley stood at the bow of the ship, gazing intently at the approaching pirate steamship. Behind him, Akin was poised to spring into action at the slightest hint of danger, ready to devour the reckless band of pirates. What a jest it was, to think that pirates could be so easily intimidated. At last, the pirate steamship came to a halt before Crawley's vessel, its crew eyeing him with predatory intent from the deck. Crawley remained motionless, his expression one of indifference as he observed them. In the face of the enemy's stillness, he too chose to remain unmoving, eager to discern the intentions of these pirates. Who could have imagined that Crawley, hailed as the Navy's son, would turn against his own and become a pirate himself? How utterly ironic. A voice resonated from the pirate steamship, questioning the swiftness of the news spreading. Crawley furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a door aboard the steamship swung open, revealing a tall and robust man with flowing golden hair, who sauntered to the ship's edge, a smirk playing upon his lips as he regarded Crawley. Crawley squinted his eyes and chuckled. What qualifications do you possess to speak of me? The greatest stain upon the Navy, Gaspari. Upon hearing his words, the blond man Gaspari's smile deepened. To him, the title of the Navy's greatest blemish was a commendation rather than an insult. Crawley and Gaspari were both students of Zephyr, sharing the same cohort, and now, having turned to a life of banditry, their fates appeared intertwined. How did you come by this news? Crawley inquired. Gaspardi retrieved a wanted poster from his pocket, holding it aloft for Crowley to see. There, emblazoned upon it, was his visage, the rebellious Major General, the demon Crowley Rommel. Crowley, with a scowl etched across his brow, observed the swift actions of the naval forces. Upon spotting the bounty notice, I hastened to seek you out, after all. We are classmates, he chuckled ominously. Gaspardi, with a manic glint in his eyes, fixed his gaze upon him and proposed, let us join forces, Crowley. Together. We can carve out a name for ourselves in the new world. Just you? Crowley replied, his expression unwavering, laced with subtle derision. If I recall correctly, your bounty barely exceeds 100 million. What audacity compels you to seek collaboration with me? His subordinates, upon hearing Crowley's remark, shifted in their demeanor, their eyes narrowing as they raised their weapons threateningly at Crowley. Akin also stepped forward, casting a dark glance at them. How amusing it was. Witnessing a ragtag band of pirates daring to draw arms against their own captain, he believed Crowley had been rather restrained in his words. Were it him, he would have drained the life from his adversary with his dark powers, trampling their face beneath his foot while berating them for their audacity. Gaspardi extended a hand, symbolically halting his men, his expression unperturbed by Crowley's words. He maintained a smile, declaring, you know I am the greatest stain upon the Navy. My bounty shall not rise too high. Crowley chuckled lightly, shaking his head in mockery. You overestimate your worth, Gaspardi. Who do you think you are? Once merely a lowly naval lieutenant, I am a rear admiral. How dare you speak of partnership? Do you truly believe you are worthy? Akin felt a surge of excitement, relishing in his captain's scathing retort. Gaspardi's countenance darkened, veins throbbing at his temples. Suddenly, a shadow flickered, and a man wielding sharp iron claws leaped into the air. Employing the shave technique to close in on Crowley, his claws aimed at the captain's throat. He was Gaspardi's trusted confidant. All who insulted the general must perish. His eyes burned with madness as he beheld Crowley, who still wore a sardonic smile. Die? In an instant, Akin moved, seizing the man's throat with a fierce grip. His face contorted in rage. Do not overstep your bounds, you worthless pirates. Gaspardi's confidant, Nidus, struggled as Akin choked him, his face reddening and eyes bulging, legs flailing helplessly in the air. With a ferocious expression, Nidus aimed his iron claws at Akin's face. Yet before the claws could reach him, Akin hurled him violently away, sending him crashing into the steamship's large smokestack, which buckled under the impact. Akin surveyed the crew of pirates around him with disdain, barely suppressing the urge to spit out a derisive remark. Gaspardi, witnessing the fate of his confidant, wore a grim visage, his expression dark as storm clouds, nearly dripping with fury. Crowley curled his lips, gazing at him as he spoke. Do you now comprehend the chasm between us? Your subordinates are utterly no match for mine, and you are no exception. With that said, do you still entertain thoughts of collaboration? He had no intention of indulging in camaraderie with a genuine traitor. The fact that he had not struck first was a testament to his restrained temperament. Gasparity's face contorted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he spat through clenched teeth, seeking death. He had approached with goodwill, hoping for cooperation, only to be met with such disdain. How could anyone endure this? Not only could he not tolerate it, but neither could his subordinates. Seizing his weapon, he aimed it at Crowley without hesitation. Anticipating this, Akin sprang into action, his entire form transforming into a vast swarm of phantom butterflies, enveloping the pirate steamship. Bullets, mere trifles, were effortlessly halted mid-air by Crowley's sword, plummeting into the sea. Now, the stage was set for Akin's performance. He had yet to witness Akin's abilities firsthand, and this was indeed an opportune moment. What in the world is this? Butterflies. Butterflies. He is a devil fruit user. Panic surged through the ranks. Fear not. It is but a mere butterfly. I shall crush it. But alas, the very hand that sought to obliterate was swiftly severed by the razor-edged wings of the phantom butterflies. A sharp proboscis piercing his arm, greedily siphoning his blood. Hundreds of phantom butterflies enveloped the pirates, morphing into an ocean of wings, ensnaring them in their dreadful embrace. The serrated wings tore through flesh, blood oozing forth, and the butterflies, drawn by the scent of blood, surged forward like hounds on a scent, plunging their sharp appendages into their prey, wasting not a drop of the sweet nectar. It's draining my blood. Ah, get away. Let me go. I was wrong. I truly was. The pirates finally grasped the horrifying nature of the phantom butterflies, frantically pleading and wailing, yet unable to halt the relentless feeding. My goodness, these are no butterflies. They are akin to blood-sucking bats. Crowley gaped in disbelief at the unfolding carnage. But in the next moment, he was rendered speechless once more. These phantom butterflies were not merely draining blood. They were consuming flesh. Those pirates touched by the butterflies found their very essence rapidly devoured, their forms dwindling to mere skin and bones until they ultimately transformed into skeletons strewn across the deck of the pirate steamship. Such a terrifying ability. Crowley began to understand why Akin's fruit was chosen as one of the two great legacies by unanimous. This wicked, demonic fruit seemed almost an affront to natural order, truly horrifying. Cannibal butterflies? Baratie, witnessing the dreadful powers of the phantom butterflies, prudently kept his distance, observing the grim fate of his subordinates as bones littered the deck. He felt a chill in his heart. What manner of fruit was this? It was utterly grotesque. At last, all the pirate minions were reduced to mere skeletons, drained by the swarm of nether butterflies. The deep blue luminescence upon their wings shimmered resplendently, casting a dazzling glow even in the sunlight. With a swift motion, the nether butterflies converged, transforming back into human form. Akin stood upon the pirate steamship, surveying the ground strewn with bones, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. His wicked eyes sparkled with a fierce brilliance. The consumption of flesh and blood not only replenished his stamina, but also augmented his strength. If he could amass a substantial amount of flesh, swiftly enhancing his power would no longer be a mere fantasy. He could finally catch up to Hawkeye. Akin cast a glance at Crowley, contemplating that he would no longer lag too far behind his leader. In countless battles prior, he had merely observed as his leader fought valiantly, feeling unworthy to intervene. Now, everything had changed. He possessed the right to aspire to greatness. Crowley felt an unsettling anxiety deep within him. Could this fellow have developed an insatiable craving for human flesh? Did he intend to turn his predatory instincts towards himself? It is often said that a person's character may be influenced by the devil's fruit, and this individual indeed seemed perilously dangerous. Akin turned his gaze towards Baratie, his eyes filled with disdain. Hey, you can't even defeat me, yet you aspire to collaborate with my boss? Do you believe you are worthy? Do not speak to the general in such a manner. Nidus descended from the chimney, his iron claws slicing through the air as they aimed directly at Akin. With a swift motion, a pair of iron crutches slipped from Akin's sleeves into his hands, and he struck fiercely at Nidus. One crutch shattered both of Nidus's arms, while the other obliterated his head, blood splattering across Akin's face. He looked down at the headless, armless corpse with a contemptuous smile, crouching to wipe his crutches clean with his clothing before returning them to his sleeves. Rising once more, he faced Baratie, mockingly declaring, Now, it appears you stand alone, General. Emphasizing the word general with a slow, heavy tone laced with derision. Do not think you are the only one with abilities. Baratie's expression darkened. While he never regarded the lives of his subordinates as valuable, such humiliation was intolerable. His hands transformed into a vibrant green, a viscous liquid writhing as it morphed into two sharp, elongated spikes. With a swift motion, he teleported before Akin, thrusting the spikes with great force. As the emerald spikes aimed for Akin, he transformed into a flurry of dark butterflies, effortlessly evading the assault. The butterflies spread their wings. A deep blue luminescence prepared to cascade towards Baratie. Akin, return, Crowley finally spoke. Upon hearing his leader's command, Akin instantly ceased his actions. The swarm of butterflies quickly converged, swirling around him before reverting to his original form. As the butterfly swarm danced around Crowley, he exhibited a look of distaste. While the butterflies were indeed beautiful, they were undeniably venomous, feasting on flesh. It appears that the most exquisite things are often the most perilous. With a single stride, Crowley found himself aboard the pirate steamship. With a sweep of his long sword, all the skeletal remains on the deck were sent plummeting into the depths of the sea. He turned to Baratie, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, After all, we were once classmates. It would be disrespectful for me to pit you against my subordinates. Allow me the honor of fighting alongside you. Though his words were laced with politeness, Baratie could discern the underlying mockery. His expression contorted into a terrifying snarl. You were merely a brigadier before. What gives you the audacity to act so high and mighty? He retorted, his emerald-hued daggers lunging fiercely towards him. Crowley shook his head in resignation, leaning slightly to evade Baratie's assault, and his longsword swung down directly towards him. In an instant, he was cleaved in two, releasing a viscous, emerald-green fluid. Witnessing this grotesque sight, Crowley furrowed his brow in disgust, retracting his longsword and stepping back several paces. The viscous green substance gradually coalesced, restoring him to his original form, a triumphant expression adorning his face as he regarded Crowley and proclaimed, I am a user of the natural type, the gum-gum fruit power. Crowley, You stand no chance against a natural type user. Crawley furrowed his brow deeply, observing the smug expression on his opponent's face. Setting aside whether you are truly of the Logia type, have you completely forgotten Master Zephyr's teachings? Before he could finish his sentence, Crawley delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air. His body convulsed as he coughed up blood, his face a mask of disbelief, not in response to Crawley's immense strength, but rather in shock that he could be struck at all. The gum-gum fruit was indeed not of the Logia variety, but rather a paramecia type. Typically, one could not land an attack on him, as he could instantaneously transform into gum to evade strikes. Could it be? Struggling to rise, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting an unwilling glance at Crawley. Crawley gazed at his father, who was filled with disdain for his unremarkable son, and shook his head. Teacher Zephyr said one must not overly rely on fruit abilities. Have you forgotten? Back then, this fellow was perpetually ranked third. Smoker held the first position. I occupied the second, and Gaspari was the perennial third. Once dear friends, their reunion now bore a lamentable resemblance to this. Do not lecture me with Zephyr's teachings. Gaspari roared furiously, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Viscous green syrup enveloped his entire body, solidifying into a formidable sugary armor. He unleashed his fists, and two elongated green spikes shot forth rapidly towards Crawley. Clang! With a swift swing of his longsword, Crawley severed two verdant, gummy-long cones. Suddenly, he realized that he did not need to employ any skills against this individual. It was entirely unnecessary, for his opponent was exceedingly weak. Whoosh! A blade of energy surged towards Baratie with such velocity that he could not react in time, the immense force shattering the armor that adorned him. Tell me, after betraying your comrades to become a pirate for so long, you have yet to master the hockey of armament. How disgraceful! I wonder what your true purpose in piracy is. Is it truly so easy? If it were, would you find yourself so thoroughly dominated by me? With your pitiful abilities, you audaciously seek my cooperation, yet you cannot even best my subordinates. Killing you would soil my hands. Do you understand? You are so weak that I lack the desire to lend you my strength. Your soul is simply too feeble. Baratie could no longer endure Crawley's lengthy tirade of humiliation. Although the last few words eluded his comprehension, his rage was nearing a boiling point. You may strike me, you may slay me, but you shall not humiliate me. He roared, enveloped in a cocoon of candy, transforming into a colossal gummy monstrosity, covered in spikes, surging towards Crawley. Very well, I shall grant you a single strike. Crawley observed the frenzied Baratie with a hint of sympathy. Raising his longsword, an aura of sword intent surged forth, glimmering with a brilliance akin to diamonds, resembling the aurora. Radiant even under the sunlight. Aurora slash. The resplendent blade of energy sliced through the repugnant gummy creature, cleaving Baratie, who was ensnared within, in twain. How does that feel? Classmate? Satisfied now? Crawley remarked. Now let us part ways. He transferred all the belongings from the pirate ship onto Baratie's steamboat and waved farewell to Akin. Akin stood on the now barren pirate vessel, shaking his head in disbelief as he watched Crawley animatedly wave from the steamboat. Goodness, the helmsman, navigator, lookout, cook, and medic have all fled, leaving me to pilot the ship into the new world alone. Captain, I am by myself. And is that not splendid? Alone. I cannot even navigate the ship. Akin exclaimed in exasperation. Who told you to indulge in Baratie's subordinates earlier, leaving no one behind? Now it's your problem. Sail away on your own, Crawley retorted dismissively. Captain, there are still people aboard the ship, the helmsman interjected, approaching Crawley. Several individuals were soon brought forth. Among them were an elderly man and a child, dressed as impoverished folk, while the others appeared to be pirates, likely Baratie's incompetent subordinates, who had been hiding in the cabin, too fearful to emerge. Deserters, how shameful. Do any of you possess skills as a navigator, helmsman, or cook? Crawley cast a fleeting glance at the few deserters, the lookout, and the medic. Akin was also of no use. The deserters kept their heads down in silence. Crawley remarked, I do not take prisoners. Those who are of no use ought not to live. Upon hearing this, several deserters immediately raised their heads, hands aloft, clamoring in a frenzy. Me. I possess some nautical skills. I can serve as a navigator. I am not boasting. My culinary creations are exquisite. Select me as your chef, and you shall not regret it. Look at my arms. They are undoubtedly strong enough to serve as a helmsman. Step aside. Everyone knows your strength is merely a fade. Brother, observe my might. I assure you, I am far more suited to be the helmsman. Enough. Silence. Crawley, visibly impatient, pointed towards the nearby pirate ship. "All of you, get over there. That fellow shall be your captain from now on." Akin gazed helplessly at his incompetent subordinates. It seemed he had no choice but to assume the role of an undercover agent in the new world for his leader. Alas, what ill fate. "Cease your sighing. Here, take this." Crowley scoffed, waving his hand to summon Golden Week, who tossed a freshly designed pirate flag to Akin. Upon unfurling the black flag, Akin beheld several black butterflies gracefully dancing around his skull. This would be their pirate banner. His leader had indeed been thoughtful. "Now, I have also provided you with a din mushy. If the Navy headquarters requires your attention, communicate with them directly. This matter no longer concerns me. You must diligently train in the new world and await my message," Crowley instructed Akin earnestly. "Take care, boss." Akin nodded solemnly. Crowley waved his hand, and the sailors had already grasped the operation of the steamship. Immediately, the chimney began to emit thick smoke as it sailed towards the horizon. Thus, Crowley parted ways with Akin. Once Akin's vessel disappeared from sight, Crowley redirected his attention to the old man and the child. "Are you captives of the pirates?" The old man clutched the child tightly, avoiding Crowley's gaze, and spoke softly. "I am the boiler operator of this steamship, and he is my grandson. There is no need for such apprehension. I am a reasonable person. If you wish to leave the vessel, I can arrange for your disembarkation," Crowley expressed with dissatisfaction, feeling as if their reactions painted him as a heartless criminal. "Would you like some rice crackers?" Golden Week presented a piece of sunbae to the child nestled in the old man's arms. The child paused for a moment, then lifted his gaze to meet Golden Week's clear eyes. She was a girl of similar height to him. Could she also be a pirate? Ultimately, the warmth in Golden Week's eyes touched him, and he accepted the sunbae, placing it in his mouth. "Thank you. My name is Adele," he said, observing this interaction. The old man shook his head at Crowley and said, "I believe you are not a bad person, and I do not wish to leave this steamship. Please allow me to remain aboard to work." Crowley nodded, a silent acquiescence, for he was not a genuine pirate, and the steamship was sufficiently spacious to accommodate a couple of extra cabins. "Huanjin Zhou, please alter that emblem. It disturbs my sensibilities," he remarked, casting his gaze towards the Navy insignia marred by a large red cross on the sail, inwardly critiquing Gasper's taste. Huangjin Zhou obediently nodded and took up her paintbrush, diligently commencing her work. To his surprise, Adele voluntarily offered her assistance. Matoi stood beside Crowley, gazing out towards the distant shoreline, lost in contemplation. "Why don't you accompany Akin on his journey?" Crowley inquired, recalling that Matoi had previously mentioned she would consider sending her to Wano if possible, while Akin was bound for the New World to infiltrate the Beast Pirates. The base of the Beast Pirates was situated in Wano, an opportunity too good to pass up. "It's too perilous to follow him, and you will eventually find your way there, won't you?" Matoi turned to him, offering a gentle smile. "Indeed, someday I shall go, and it shall be soon," Crowley mused inwardly. Preparations for that journey must commence immediately. Just moments ago, the navigator had inquired about their next destination, and he finally uttered a precise location: the Enchanted Triangle. He was no fool. With Kaido's numerous subordinates, he too needed to gather a few allies. Huangjin Zhou worked with remarkable speed. Within half a day's time, she had crafted a magnificent mural upon the colossal sail. It depicted a hazy visage of a golden-haired man wielding a longsword, unleashing a radiant blade of light that pierced through a green slime creature. This tableau perfectly encapsulated the final moment when Crowley had slain Gasper. Moreover, the paint was waterproof, ensuring that this artwork would endure for eternity. Upon witnessing the scene, Crowley found himself at a loss for words, helplessly ruffling the little head of Golden Week, who was undeniably infatuated with him. However, through the act of creating this painting, Golden Week had forged a delightful friendship with Adele aboard the ship. Adele, believing them to be contemporaries, was unaware that Golden Week was already 16, merely appearing youthful due to her lack of development. The steamship sailed swiftly, covering nearly double the distance of the previous medium-sized sailing vessel in a single night. According to the navigator, at this pace, they would reach the enigmatic Bermuda Triangle in just a few days. Yet, the enormous artwork adorning the ship's sail soon brought them trouble. A lavish sailing ship, adorned with a white horse at its prow, appeared to block the path of the steamship. Despite its opulence, the fluttering skull flag revealed its true nature as a pirate vessel. At that moment, Crowley remained asleep in the cabin, and with Akin absent, the situation fell into the hands of the vigilant Mori now. Standing at the bow, her delicate brows furrowed, she scrutinized the luxurious pirate ship before them. This was the handsome pirate crew, a name she recognized. What did it mean for this ship to obstruct their passage? Had they just embarked on their journey only to face such hostility? The sound of hissing horses approached, and with the pounding of hooves, a golden-haired man wearing a cowboy hat materialized before Mori now. It was Cavendish, the white horse. What was his bounty again? Mori now couldn't quite recall. But it was certainly less than her own. Cavendish regarded Mori now with a slight smile. Might I request your captain to join us? Captain is occupied. If you have something to discuss, speak with me, she replied, unwilling to awaken Crowley for a stranger. When had the captain of the Phantom Heart pirate crew become merely a subordinate to someone else? Was there some ulterior motive at play? Cavendish presented her bounty notice, which clearly identified her as a member of the demon pirate crew. You certainly are quite intrusive. Let us stick to the matter at hand. Mori now's demeanor grew icy as she noted that this dashing figure before her rivaled Crowley in appearance, yet seemed lacking in eloquence. Was this a common trait among pirate captains nowadays? She herself had never been so inept. Can't we indulge in conversation? Cavendish teased, biting into a rose petal and savoring it, his eyes glinting mischievously. I suppose you want to be becoming Crowley's wife, will you? At this remark, Golden Week, who had been lurking in the shadows, sprang forth, pointing accusingly at him. What did you just say? Initially, she had found this handsome man rather appealing. Though somewhat effeminate, his charm was undeniable. Yet, to her astonishment, he had the audacity to suggest that Mori now, that wretched woman, was to be Crowley's wife. This was intolerable. Crowley was a sacred figure in her heart, beyond reproach. How could Mori now ever be worthy of Crowley? Tao Mu Wang could no longer contain herself. She swiftly unsheathed the long sword at her waist, her cold gaze fixed upon Cavendish as she unleashed a formidable arc of swordlight. Did this fool not comprehend the distinction between words that could be spoken and those that should remain unvoiced? Though his earlier remarks had stirred a ripple of emotion within her, she steeled herself. Cavendish, with a disdainful huff, drew his western sword, Durandal, to parry her sword energy, then leapt onto the steamship with a single stride. His striking blue eyes blinked, the sword aimed at her as he declared, "Let me test the strength of Crowley's woman." Tao Mu Wang felt her words falter, while beside her, the fierce Golden Week seemed ready to ignite with fury. Fortunately, Adele restrained her, preventing Golden Week from recklessly confronting Cavendish. Beautiful sword, Bluebird. Cavendish's gaze hardened as he thrust his sword directly at Tao Mu Wang, the sheer velocity generating a powerful gust that swept Golden Week and Adele aside. Recognizing the intensity of his assault, Tao Mu Wang resolved to engage earnestly. Previously overshadowed by Akin's presence aboard Crowley's ship, she was, in fact, formidable in her own right. The bounty of 200 million berries had been earned through her own relentless efforts. A cerulean sword intent surged forth as her longsword lunged towards Cavendish. Reverse spiral blade. The azure, spiraling sword energy erupted from her blade like a torrent. The clash of their forces resonated, unleashing a fierce tempest. Cavendish's sword trembled in his grasp, his expression shifting as he leaned away, narrowly avoiding the slicing sword energy that grazed his side. This woman possessed remarkable swordsmanship. Awakened by their tumultuous battle, Crowley muffled his ears with a pillow, his voice booming in irritation. What is all this noise? It's utterly maddening. Upon hearing Crowley's demand, Tao Mu Wang's countenance darkened, her grip tightening around her longsword as she coldly replied, "You've disturbed our captain." Cavendish found himself momentarily taken aback by her fierce demeanor. Was it truly such a grave offense to have roused that man? She moved, her form becoming almost spectral, her footwork bewilderingly unpredictable, making it impossible to anticipate her approach. For directions and 8 symbols, Tao Mu Wang's swordplay flourished, cleaving towards Cavendish. Sizzling sounds filled the air as Cavendish desperately evaded her strikes, yet her speed was overwhelmingly swift, leaving mere afterimages in her wake. Despite summoning all his strength to resist, he could not entirely fend off Tao Mu Wang's sword energy. The blade sliced through his garments, exposing his fair skin. Damn it, Cavendish fumed upon seeing his tattered attire, his expression darkening with anger. Do you have any idea how expensive this outfit is? As the woman's position remained elusive, Cavendish raised his long sword and leapt into the air, his blade slicing through the atmosphere with a dazzling arc, releasing a cascade of sword energy onto the deck of the steamship, akin to the graceful movements of ballet. If he could not perceive her, he would resort to area attacks. He was determined to land a blow. Beautiful sword, Swan Lake. Cavendish twirled mid-air, his sword whirling like a blooming flower. With narrowed eyes, Takamichi observed that Cavendish was still too inexperienced. Activating her observation haki, she deftly evaded the majority of the sword light, shattering the remnants with her blade. Found you. Cavendish's eyes gleamed with determination as he adjusted his position in midair and swung his longsword towards Takemichi. Beautiful sword, river of stars. The sword energy cascaded like a waterfall, surging towards her in an instant. Feeling the oppressive force of the sword energy, Takemichi swiftly drew her short sword from her waist, holding it in her left hand. With her long sword in her right and the short sword in her left, she invoked the two-sword style. The blades formed an extraordinary stance as she stomped heavily on the deck, charging toward the torrent of sword light. To heavens, sunlight over the river. A smirk graced her lips. What was this so-called white horse Cavendish to her? The fierce sword light shattered his river of stars, sending sword energy scattering, leaving Cavendish drenched in his own blood. He fell from the air, kneeling on the deck, his gaze fixed on Takemichi. This woman's swordsmanship surpassed his by a considerable margin. Yet, how could he concede so easily? Cavendish slowly closed his eyes, preparing to summon his second persona, Rommel the Weasel, to fiercely counter this woman's audacity. However, before he could succumb to slumber, a door on the steamship was forcefully kicked open, and an irate voice resonated through the air. Is this ever going to end? You've been making so much noise, how can anyone sleep? Crawley squinted his eyes and burst out just as he was about to doze off. The uproar from these people resumed. Do they not know who the captain of this vessel is? Cavendish, startled by his voice, opened his eyes, looking utterly helpless. He surveyed the chaotic deck and the sight of Cavendish half-seated on the ground, covered in wounds. His expression momentarily froze, and after a brief pause, he inquired, "What happened to you?" Cavendish, with a wry smile, shook his head and replied, "You ought to ask your woman about that, brother." Brother. Both Momotaro and Golden Week stared in astonishment, their mouths agape. Is Crowley the brother of Cavendish? Crowley, feeling a surge of frustration, likely comprehended the unfolding situation. Cavendish, unsteadily rising from the ground, sheathed his sword and gestured towards Motomiya, saying, "I merely recognized the depiction on the sail and realized it was my brother. Why all this hostility, sister-in-law?" "I am not your sister-in-law," Motomiya retorted, her cheeks flushing slightly. She too returned her sword and hastily retreated to her room, lamenting the predicament. "You, what a ruckus you're causing. Cease your nonsensical shouting." Crowley, uncertain of what to say, felt his anger dissipate, disturbed from a lovely dream. "Brother, are you not a naval officer? How did you become a pirate?" Cavendish took a seat in Crowley's designated armchair, while the ship's medic attended to his wounds. "What? Is it permissible for you to be a pirate while I cannot?" Crowley replied with irritation. Both were princes of the Rommel kingdom. The elder brother served in the navy, while the younger had turned to piracy, leaving their father, the aged king of Rommel, utterly perplexed by their choices. The brothers engaged in lengthy conversation, discussing various matters, including the development of the Rommel kingdom. The old king, now advanced in years, faced the pressing issue of succession, as no one was prepared to inherit the throne, a fact recently communicated to Cavendish. He had no desire to be a king. How could a nation confine his spirit of freedom? Upon learning of Crowley's defection to piracy, an ominous premonition settled over him. Regardless of which brother ascended the throne, the Rommel kingdom would inevitably be branded as a pirate nation, which was utterly unacceptable. Upon seeing the steamship's sail, he recognized the golden-haired man, who struck with swordplay as radiant as the aurora, as his brother, thus leading to the current scene. "Brother, I am about to venture into the New World." Cavendish stood from the armchair, gazing towards the distant shore. "What about the Rommel kingdom?" Crowley inquired helplessly. Cavendish flashed a cunning smile and replied, "While I traverse the New World, I shall return to take a look. But matters concerning the heir to the kingdom are beyond my purview. That responsibility falls to you." Crowley shook his head, bidding farewell to the handsome pirate crew. His younger brother certainly had a knack for attracting trouble. As an heir to a kingdom, he held little interest in such matters. There were numerous considerations that demanded his attention. Who had the time to concern themselves with a mere insignificant kingdom? "How far are we from the enchanted triangular zone?" he inquired of the navigator. "At the current speed of the steamboat, we should arrive by this evening," the navigator replied after a moment of serious contemplation. At that moment, a shadowy figure stealthily boarded the steamboat from the rear. Crowley displayed a peculiar smile, his observation haki having enveloped the vessel long before that individual stepped aboard. How intriguing to have clandestinely infiltrated a pirate ship. Such audacity. The steamship clearly bore the flag of the notorious Devil Pirate crew. While the Navy's moniker for them was not readily apparent, The design of that skull flag undeniably exuded a sense of foreboding. Ah, let us see what you truly intend to do. Crowley shook his head, pondering whether the notorious reputation of their pirate crew was insufficient. Even thieves dared to approach. Reclining on a deck chair at the stern of the ship, he rested his arms behind his head, squinting his eyes as if in repose, while, in reality, he was subtly observing the thief's movements with his observation hockey. To his surprise, the thief, after cautiously surveying the ship for a while, made no further moves nor attempted to steal anything. He merely observed, akin to a patrolling soldier. Could he be a voyeur? Crowley mused silently. Yet, he was not the only one aboard possessing observation hockey. Another individual did as well. Matoi, with a grim expression, placed her foot firmly on the thief's chest. A longsword poised at his throat. This scoundrel was spying on me? After the incident with Cavendish, she felt exceedingly embarrassed. And now someone was intruding upon her privacy. This was intolerable. She immediately contemplated beheading the intruder. Wait, do not kill me. Just answer one question. And then you may do as you wish. The thief hastily gestured, his voice tinged with urgency. Upon glimpsing Matoi, he recognized her instantly, the elusive Matoi, a pirate with a bounty of 200 million berry. His resolve to resist evaporated. However, Matoi was not inclined to grant him any leniency. Would anyone listen to the explanations of a voyeur? Without hesitation, she lifted her sword to strike. Just as he finished speaking, Crowley stepped beside her, halting her action. What do you mean? Matoi shot a glance at him, her expression questioning. Is this how you react when your woman is gazed upon? No, wait. Who is his woman? In an instant, Matoi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. With a huff, she withdrew her foot and retracted her sword, curious to hear the voyeur's justification. I wish to inquire, where is the former owner of this ship, that scoundrel Gaspar D? The thief asked earnestly, seated on the ground. Dead, at my hands. Crowley replied with a teasing tone, recalling the character's presence in the unfolding narrative. Upon hearing Crowley's words, the thief fell to his knees, bowing deeply, tears streaming down his face and dripping onto the deck. Thank you. Gaspar D was my nemesis. This man is the pirate executioner, Sholea, the navigator. Noticing the commotion, approached and recognized the thief's identity. The pirate executioner has boarded a pirate ship? Crowley smirked. Well then, you may proceed to kill me. Xylia gazed at Motomi, his face reflecting a sense of relief as he spoke. My enemy is dead. I have no more attachments, nor any reason to exist in this world. Motomi observed his expression, then glanced at Crowley's demeanor. The two appeared to silently question whether he could still proceed with his intentions. Indeed, she found herself unable to act and let out a cold huff before retreating to her room, feeling that nothing was going her way today. What is your full name? Crowley inquired, stroking his chin as he addressed the man who had seemingly resigned himself to death. Xylia Bascud, came the reply. What a coincidence. There is also a little girl named Bascud aboard my ship, Crowley remarked with a smile. A little girl? Xylia exclaimed, his head snapping up in shock. His entire family had perished at the hands of Gaspar, including his younger sister. Could it be? Adele, come here. Crowley called out to Adele, who was playing with Golden Week. Adele approached, her expression one of confusion, and their eyes met. The bond of kinship surged forth as they wept and embraced each other, recognizing one another as siblings reunited. Crowley gazed helplessly at the two weeping figures entwined in each other's embrace, pondering the unfortunate ethical dilemmas that seemed to plague his ship today. Oh dear sister, do you truly believe that Momoi Mizuki and Crowley have no connection whatsoever? Zolea inquired discreetly of Adele. Adele rolled her eyes dramatically and retorted, Brother, did you not claim that you remained on this vessel for my sake? Surely, you are not harboring feelings for Sister Momoi, are you? Caught off guard by his sister's astute observation, Zolea's cheeks flushed crimson as he hastily waved his hands in denial, exclaiming, Nonsense. I joined this infamous pirate crew solely for your benefit. What infamy? Brother Crowley and Sister Momoi are not bad people. During the Golden Week, she was quite the friend to me. You mustn't speak ill of them, you silly brother. All right. I shall refrain from further comment, Zolea conceded, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. As night descended, the vast ocean was enveloped in silence, save for Crowley's steamship, which continued to emit thick plumes of smoke as it navigated towards a fog-laden expanse of sea. Captain, the enchanted triangle lies just ahead, the navigator reported to Crowley. Crowley gazed ahead at the eerie, otherworldly expanse of the Phantom Tri-intersection, nodding in acknowledgement. This signified that he would soon encounter the infamous Moonlight Moria. However, I had heard tales that no vessels had ever returned from this treacherous domain, a a sea harboring devils. The navigator, observing Crawley's excitement, could not help but inquire further. Devils? Was he not, in fact, one himself? What merit did Moonlight Moria possess to bear such a title? Fear not, steer the ship in. There lies an isle of vessels within. To keep a keen eye, I shall take my leave for a meal, Crawley encouraged, giving the navigator a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Isle of vessels? What might that be? The navigator pondered, yet before he could seek clarification, Crawley had already dashed off to the dining hall. Inside the dining hall, patrons had already begun their meals. The Golden Week, with a curious expression, turned to Crawley as he entered and asked, "Brother Crawley, what activities await us tonight?" Earlier in the day, Crawley had hinted at a secret event to take place after a well-deserved rest, yet he remained enigmatic about the specifics. Matoy also regarded him with intrigue, pondering whether preparations for the new world were underway. She recalled him mentioning a need to ready themselves for a confrontation with Kaido. Could it be this very night? "Are you familiar with the Moonlight Pirates?" Crawley inquired as he settled down, a smile gracing his lips. The Moonlight Pirates? Matoy's expression turned contemplative, recollecting that they were the very crew that had clashed with the Beast Pirates many years ago. "I am aware that their former captain is none other than the current warlord of the sea, Moonlight Moria." The Golden Week interjected quickly, determined not to let this woman divert Crawley's attention, as she too prided herself on her knowledge. Crawley chewed his food thoughtfully, swallowing it before slowly speaking. "That fellow is now the captain of the Moria Pirates, and their fearsome three-masted ship currently resides in these waters." "So, you intend to seek out Moonlight Moria?" asked Momoy. Crawley nodded with a smile, gazing at her. "What do you think of enlisting that fellow as an ally to defeat Kaido? Do you believe that a defeated subordinate of Kaido would suffice?" she inquired skeptically. Crawley shook his head, smiling silently. With his prowess, how could even the most inept individual fail to ascend to strength? His pursuit of Moria stemmed from the latter's formidable army of zombies. The sheer number of pirates under the Beast Pirates rendered them an overwhelming force, and the zombie army presented itself as the most effective solution. Just contemplate it. Crawley's ability bestows strength upon the zombies, transforming each into formidable combatants. Moreover, he eagerly anticipated the expression on Kaido's face when he was bested by his own subordinates. The thought alone was quite amusing. "Captain, I see it. The ship made of an island." The navigator burst into the dining area, his tone tinged with urgency. Upon witnessing the so-called island ship described by Major Crawley, he was utterly astounded. Indeed, it was a colossal vessel crafted from an island, a terrifying three-masted sailing ship. What manner of person could conceive such a creation? It was utterly astonishing. Crawley nodded, took a few bites of food, and rose to address the crowd. "Let us proceed to the terrifying three-masted ship for some amusement." With a clang, the enormous maw of the front entrance to the terrifying three-masted ship engulfed Crawley's steam vessel, drawing them in without the need for Crawley to actively board the island. This phenomenon elucidates the reason behind the vanishing of ships in the so-called enigmatic tri-intersection. All ensnared by the Moria pirates, stripped of their shadows, and transformed into zombies. Crawley stepped onto the deck, gazing at the ominous three-masted ship with a sinister air, and laughed. "It seems there is no need for us to approach the island. Someone has come to greet us." Tamaki stood beside him, nodding earnestly. Suddenly, she whirled around, her long sword swiftly drawn from her waist, slicing through the air behind her. A pained grunt escaped as blood descended from the atmosphere. Golden Week's eyes widened in disbelief. How could blood fall from thin air when there was nothing present? Did one dare to assault this woman? Such folly could only lead to one's demise. Meanwhile, Xylia felt this acutely. Having merely glanced into her quarters had nearly cost her life. Crawley shook his head, addressing the void. "Where else do you wish to go?" "What? Is it a ghost?" The pallor of Golden Week's face betrayed her confusion. She truly could perceive nothing. Among those present, only Takami Nozomi comprehended Crawley's words. "Damn it. Have I been discovered?" Suddenly, a sound emanated from the direction Crawley and Takami were gazing, accompanied by a faint, primal growl. Whoosh! An invisible projectile sped towards Crawley. He merely smirked, extending a hand forward to seize the projectile, crumpling it into a mass of scrap metal. Did they think this trivial thing could contend with us? Swish! Takami's expression was icy. Her keen observation had sensed the invisible assailant's intent to strike from behind. Such vile intentions would lead to demise. In a flash, she swung her sword, cleaving through the air towards the unseen foe. With a spray of crimson, a howl of agony erupted. The invisible figure could no longer maintain its guise, revealing itself upon the steamship, a flamboyantly dressed individual with long hair and a lion-like visage. Clutching a wound and crouched upon the deck, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. It was Absalom, an officer of the Moria pirate crew. He stared in astonishment at the grinning Crawley and the impassive Takami. How could these two discern his presence? Who were these individuals, truly? He had only intended to capture weaker pirates to strip them of their shadows for the purpose of creating zombies. Little did he expect to encounter such formidable opponents. Wishing for life or death, Crawley regarded him from above. Absalom met Crawley's gaze, yearning to utter defiant words, yet his expression left him speechless, rendering him motionless. Fixated on Crawley, Crawley turned his head and surveyed the surroundings, only to find that everyone was gazing at him, awaiting his next move. With a resigned sigh, he lamented that if Akin were still present, he would undoubtedly understand his intentions. Alas, such unsavory tasks now fell solely upon his own shoulders. With a swift motion, he placed his foot upon Absalom's arm, pressing down on the very skin that this man took such pride in. A slight increase in pressure resulted in a resounding crack. Absalom's arm shattered instantly, blood oozing forth. He could not suppress a pained roar, the sound echoing with a chilling intensity. How could this man, seemingly exerting minimal effort, inflict such agony? Do you wish to live or die? Crawley inquired with a frigid demeanor. Absalom's forehead bulged with veins, drenched in cold sweat, yet he remained silent. Very well, you can endure, can you? Crawley stood upon his other arm. I implore you, I wish to live, Absalom exclaimed, his voice rising in desperation. The man before them crushed his own limb as effortlessly as one might snap a twig. It was an act of unspeakable brutality. Never had he witnessed such a pirate. Could he possibly be one of the notorious supernovas? Crawley withdrew his foot and declared, "Lead us to Moria." With a swift motion, the bat-like zombie stationed at the lookout took flight, hastening towards the castle on the island to urgently inform Lord Moria of the impending threat. Pirates had set their sights on him. Such audacity, this time without Crawley's prompt. Peach Blossom unleashed a blade of energy, cleaving the airborne bat zombie in two. Witnessing this spectacle, the specter vanished from sight, frantically retreating towards the island. Crawley slightly curled his lips, indifferent to the notification. Let us proceed, he coldly remarked as he observed Absalom, who was trembling as he rose to his feet. With no other choice, Absalom led the group aboard the fearsome three-masted ship, bound for Lord Mariah's castle. Only Crawley, Tao Mu Wong, Golden Week, Sholea, and Adele accompanied him to the island, while the others remained on the steamship to guard it. Sholea watched Absalom, who was unsteadily guiding the way ahead, and exchanged a glance with Adele, questioning, "Is this the good person you spoke of?" He had never encountered such a brutal pirate, who without hesitation had rendered a man incapacitated. Adele, exasperated, shook her head and rolled her eyes, replying, "You talk too much." Upon setting foot on the eerie three-masted ship, a chilling aura enveloped them, and the darkness amplified the island's sinister atmosphere. Golden Week grasped Crawley's hand tightly, surveying the surrounding shadows, and murmured, "Crawley, this island is quite terrifying." Crawley gently tousled her small head, affectionately saying, "It's nothing to fear. This is merely the handiwork of that mischievous fellow, Moria." A cacophony of growls echoed as a creature with three heads emerged before the gathered crowd. At the forefront, Absalom displayed an expression of exasperation, questioning the timing of this clumsy beast's appearance. Crawley, could this possibly be the Cerberus? Golden Week's countenance shifted from tension to a burgeoning excitement. The Cerberus! A creature of legend! What splendid material! Crawley cast her a strange glance. Should not an ordinary little girl be frightened by such peculiar creatures? For instance, Adele behind him was tightly clutching her brother's arm. The artist's mindset was truly incomprehensible. "Xyleia, go and deal with this dog," Crawley instructed, turning to her. "What?" Xyleia exclaimed in disbelief. Why was he asking her to do such a thing? This bizarre creature appeared utterly repulsive. Crawley shot her a glare. Once aboard a ship, one must contribute. Rent and utilities do not come free. "Go on, brother," Adele encouraged, releasing her grip on his arm to take hold of Golden Week's hand. Her face alight with anticipation, Xyleia, momentarily stripped of her temper, faced the grotesque three-headed hellhound zombie before her, feeling a shiver of dread. She had truly boarded a pirate ship. She stepped forward to confront the hellhound zombie, her expression one of disgust. How revolting this three-headed dog was. Wait, does one of its heads resemble that of a fox? How ambiguous. Crawley squinted at him, contemplating whether to send him to confront the hellhound or merely to observe his abilities. A bounty hunter worthy of the title pirate executioner should possess notable skills. Perhaps he could be molded into a second Akin, serving as a loyal subordinate, for certain tasks are less convenient to undertake personally. Engaging in matters akin to dealing with Absalom would tarnish his reputation given his status. Howl, howl, howl. The hellhound zombie growled softly, sensing the audacity of this human approaching. They were not to be trifled with. Xyleia twisted his neck. It was merely a large dog, and he was not intimidated. With a swift movement, he leaped towards the hellhound zombie. Howl. The three-headed zombie also sprang into action, opening its three monstrous mouths to reveal sharp fangs, intent on swallowing this audacious human whole. Zombies could consume food too. With an impressive leap, Xyleia landed atop the hellhound zombie, delivering powerful punches. But did zombies fear pain? Certainly not. The creature thrashed and roared, attempting to dislodge the interloper from its back. Realizing his attacks were ineffective, Xyleia deduced the situation and embraced the central head, attempting to wrench it off. At that moment, Crawley revealed an ominous smile and murmured, "Bestow, temporarily borrow, iron balloon." The hellhound suddenly felt a surge of power coursing through its body. Though its simple mind could not comprehend the source, its strength was undeniable. Clang. Xyleia found himself unable to move the creature's head. How could this be? It was as if it were made of steel. Striking harder only resulted in pain to his own fists. Bestow, temporarily borrow, 1,500 power points. Howl. The hellhound zombie's strength surged, flinging Xyleia off its back. Thud. Xyleia regained his balance upon landing. Confusion etched on his face as he regarded the hellhound zombie. What had caused this sudden increase in its power? Absalom was equally astonished. When had this foolish dog become so formidable? Howl. Empowered, the hellhound zombie charged at Xyleia. Fearless and exuding an astonishing aura, reminiscent of a true hellhound. Xyleia dared not confront it directly, opting instead for a cautious approach. Adele wore a worried expression, fervently cheering for her brother. Tomoe and Golden Week exchanged puzzled glances at Crawley, questioning why he would bestow power upon the hellhound zombie. Was it to suppress the newcomer aboard? Crowley was not as incompetent as they believed. At this moment, he stroked his chin, observing the frenzied three-headed dog zombie, deep in thought. The stitched-together corpses were surprisingly capable of withstanding such force. Did this not imply that with him, Moria's zombie army would undergo a substantial enhancement? Moreover, Moria possessed numerous corpses of formidable beings, likely able to endure even greater power. Once these bodies were infused with shadows to become zombies, there remained a chance to awaken fragments of their previous memories. What, then, would Crowley gain by forging a soul contract with them? He shook his head. All of this was worth experimenting with. To him, Moria's zombie legion seemed like an immense treasure trove. Ugh! Xyleia gasped, unwillingly eyeing the three-headed dog zombie before her. The creature's hide was tough, and coupled with its surging strength, she found herself utterly helpless against it. To be unable to defeat even a dead dog was utterly humiliating. Behind her, she could hear her sister's encouraging voice and the watchful gaze of Mochizuki Nozomi. How could she be so ineffectual? Surely that fellow named Crowley would be disappointed by her pitiful state. Who would have thought that the one left aboard was such an unremarkable individual? What a farce for someone claiming to be a pirate executioner. Xyleia felt utterly ashamed. Jinjiro tugged at Crowley's hand, and as Crowley bent down to hear her whispered words, a smile graced his lips. At that moment, a voice echoed in Xyleia's mind. Keep the dog pinned down. Recognizing it as his voice, she couldn't help but smile wryly. How could this fellow presume that she could hold down the dead dog? She was already struggling to keep up. Bam! Power surged through her limbs, and Xyleia regained her composure, astonished by the transformation within her body. What kind of strength was this? Turning to glance at Crowley, she noticed him nodding in affirmation. Was this his doing? Such an incredible ability! Was the goal to keep this dead dog immobilized? Suddenly, clarity dawned upon her, and a glimmer of determination ignited in her eyes. With a swift motion, her lithe form leapt into action, landing atop the three-headed dog zombie. Her arms pressed firmly against its neck, pinning it into the ground. A woo! The three-headed dog zombie howled in defiance, struggling relentlessly. Yet, no matter how hard it fought, it could not lift its head from the earth, for the weight of the human strength pressing down upon it was simply too great. Xyleia cast a glance at Crowley. Recalling the sudden surge in the zombie's power, could it also be a result of his abilities? Adele's brother, hold it down, Jinjiro exclaimed, retrieving a palette from her backpack and mixing colors upon it. Xyleia felt a wave of frustration. What did she mean by Adele's brother? Did he not have a name? Jinjiro approached the three-headed dog zombie, scrutinizing its grotesque visage and the continuous howls emanating from it. She couldn't help but murmur, "You really aren't cute at all in this state." She grasped the paintbrush and adorned the three-headed canine zombie with a marvelous design, blending the hues with the ashes of her beloved pet. The moment the gray pattern took shape, Xylia felt the once restless three-headed zombie cease its movements. Golden Week beckoned him to descend, and Xylia stepped aside, eager to witness the enchantment possessed by the little girl. Bark, bark, bark. The three-headed zombie lifted its head from the ground, each mouth protruding its tongue, obediently yapping while its tail wagged incessantly. Golden Week affectionately patted each of its three heads, exclaiming, "Good dog." Xylia's eyes widened in astonishment. Was it truly possible that such a simple design could subdue the three-headed zombie? Was she a wielder of devil fruit powers? Absalom, too, wore a look of disbelief. This ability was extraordinarily effective. It was worth noting that there were numerous animal zombies aboard this ship island. Golden Week, accompanied by Adele, took a seat atop the three-headed zombie. Initially reluctant, Adele soon found herself laughing with joy. The group advanced once more, following Absalom into the depths of the dark forest. The once nervous little girl, now seated on the three-headed zombie, felt a sense of relief. To her, this ship island transformed from a terrifying stronghold into a realm of adventure. Absalom secretly wore a sinister smile. The dark forest was fraught with peril. Perona had likely received word and would undoubtedly command the zombies to await their arrival. As for reaching Lord Moria, perhaps in another lifetime. Suddenly, the black trees trembled, revealing a multitude of zombies before them. Tree zombies, animal zombies, human zombies, each more grotesque than the last. With a booming laughter, a colossal spider monkey blocked their path. "If you wish to meet Lord Moria, you'll first have to get past me, Tarara." Absalom observed his subordinate, the zombie General Tarara, along with a legion of zombies behind him. It seemed that this passage would not be easily granted. Crawley remained composed. Surely, these zombies did not believe that their sheer numbers would prove effective. Whoosh! The spider monkey opened its large mouth, unleashing a torrent of silk strands. Surrounding it, numerous spider rats also expelled silk to assist their leader, aiming to ensnare these individuals and present them as offerings to Lord Moria. Momoi Mizuki let out a cold snort, drawing her twin swords, a long one and a short one, embodying the second style of the two heavens, heavenly fire. A wave of fiery sword energy surged forth from her, incinerating the incoming strands of silk and directly cleaving through the massive body of the spider monkey. With a hiss, its form was sliced into several pieces, igniting in flames. No, it was fire. The spider monkey, even when severed, could still speak, its voice filled with terror. The zombies, devoid of pain, could survive dismemberment. But flames were undoubtedly their nemesis. The spider monkey flailed wildly, transferring the flames, consuming its body to others of its kind, igniting the entire dark forest and illuminating the night. Such power. Xylia stood frozen, astonished by the magnitude of Momoi Mizuki's strike. A formidable woman, indeed. Difficult to pursue. Boom. The zombies, tainted by sparks, exhaled shadows and transformed into corpses, while the remaining zombies scattered in fear. How could they dare approach? A woman capable of unleashing fiery sword energy was nothing short of their death goddess. Absalom stared blankly, bewildered by the turn of events. How could this happen? This was a zombie legion. A series of ethereal sounds echoed, and Crawley furrowed his brow as he turned away, watching as translucent ghosts drifted closer. Troublesome beings had arrived. What is that sound? Xylia also turned, questioning with confusion. But in the next instant, a transparent ghost passed right through him. Slap! He instantly knelt on the ground, his face etched with sorrow. "Forgive me, I am utterly useless. Just now, I couldn't even defeat a dead dog, and now I cannot surpass a mere woman. What purpose does my existence serve? Even my own enemies are vanquished by others. Why am I still alive? My presence in this world is merely a waste of air." "Brother, how can you say such things?" Adele, noticing her brother's unusual demeanor, leapt from the three-headed dog zombie and rushed to his side to comfort him. Yet Xylia continued to voice his despondent thoughts, his expression profoundly glum. "What is happening?" Momoi Mizuki regarded him with furrowed brows. She refused to believe that his sudden despair was simply a whim. There must be a reason behind it. "Do not let these ghosts approach." Crawley's expression turned serious. He had no immediate solution for these negative spirits, uncertain if the defense of armed color hockey could withstand such entities. He had no desire to make an attempt. Fortunately, the speed of the specters was no match for the six-style shave of the Navy, and Crowley managed to evade their pursuit. He felt no shame. Whoosh! Tosaka Nozomi raised her sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy towards the specters swaying in the air. Yet, the energy passed straight through them, utterly ineffective. The specters, witnessing Tosaka Nozomi's audacity to retaliate, surged towards her in unison. Naturally, she was untouchable by these phantoms, as she was known as the Woman of Shadows, unmatched in speed. The passive specters, realizing their attempts to make contact were futile, retreated. The zombie horde could not impede these individuals, and Perona, who controlled the specters, had no choice but to inform Moria. A formidable group had arrived on the island. "Hurry, take me to Moria," Crowley exclaimed, kicking Absalom in frustration. The relentless assault of the passive specters left him in a foul mood. He despised the feeling of being out of control. The specter fruit was indeed a bug in existence. Absalom, left with no options, could only endure the humiliation and lead them towards Moria's castle. The humans in the dark forest, stripped of their shadows and forced to live in darkness, did not seek help upon seeing Crowley and his companions. To them, this group appeared more perilous than Moria himself. Due to the collapse of the zombie horde, Crowley and his party traversed the vast graveyard in scathe, arriving before Moria's castle. Moria, already aware of the situation through Perona, had been waiting outside for some time, surrounded by a throng of zombies. How dare someone challenge him? Moonlight Moria. "Good evening, Moria." Crowley finally greeted the enormous figure resembling a demon, a smile creeping onto his face. "Whoever you are, release Absalom at once." Moria's gaze fell upon Absalom's injuries, veins throbbing at his temples. He held his comrades in the highest regard. His pirate crew consisted of only 3 officers aside from the zombie horde, each one a cherished companion. Crowley curled his lips into a smirk, thrusting Absalom into Xylea's embrace. He looked up and declared, "What if I refuse to let go?" Clearly, Moria had not anticipated such a response. His face contorted into a ghastly visage, and he bellowed furiously, "You seek your own demise." With a sweeping motion of his hands, he roared, "Zombies, heed my command." Bang! Crowley patted the shoulder of his companion, Momoi Nozomi, and remarked, "The zombies are entrusted to you." Nozomi nodded in silence. Yet her actions spoke volumes as she unsheathed 2 blades from her waist. With her flame-infused sword aura, vanquishing these zombies was a task of utmost ease. Boom! The sword energy swept forth, and the zombies fell under its might. Crowley fixed his gaze upon Moria, asserting that to compel a person to submit in this world, one must first vanquish them. Such is the nature of common sense. "Moria, if you wish to rescue your comrades, then defeat me. However, do not meet the same fate as the beast pirates, who were utterly annihilated." A faint, enigmatic smile graced his face as he observed Moria with amusement. "You scoundrel!" Moria retorted, feeling the sting of his words deeply. His already demonic visage now appeared even more ghastly. With a powerful thump of his hand upon the ground, shadows began to coalesce. Shadow Spear. A slender, elongated spear of shadow surged forth towards Crowley at an astonishing velocity, producing a sonic boom in its wake. It seems this fellow is not as inept as he initially appeared. Crowley contemplated deeply, yet his movements remained swift. His right hand gradually coalesced into a fist, enveloped in the formidable armor of Hawkeye, and he unleashed a powerful strike towards the shadow spear. With a resounding clang, the shadow spear shattered into fragments, cascading to the ground before reverting to an ordinary shadow. Shadow Mage. A shadow swiftly took shape behind Crowley, wielding half of a scissor blade in each hand. Poised to strike. With a swift motion, he turned and delivered a powerful punch, shattering Moria's shadow clone into fragments. The scattered remnants transformed into a swarm of bats, enveloping Crowley from all sides. This adversary's abilities proved to be quite troublesome. Murmuring to himself, Crowley drew the long sword from his waist and once again cleaved through the airborne shadow bats, reducing them to mere splinters. The shadows on the ground surged upward anew, morphing into a legion of shadow bats that lunged at Crowley. Swish, crack, fragmented, swish, crack, fragmented. This cycle continued relentlessly. Crowley gradually felt a sense of ennui. He wished to retract his earlier statement. Indeed, Mariah's abilities proved troublesome for the weak, yet they were utterly inconsequential against true strength. The attack was simply too feeble. Tian-Shin. A spiraling beam of sword energy surged toward Mariah's position. Is it possible to engage in combat without personally taking action? No wonder he has become so portly. Shadow Warrior. Upon witnessing the astonishing sword energy hurtling towards him, Mariah instantaneously exchanged places with the shadow clone. Bang! The The shadow clone was promptly reduced to fragments by Crowley's whirling sword energy. Crowley furrowed his brow, realizing that this individual possessed an extraordinary ability to flee. Such a situation was untenable, as it failed to instill any sense of suppression. In an instant, he moved, teleporting to Moria's side. And with his left hand clenched into a fist, he unleashed a powerful strike. Shadow Warrior. Moria swiftly changed positions once more. Boom. The shadow clone was shattered into fragments by Crowley's blow. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a smirk crept upon his lips, and with his right hand, he swung his longsword towards a specific direction. Starfall. To Moria's astonishment, he found himself momentarily frozen, having believed he had evaded the attack. The speed of the sword light was astonishingly swift, catching him entirely off guard. He was directly struck, his years of neglect rendering him incapable of utilizing his haki. Whoosh. Blood gushed forth, a large wound gaping across his chest, tearing his exquisite attire into tatters. Moria clutched his injury, half kneeling on the ground. His expression twisted with rage as he glared at Crowley, demanding, "What is your true intention?" Upon hearing this, Crowley shook his head, a mocking smile gracing his features. "I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to witness the visage of Kaido's defeated minion. It appears you are nothing but a pitiful wretch, incapable of even safeguarding your subordinates. You were then, and you are now, a useless fool. Eliminate that man. He serves no purpose any longer." With that, he winked at Xyleia, who had captured Absalom. Xyleia understood his intent. Was he truly aiming to provoke this hulking brute? How ruthless indeed. Crowley possesses a particular methodology in this regard. When ensnaring the unwary, he first employs mockery to provoke their ire, thereby increasing the likelihood of them succumbing to his influence. He observed the expression on Moria's face, and as anticipated, it twisted into a grimace. How dare this man invoke past events? How dare he mention Kaido? Kaido, Kaido, Kaido. An overwhelming fury stirred Moria's agonizing memories, as he helplessly witnessed his comrades perish one by one at the hands of the wretched Kaido, powerless to intervene. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! At this juncture, his wounds were once again laid bare. Boom! Moria rose, transformed into a true embodiment of malevolence, and howled skyward. Shadows assemble. Streams of shadows surged forth from the bodies of the zombies scattered across the island, drawn into him through the ground. With each shadow he absorbed, Moria's form swelled, expanding, growing, burgeoning. His transformation rivaled Crowley's beastly metamorphosis. Yet, without a doubt, Moria's physique was far more colossal. Crowley estimated him to exceed 30 meters, surpassing even the giants. Moria's eyes burned crimson, utterly devoid of reason. He harbored but a singular thought: to annihilate Crowley, who dared to humiliate him. Who do you think you are, Kaido? Moria's gigantic hand descended upon Crowley with tremendous force. Boom. Crowley's garments lay in tatters. To utterly subdue an individual, one must decisively vanquish them in their area of expertise. Strength, is it? Then let us see whose might prevails. His attire was completely rent asunder, revealing muscles as solid as black iron, prominently bulging. Crowley's height suddenly soared to an astonishing 5 meters, his feet transforming into glossy iron hooves. His once golden hair morphed into a disheveled cascade of deep black, and 2 curved, pointed horns rose majestically from either side of his head, adorned with spiral patterns. His black hands met the immense palm of Moria in a fierce confrontation. Boom. The clash of formidable forces resounded, echoing like the toll of an ancient bell. "Get off me," he bellowed. With a resounding crash, the iron hooves of the bull demon sank into the ground as he pressed upward with tremendous force. Moria's colossal hand began to ascend, yet he found himself being repelled by Crowley, who was over 6 times smaller than him. This is impossible. Xyleia and Absalom stood agape, frozen in place. Bang! Due to Moria's overwhelming size, Crowley could only retreat with the grace of a moonwalk, pushing him back with unyielding strength. Boom! Crowley delivered a powerful blow to his abdomen, causing it to cave in. Unable to manage the multitude of shadows, Moria expelled a stream of them. His gaze gradually shifted from a deep crimson to a lighter hue, becoming noticeably more lucid. "Moria, I declare you a coward. You are indeed a coward. Are you afraid to acknowledge it?" Crowley's obsidian fist glowed with a crimson hue, its formidable force rendering the air thick and viscous. Bull demon, dominance of the nation. With a resounding crash, his fist struck Moria squarely in the chest, the sound of shattering bones echoing ominously. The blow forced Moria to expel not merely shadows, but torrents of fresh blood as well. The sheer intensity of the strike caused him to relinquish all his shadows. his form gradually diminishing as he lay sprawled on the ground in a pitiful state. He had been defeated, once again vanquished, though he remained conscious. Clarity flooded his mind as he gazed up at the somber sky, a look of resignation dawning in his eyes. What had he truly accomplished over the years? Kaido. There was no longer any hope left for him. Crawley restored his human form and draped the clothing he had taken from Golden Week around himself. He gazed down from his elevated position at the despondent Moria. Absalom stood protectively in front of Moria, his face alight with fervor. Please, spare Lord Moria. If you must kill someone, let it be me. Crawley cast a dismissive glance at him, then turned his attention to the prostrate Moria, speaking with a chilling indifference. Moria, I can grant you the power to slay Kaido with your own hands. Upon hearing Kaido's name once more, Moria's vacant eyes flickered with life, processing Crawley's proclamation. Was he serious? Could he truly be offering him the chance to kill Kaido? Was this not some cruel jest? Noticing Moria's lack of response, Crawley forcefully shoved Absalom aside and approached Moria, scrutinizing him intently. I shall say this one last time. I can bestow upon you the strength to kill Kaido. Do you desire it? His tone was earnest, devoid of jest. Moria's bloodied visage twitched, his gaze wavering. Yet the veins on his forehead bulged as fury enveloped him. Who do you think you are? Do you comprehend the magnitude of Kaido's strength? Crawley scoffed at his words, shaking his head in disappointment. I had thought you to be a man of courage, yet it appears that after your defeat by Kaido, you have lost your fighting spirit and now seek to elevate another. How shameful. Clenching his jaw, Moria pushed himself up from the ground. His complexion a ghastly shade of purple. I acknowledge your strength, but you have never witnessed Kaido's might. He is a monster, haunted by the memories of his fallen comrades. He trembled with trepidation. Those nightmares had tormented him for years, leaving him restless. His strength had not only stagnated, but had gradually diminished. A monster? Crawley scoffed, a cold disdain in his voice. He concentrated his thoughts and unleashed his abilities upon Moria. A colossal force surged through his limbs, expanding his very essence. This power, this magnificent power. He gazed at his hands, fingers curled in a semblance of grasping. Could he truly wield such overwhelming strength? Moria, astonished, lifted his gaze to Crawley. It was unmistakably the result of Crawley's intervention, granting him such formidable power. Thus, the assertion that he could kill Kaido with his own hands was indeed genuine. Moria's eyes blazed with fervor, bloodshot and wild. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could indeed slay Kaido himself. What price must he pay for such power? He had long navigated the treacherous seas and understood that there were no free lunches. Yet, regardless of the cost, he was ready to pay it. For Kaido was his eternal nemesis. Even if it meant his own demise, he would gladly drag Kaido down with him. Crawley elicited a smile, indeed, the reaction he desired. Observing Moria's face, which was both excited and somewhat grotesque, he slowly uttered, Your soul. What do you mean? Moria inquired. I mean your life, Crawley enunciated deliberately. No. A delicate voice interjected, as a graceful figure darted between them. With pink hair, twin ponytails, and a crown, it was Perona. Disregarding the bloodstains on Moria's attire, she embraced him tightly, tears brimming in her eyes. Lord Moria, you cannot agree to this. She glared fiercely at Crawley, her disdain palpable. Though it was said that Lord Moria bore a resemblance to a demon, to her, this man was the true embodiment of evil. Upon seeing Perona, Moria's gaze grew complex, and the madness on his face gradually faded. To this girl, whom he had raised since childhood, he was akin to a father. Yet, he was consumed by the desire for vengeance, a debt he felt he might never settle. This was an opportunity. Regardless of the consequences, he was determined to avenge himself. A tender smile graced Moria's face as he stroked Perona's head. This is my wish, a wish I wish to fulfill even at the cost of my life. You see. Absalom did not stop me. Standing to the side, Absalom wore a conflicted expression. He was well aware of Lord Moria's deep-seated hatred, and thus felt unable to voice any objections. He and Lord Moria were among the last survivors of the Moonlight Pirates, having barely escaped death in their past. His current beastly form was a consequence of the injuries sustained during that harrowing time. He bore indelible scars, just as Lord Moria carried his own unerasable wounds. Perona, let Lord Moria go, he said, tears welling in his eyes as memories of fallen comrades flooded back. He too harbored a profound enmity towards Kaido. Yet, Perona, witnessing Absalom's expression, found her words lodged in her throat, unable to voice her thoughts. She realized that she could no longer deter Lord Moria. Who could stop a man resolute in seeking death? I agree to your terms, but you must ensure I can personally slay that scoundrel Kaido, right? Moria fixed his gaze upon Crowley, gritting his teeth as he spoke emphatically. Of course, but Crowley donned a contemplative expression. But what? Your zombie forces have been significantly diminished. We must first gather your army. They can play a crucial role. And I need to conduct some experiments on a few of your powerful zombies. That's no problem, as long as I can kill Kaido. Moria has now descended into a state of madness. Consequently, Crocodile and his crew have taken residence aboard the fearsome three-masted ship. One of Moria's minions, Hogback, has meticulously stitched together the dismembered zombie body of Matoi, restoring it to its former state. The Moria pirates have begun to act with increasing audacity, plundering the seas, targeting both pirates and the Navy alike. In preparation for their confrontation with Kaido, they must be thoroughly equipped. The open space before Moria's castle. Crowley and Moria stood side by side, confronted by a number of zombies before them. You claim these zombies were formidable in life? Moria remarked with astonishment, observing the undead. While he could certainly acknowledge the strength of a dragon-slaying swordsman like Longma if Crowley were to present one of his kind, he genuinely could not discern any might in the others. Crowley gazed at the four zombies before him, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "How amusing that you pilfered their corpses yet remain oblivious to their identities." He extended his hand, pointing them out in turn. Let us not even mention the renowned dragon slayer, Ryoma. These three, however, were once crew members of the Rocks pirates. Surely you are acquainted with Rocks? Upon hearing his words, Moria furrowed his brow and nodded slightly. That scoundrel Rocks, who even had Kaido as one of his crew. A man who aspired to become the sovereign of the world. Yet, among my own zombies are members of the Rocks pirates? Captain John, Crowley declared, indicating a zombie with a blade sheathed at each hip, who was still indulging in drink. What? You wish to partake as well? I shall not permit it. The zombie shook its head in response. Even if it were a friend of its master, it could not part with its fine liquor. Crowley and Moria were filled with confusion. Is this fellow truly the legendary Captain John? And what about these two, Silver Axe and Wang Ji? Crowley gestured toward the other two zombies. Unlike Captain John's animated corpse, these two remained utterly silent, lacking any of the frivolous chatter. Although they may have been formidable in life, they were now deceased, their bodies in a state of disrepair. What do you intend to do? Moria questioned, bewildered, as he observed the prominent gaping holes in the zombie that Crowley referred to as Captain John. No wonder he had dismissed him. It was evident that such a creature could not be a powerful zombie. A commendable zombie must possess a robust and imposing physique. Only those with brawn and well-defined muscles are truly worthy. A formidable body paired with a commendable shadow constitutes an exceptional zombie. Thus, he had yet to find a suitable shadow for the formidable demon Oz, who resided in the ice house. What do you intend to do? Crowley smirked, of course. He sought to conduct an experiment. Moria's shadow could, in essence, extract a fragment of the corpse's soul, potentially retaining fragments of its former memories. This raised the question, could the battle memories of these formidable beings be harnessed? Could they bestow upon him powerful skills? This was the essence of Crowley's intended experiment. Do you yearn for power? If so, surrender your soul to me. Crowley's voice reverberated in the minds of the four zombies. The dragon horse zombie turned to Moria, puzzled. What is happening? The Captain John zombie fixed his gaze upon Crowley, recognizing the voice. The other two remained silent once more. Crowley furrowed his brow and addressed Moria. Issue the command swiftly, compelling them to acquiesce to the demands of the voice within their minds. This predicament is aptly termed seduction. Consent to that request without delay. Although Moria was equally perplexed, he decided to comply with Crowley's directives, for he was, after all, his master. Yes, indeed, I accept, declared the dragon horse zombie. Very well, since my master has spoken, I too shall reluctantly concede, Captain John Zombie added, scratching his head. The other two remained silent, nodding in agreement. It seemed they truly were incapable of speech. Now, release their shadows, Crowley commanded with a wave of his hand. What? Moria exclaimed, dismayed that after all this effort, the four shadows were to be set free. Had he truly gone to such lengths only to squander the shadows he had painstakingly acquired? Why lament? I shall assist you in procuring even more formidable shadows, and soon Oz shall have the opportunity to join in the revelry, Crowley retorted curtly. Moria was taken aback. This fellow was aware of Oz's existence. He had never disclosed any information regarding Oz. Had Crowley already gathered intelligence on the matter? Be swift, cease your dawdling, Crowley said, delivering a swift kick to Moria's backside. Fine, I shall comply without further ado. No need for such roughness. Moria replied resignedly, as he proceeded to liberate the shadows of the 4 zombies. With a whoosh, 4 shadows ascended into the sky. The soul contract signed by Crowley has begun to take effect, and his mind is now infused with an array of new elements, proving to be quite beneficial. The attributes panel has activated. Name: Crowley Rommel Fruit. Superhuman type Paramecia, Awakening 40. Physical strength 50. 000 Swordsmanship. Advanced Navy Basic Swordsmanship. Essence of the Thousand Gene Sword Technique. Essence of the North Star One Blade Style. Advanced Frenzied Sword Technique. Essence of the Royal Path Sword. Essence of Dragon Slaying Swordsmanship. Captain John's Unique Dual Sword Style Martial Arts. Supreme Navy 6 Styles. Advanced Fishman Karate. Elbaf Spear Technique. Axe Combat Hockey. Mastery of Armament Hockey. Mastery of Observation Hockey. Physical Constitution. Steel Balloon. Unmatched Sword Intent. Captain John's Treasure Talents Others. Mastery of Weapon Proficiency. Underwater Breathing Beast Transformation. 1. Tiger Demon Transformation, with skill. Sonic Wave Attack. 2. Ox Demon Transformation, with skill. Devour Everything. 3. Ape Demon Transformation, with skill. Cicada Shedding. Upon releasing his shadow, Moria sensed that Crowley beside him had transformed into a different entity. No, not merely a different person, but rather a drawn sword radiating an aura of sharpness. His mere presence exuded an overwhelming essence. In his previous training in swordsmanship, he had never encountered such a formidable sword intent. This overwhelming presence was something he had only witnessed in Mihawk. To his astonishment, within such a brief span, this fellow had evoked such a sensation within him. Crowley closed his eyes, feeling the ominous presence of observation hockey spreading like tendrils across the entire fearsome 3-masted ship. He sensed that his mastery of this advanced level of observation hockey had reached a point akin to foresight. Undoubtedly, his mastery of the advanced armament hockey had similarly attained a formidable level. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had acquired 2 additional abilities. One was the unparalleled sword intent obtained from Ryoma, while the other was an enigmatic peculiar trait, the talent of Captain John as treasure. Crowley found himself momentarily speechless, particularly with the so-called dual swordsmanship that Captain John had purportedly created. Was this some sort of jest? Opening his eyes, Crowley smiled wryly. The rewards of this venture had been truly significant. The fearsome 3-masted ship had indeed proven worthwhile, and his strength had taken a substantial leap forward. The only regret was that he had yet to attain Conqueror's Haki. Could it be that the legendary swordsman Ryoma lacked the potential for it? Conqueror's Haki would be vital in future battles. He shook his head, deciding to set that matter aside for now. How has the Shadow Collection been progressing? He inquired of Moria. Do you even have the audacity to ask? Your subordinate has utterly decimated my zombies, leaving them in tatters. Hogback informed me that at least 1/3 of the corpses are beyond repair, forcing us to abandon them. Even now, despite fervently collecting shadows, we are far from sufficient. And the quality is decidedly mixed, Moria retorted. He could hardly fathom how someone as seemingly frail as Momoi Waka could unleash such formidable power. His zombie army was utterly impotent against her. Well, there is nothing pressing at the moment. I'll lend you a hand in seeking out some powerful shadows and assist in finding a suitable shadow for Oz. Where do we begin our search? You're aware that Kaido is currently rampantly cultivating artificial devil fruit users, right? You must have heard of the individual supplying him with artificial devil fruits. The notorious figure from the dark underworld, Joker Doflamingo. Moria exclaimed, his surprise evident. Having isolated himself, he was largely ignorant of the outside world, though he had some knowledge of the underground realm. Crowley nodded, patting his shoulder, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Let us proceed to Dress Rosa. The formidable 3-masted ship was immense. Having been transformed from the islands, and after emerging from the fantastical Triner section, it captured the attention of many. The world was now aware that one of the 7 warlords, Gecko Moria, had been lurking in the first half of the Grand Line's Triner section. Some overambitious pirates attempted to challenge him, yet they all met the same fate, having their shadows severed and turned into zombies. Even the weakest among the 7 warlords was not to be trifled with by ordinary pirates. Given that Dress Rosa lies in the new world of the Grand Line, the journey aboard the terrifying 3-masted ship took considerable time. Along the way, Moria relentlessly scavenged for shadows, gradually replenishing his army of zombies. The Navy, although astonished by Moria's sudden venture into the new world and even dispatching scouts, could only turn a blind eye to the actions of one of the 7 warlords, who was under the protection of the world government. Are you truly going to confront Doflamingo? Moria mused as they neared Dress Rosa. Are you afraid? Crawley shot him a reproachful glance. It was well known that during the Marineford War, Doflamingo had nearly eliminated Moria. Now, he hesitated over obtaining a mere shadow. Primarily, that fellow is also a warlord. Moria replied, furrowing his brow. Although there was no explicit rule prohibiting conflict among the warlords, history had not recorded such overt assaults between them. He feared that during an offensive, the Navy might intervene. Rest assured, there will be no issues with the Navy. Crawley discerned the underlying meaning in Moria's words. As a member of the Navy himself, he knew that any arriving Navy personnel would easily defer upon seeing him. What truly worried him was the world government, after all. Doflamingo was a celestial dragon, closely aligned with the government. But he is a pirate now, Moria retorted. Even if agents from CP were to arrive to dissuade him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Nonsense. With my current power, no one can dictate my actions. Soon, the terrifying three-masted ship reached the shores of Dress Rosa. Given the island's dense population, Crawley could not afford to slaughter the inhabitants indiscriminately, so he ultimately brought only a few companions ashore. The zombie army did not set foot on the island. I say, young master, Torabaru, a high-ranking officer of the Flower Army, leaned closer to Doflamingo, grinning. Intelligence indicates that Moria and his crew have arrived at Dress Rosa and are already on the island. Doflamingo, lounging in his garden under the sun, frowned upon hearing this. Gecko Moria? What business does he have here? Toripole shook his head, indicating that he too was unaware of the intentions, but he added, Buffalo and Baby 5 have already gone to investigate the situation. He likely wouldn't dare to act rashly. Doflamingo nodded, continuing to squint his eyes. Amir Moria did not pique his interest. He was preoccupied with other matters. Considering that a coward forced back to the first half of the Grand Line by Kaido was hardly worthy of his attention, perhaps this visit was merely to discuss some potential collaboration. After all, he had ample connections. Suddenly, Baby 5 soared above the group led by Crowley, seated atop Buffalo. With a cigarette in her mouth and a displeased expression, she glared at the hefty Moria, the one who had rudely interrupted her matchmaking time. Hey, Moria. What brings you to Dress Rosa? She called out. Dress Rosa was the exclusive domain of the Don Quixote family, and the arrival of other warlords of the sea naturally warranted attention. Moria looked up at the two in the air and let out a hearty laugh. I'm here to borrow something from Doflamingo. How audacious. Do you think you can so casually invoke our young master's name? What do you wish to borrow? I wish to borrow your young master's shadow. Moria's eyes glimmered with excitement. You're courting death. Baby 5 spat out the cigarette clamped between her lips, her hands transforming into gun barrels, unleashing a barrage of bullets toward Moria's towering form. How dare he harbor thoughts against their young master? Unforgivable. Moria's expression twisted into a snarl. Was the external perception of him so dreadful now? Were even the most insignificant of beings emboldened to lay hands on him? With a sweeping gesture, shadows morphed into a multitude of fragmented bats, blocking the bullets and launching themselves at the airborne duo. Swish. Baby 5 transformed into a scythe-wielding figure, slicing through the shadowy bats with ease. Yet, the severed shadow bats reformed, continuing their assault. You're far too slow, Crowley remarked, shaking his head. Goodness. It was his first encounter with Moria's abilities, and they seemed rather lackluster. He couldn't even dispatch 2 minor players in an instant. Truly, as a warlord of the sea. This was a disgrace. Crowley picked up 2 small stones from the ground, tossing them deftly in his hand. He raised his head, squinting slightly. And with his mastery of weaponry at an advanced level, he did not even need to unleash his observation haki, enveloping his arm in armament haki. He aimed at a specific point in the sky and launched the 2 stones from his hand. Whoosh, whoosh. The stones successfully pierced through Buffalino's calves, the intense pain rendering the propellers on his feet utterly immobile. Bang! With a cry of agony, he plummeted from the sky, taking Baby 5 on his back down with him. Crowley stepped forward, gripping Baby 5's neck firmly, and coldly commanded, lead us to Doflamingo. I have no time for your dilly-dallying. With her neck in his grasp, Baby 5's face flushed crimson, yet her eyes shimmered with tears as she asked, Are you asking me for help? Am I needed? Crowley, with a head full of black lines, set her down and, with a hint of resignation, replied, I suppose so. All right then. Baby 5 exclaimed, grabbing Crowley's hand as they made their way toward the palace of Dress Rosa. The others, witnessing this, followed suit. You scoundrel, how dare you exploit Baby 5? Buffalo, having fallen from the sky to the ground, spat blood. His face contorted with rage as he pointed accusingly at the retreating Crawley. Crawley wore a look of helplessness, feeling utterly wronged. Hardly had he taken a few steps when two leaders, accompanied by a throng of followers, surrounded them. The foremost among them donned a native attire, draped in a crimson cloak, while the other was clad in a tight-fitting red suit. They were Diamante, the highest-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, and Mahabais, an officer of the same faction. The remaining individuals were, of course, the combat troops of the Don Quixote army. Release baby, 5 at once. Diamante glowered, fixing his gaze on Crawley, who held baby, 5 by the hand. Initially, he had presumed that these individuals were here to seek an alliance with the young master, only to discover that they had injured Buffalo and abducted baby, 5, an outright declaration of war against the Don Quixote family. Crawley initially intended to release baby 5's hand, but she clutched it even tighter. What an exasperating woman. Are you attempting to tear us apart? Baby 5's face was filled with fury. Diamante remained silent, aware that this foolish girl's affliction had resurfaced. You are not permitted to go anywhere. Leave me here. He waved his large hand, and the surrounding square soldiers surged forward. I have no time to indulge you. Tosaka, Sholea, blocked their path. Crawley's expression darkened as he advanced with baby 5 and Moria. Where do you think you're going? Leave me here. Diamante's longsword lunged at him like a serpent. Clang. Tosaka, with an expression of indifference, parried with her longsword, deftly deflecting his flexible blade. Your opponent is me. Diamante's countenance soured. He could sense that the woman obstructing him was formidable. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her face from somewhere. Was she not the subordinate of the rebellious Commodore Crawley, recently featured in the Navy's bounty notice? The one known as the Phantom, Tosaka. Crawley. He finally came to his senses. He turned his gaze, fixating intently on the man grasping baby 5's hand. This fellow was none other than the infamous Crawley Rommel. What was the intention behind the alliance between the Warlord of the Sea, Gecko Moria, and the demon pirates as they arrived in Dress Rosa? Diamante felt a foreboding sense of dread. Could he afford to be distracted any longer? With a cold huff, Peach Machi unleashed a sharp sword aura that sliced through the air. Damn it, he was ensnared by this woman. Meanwhile, Shalaya confronted the forces of the Block Army. Having undergone training under Crawley for some time, he deemed himself capable of handling these adversaries. Little did he realize, he was straying further down the path of servitude. Crawley and Moria followed in the footsteps of baby 5, breaking through the encirclement of the Block Army as they made their way toward the palace of Dress Rosa. The island's inhabitants, witnessing the turmoil unfolding around them, retreated into their homes, fearful of venturing outside. As residents of the New World, they were acutely aware of the weight that the title of Warlord of the Sea carried. Seeing Moria, one of the warlords, who shared the same title as their own king, they dared not display any overt reaction, only sensing that a transformation was imminent for Dress Rosa. Boom. You shall not approach the young master, roared the formidable Mahabais, hovering in the air with a menacing expression. There was no way he would allow these individuals to seek out the young master so easily. They too had their pride to uphold. Bestowing upon his adversaries the utmost respect, he unleashed his most formidable power. The might of the Tunpress fruit surged forth, descending from the sky toward Moria with tremendous force. Whoosh! Crawley swiftly shifted into Moria's position and unleashed a powerful punch towards the sky. How dare you stand against me? I shall reduce you to mere pulp. Mahabai's eyes gleamed with madness. Boom! Crawley let out a cold snort, merely enveloping his hand with armament hockey. A mere 10,000 tons of force. One that could effortlessly send giants flying in the original narrative. How could he possibly take it to heart? Bang! The black fist of Crowley met the immense body of Mahabais in an intimate clash. Mahabais, overwhelmed by the formidable force, rolled his eyes back and lost consciousness. How could this be possible? With a swift motion, Mahabais was sent flying by a single punch. Moria and baby 5, witnessing the event, stood in stunned silence. When Mahabais descended, he had generated a resounding sonic boom. Baby 5 felt the impact deeply, for she was acutely aware of her family member's weight. Instantly, her gaze towards Crowley shifted. To be able to launch such a heavy Mahabais without a hint of effort was nothing short of monstrous. Let us proceed, Crowley said indifferently to her. This time, she dared not grasp his hand, but instead silently led the way ahead. She had come to realize that these two were intent on confronting the young master. Given this man's extraordinary strength, would the young master be in peril? Guarding the entrance of the Dress Rosa Palace was the esteemed officer of the Spade Army, Pika. He had received notification from the Square Army S-Snail that Moria and his crew had breached the encirclement and were advancing towards the palace. His towering frame trembled slightly as he observed Moria and Crowley, his face contorting in fury. This was not fear, it was rage. Rage that made his entire body quiver. He longed to rush to the side of the young master, yet it was impossible. "Do you wish to join in the fray?" Crowley glanced at him and said coolly. Pika offered no response, for in his eyes, both individuals deserved death. How dare they brazenly assault Dress Rosa? In an instant, his body sank into the ground. Stone barrage. Boom. Countless rocky tendrils surged forth to attack them, but both men merely snorted, dispatching the rocky appendages with ease. They truly had underestimated their opponents. Daring to display lethal intent even against a subordinate of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Thud. Steadying himself, Crowley unleashed a punch. Pika, now petrified, was struck directly and sent hurtling backward for dozens of meters. This fellow possessed the stone fruit, reminiscent of the underground treasure settings of Wano. Could it be that the fruit from Wano was indeed the stone fruit? Crowley harbored a lingering suspicion, which was now confirmed upon sight. The resemblance was indeed striking. Pika's eyes were bloodshot, and stones perpetually adhered to the surface of her body, causing her form to swell. She then transformed into a colossal rock giant, towering several dozen meters high. Her eyes emitted a crimson glow as her immense stone fists hurtled towards the two individuals. Crowley shook his head, deeming the fruit's efficacy far inferior to that of Unanimous. Drawing his sword, he unleashed a strike directly toward Pika's fist. Wang Dao sword. Press. The dense sword aura, accompanied by a fierce gale, surged toward the colossal rock giant. This technique originated from Wang Ji, a member of the Rocks Pirates, and had assimilated Crowley's own formidable blade skills. This was a situation Crowley had never encountered before, a testament to the formidable power of the Wang Dao sword. With a resounding crash, debris scattered as the immense pressure shattered the stones surrounding Pika, revealing his true form. Even the golden armor adorning him crumbled and fell apart. With a thunderous impact, the overwhelmed Pika was sent crashing into the palace of Dress Rosa, shattering several stone pillars. The loss of these pillars led to a partial collapse of the palace. "How dare you?" Doflamingo, standing atop the palace, glared at the devastation wrought upon Pika, veins bulging on his forehead. This was his family, the kin he cherished. "At last, you reveal yourself, Doflamingo," Crowley remarked, casting a subtle glance upward. It was evident that Doflamingo had chosen to appear only after Pika was hurled away. What kind of family was that? "It's you, Crowley Rommel." Doflamingo's eyes glinted beneath his sunglasses. The intelligence network of Vice Admiral Virgo in the Navy was extensive, and now it was clear this man was an undercover agent sent by the Navy. But why was he now entangled with Moria and seeking trouble with him? "Moria? Allow me to showcase my power," Crowley smirked, harboring another significant reason for his assault on the Don Quixote family. He yearned to test his newfound strength, abilities acquired from the formidable zombie, which he had yet to experiment with. With a leap, Crowley executed the moonwalk, arriving at the pinnacle of the palace to confront Doflamingo. "Why do you seek to trouble me? Is it the will of the Navy headquarters, Major Crowley Rommel?" Doflamingo's fury was palpable as he struggled to contain it. He was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, shielded by the world government. Once a celestial dragon, he maintained connections with the world government, and no one could challenge him as he plundered the sky's golden city. He was also a sovereign of the underworld, who had given this Navy major the audacity to confront him. Was Virgo's information truly that timely? Crowley regarded him with a smirk, seemingly amused. How could it be? This major is aware of Virgo's identity. Doflamingo's mind was in turmoil at the implications. If even a mere major possessed such knowledge, what did that mean for the Navy headquarters? Crowley laughed at his sullen expression, waving his hand dismissively as he said, "Do not misunderstand. I am now a pirate. I have merely come this time to enhance the strength of my subordinate." With that, he gestured towards the hulking figure of Moria sprawled on the ground. Enhancing the strength of a subordinate? Moonlight Moria? Doflamingo fixed his gaze upon him, his voice icy as he inquired, "Are you intending to use my shadow to create a zombie?" "You have guessed correctly." He snapped his fingers, his expression shifting subtly. "Do you possess the strength to do that?" Doflamingo roared in fury. "You are merely a lowly rear admiral, and yet you dare to be so audacious." With that, he unleashed an attack, his palm erupting with numerous threads that intertwined to form a thick pillar of lines, hurtling directly towards Crowley. Crowley brandished his longsword, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Why not have done it sooner? Rory had been rambling for far too long. Whoosh. The line pillar loomed ahead as he decisively brought his sword down, cleaving the hefty column cleanly in two. The severed halves of the pillar shot off in opposite directions, demolishing several buildings in their wake. The citizens of Dress Rosa erupted into chaos, hastily fleeing in panic. The king was engaged in battle. This nation was on the brink of turmoil. Violetta concealed herself in the shadows. Her wide eyes fixated on the duel unfolding above the palace. There stood the recently defected naval major, Crawley Rommel. Could he emerge as the hero to save this beleaguered land? Descend, scoundrel threads. Doflamingo raised his arm and swung it down with ferocity, sending 5 threads sharply piercing towards Crawley. Boom. Upon the long sword of Crawley ignited a blue flame. He raised it high and struck at the 5 sharp threads above him. With a resounding clang, the resilient threads were severed and ignited. I've heard your threads are quite formidable, he remarked, brandishing a slowly burning white thread, a smile directed at Doflamingo. Doflamingo gritted his teeth, realizing this individual's strength was extraordinary, far beyond the capabilities of a mere rear admiral. Even a vice admiral would find his threads insurmountable. Yet this man could cleave through them effortlessly. Stop holding back, Tinyasha. I fear you might fall to my blade in a single stroke. Crawley, lifting his sword engulfed in blue flames, moved swiftly to Doflamingo's side and swung down with intent to cleave. Spiderweb wall, a colossal web woven from countless threads, materialized to intercept Crawley's assault. However, with a single stroke, Crawley severed the web, the blue flames consuming it entirely, sending Doflamingo flying several meters away. Doflamingo, examining his abdomen shielded by his haki, furrowed his brow. This man's power was too bizarre, his swordsmanship rivaling that of Hawkeye. Such prowess. How could the Navy headquarters allow him to operate as an undercover agent? Damn it, if he did not unleash his full power today, he might indeed fall prey to this adversary. He straightened himself, the tiles of the palace beneath him gradually transforming into white threads that spread incessantly. An awakened paramecia? Crawley observed the scene with a hint of detachment. This Navy officer was certainly well informed. Doflamingo felt a growing uncertainty within. Desolate wave of white threads. Crawley's feet twisted as tens of thousands of white threads arranged themselves like waves surging from beneath him, beginning to entwine around his form, gradually constricting. Yet, his observation haki had foreseen this very scene, allowing him to evade the engulfing torrent of white threads. With his azure flame sword raised high, his expression turned solemn. Dragon slash. Boom. A tremendous burst of blue flames erupted, each flicker of fire embodying a sharp sword aura potent enough to slice through the very dust in the air. The dragon-slaying sword technique, once wielded by the dragon's steed, re-emerged in this realm, radiating its might through Crawley's grasp. Boom. There was no dragon's roar. How could the sword technique of the dragon slayer possess a roar? All that resonated was the sound of the sword's cry, a thunderous cry of the blade. Whoosh. The tidal wave of countless white threads was cleaved into segments as the blue flames reduced them to ashes. Crawley shook his head, contemplating the futility of employing his dragon-slaying sword technique merely to sever one of Doflamingo's white threads. He felt a sense of pity for Longma. The swordsmanship he had just resurrected in this world was now confronting an adversary like Doflamingo, who was neither overwhelmingly powerful nor utterly weak. Though his devil fruit ability had awakened, his haki was woefully inadequate, falling far short of the pinnacle of the pirate world. At best, he could be categorized as second tier, with aspirations to challenge the first tier. Crawley pondered this in silence, unaware that the expression on Doflamingo's face had twisted into a grotesque snarl. The lofty demeanor he exuded was reminiscent of his kin, the celestial dragons. Was he mocking him? Did he look down upon him? Was he merely using him as a means to hone his swordsmanship? A formidable aura erupted from Doflamingo, his tyrannical presence casting a shroud over the battlefield. Even Moria, who stood by watching the fray, felt a tremor of unease. Doflamingo possessed the qualities of a king, despite being a mere jester serving Kaido. He felt disheartened, realizing that he stood no chance against Doflamingo. It dawned on him that he had fallen so far behind over the years. Moria's spirit sank, devoid of progress yet still harboring murderous intent towards Kaido, feeling like an utter failure. Meanwhile, Crawley remained unmoved by Doflamingo's overwhelming haki, standing tall like a blade unsheathed, exuding a glimmer of sharpness amidst the chaos. A single sword pierced through the tumult of battle. As a swordsman, how could he ever submit? Not even to a king. This was the unparalleled might of his swordsmanship. This was the essence he inherited from Longma's lifeless form. He narrowed his eyes at Doflamingo. Are you angry? Under the immense pressure of your strength, are you filled with rage? The more you rage, the more my strength is underscored. The sea of white waves surged forth. The entire palace transformed into a roiling ocean of white threads, resembling the true surface of the sea. Countless white waves churned, entwining and striking towards Crawley. No matter how many came, it would be the same. The mysterious blue flames on Crawley's long sword blazed brighter, and with a leap, he plunged into the ocean of white threads, akin to a lone warrior diving into the sea. A warrior wielding a sword, as the great river flows eastward. Boom! The thunderous roar of his sword echoed through the ocean of white threads, the sword's energy reverberating, its intent soaring to the heavens, an unparalleled force. Dark abyss. Sword fire slash. A voice devoid of emotion resonated from Crawley, as the dazzling sword light illuminated the vast expanse of the white thread ocean. Doflamingo gritted his teeth, his hands flailing in a frenzy, directing the sharp white threads to entwine around Crawley, sweeping towards him. Impossible. It cannot be. He is merely a rear admiral. Boom. The azure flames erupted alongside the sword light, unleashing an overwhelming force, igniting the white thread ocean like an infernal blaze, swiftly engulfing the entire sea. This ethereal fire threatened to scorch the very depths of the ocean. The sweeping sword light severed the white threads of the ocean into numerous segments, despite Doflamingo's control. He could not bind them together. Whoosh! The white thread ocean was ultimately transformed into a realm of spectral flames. Crawley emerged from the fray, sheathing his long sword at his waist, and regarded Doflamingo with a hint of amusement. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent, despite the limited close-quarters combat. The outcome was almost predetermined. Even though Doflamingo harbored a sense of awareness within, there was no need to continue this battle. Should we proceed further? It would be best for you to allow my subordinate to collect your shadow. Crawley believed that his words were perfectly reasonable. After all, if he could not win, what else could he do but submit to fate? However, to Doflamingo's ears, they sounded unbearably jarring. How dare this wretched Navy Rear Admiral look down upon him? It had been years since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a tone. The eyes concealed behind dark glasses sparkled with a frenzied light, and he descended into a state of sheer hysteria. How could he possibly lose? He was destined to be a man of kings. 1,000 arrows pierced his heart. Feathers struck. Threads. The ground on either side of Doflamingo began to rise, forming thousands of white lines that entwined with his haki, instantly transforming into black threads that surged forth in the shape of flamingo wings, converging upon Crawley. The speed was astonishing, the sharpness lethal. Resonating with the sound of piercing air. With a disdainful snort, Crawley refrained from drawing the long sword at his waist. His greatest strength lay not in swordsmanship or physical prowess, for a well-rounded individual need not confine themselves to a single weapon. His fists, imbued with the hardened haki of armament, glowed a deep crimson as they surged outward, cleaving through the air with explosive force. The sound of sonic booms shattered the stillness. Elbaf's spear combined with the flow of Sakura. Let us see if you can withstand this. A resounding clang reverberated throughout the entirety of Dress Rosa. The maddening sound of metal scraping driving one to madness. Moria's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed the standoff. Crawley's crimson-hued fist collided with Doflamingo's black strings, shattering them and dispersing them into countless white filaments that drifted like dust in the air. The explosive power of his crimson fist surged forth, aimed directly at Doflamingo himself. White shield. From Doflamingo's position, robust lines of defense materialized, resembling a protective shield that braced against the oncoming force. To evade here would be to acknowledge inferiority to this adversary. The heart of a king would not allow retreat. He would not be defeated again. Boom. The combination of Elbaf's spear and Sakura proved to be a formidable alliance, erupting with an overwhelming might. Such a level of defense could not withstand the onslaught. Crawley narrowed his eyes in anticipation. As expected, Doflamingo's shield was once again shattered by the force of the fist, even as he enveloped himself in armament haki, crossing his arms to meet the impact. Bang! Doflamingo was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. How could such power possibly belong to a mere Navy Rear Admiral? The white strands rapidly mended his internal injuries. He had not yet lost. He would not fall. Crawley was deeply moved by his tenacity, prompting him to swiftly resolve the matter. Wang Zhi had already employed the Wang Dao sword, and Long Ma had attempted the dragon-slaying sword technique. The axe duel technique of the silver axe was beneath his standards, leaving only Captain John's peculiar swordsmanship. Captain John had devised his own unique dual-wielding sword technique. Crawley drew forth 2 long swords, which he had long prepared, grasping them firmly in his hands. His expression was grave, yet he felt an unsettling uncertainty within. The very name of this technique evoked a sense of dread. Blood oozed from Doflamingo's lips, his teeth nearly crushed by his own bite. The ground once more erupted in layers of white lines, ascending toward the heavens. These white lines divided into 16 strands, each imbued with the fierce aura of armament hockey, their tips glinting with a chilling gleam. 16 sacred lethal projectiles. Divine execution. A technique capable of slaying even gods, it was certain to eradicate this scoundrel, the naval infiltrator. Whoosh. The 16 sharp black lines hurtled toward Crowley with alarming speed. Crowley curled the corners of his mouth. Divine slaying might vanquish gods, but he was, after all, a devil. He silently recited the name of a technique in his mind. The reason for this silent invocation was that the name of the technique was exceedingly shameful. It was called Captain John's Indomitable Dual Blade Strike. This technique was hailed as the most powerful move in Captain John's self-created dual blade style. Come forth. Crowley brandished his twin swords, striking a peculiar pose. As he moved, he leaped into the air, cleaving through 16 sharp black lines. Boom. Beside him, Moria widened his eyes. Not to witness the clash between the two, but to see what kind of power his ally would unleash this time. He gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. This time, in the clash of techniques, it was Crowley who was sent flying. Crowley's swordplay was utterly ineffective against the 16 sharp black lines, not even severing a single thread. The piercing black lines struck his body directly, propelling him backward. In that instant, Crowley's expression drastically transformed, becoming exceedingly grim. His armed hockey enveloped his entire being, yet he was thrust through the air by the 16 sharp black lines, crashing into and demolishing numerous buildings. How could this be? Moria was at a loss, unable to comprehend how Crowley, who had previously dominated, was now sent flying by Doflamingo. Did Doflamingo conceal further strength? Doflamingo himself was filled with exhilaration. He had turned the tide. He had regained control of the situation. He had not lost. He would emerge victorious. After all, he was a king. Is winning not a matter of course? Ugh. Crowley clambered up from the ruins of the buildings he had shattered, spitting out the dust from his mouth. Captain John, I believed your nonsense. This scoundrel is nothing short of a swindler, claiming it was his strongest move in the self-created dual sword style. What a farce. How dare he boast about being able to defeat heaven and earth? Yet here we are, unable to sever even a single white line from Doflamingo. Crowley's expression was grim, unmistakably revealing his anger. Despite his iron balloon physique, fortified by the formidable defense of his hardened hockey and the enhancements of the Navy's 6 powers, he had barely sustained any injury. Nevertheless, being struck and sent flying was still a humiliation. Observing Moria's look of suspicion and bewilderment only fueled his fury further. This damned sword technique had embarrassed him in front of his subordinates. At this moment, he did not crave the shadow of Doflamingo. He yearned for blood. With a decisive stomp, he activated his moonwalk and ascended, positioning himself directly opposite Doflamingo. At that moment, Doflamingo's expression was nuanced. Gone was the prior sense of humiliation, replaced solely by a sense of delight. Crowley even suspected that beneath his sunglasses, someone was making faces at him. Oh, you think you're so formidable? How is it that I sent you flying? Crowley did not sheath his twin blades. This time, however, he would not resort to his foolishly self-invented dual sword technique. He possessed more formidable techniques. With his left hand, he wielded the frenzied demon sword art, while his right hand commanded the principles of the royal blade. The two swords intertwined in the air, a harmonious union rendering them invincible. Black and red luminescence flickered, gradually merging into one another. The essence of the sword coalesced in the atmosphere, and the silhouette of a crimson demon emerged, its sword intent cleaving through the clouds above, revealing the azure sky. The demon raised its dual claws, which interlaced, emanating a radiant black glow that subtly formed the visage of a kingdom, a realm of darkness. Steeped in tyrannical power, this was the palace of the king. Fierce and ominous, it embodied the essence of a tyrant, a dominion of demons. The red demon propelled this infernal kingdom forward, exerting tremendous pressure and fierce sword energy towards Doflamingo, intending to subdue him. Under the shadow of the demon, Doflamingo appeared feeble, as insignificant as an ant. He gazed upward at the demon and the royal dominion, his heart quaking, the earlier exhilaration dissipating entirely. More potent than deities, demons reigned supreme. Doflamingo's countenance twisted in fury. How could he possibly accept defeat? He raised his hands, summoning 16 pillars of black energy, unleashing a tyrannical aura that swept across the entire island. 16 sacred death bullets, divine annihilation. If gods could be vanquished, what right did demons have to remain unscathed? He gritted his teeth, his eyes beneath the sunglasses shimmering with a manic fervor. The 16 black pillars surged towards the demon in the heavens, while the demon's dominion bore down with an overwhelming force. Boom! The majesty of the kingdom was no less formidable than the tyrannical aura. The frenzied sword intent shrieked incessantly. Like a colossal royal seal, it obliterated the so-called 16 sacred death bullets, scattering the white threads into mere dust under the tremendous pressure. No. Doflamingo's gaze dulled, overwhelmed by the impending dominion. Even the robust armor of his haki could not alter the fact of his defeat. He was forcibly driven into the earth, succumbing to unconsciousness. The thunderous sword energy carved a massive crater at the heart of Dress Rosa. Crawley retracted his dual swords, casting a glance at the pit where Doflamingo lay, his fate uncertain. With a cold snort, he returned to the surface. Did you truly believe that a single strike would elevate your prowess? The fury that had propelled him earlier began to dissipate. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. It was merely a case of being duped by that scoundrel, Captain John. The island's inhabitants had gathered at the periphery, many of them dazed by the conqueror's haki that Doflamingo had unleashed moments ago, not to mention the residual tumult of the battle. A mere brush with it could spell utter annihilation. Moria approached Crawley, furrowing his brow as he surveyed Doflamingo in the pit. Wasn't it agreed that he would provide shadows for his zombies? Could this fellow still be alive? Fear not, he is not dead yet. Crawley's observation haki detected a faint breath from the man, prompting him to speak with exasperation. Hurry and sever all the shadows of the Don Quixote family. While their strength is lacking, they do represent a certain caliber, albeit a mediocre one. Tao Mu Wang and Xylia had likewise dispatched a considerable portion of the Don Quixote forces, with Xylia even transferring several officers to Moria for the purpose of shadow severance. Then I shall not hold back. Moria grinned slyly as he produced his enormous scissors, commencing the task of cutting away the shadows of the Don Quixote officers. This included Baby Fives, despite her foolishness. She had witnessed Crawley defeating her master and could not possibly acquiesce to his demands. Moreover, Crawley had no need for her allegiance. Once the shadows were severed, they all returned to the terrifying three-masted ship. Dress Rosa, once a thriving island, now lay desolate. Concealed in the shadows, Violet observed the ruin of her homeland, her emotions indescribable. She had believed these individuals were here to rescue her country, only to find they brought devastation instead. Clenching her silver teeth, she watched Crawley and his crew depart, afraid to reveal herself. This group was nothing short of demons. The formidable Crawley proved to be unfathomably powerful, having brought Doflamingo to his knees without the slightest chance of retaliation. With the nation in ruins, the Don Quixote family, stripped of their shadows, would no longer remain on this island. What, then, was the significance of Violet enduring humiliation and hardship for so many years under their rule? She found herself engulfed in confusion, questioning how such a calamity could befall her. Upon returning to the terrifying three-masted ship, Moria was immensely exhilarated. Hastily stuffing the shadows of the Don Quixote family into the prepared corpses, even the powerful zombies that Crawley had previously instructed him to liberate found their place. However, just as he intended to insert Diamante's shadow into Captain John's corpse, he was abruptly halted by Crawley. No more shadows shall be placed within this corpse. In Crawley's eyes, a glimmer of fury sparkled as he forcefully kicked the corpse twice, venting his anger from being toyed with by Captain John. Although Moria was unaware of the underlying reasons, he chose to remain silent in light of Crawley's grim demeanor. After all, this man was of high status and deserved to be appeased. If it cannot be done, so be it. Moria liberated Oz's lifeless body from the ice storage, his eyes gleaming with madness as he held a writhing shadow, which he thrust into Oz's corpse. After so many years, he had finally found a powerful shadow for the demon Oz, and it belonged to that scoundrel Doflamingo. He was so exhilarated he nearly cried out. As the shadow was infused into Oz, he sprang back to life, opening his eyes, curling his lips, and stretching his limbs. "Hee, my master, how do you fare?" Oz greeted Moria in Doflamingo's tone. Though it felt exceedingly awkward, the thought of being referred to as a master in a manner reminiscent of Doflamingo was utterly delightful. "Very well, indeed." Moria laughed heartily, his satisfaction evident as he beheld the imposing form of the demon Oz, with the shadow of the warlord as a driving force. He felt more assured about confronting Kaido. Kaido, await my vengeance. With Crawley's formidable strength supporting him, coupled with the resurrected demon Oz, Moria felt he had reached the pinnacle of his existence, envisioning Kaido at his feet, begging for mercy. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Moria's ear, Moonlight Moria. Return the shadow of the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo. He turned to see three figures clad in white suits and masks standing before him. It was the World Government's Intelligence Agency, CP. Damn it, the VE come after all, Moria thought, realizing that the world government would not permit the theft of a fellow warlord's shadow. On what grounds? Moria was resolute. This shadow was a hard-won prize, now embedded within Oz's being. There was no way he would return it to that scoundrel Doflamingo. If you do not return Doflamingo's shadow, the world government will revoke your title as a warlord, one member of CP coldly stated. Moria was not one to be easily intimidated. He retorted with a frigid expression, I care not for the title of warlord. He was poised to launch an assault on Kaido, and after eliminating him, he would meet his own demise. Why cling to the title of warlord? We are CP0. Regardless of your status as a warlord, you must return Doflamingo's shadow today. The CP0 member standing in the center shook his head. Regardless of the circumstances, Doflamingo possesses the bloodline of the celestial dragons and cannot be subjected to indignities. Moreover, he has not yet been stripped of his title as a warlord of the sea, thus enjoying the protection of the world government. Then come and try? Moria declared, sweeping his hands as a multitude of shadows surged towards the CP0 members. What a farce. These mere hunting dogs of the world government dared to utter such bravado in his presence. Shadow Spear. Three shadowy spears lunged fiercely at the trio. With a swift movement, they executed the moonwalk, ascending into the air to evade Moria's onslaught, before turning their assault back towards him. This was an order from the world government. They were determined to retrieve Doflamingo's shadow at all costs. The command of the world government is not to be defied. Six King Pistol. The three CP0 members simultaneously extended their fists, their voices icy. A formidable shockwave surged towards Moria. The CP0 are renowned as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, and their combined strength is more than sufficient to vanquish this weakest of the warlords. Swish. Shadow Warrior. Moria deftly exchanged positions with his shadow clone, narrowly avoiding their attack. However, his shadow clone was shattered by their Six King Pistol. Flying Finger Gun. Storm Foot. King Bird. Six King Pistol. The three CP0 members swiftly maneuvered, dispersing to various positions to launch their assault on Moria, ensuring he could not evade their strikes any longer. Boom. Crawley delivered a powerful kick that sent the CP0 member, who was gathering energy behind Moria, to unleash the Six King's spear technique, flying. He then drew his longsword, releasing a blade of energy to counter the flying finger gun and the storm kick. With a playful smile, he rested the sword on his shoulder, gazing at the three CP0 members, and remarked, This fellow is my subordinate. Have you consulted me regarding your actions against him? You are the demon Crawley Rommel. No, you are Major Crawley. Major Crawley, as a member of the Navy, what is your intention in aiding a pirate? The CP0 agents questioned. The intelligence network of CP0 is no laughing matter. The world government is fully aware of Crawley's background, as the Navy merely serves as the FAAD of the world government. This is a significant reason for Crawley's disdain for the Navy. He had even contemplated whether to play the role of an undercover operative as suggested by Sengoku, pondering if he should genuinely immerse himself in that role. Moria furrowed his brow. Previously, Doflamingo had also mentioned that Crawley was an undercover agent sent by the Navy headquarters to the sea. Could it be true? If so, why would he assist me, even at the risk of opposing the world government? Does Crawley harbor a grudge against Kaido and wish to use me as a pawn? Moria fell into deep contemplation. How can you even say that? Isn't the world government also protecting Doflamingo, a pirate? He retorted. That's different. One CP0 member shook his head in response. Oh, Crawley raised an eyebrow. What makes it different? Is it solely because Doflamingo once belonged to the celestial dragons? The three CP0 members stood frozen, astonished by how this minor Navy major had acquired such sensitive information. The fact that Doflamingo possessed celestial dragon bloodline was a closely guarded secret. If you do not surrender Doflamingo's shadow to us, your Navy identity will be obliterated. They threatened. Crawley smirked. And what will you do to prevent me from being a Navy officer? You must realize that the Navy merely acts as the facade of the world government. If we were to leak this information, it would spell doom for you. Navy undercover agent Major Crawley colluding with pirates, and you would be finished. That information must be disclosed first. Crowley's eyes sparkled with insight. These bodyguards of the world government truly overestimated their significance, daring to threaten him. What do you mean? Are you daring to lay a hand on us? The CP0 members were incredulous, unable to believe that the Navy would confront the world government. With a swift motion, Crowley struck all three of them across the face with a single blow. Do not treat the world government as a trivial matter. Sooner or later, I shall bring it to ruin. The three CP0 agents were sent flying several dozen meters away, their attempts at using Hawkeye to defend themselves utterly futile against Crowley's strength. What kind of power is this? Crowley let out a cold snort, gesturing dismissively with his sleeve. Dare to threaten me? Just watch as I strike you down. Moria stood by, utterly astounded. If this man was indeed an undercover agent of the Navy, then such audacity could only signify a desire to sever ties with his current role. Those seasoned veterans of the sea were well aware that the Navy must heed the commands of the world government. Three CP0 agents struggled to rise from the ground, only to realize that their masks had been shattered by Crowley's single blow. With grim expressions, they regarded him. How could he so brazenly defy the world government? Had he truly defected? Did he no longer wish to serve the Navy and had instead chosen the path of a pirate? Moreover, did this man truly possess the strength of a rear admiral? It seemed utterly implausible. Even a vice admiral would find it impossible to send them flying with a mere slap. Crowley beckoned them with a dismissive gesture, remarking, "Come, let us practice. I am eager to witness just how formidable the so-called Celestial Dragon's strongest shield truly is. How audacious to refer to the Creator, the Celestial Dragons, as mere rabble. Such blasphemy. Such treason." In a flash, a CP0 agent leaped into action, launching a fierce gale kick towards Crowley. The gale kick transformed into a colossal avian form, hurtling directly towards him with immense force. Crowley also lifted his long leg, sweeping horizontally towards the sky. Whoosh! The gale foot, serpent blade. A colossal serpentine slash slithered forth from his leg, undulating through the air as it surged towards the avian gale foot strike, its immense maw agape, fangs bared. The serpentine slash had solidified to such an extent that it was twice the size of the avian strike. In an instant, as they collided in the air, it formed the tableau of a serpent devouring a bird. Boom! The avian strike was obliterated by the serpentine assault, dissipating into fleeting light. How could this be? The CP0 members were struck with astonishment. How could anyone surpass them in the mastery of the 6 powers of the Navy? This was a technique they had practiced since childhood, honed for over 30 years, and yet they found themselves outclassed by a mere rear admiral? A resounding slap to the face. The serpentine slash continued its furious advance towards the CP0 member. He shifted his feet to evade the onslaught, his expression darkening. He had been utterly overwhelmed in the art of the Navy's 6 powers. Crowley let out a disdainful laugh and said, "Allow me to demonstrate what true Navy 6th style entails." Although his mastery of the Navy 6th style was currently only at the super tier level and not yet at the ultimate level, thus preventing him from utilizing techniques such as life return and the 6 Kings gun, the immense power of his spiritual energy was not to be underestimated. With such a substantial enhancement to his energy, his Navy 6th style could easily overpower theirs. Such was the absurdity of the situation. Having practiced this skill from a young age, he could not remain calm when faced with such derision from others. As soon as he moved, the 3 of them encircled Crowley, launching their assault. Maximum wheel, 6 Kings gun, flying finger gun, chaotic rain, storm foot, heaven flower. Fierce attacks rained down upon Crowley. Yet he stood his ground, adorned with armament Hawkeye, smiling at the 3. Iron block. Your strikes cannot breach this shield. The super-tier iron block of the Navy 6 style, combined with the formidable hardness of ultimate-level armament Hawkeye and his own steel-like physique, made him invulnerable. The strongest defense in the world was not possessed by Big Mom Charlotte Lin, but rather by Crowley Rommel. Boom. Hiss. Bang. The varied attacks fell upon Crowley like a torrential downpour, yet he displayed no reaction whatsoever, not even a hint of wavering. The 3 agents were transported back to their childhood days of training in the Navy 6 style, their memories of the hard collisions with steel rekindled. This Major General is incredibly tough. Gentlemen, are you weary? Have you heard of a martial art known as Iron Block Fist? A gleam ignited in Crowley's eyes as he raised his hand, striking fiercely at the 3. Slap, slap, slap. The 3 were sent flying once more. Typically, the iron block cannot be moved while in use, but when the Navy 6 style reaches the super tier, it can be maneuvered. Unfortunately, the 3 had forgotten this. Crack. One agent crawled up from the ground, his once white suit now tattered and stained with dust. His muscles began to swell, his physique stretching upward, golden hair sprouting forth. He transformed into a towering figure over 3 meters tall, his bulging muscles giving him an appearance that seemed somewhat frail. The ape fruit, golden snub-nosed monkey form. With armament hockey applied, he transformed again, becoming a black monkey, swinging its arms down upon Crowley. It must be noted that Iron Block Fist was not exclusive to Crowley. Their Navy 6th style was at the ultimate level. A mere monkey, did it think itself the Monkey King? Crowley's palm shimmered with crimson light as he struck towards the black monkey's fist. Elbaf gun, dominance, clang. The black monkey's arm snapped instantly, sending it hurtling backward. However, you have reminded me of something. Crowley smiled, for he possessed a transformation into a beast, a power he had yet to utilize. With a low grunt, he began to swell in size, his garments bursting apart as his form ascended. Though both were monkeys, Crowley's muscles surged with an overwhelming sense of strength, far surpassing that of the golden snub-nosed monkey or any half-ape. He soared to a staggering height of 10 meters, embodying the stature of a giant. His fangs protruded menacingly as he transformed into a monstrous ape. Moria was once again taken aback, realizing that this individual was indeed a wielder of a devil fruit. And judging by his towering height and giant-like physique, he was likely not an ancient variety. Crowley threw his head back and roared. It had been far too long since he last employed the skill of beast transformation. The drastic change in his form made him wary of being recognized by those with ulterior motives. Should someone capture this moment on film and disseminate it, he would find it exceedingly difficult to use this ability freely in the future. After all, the Navy believed he had consumed an ancient tiger-like devil fruit. If the sight of this primate demon were to be witnessed by others, it would undoubtedly incite chaos. He was a man who preferred to keep his cards close to his chest. The 3 CP agents surveyed the colossal figure of the ape demon before them, their faces betraying a sense of despair. They were already outmatched. The disparity in strength was staggering, and now, with the amplification from his transformation, the power was unimaginable. The agent who had morphed into a half-macaque trembled uncontrollably at the sight of Crowley's immense stature, unable to rein in his fear. It was a visceral terror stemming from the depths of his soul, a suppression dictated by bloodlines. The ape demon towered over him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to kneel in submission, utterly devoid of any rebellious spirit. The other 2 agents, witnessing his state, understood that they could no longer rely on him. Their minds were consumed with thoughts of escape, even as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons. CP0 agents were not immune to the instinct of self-preservation. Once they managed to flee, they could alert the world government about Crowley, and by then, a multitude of formidable warriors would undoubtedly pursue him, sparing them the trouble. Their greatest fear lay in the possibility of not escaping at all, transformed into an ape demon. Crowley felt as if he were a titan among men. The exhilarating sensation of his newfound power rendered the 3 agents beneath him as mere ants. He lifted his foot, preparing to crush them, for the most effective way to deal with ants is to stamp them out. With a thunderous crash, a colossal footprint was imprinted upon the deck of the terrifying 3-masted ship. The 3 agents fled in a frenzy, harboring no intentions of attack. Even in human form, they struggled to breach the defenses of this naval rear admiral. How could they hope to overcome him now, in his transformed state? Not a single one of them was a fool. Each was as cunning as a fox. Did they wish to escape? The ape demon murmured to himself. Yet his voice resonated like rolling thunder throughout the entire 3-masted ship. After Crowley transformed into his fearsome beast form, he was far from a clumsy creature. Although his speed might have diminished slightly, the impact was negligible. The application of the Marine 6 styles, particularly the technique known as shave, remained impeccable. With a rapid footfall upon the ground, the power of the beast resonated with an explosive sound, reverberating like sound waves. Boom. The thunderous noise echoed in the minds of the 3 agents, who were acutely aware of Crowley's use of shave. The sheer magnitude of his form employing this technique was beyond their imagination. They moved with a moonwalk, executing shave, desperately hoping to escape the terrifying 3-masted ship in the beast's clutches. Don't leave. A colossal sound erupted as the beast extended its massive paw, swiping at them as they maneuvered through the air at high speed. Damn it, we can't evade this. Iron block. The 3 agents' faces twisted in rage, their eyes bloodshot, their armed hockey enveloping them as they unleashed the ultimate technique of iron block. Boom. The paw struck them, sending them crashing to the ground as if they were mere balls. Thud. Their bodies plummeted to the earth, penetrating the ground like bullets, blood and flesh spraying. In a single blow, the three CP0 agents met their demise at the hands of the beast. Throughout the encounter, Crowley had relied solely on his palm, ultimately delivering a fatal slap. In one word, formidable. Moria watched in astonishment, his face flushed and body trembling. It was eerily reminiscent. If Crowley's previous display of supreme swordsmanship had evoked thoughts of the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, then Crowley's current transformation into the beast mirrored Kaido. Brutality, bloodshed, and ferocious power. As the beast shrank back to his original form and donned his clothing, he gazed at the three mangled corpses and shook his head in disbelief. He had not anticipated the ineptitude of the CP0 agents. They had failed to withstand even a single strike from the beast, and their attempt to leverage his skill of golden cicada shed its shell was utterly futile. What a misfortune! He would have to reserve that tactic for his confrontation with Kaido. Turning to Moria, he remarked, "It seems your position as a warlord is in jeopardy. The world government and the Marines will likely seek you out for trouble. You should return to the Phantom Triangle for now. I have matters to attend to, and I will return when it is time to confront Kaido." Moria nodded, though uncertain of Crowley's intentions. He sensed that the moment of their battle with Kaido was drawing near. "Kaido, prepare yourself." Crowley donned his attire and departed from the ominous three-masted vessel, making his way to the island not far from Dress Rosa, known as the Kingdom of Rommel. He had promised his younger brother Cavendish that he would return for a visit. It had indeed been several years since his last homecoming, and he was uncertain about the well-being of his biological father. Moreover, the matter of the kingdom's succession required his personal attention, as he was the eldest son and bore an undeniable obligation. Regardless of the circumstances, a return was imperative. The Kingdom of Rommel, situated in the New World, was a neighboring realm of Dress Rosa and could be considered a significant power, one capable of attending the World Conference at Marineford. Crowley pondered how fortunate it was that a person like Don Quixote Doflamingo had not set his sights on the Rommel Kingdom. After all, in his memory, there seemed to be no formidable individuals within the kingdom throughout his childhood. Perhaps it was due to his youth. Unaware of the existence of such power, a nation devoid of strength cannot possibly thrive in the New World. This return also presents an opportunity to investigate how the Rommel Kingdom has managed to establish itself in this tumultuous realm. The pirates of the New World swarm like locusts, their numbers vastly surpassing those of the first half of the Grand Line, and their prowess is immeasurably greater. Moreover, with the presence of the four emperors, the Navy is unable to extend its reach into the New World. The Rommel Kingdom's aesthetic leans towards the European style reminiscent of Crowley's past life. As he set foot upon the long-absent land, he felt an intrinsic sense of belonging. This was the soil that nurtured him. Upon entering the kingdom, the crowd erupted in excitement. "Is that Crowley?" "The Rommel Prince," they exclaimed. "How dare you address the prince so casually? Do you seek death?" Others chimed in, "Prince Crowley, having transitioned from navy to pirate, remains as dashing as ever. He surpasses Prince Cavendish in handsomeness. Prince Crowley, I wish to marry you." Recently, Prince Cavendish had returned for a visit, and now, to their astonishment, Prince Crowley had also come back. What on earth has transpired in the kingdom? Nonsense. Is it not natural for Prince Crowley to return to his homeland? Crowley strolled down the center of the road, surrounded by a throng of enthusiastic citizens, their eyes sparkling with excitement as if they were about to shower him with stardust. He couldn't help but raise his hand, displaying a radiant smile akin to the sun, and greeted them. "Good people, it has been a while since we last met, but I must go to see my father, the king. Might you kindly allow me passage?" The news of his return spread like wildfire, igniting a frenzy among the populace, to the point where Crowley found himself nearly immobilized by the sheer density of the crowd. "Quickly, quickly, make way for Prince Crowley. Do not crowd me, please. Prince Crowley is on his way to see the king. What is the meaning of this commotion? Oh dear, watch your step." As Crowley spoke, the thoroughfare became even more congested, and the soldiers were unable to contain the surging crowd. The fervent masses were utterly incapable of behaving normally. Even the king's personal campaign had never witnessed such a scene. The only comparable occasion was the recent return of Prince Cavendish. Crowley wore an expression of helplessness, pondering why such occurrences persistently transpired. In his youth, he had refrained from venturing into the streets. The burden of perpetual admiration from childhood to adulthood proved to be a torment. "Your Highness Crowley, follow me." A voice resonated in Crowley's ear. Turning around, he beheld an elderly man with a rather grim visage, despite his somewhat frightening appearance. Crowley instantly recognized him as the steward who had tended to his every need since childhood. Alas, had he now transformed into a frail old man? Time indeed spares no one. The steward placed a hand upon Crawley's shoulder, and with a sudden flourish, 2 gray wings unfurled behind him, gently fanning the air. As he lifted Crawley into the sky, Prince, Prince, do not abandon me. The Birdman has taken the prince away. Where is the protection? Who will rescue the poor prince? The crowd below remained fervently agitated. Crawley rolled his eyes, surprised to discover that he too had a day of being a devoted admirer. Gazing at the gray wings behind the butler, he was taken aback to learn that the person who had cared for him since childhood was, in fact, a wielder of a devil fruit power, specifically, a rare animal type that granted the ability of flight. What other secrets lay hidden in this nation, he wondered. My prince. It has been a long time. The elderly man, initially bearing a somber expression, now offered Crawley a smile. Though it was not particularly pleasant, it signified his goodwill. He had always regarded this child, whom he had watched grow, as his own. Although Crawley's appearance had slightly altered, the essence of a person remains unchanged. The prince was still the same prince he had always been. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as he reminisced about the past. It truly has been a while. Even you, dear butler, have aged. Crawley replied with a smile. Ah, but you, my prince, are still in the prime of your youth. How is your father? He felt a twinge of curiosity regarding what his estranged father might look like after the passage of time. Surely he had not transformed into an old man. For then the burden of the kingdom's inheritance would fall squarely upon his shoulders. Your father has long awaited your return, along with that of Prince Cavendish. However, after the last visit from Prince Cavendish, he was somewhat displeased. The butler chuckled, clearly amused by the events that had transpired. Crawley expressed his understanding. Noting that young Cavendish had always clashed with his father, an embodiment of youthful rebellion, ultimately a reflection of his immaturity compared to his own seasoned self, the steward moved with remarkable speed, and in mere moments, led him to the royal palace of Rommel. Without lingering to admire the surroundings, Crawley proceeded directly to the king's study, where his father awaited him. The old king of Rommel stood with his back turned, gazing out the window. Having just witnessed the commotion unfolding within the kingdom, his wayward eldest son had returned, after the less favored younger son had come back recently with a poor attitude. It seemed that age had done little to temper the elder's disposition. Father, Crawley softly entered the room, observing the desolate silhouette of the old king. A swirl of emotions flooding his heart, prompting him to call out gently, "What did you call me? Ungrateful wretch." The old king did not turn around. Yet his body trembled slightly with the fury of his words. "Come now, old man. I thought you had grown weary with age, yet here you are, still the same." Crawley rolled his eyes and plopped down onto the sofa. Finally, the old king turned to face him, glaring with intensity. "What kind of talk is that? Have I not earned a few gray hairs without being considered old? Neither of you seems inclined to inherit this throne, do you?" Crawley uncorked a bottle of wine resting on the coffee table, pouring the clear liquid into a glass. As he gazed at the shimmering wine, he lifted his head and said with a hint of irritation, "Are you not yet aged? Is it truly necessary to assume the throne at this juncture? When Cavendish spoke to me, I presumed you were on the brink of demise. Cursed be your rebellious spirit. What allure does overseas hold that makes you both reluctant to return? Is this nation truly so wretched?" The old king approached him, observing Crawley leisurely indulging in his drink, and, filled with exasperation, inquired, "My son, you fail to grasp the essence of freedom. What a notion of freedom! Is this your justification for defecting from the navy? To become a notorious pirate? You, who could inherit the vast wealth and honor of kingship, why do you refuse such a fate?" Crawley emptied his glass and scoffed, "Indeed. Kingship entails riches, yet it also demands the navigation of myriad domestic and foreign affairs, which is a path to baldness, truly tedious. I have never been one for complications. Even during my time in the Navy, certain tasks vexed me. Now, however, I enjoy the guise of an undercover operative, delegating matters to Akin while the Navy seeks him out, leaving me unencumbered. How delightful it is for Crawley to be free from worry." The king, upon hearing this, glared in disbelief. How audacious for this rebellious son to retort. He promptly raised his hand toward Crawley, seizing the wine bottle and pouring it into his own mouth. "You wish to drink? Not a chance." Observing his aged father behaving like an immature child, Crawley felt a mixture of concern and disbelief regarding how this country had endured to this day. After consuming the wine, the king's face flushed slightly as he sat beside Crawley, exhaling a breath heavy with alcohol. "I anticipated such behavior from you two brothers. Hence I have a contingency plan." With that, he revealed a mysterious smile to Crawley. "A contingency plan?" Crawley leaned closer, intrigued. The king whispered, "In truth, I have another child." "What? Crowley sprang from the sofa, disbelief etched on his face as he pointed a trembling finger at his father. You. How can you act in such a manner towards my late mother? Do not be dramatic. Your mother has been gone for many years. Oh, then it matters not. Crowley's expression softened as he returned to his seat, compliant. So, you intend to declare him your heir? And now you seek our opinion? He regarded the king with utmost seriousness. Do not flatter yourself. I have not contemplated your opinions in the least. The king cast a displeased glance at him. Reflecting on the many years that had passed since their last encounter, it seemed his wayward son had grown increasingly brazen. Even contemplating the opinions of those who lived as pirates. Did they deserve such consideration? Do you wish to meet your long-lost brother? Not at all, after all. He is not born of my mother. Such a lack of respect. Are you aware of the matter concerning Cavendish and the infamous Rommel Scythe? Crowley nodded, of course. He was aware of his brother's affairs. However, he was uncertain of the purpose behind bringing it up now. This brother, whom he had never met, possessed a remarkable talent in this regard. He was a natural swordsman, the king remarked with earnest gravity. Crowley furrowed his brow, gazing at him in perplexity. What does this mean? Observing the king's increasingly elated countenance, he slowly began to speak. So, are you implying that I am not your biological child? Is this some sort of jest? Cavendish's second persona, Rommel, was a formidable swordsman, endowed with extraordinary talent in the art of the blade, while this unknown younger brother, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, was a born swordsman as well. So, I am not your flesh and blood, and possessed nothing. He harbored no swordsmanship skills. Back when he was at the Navy headquarters, even with Tontada's patient instruction, he struggled to grasp the basics of swordplay. What are you thinking? The king, exasperated, could not fathom the peculiar thought process of his eldest son. You cannot be my child and be this dashing at the same time. Crowley stood there, dazed, staring at his bearded, unkempt father, and couldn't help but murmur, perhaps. Regardless of what you say today, you must meet your brother. This is the king's decree. Wayne, enter, please. Crowley, upon hearing the call, couldn't help but roll his eyes. It appeared that his younger brother had been lingering in the room, eavesdropping on the conversation. His father was indeed quite cunning. With a decisive motion, he opened another bottle of wine and poured it into a glass. He was curious to discover what peculiarities his brother possessed. The inner door of the study creaked open slowly, revealing a tall, poised boy. The boy's complexion was fair, with well-defined eyebrows and bright eyes, reminiscent of Crowley's own youthful visage. Indeed, the royal bloodline of the Rommel family had a firm grasp on the art of attractiveness. However, what astonished him most was the sense of familiarity radiating from the child, akin to a drawn dagger standing before him, its sharpness unmistakable. Although this brilliance was still in its infancy, there was no mistaking its essence. It was the unique aura of unparalleled skill. Crowley's gaze sharpened. For the first time, his father was not exaggerating. This truly was a natural-born swordsman, akin to the legendary dragon-slaying swordsman, Longma. Had he not possessed an unparalleled sword intent himself, he might have been genuinely awed by this child. His father had indeed delivered a remarkable surprise. However, was it not a diminishment of talent for a child endowed with such prowess to ascend to kingship? At that moment, his elder brother, Wayne, stood before Crowley, nodding with a demeanor that was neither servile nor overbearing. Crowley felt a sense of awkwardness. He had never encountered such a brotherly reunion before, and this was his first experience, leaving him somewhat flustered. How old are you? 6, Wayne replied, his eyes sparkling with a unique brilliance as he gazed at Crowley. The notorious pirate demon, whose treachery against the Navy was currently making headlines. Moreover, he was his half-brother. Although Wayne lived in a peaceful nation and harbored no animosity towards pirates, the newspaper's depiction of his elder brother painted him as exceedingly formidable, stronger than his previous brother, Cavendish. Observing the aura emanating from Crowley, Wayne sensed a kindred spirit, a drawn sword, while he himself felt considerably less imposing in contrast. Seeing the two brothers fall into silence, the king felt their discomfort and stepped in to relieve the tension. He patted their shoulders and cheerfully remarked, "There's no need for such awkwardness when brothers meet. Let us drink." The moment the words left his lips, he realized that Wayne was still just a child. It was he himself who was unaccustomed to this situation. Both were his sons, yet he found himself at a loss for words. "Brother, I wish to challenge you," Wayne declared with determination, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Crowley. He had previously challenged Cavendish, and while he had ultimately been defeated, the experience had imparted much wisdom. He had seen through his second brother's flamboyant swordsmanship. "Wayne, please, do not jest. Your brother's bounty stands at 300 million, the king said, exasperation evident in his voice. Though he aspired to groom his youngest son as the heir to the kingdom, Wayne's obsession with martial prowess was a concern. He feared that his son might stray further from the path. Crowley gazed into Wayne's eyes, realizing that even his father could not sway his convictions. Could such a child truly ascend to the throne as a king? Setting down his goblet, Crowley rose and declared, "Strike me." Wayne nodded, aware that this was his elder brother's way of assessing his strength. He immediately crouched, adopting a horse stance, his eyes gleaming with intensity, and unleashed a powerful punch towards him. Crowley, of course, did not feel any pain. He could stand still and allow Wayne to strike him, even to the point of breaking skin, and still contemplate ending it all. With a sharp clap, he crossed his arms and closed his eyes. In an instant, utilizing the 6 techniques of the flowing skill, he discerned Wayne's precise combat prowess. 30 points of strength. For someone of his age, that's quite impressive. He murmured to himself. A typical Marine soldier possesses only 10 points. Yet, at just 6 years old, Wayne boasts 3 times that. This little fellow is remarkable. He slowly approached his adoptive father's desk, where a sword tube lay, from which he retrieved a bamboo sword, grasping it firmly. "I shall suppress my strength to match your level. Let us see how adept you are with your swordsmanship." As a bearer of the unparalleled sword force physique, Wayne's future is boundless. Crowley was eager to witness the capabilities of this new generation's possessor of such a physique, to see what merits they held to be worthy of it. Wayne nodded, drawing the short sword from his waist, fully aware of the vast disparity between them. He would not be so pretentious as to switch weapons. With a fierce shout, he launched himself at Crowley, initiating the assault. Crowley wielded a bamboo sword, naturally refraining from engaging directly with his adversary's short sword. Leveraging his height advantage and agile speed, he swiftly redirected his weapon, striking from an unexpected angle. Even though his opponent had noticed the maneuver and hastily retracted his short sword in an attempt to parry Crowley's assault, he was still a moment too late. Crack! Crowley's bamboo sword struck him squarely on the backside. His face flushed crimson. How could his own brother choose such a humiliating target for his assault? He was not a child. Raising his short sword, he launched another attack on Crowley, this time with heightened caution. His strikes were swift, his focus entirely on the bamboo sword in Crowley's grasp. He could not allow his elder brother to land another blow. Smack! The bamboo sword hit him again on the backside. Infuriating. Once more, a glint of determination ignited in Wayne's eyes. He had clearly perceived Crowley's movements, yet he was unable to intercept that bamboo sword. Was it a matter of speed? He lifted his short sword, now intent on defense rather than offense, directing his efforts toward the bamboo sword wielded by Crowley. Here comes the strike. Crowley raised his long sword, aiming a downward chop at Wayne's head. Whoosh! Wayne narrowed his eyes, slightly raising his sword in defense. Whoosh! The bamboo sword changed direction, aiming for his side. Indeed, a feint. A smirk crept onto Wayne's lips as he discerned his elder brother's strategy. He quickly thrust his short sword forward, but it merely passed through the bamboo sword's trajectory. An afterimage? Another feint. Smack! The bamboo sword landed sharply on his backside once more. Wayne now felt a fiery pain radiating from his rear, nearing numbness. He could not fathom it. How could this be? Even against his swordsmanship instructor, he could hold his ground. Yet before Crowley, he was persistently subdued, unable to retaliate. A hint of panic colored his expression, mingled with anger. He understood that his elder brother was not taking him seriously. The lack of proper respect indicated that he viewed Wayne as no match for him. Wayne's breath became erratic as he raised his long sword, determined to strike at Crowley. The rhythm of the sword, the wind. The sword's aura bore down on Crowley with fierce gusts, a manifestation of sword energy at such a young age. Was he truly a prodigy of the blade? Nonetheless, this feeble sword energy posed no threat to Crowley. Yet, out of respect, Crowley resolved to engage earnestly. Crowley broke his bamboo sword in half with his hands, wielding it in a dual-wielding style. Captain John had created his own unique dual-wielding technique, the invincible sword aura of Captain John. Crowley's lips moved slightly as he raised the bamboo swords in both hands, releasing a faint sword energy. Although this technique, powered by 30 units of strength, was hardly formidable, it sufficed to deal with the little imp. Boom! The sword energies clashed, and ultimately, Crowley triumphed, sending Wayne flying. No matter how lacking Captain John's swordsmanship might be, he was still a figure who had held a position on the rock ship. The king gazed at the chaotic state of his study, filled with annoyance. This had happened the last time Cavendish returned, and now it was happening again. The study is not a place for fighting, you rascals. Wayne, panting, rose from the ground and looked at Crowley with a dejected expression, saying, I lost. It's all right. You're still young. When you reach my age, you will surely surpass me, Crowley consoled him, ruffling his hair. Children, after all, respond well to kind words. He imparted all his swordsmanship knowledge to Wayne. It was knowledge of swordsmanship, not a specific technique. As a possessor of the unparalleled sword talent, Wayne needed to forge his own path in swordsmanship and could not directly adopt another's techniques. Doing so would be detrimental to him. Incorporating the strengths of various styles into his own swordsmanship would undoubtedly be beneficial. Even Crowley himself could not merge all techniques into one, but it mattered not. He did not rely solely on swordsmanship in battle. Ultimately, sharing knowledge of swordsmanship with his younger brother was not a loss. It could potentially cultivate a swordsmanship genius. And the world's greatest swordsman might one day be his brother, rather than the renowned Mihawk. Wayne paused, feeling the sudden influx of swordsmanship information in his mind. He looked up at Crowley, nodding his small head earnestly, and said, Thank you, big brother. I'm glad to see you. But I don't wish to linger in the kingdom, Crowley replied with a smile before turning to his adoptive father, saying, Since the matter of the kingdom's heir is settled, I have other matters to attend to and will take my leave. What business does a pirate have? You just returned and already want to leave? You really don't care for me, do you? The king complained, exasperated by his two rebellious sons. It had taken years for them to return, and now they wished to depart almost immediately. I truly have matters to attend to, father. This is the new world. And you know how fierce the competition is in the pirate industry, Crowley said, shrugging his shoulders helplessly. Joining forces with Moria to attack Kaido was one aspect. But considering the time, he had another matter awaiting him. Given the duration, the Navy must have realized he had not followed their orders to infiltrate the beast pirates. Why had they not sent anyone to find him? So many matters to consider. You little scoundrel, do you plan to abandon me even if I were to die? How can you say that, my old friend? Crowley remarked, patting the king on the back to ease his distress. With a smile, he added, I only returned because I heard from Cavendish that your condition was deteriorating. Well, that's quite the predicament. Yet, despite his words, he approached the corner of his study, activating a hidden mechanism as he spoke. It seems your sword is not of exceptional quality, and given the dangers you face at sea, I shall bestow upon you the ancestral blade of the Rommel kingdom. An ancestral blade? With a clang, a large hole appeared in the study's wall, revealing an ancient bronze sword box. Upon opening the box, a magnificent longsword with a regal purple scabbard emerged, signifying its extraordinary heritage. He grasped the sword and tossed it directly to Crowley. Crowley hastily caught it, inwardly scoffing at the thought of the famed ancestral blade of the Rommel kingdom being carelessly tossed aside. Can one truly believe such a thing? With a swift motion, he drew the sword, revealing a blade adorned with crescent-shaped patterns, glimmering with an otherworldly light. This was no ordinary sword. The legendary blade of the Rommel kingdom. The Tsukikage Munenori belonged to the esteemed Daikate's 21 artisans. Would you desire it? Naturally, of course I would. As Crowley caressed the sword's body, a look of satisfaction graced his features. What a marvel! My dream has come to fruition. This journey home has proven worthwhile. With that said, I have a request. You must not depart so soon. You need to assist me with a certain task. The king's lips curled into a sly smile, revealing a cunning expression. Just you wait. I shall not be so easily subdued. The excitement on Crowley's face instantly faded. Indeed, his father had not acted with good intentions. Why offer assistance now, of all times, if not for some ulterior motive? Crowley sheathed the sword of Mikazuki Munekiko without a hint of hesitation and secured it at his waist. Very well, what is it? Speak your mind. After all, one cannot refuse a favor from their own father. The downfall of the Don Quixote family in Dress Rosa has thrown many nations into disarray. It is crucial to recognize that Doflamingo was the foremost arms supplier, and the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, has allied with some nefarious characters, resulting in a cascade of complications. The king rubbed his temples, expressing his distress. Crowley, with a furrowed brow, realized that his father had once again chastised him, albeit unknowingly. How remarkable indeed. The neighboring nation of the Rommel kingdom, the Maguro kingdom, is vying with us for a small but strategically significant island, essential for its port. I require you to reclaim it. The king gazed at him earnestly, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. This is a crucial contest for national territory, and the two armies are currently engaged in fierce combat. Crowley nodded, indicating his understanding that his father regarded him as a mere enforcer. This island belonged to the Kingdom of Rommel. The reason for requesting your assistance primarily stemmed from the equivalent strength of our two nations, while the Kingdom of Maguro exhibited a tendency to seek external aid. Thus, you must promptly undertake this journey. The king resumed his explanation and beckoned the steward from outside to enter. Let the steward escort you. Reclaiming territory for the Kingdom of Rommel will render this ancestral sword your true possession. Father, I wish to accompany you, interjected Wayne, who had been listening intently, his eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light. Nonsense. Are you unaware of the perils of the battlefield? Should anything happen to you, who will inherit this nation? Rely on your unreliable elder brothers? Crawley paused, grappling with his words, realizing that teaching his children was becoming increasingly convoluted. Father, with me around. What is there to worry about? Allow my younger brother to accompany me. Let him witness true combat, which will benefit him in leading the nation in the future. Would you not agree? Wayne's countenance brightened as he heard Crawley advocate for him. He understood that he was still a sheltered blossom, yet to taste the bitterness of battle. This was an opportunity. Observing Wayne's eager gaze, the king ultimately sighed, apprehensive that his youngest son might delve too deeply into the path of martial obsession, leaving no one to inherit the throne of Rommel should he stray too far. Very well, you must ensure Wayne's safety. Rest assured, Crawley replied. Thus, Crawley, alongside Wayne, boarded the royal vessel of the Kingdom of Rommel, accompanied by the steward, en route to the contested port island of Deer Harbor. Once a quaint and renowned town known for its peace and tranquility, Deer Harbor had garnered a stellar reputation within a radius of several nautical miles. However, due to its geographical significance, it became the focus of contention between two great powers, and even though both nations were members of the world government, that did not prevent them from igniting war. Consequently, the town of Deer Harbor met its demise. Its inhabitants either perished or wounded, with the majority fleeing the island. Thus, the King of Rommel's so-called reclamation of lost territory was merely a grandiloquent pretext, a facade for the competition over interests between the great powers. Crawley, with the sea breeze caressing his face, engaged in a spirited discourse with Wayne nearby. The butler stood in astonishment, contemplating whether to quietly question His Highness, the Crown Prince, about the appropriateness of so openly disparaging the esteemed king. Should King Rommel become aware of Crawley's indoctrination of Wayne with notions of the benefits of war, he would undoubtedly be filled with regret. Presently, the town of Lugong is divided into two factions. One half is under the dominion of the Kingdom of Rommel, while the other is occupied by the Kingdom of Maguro. Each day and night, fierce battles ensue between the two sides. Once a vibrant town, Lugong has now transformed into a landscape of crumbling walls and ruins, as the central area has become the battleground for their relentless conflicts. Crawley arrived smoothly at the stronghold of General Rommel in Lugong aboard a royal vessel. Upon disembarking, he was immediately greeted by the sight of rising smoke and the incessant roar of cannon fire, creating an atmosphere of fervent activity. The general, observing Crawley adorned in resplendent noble attire from within his tent, furrowed his brow. He then glanced at Crawley's accompanying steward and remarked, "Your Highness, what brings you to such a place? It is quite filthy." Crawley's eyes widened as he regarded the general's stern visage, initially bracing himself for a potential reprimand. He had even prepared to deliver a retort that would put the general in his place, only to realize that he had been influenced too much by the novels he read. The general of the Rommel kingdom was not so foolish as to dare confront a prince of such stature. In the world of pirates, individual strength reigns supreme, and this prince was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million. It was best to tread carefully. "Your Highness, should you wish to enlist and engage in battle, I harbor no objections. However, your countenance may inadvertently reveal your identity." After all, as a pirate, the general hesitated. The Rommel kingdom remained a member of the world government, and openly inviting pirates as external allies would invite criticism. Moreover, Crawley did not possess the title of warlord, thus lacking the world government's endorsement. That can be easily resolved. Crawley had already contemplated this dilemma and donned a carefully prepared devil mask. "Your Highness, what difference does wearing a mask make? As the captain of the devil pirate crew, wearing a devil mask? You could just as easily don the mask of any random creature. Enough of this chatter. Quickly inform your men to withdraw. I alone am sufficient." "Oh, no. I need two of us," Crawley interjected, grasping Wayne's hand. It was essential for him to allow his younger brother to experience the battlefield. "Very well," the general conceded. feeling powerless against the valor of his prince. He had no desire to invite trouble for himself. The previous general had been dismissed for staunchly refusing the last prince's requests. That prince had ascended to become the current king of the Rommel kingdom, Crawley's adoptive father. As the adage goes, like father, like son. The general was keen to avoid a similar fate. He hurriedly notified the soldiers engaged in battle to retreat, as well as those in ambush and the snipers, ensuring a pristine stage for His Highness. Crowley nodded, leading Wayne away from the tent and towards the front lines of the battlefield. "Are you afraid, Wayne?" "Not at all," Wayne replied, gripping his short sword tightly, his body trembling slightly. It was not fear, but exhilaration. The soldiers of Rommel's army retreated swiftly, while the warriors of Magaro waved their flags in jubilation, their cheers resounding in the air. "Rommel's little pups, don't run away. Come and fight me for another 300 rounds. We have triumphed. The kingdom of Magaro has emerged victorious. The port of Deer Harbor will inevitably become the territory of the kingdom of Magaro. Rommel's rookies, scurry back home to find your mothers." The clarion call of victory resonated. Yet the generals of the kingdom of Magaro remained unperturbed. The reinforcements summoned by their king had yet to arrive. What did Rommel's retreat signify? Was there a hidden trap? On the front lines, a young nobleman adorned with a demonic mask held the hand of another boy, similarly dressed in finery, as they traversed through the smoke of battle. They approached the ruins of the town of Deer Harbor, where Magaro's soldiers lay concealed behind the collapsed structures. "Disguise, momentarily borrowed," Crowley whispered, cautioning against impulsiveness and emphasizing the importance of conserving their strength. "Do not stray too far from my side." Wayne nodded in agreement, scanning his surroundings. He realized that his perception had sharpened. He could distinctly sense the movements of the soldiers behind the crumbling walls, even anticipating their next actions. What was this power? His elder brother seemed capable of anything, a stark contrast to his infatuated and neurotic second brother. Crawley concealed a smirk beneath the demonic mask. Having temporarily bestowed upon Wayne the formidable abilities of observation hockey and the resilience of a steel balloon physique, one skill allowed for evasion of attacks, while the other ensured endurance in the face of unavoidable strikes, a dual layer of protection that left him unwavering in his belief that his brother would emerge unscathed. Bang! A bullet hurtled towards Crawley, who merely tilted his head slightly to evade it. "Who gave you permission to fire?" The general of the Magaro army roared furiously, brandishing his walkie-talkie as he shouted in outrage, utterly oblivious to the distinction between friend and foe, and with the presence of a child.